Star Odyssey chapter 4572 to chapter 4623. The fourth level? No one knows. That's just a legend. If the Thousand Trickeries wants to see the fourth level from me, I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Although I also want to work hard to cultivate. Once I reach the fourth level, I'll kill him and you. Luine was speechless. We're getting along pretty well. Why do you have to kill me? Chang Tian said in a deep voice, I think you're quite pleasing to the eye. Although you're an enemy, if you weren't given the bone language, even if you hate the human civilization, at least you wouldn't be our enemy. It's not easy for humans to survive in the universe. Every single one of us that survives is one of us. Unfortunately, you're already dead. Then why did you talk to me so much? It's all unimportant. It doesn't matter. Actually, I quite admire the people of the Ninth Stronghold. Senior Chengtu said that the people of the Ninth Stronghold are all very upright and care about their civilization more than the other. They're all the good guys of the Ninth Stronghold. A quintessential turbid treasure? I know, but if he doesn't say anything, that's more important. If you ask the Thousand Trickeries, I'll scold him to death. Luine shrugged and glanced back. The Thousand Trickeries then turned around and left. By the way, you mentioned that most of them are on the 9th base. What's the situation at the first stronghold? Chang Tian looked up and stared at Luine. Lu Yin's skeletal face was contorted through the water. Did I say that most of them are on 9 bases? But I've only mentioned a few. Are you curious about the first stronghold? Luine nodded, very curious. Chang Tian retracted his gaze. I don't know. Luine sighed, it's just a casual chat. Just tell me what you know, the unimportant ones. Up until now, he had not obtained any information about the people, events, or objects in the first stronghold. All he knew was that the turbid treasure of the first stronghold was a number. However, no one had told him what this number was or what the first stronghold was good at. He had no idea who the Lord was, what had happened, and which civilization had fought against him. Being able to become the first stronghold meant that it was important. Perhaps it was the first of the 9 bases, so of course he wanted to know more about it. Chang Tian still replied, I don't know. Luine shook his head, forget it if you don't want to tell me. Chang Tian looked at him again. Go and ask Thousand Trickeries. It must know something. Then, come and tell me. Take it as repayment for what I told you before. You really don't know? I really don't know. There's no record of the first stronghold in the tribe, and the seniors didn't mention it either, Chang Tian said. Luine didn't ask any further. It didn't matter if Longevity Celestial was lying to him, there was nothing he could do if Longevity Celestial didn't want to talk about it. Another few decades passed, and during this time, Longevity Sky told Luine everything he knew about the 9th base era. This allowed Luine to gain a better understanding of the 9th base. Of course, these were all trivial matters, and Longevity Sky had only learned about them from his seniors. To his seniors, these were just stories and memories. Do you know about the war god of Ninefold? Chang Tian was silent for a moment. I know. He fought alone with his horse and was invincible. He was known as the god of war. His horse is called Time Divine Chariot. It is currently in the Death Universe and has been bestowed with the bone language. Chang Tian's body trembled. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Like you? Luine shook his head, it's different from mine. The divine chariot of time is forever reversed. Aside from the war god disc, no other creature can ride on its back. Chang Tian clenched his fists and looked at the stars. Never to rise again? How long had it been? Since the destruction of the 9 bases and the death of Pan in battle, it has been an endless period of time. Would he always be upside down and never turn over again? He could feel the pride and loyalty of the divine chariot of time. Why are you telling me this? Chang Tian's voice was hoarse. Luine looked at the ripples on the surface of the river as a fish swam past, mischievously flicking its tail at the water. Another fish swam out from a distance and headed towards it, one after the other. They swept across the sky. They swam past him. You've told me so much, so I have to return the favor, Luine said calmly. Long story. By the way, there's one more thing. Have you heard of the Divine Swordmaster? The master of the 8th stronghold. The Divine Swordmaster has a sword test stone, which is also in the Death Universe. For countless years, the Death Universe has wanted to use it to test their swords, but they couldn't because they would be attacked. There is only one creature that can test their swords, and that is the human skeleton. Luin slowly said, the sword test stone will attack any creature in the Death Universe, but it won't attack the human skeleton. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Chang Tian closed his eyes and did not speak again. This silence lasted for another few decades. Decades later, Luin came to talk to him, but he remained silent. 100 years later, Luin came to him again, but he did not speak again. Thousand Trickery came to study Heaven's Eye. Even when he was in extreme pain, he did not scream. 200 years later, when the Great Death Shift appeared again, Chang Tian did not say a word. Thousand Trickery blamed Luin for saying something that he should not have said. Luin said bluntly, let's not talk about this. He's always talking nonsense. We have to make him see the truth. The Divine Time Chariot and the Sword Test Stone are examples. No matter how much he resists, it's useless. Thousand Trickery did not argue with Luin and brought him into the Great Death Shift. Once again. Once he entered the Great Death Shift, Lu Yin's first sentence was, the Stygian immortal prison bone won't attack me again, right? Thousand Trickery waved his hand, it dares. The appearance of the Great Death Shift meant that the tributaries of the River of Time were all collected. Thousand Trickery asked Luin to absorb the power of silence on the spot to replenish it. Luin did not hold back and activated the Sirius technique to absorb the power of silence. Before going to the unknown, he had used Thousand Trickery to replenish the power of silence. The only thing he had used was the battle with the butterfly ancestor, which was not much. Thousand Trickery saw the upper limit of his current power of silence, so it did not let him absorb it. There was no need. Luin needed to replenish it quickly. After he finished replenishing his deathly silence energy, he used the Grand Shift of Death to travel through the distance of several inches under the lead of the Grand Shift of Death. Finally, he arrived at an unfamiliar starry sky. It was not the end point of the Grand Shift of Death, but it was midway. When they arrived, Li Luochen had already arrived. This was the first time Luin saw Li Luochen. It was a creature wrapped in pure black gas, similar to a creature from the Death Universe. After all, it was the ferryman of the Death Universe's River of Time. Many ferrymen were similar to creatures from the Death Universe. Li Luochen was surrounded by the materials of the original talisman, completely concealing its aura. Not far from Li Luochen, there were close to 100 creatures. Most of them were skeletons, but there were also flesh creatures and pure black creatures. These creatures' cultivations were about the same, at the bitter adversity level. They were not high, but they were not low either. There were 3 experts around Li Luochen, standing in a triangle. They were the sword test stones. One was pure black, and the other was a creature with blood-red bones. These 3 experts were all eternal life forms, and their auras were quite strong. They were all powerhouses who had participated in the struggle for the abyss before. The creature with blood-red bones had likely been defeated by the sword test stones, so it did not make it to the end. However, it was not as unlucky as the Great Golden Wing, who had been killed by Luin. Thousand Trickery pointed to the last position in the 4 corners of Li Luochen, you stand there. Luin did not understand, not. Following you? No need, Thousand Trickery replied. Luin nodded and walked to the last corner. Li Luochen had 4 experts standing in the 4 corners, and there were close to 100 creatures further away that were releasing the tributaries of the River of Time. They were not the ones capturing the tributaries, they were only responsible for releasing them. Thousand Trickery waited for a while, and then a familiar figure jumped out of the Great Death Shift. It was OL6. They were now in the abyss. When he saw Thousand Trickery, OL6 grinned as a greeting. Thousand Trickery raised his hand and snapped his fingers. OL6 was stunned. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Luin. Luin looked at him silently, you're dressed very formally today. This is your first appearance as an abyss expert. Don't embarrass me. Don't smile without showing your teeth. Keep your weapon polished. Don't get killed before Li Luochen dies. This isn't a game. Toad OL6 looked at Luin, then at the Thousand Trickery, and finally at Luin. Brat, are you messing with me? It only snapped its fingers, it couldn't have said so much. Luin indifferently said, it didn't say it, I said it. OL6 bared his teeth, you think you're qualified to talk about me? Be careful, or I'll kill you. Luin turned to look at the sword test stone. OL6 also looked at the sword test stone and felt his teeth ache. Why is this broken stone? Even its head is here? Can this thing distinguish between friend and foe? A great battle was bound to ensue. After all, someone who dared to scheme against Li Luochen was definitely not weak. The universe of death was waiting. Thousand Trickery snapped its fingers again. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at OL6, I'll leave this side to you. OL6 glared at Luin, who said so. Luin pointed at Thousand Trickery. OL6 looked over. Thousand Trickery nodded his head seriously. OL6 sighed and rested his pitchfork on his shoulder, understood. The Thousand Opportunities' crafty play leaped onto the Great Death teleportation and disappeared without a trace. It was definitely related to that old man. Who knew what method the universe of death had used to lure that old man over? This wouldn't just attract a single old man, but an entire unknown. A great battle was about to break out. Kid, how does it feel to reach the limit of your potential? OL6 came over and looked at Luin. Luin shrugged, just like that. OL6 stared at Luin and then swept his gaze over the other three directions. TSK, none of them are easy to deal with. The universe of death is really willing to go all out. Once this side is wiped out, there won't be any experts left to fight for the position of Abyss. Li Luochen's voice rang out, don't talk, the primer is very troublesome. OL6 sneered, watch me stab it to death. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he waited for that moment to arrive. After an unknown amount of time, the 100 figures in the distance seemed to have received an order and released the tributaries of the River of Time at the same time. This was an extremely spectacular scene as the 100 tributaries of the River of Time soared into the sky at the same time. It was unknown how the ferrymen of these tributaries were faring. Gray filled the sky like fog. It descended and covered the entire area, covering Luin and the others in the blink of an eye. The 100 tributaries of the River of Time caused time to become chaotic, and the 100 figures that had released the tributaries were instantly obliterated by time. Some turned to ash, some enlarged and shrank, some directly decayed, and some turned into strange shapes. It had only been an instant, but it was unimaginably long to those inside. They were all gone. The 100 figures, all of them powerhouses who had crossed the bitter calamity, had all died in an instant. At this time, the source materials around Li Luochen opened up, and an indescribable majestic force was released. It connected with the fog of time, causing it to become even denser. Li Luochen was releasing his limit. The more he released, the less likely it was to be pulled by the River of Time. The stars rumbled, and Luin looked up. He felt like something huge was about to appear, and the entire core space was trembling. His hands were numb, and the gray fog of time wanted to change his body's state. It wasn't just him, all creatures touched by the gray fog of time felt the same. He felt like he had encountered the fog of time for the first time in the Mirage domain. The River of Time was about to descend. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly looked in a certain direction. There, a river had suddenly appeared in the void. There was clearly something huge above him, so why had it appeared there? Could it be that there were two rivers of time? The next moment, Luin saw it. He saw the true River of Time, just like in the Mirage domain when Baixianer had been pulled away in place of Zhao Ran. It was slightly different from the River of Time that the old man had pulled down. Haha, you actually thought of this method to avoid the calamity. You're quite clever, the old man said. Li Luochen's voice was terrifyingly low. You've always been scheming against me. Haha. Why? You're hindering me. Li Luochen growled, you're hindering me too. Haha, then let's see whose methods are better. Today, either you or I will be taken away. Li Luochen growled, and a dense gray weapon was released from the source materials, even more majestic than before. The old man was shocked. The materials of Tai Ching and the tributaries of the River of Time don't seem to be enough to suppress your limits. Li Luochen sneered. Don't I still have you? Hee, is this the reason why you lured me here? You schemed against me. You wanted to use the time of the master to drag me away, but you didn't know that you were the one who schemed against yourself. Roly-poly, it's time for you to go. Li Luochen tore apart the original scroll material, and the monstrous power of time blasted towards the old man. At the same time, boundless darkness descended so suddenly. Luin looked up. What a terrifying deathly stillness energy. It felt even more intense than the thousand trickeries. Was this the ocean of death's pressure? Above the firmament, purple godly power boiled as the river of time descended. A swaying figure appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. Luin looked at the figure. Was that the old man? Roly-poly? It was really a roly-poly. He did not expect the old man to be a roly-poly. Swaying on the river of time. The death sea's pressure? Hee, the old man was apprehensive. I knew it. How could you possibly have the confidence to drag me away with just ruthless decay? There was a snap and a light touch. This was the voice of thousand trickeries. Hee, the old man exclaimed, what an honor. If the three abysses attack the death universe now, will you be able to return in time? Will you? The death sea's pressure asked. Hee. It seems that you have been prepared for this. Then let's see if your unknown skill is superior, or if my death universe's plan is flawless. The death sea's pressure's voice was monstrous. A door descended from the void, and a white unknown appeared. Then, Wangwen walked out of the door and looked ahead with a smile. Luin wanted to see what the white unknown was, but it was drowned by the fog of time, the monstrous godly power, and the dark deathly stillness energy. In the distance, the three terrifying forces completely covered everything. Luin looked into the distance. Everything was covered up. Then who would kill ruthless decay? While he was thinking, another door appeared, and two figures walked out. It was Red Hero and Demao. How can the death universe compare to us in terms of numbers? Demao walked out of the door proudly and saw ruthless decay, the experts standing around him, and a 7 treasures heavenly toad. Its words came to an abrupt end. Red Hero's gaze was cold. You're wrong. In terms of numbers, the unknown is far inferior to the death universe. Demao sneered. Then let's compare quality. These are all small fries. Toad 6 was furious and pointed its steel fork at Red Hero and Demao. The abyss is here. Do you think I'm invisible? Red Hero stared at Toad 6 in shock, his eyes filled with disgust and killing intent. 7 treasures heavenly toad? Why are you in the death universe? Where's the death universe if you're not here? Eh? Humans? The unknown has humans too? Great, I hate humans the most. Come on, kid. Toad 6 clenched its steel fork and charged at Red Hero, releasing its deathly stillness energy and blasting forward with incomparable darkness. Star Toad's eye. Red Hero did not understand. The 7 treasures heavenly toad was clearly in cahoots with the 3 universes. Why would it help the death universe and say that it hated humans? But it did not matter. Leave this damn toad to me. With that, he stepped forward with his sword. Demao stared at Li Luochen and then vaguely glanced at Luin. The giant's dining table suddenly appeared, and it sneered. You're still an ant if you don't reach the abyss. Li Luochen, I'll send you on your way today. Luin could not see Li Luochen's expression, but it must have been disdain. Those guarding the 4 directions were not simple experts. Although they had not reached the abyss, there was still the stone toad. That pure black creature had been able to fight against Toad 6 before it had become an abyss, and it had only lost once in 5 battles. It was definitely an existence that conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. As for the remaining one, if it had really participated in the abyss contest as Luin had guessed, then it had also returned alive from the stone toad's sword. Where did Demao get the confidence to fight against them all at once? And there was also Li Luochen. Even if Luin could help, he would need to be absolutely certain. The answer quickly appeared, and Qinghe swayed. The immortal master had arrived as well. With so many experts appearing, it was equivalent to an all-out war. De Mao's voice was transmitted to Lu Yin's mind at the same time. Li Luochen is at his limit. As long as you can force it to attack, then you'll be able to draw the river of time over. I'll create an opportunity for you. To Lu Yin's side, the creature with the bloodshot skeleton and the pure black creature charged out at the same time. Even so, he would still be exposed after dealing with Li Luochen. At the very least, Toad 6 and the others would know about this. There was also thousand trickery. Did it really not care as much as it had said? Lu Yin could not see the situation clearly, so he could only take one step at a time. Wang Wen had paid a huge price to make a bet with thousand trickery and had even imparted the Skirich technique to him. He would not be exposed so easily. Boom! There was a loud explosion as De Mao attacked the pure black creature in his giant form. The pure black creature exploded with a deathly stillness that lifted De Mao's giant fist from below. The immortal master used the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan, and Xianxia swept towards the creature with the bloodshot skeleton. The creature roared at the sky, and a deathly stillness spread out from its body, forming a spiderweb that blocked and even wrapped around Xianxia. However, it had underestimated the immortal master. Although the immortal master was not an existence that conformed to the laws of the 2 universes, he was definitely not weak. The Xianxia plants bloomed one after another, and a terrifying amount of vitality condensed into a single breath. Even further away, Toad 6 held a steel pitchfork and attacked Red Hero with the Star Toad's eyes. Red Hero's expression was cold. Every time the emotionless blade slashed out, Toad 6's steel pitchfork would tremble. If not for the fact that Toad 6 had absorbed a wave of deathly stillness before becoming an abyss and used it to stabilize his steel pitchfork, he would not have been able to block Red Hero. Red Hero was a powerhouse that conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. He was comparable to a veteran abyssal that controlled the life and death calamity. He was even more capable of concealing himself and was unfathomable. It was almost impossible for Toad 6 to defeat him. As the most talented creature in the history of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad, Toad 6 was not bad. His current combat power might have surpassed Toad Boss and was second only to Patriarch Shan. However, the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad was not the strongest creature in the square inch, and Red Hero was also one of the most talented humans. He had lived for far longer than Toad 6. Toad 6 was having a hard time. Lu Yin did not have time to care about the other battles. His gaze swept across the sword-testing stone and finally stopped on Li Luochen. As long as he could force it to attack and release more of its limits, he would be able to draw the immortal master's time. Wang Wen, let's see how you're going to help me get through this time's exposure. Lu Yin clenched his fist and condensed the power of deathly stillness in his palm. He released it and struck out at Li Luochen. On this battlefield, Sirius and the Seal of Life and Death could not be used. This was because the Seal of Life and Death source was a reactive force produced by the power of deathly stillness. It was different from controlling the life and death calamity. He could only use the power of deathly stillness and all the battle techniques derived from it. Lu Yin's fist slammed into the source material, widening the gap. Within the source material, Li Luochen suddenly turned to Lu Yin, so you were the traitor. Lu Yin fell silent. Did he know that there was a traitor? This was truly a chain of events. The unknown had planted a traitor in the Death Universe, and the Death Universe should have planted a traitor in the unknown as well. Both sides were keeping an eye on each other and scheming against each other. Both sides were giants and were not stupid. However, he was more willing to believe in Wang Wen's methods. With that in mind, he punched out again. Li Luochen barked, sword-testing stone, what are you waiting for? The sword-testing stone did not move and simply stood in place, allowing Lu Yin to attack Li Luochen. Li Luochen cursed inwardly, remembering that the sword-testing stone did not attack humanoid life forms, which was why it had been tossed into the ocean of death. Damn it, the remnants of the 9th base were useless and would probably be destroyed after this battle. Thump. 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 Lu Yin attacked the source material again and again, not daring to cause too much of a commotion. If the ocean of death's Pluto sensed him, even Wang Wen would not be able to help him hide. He attacked as he looked into the distance. The 100 tributaries of the River of Time and the main one, along with the power of deathly stillness and divine power, had completely covered the area. This was a terrifying battlefield that he had never experienced before. Even during the 3 universal calamities, he had dealt with his opponents one by one. Moreover, there had not been any terrifying powerhouses like Wang Wen or the Ocean of Death's Pluto in that battle. Only Lu Yin's main body could step into that battlefield. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out. The gap in the Source Scroll's materials kept widening. Demao, the Divine Master, and Red Hero all saw this scene. Similarly, Old Six, the pure black creature, and the skeletal creature with streaks of blood on its body also saw it. Old Six shrieked, "It's a traitor. Damn it." The pure black creature turned around and unleashed a grey torrent. This was the power of time. It followed Li Luochen, who was the ferryman of a tributary of the River of Time. He had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Time. He was also skilled in the Tao of Time. However, it was intercepted by Demao. Only the skeletal creature with streaks of blood on its body turned around and charged towards Lu Yin. Although the Divine Master was not afraid of it, it was difficult for him to stop it. When the skeletal creature approached Lu Yin, the sword testing stone moved. It formed a sword and stabbed towards the creature. The creature did not expect the sword testing stone to attack it and was caught off guard. Its body was pierced by the sword. Fortunately, it was made of bone and did not have any flesh, so the sword was not too heavy. The Divine Master took the opportunity to press down on Xianxia and prevent the creature from attacking Lu Yin. Lu Yin punched out again. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate from another direction. He turned around and looked at Wang Wen's battlefield. Darkness appeared from a single point. It was even darker than the surrounding deathly stillness, as if it was the source of all darkness. Was that the 3 deaths technique? The next moment, the darkness bloomed with rays of black light that pierced in all directions. It was the Death Boundary Classics battle technique, Deadens. Deadens spread out, and 3 of them pierced towards them. One of them swept past Lu Yin and shot out. One extended towards the Divine Master, who hurriedly dodged. However, Xianxia's body was half melted. One extended towards Red Hero and Old Six. They separated from each other and allowed the Deadens to pass between them. The Deadens extended endlessly, causing one's scalp to go numb. This was the terrifying deathly stillness of the Death Sea's pressure. Lu Yin was certain that the deathly stillness contained within this battle technique alone surpassed all of his abilities. The Death Sea's pressure was the existence with the most deathly stillness in the Death Universe. "Careful," Lu Yin shouted. "The Deadens will change." In the next moment, all of the death paths began to rotate, but they did not converge towards the same path as Lu Yin's. Instead, they began to rotate, and the first thing they touched was a pure black creature. The death paths passed right through the creature, but nothing happened. The path of death only attacked creatures that did not cultivate the power of desolation. Lu Yin and the others could not see the battlefield clearly, and the existence of that battlefield did not understand what was going on here either. It only targeted creatures that did not cultivate the power of desolation, or else Lu Yin would definitely have been attacked. Demao and the Immortal Master hurriedly moved along with it. The Red Hero glanced into the distance. He lifted his foot and took a step forward, crossing the dead path. The dead path suddenly released a deathly silent power that connected heaven and earth, enveloping the Red Hero. Lu Yin looked over. Red Hero, unhindered, walked out of the path of death and headed in the direction of Li Luochen's decline. He forcibly withstood Dead End's attack. Nothing was absolute. This was Red Hero's law of the universe, and it was rather difficult to deal with. Green Lotus Defender knew that he was comparable to the pinnacle of 2 laws of the universe, but he still needed to spend a long time to adapt to the karma celestial phenomenon before using it to deal with Red Hero. The Ocean of Death's underworld pressure was very strong, and it might even reach the level of 3 laws of the universe. However, it was impossible to defeat the Red Hero with just a single path of death. The Red Hero crossed one path of death after another and landed in front of Li Luochen. He raised his sword high and slashed down. A single slash tore apart the scroll. The material split the gap that Lu Yin had only barely managed to open after so many punches. It was just a single slash. The sword swept across and slashed down. The materials of the scroll were torn apart once more. At this moment, all of the paths of death suddenly converged and transformed into a beam of light that shot towards the red hero. The red hero retreated, one hand holding onto his sword and the other grabbing onto the materials of the scroll as he retreated step by step. Luin understood that the red hero's target was the materials of the scroll, but what did he want them for? The red hero possessed the clear sourcebox array, which meant that he had a connection with the clear civilization. Could it be that he wanted to use the materials of the scroll to contact the clear civilization? The paths of death chased after the red hero, and the red hero retreated all the way to the Divine Master's side. Behind him was a skeletal creature with streaks of blood on its body. The skeletal creature immediately attacked the red hero, but the red hero ignored it. Its attacks were completely useless, and the red hero grabbed onto the creature's body and retreated once more. The paths of death changed once more, splitting into countless smaller paths of death that curved and gradually closed together. The red hero grabbed onto the skeletal creature and leapt up, charging out of the paths of death. Demao roared and charged out at the same time as the immortal master. For a moment, neither Old Six nor the pure black creature tried to stop them. The paths of death closed completely, forming a cage. Within the cage were Li Luochen, Luin, the sword-testing stone, Old Six, and the pure black creature. Outside the cage, the red hero coldly glanced over and released his grip. The skeletal creature roared and attacked, but the red hero did not care at all. Capturing this creature and the materials of the scroll would be considered as completing the unknown mission. Wang Wen, 8 colors. No matter who was plotting against him, he would not do anything for the unknown. Although he had not done anything for the unknown before, he was even more vigilant now. This was especially true in a war between two enormous civilizations, and cannon fodder was sometimes inadvertently created. Demao and the red hero. The immortal master looked at Luin within the cage. The immortal master fell silent while Demao attacked the cage in an attempt to release Luin. No matter how one looked at it, Luin was alone, and he had to face off against Old Six, the pure black creature, and Li Luochen. Suddenly, another wave of energy shot out from the main battlefield's paths of death, peeling off layers of the void and bringing with it an extremely cold chill. In that instant, the red hero, Demao, and the others felt their scalps go numb. The cage formed by the paths of death was swept into the distance by this wave of energy, shattering the heavens along the way. The red hero looked deeply at the main battlefield. That was Wang Wen's power. He saw it again, that irresistible terror. He was the true abyss. Demao also looked at the main battlefield and felt powerless. No wonder Gao Tiandu had been beaten so badly that he could not return home. This master of balance was definitely an old freak who was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. Fortunately, this wave of energy only appeared once before it was blocked by the master of time's power. Even someone who was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe could not suppress the master of time's power, as that was the power of time that covered the entire area. Wang Wen, the ocean of death's abyssal pressure, and the other top experts were all submerged in time, unable to affect the outside world for a while. At the same time, Luin was aghast as his body tumbled within the paths of death's cage. Toad Old Six and Li Luochen could not avoid it, and by the time they reacted, they could no longer see the main battlefield or red hero, Demao, and the others. The paths of death's cage had been thrown far, far away. Luin used his mirroring technique to look into the distance, but he did not know which direction. Even if the main battlefield was within his range, it was still difficult to pinpoint its location. He turned around and saw Li Luochen hiding in the darkness in a corner of the paths of death's cage. In the other 3 directions were Toad Old Six, the pure black creature, and the sword-testing stone. Toad Old Six was the first to speak, and he stared at Luin. "Very well, you traitor. Tell me, when did you join the unknown? How long have you been lying to us? You were given the bone speech, so how did you join the unknown?" Luin glanced at Toad Old Six, as it was the most threatening one here. Ruthless Fall Dust Decay was extremely powerful, one of the abysses. However, it couldn't take action. Even though this place was far from the main battlefield, for the Great River of Time, it covered the entire area. This bit of distance couldn't be considered far at all. Furthermore, he had lost the materials for the original scroll, so the moment he attacked, he would be pulled away by the River of Time. This was also why he could not stop Red Hero from stealing the original scroll materials. Then there was the pure black creature. Luin looked over. Hey, traitor, I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking at it? I even helped you enter the abyss of 1,000 trickeries, you traitor, you despicable traitor. Toad Old Six rebuked Luin angrily. Lu Yin's tone was calm. The one who gave me the bone speech was Legui's withering, but my deathly stillness power has already surpassed it. Unless the ocean of death's pressure or the 1,000 trickeries suppress me, I am free. You think you can betray the death universe just because you're free? You traitor! Toad Old Six roared. Li Luochen's voice rang out, there must be traitors in the death universe, and there must be more than one. This time, we've forced them out. There's no need to know the reason. Get rid of them, Toad. Toad Old Six was dissatisfied. Li Luochen, what did you call me? It called you a toad. Luin replied, but his gaze remained vigilant against the pure black creature. This fellow had attacked him before, so it was not weak. All right. He still had the sword-testing stone to help him block it. Li Luochen, you dare call me a toad? Apologize. Toad Old Six barked. Li Luochen's tone was cold. Hurry up and get rid of that traitor. As long as the ocean of death's pressure and the others are forced back, I will have a chance to unleash my full potential and complete my goal of surviving for another era. Toad Old Six stared at Li Luochen. Say it again. Apologize. What do you mean? What do you mean? This astral toad is called the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad, and the Abyss's codename is the Invincible Heavenly Toad. You dare call me a toad? This is an insult. Apologize. Now is not the time to talk about this. This is the most important thing to me. I'll say it one last time. Apologize. What do you want? Toad Old Six leapt up and swung his pitchfork at Li Luochen. I've said it so many times, you still don't understand? You dare insult this toad? You're courting death. Luin was stunned, was this toad for real? Internal strife at this time? Hold on. Luin stared at Toad Old Six, who was not holding back at all. Li Luochen transformed into a black stream of energy that constantly dodged. Toad Old Six's body surged with a deathly still energy, and its pitchfork danced as it stabbed out. This attack was even more ferocious than when it had faced Red Hero. No matter how stupid Toad Old Six was, it would not do such a thing at this time. Luin could tell. Li Luochen could tell as well. Toad, you're also a traitor. Toad Old Six roared, you're the traitor. This toad is synonymous with loyalty. Isn't the death universe's abyss stronger than the unknowns? Why did you betray them? Or did you come from the unknowns from the start? Li Luochen did not understand. Luin was even more confused. The Seven Treasure Sky Toad and the unknowns were enemies, and another Seven Treasure Sky Toad had died at the hands of the unknowns. Luin could understand why Toad Old Six had joined the Death Universe and wanted to use it to deal with the unknowns, but he could not understand why Toad Old Six had betrayed them. OL6 was still roaring, I'm not a traitor. You forced me to do this. He then used the Star Toad star plucking hand and plucked stars from the sky, releasing a powerful aura from his body. Luin understood that OL6 was Wang Wen's backup plan. Bang! The Star Toad star plucking hand struck Li Luochen's body, dispersing the black aura around his body to reveal a liquid-like white. Luin was shocked, was that the soft universe? Soft devouring tracer? OL6 was stunned as well, soft devouring tracer? Opposite him, the black aura dissipated as soft devouring tracer appeared. The white liquid slowly wriggled as it spoke in a cold voice, that human skeleton was just a small fish. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish like you. Damn Toad, you actually managed to reach the abyss. But that's it. All of you will die today. Luin was shocked, this was actually soft devouring tracer, which meant that they had been tricked by the death universe from the very beginning. Then where was the real Li Luochen? Hundreds of tributaries of the River of Time and countless years of accumulated materials had all been used up. This was truly a huge move. The Death Universe's goal was not just to find traitors like them, but also to deal with the unknown. Then, perhaps the thousand trickeries had known from the very beginning, or perhaps it had been directing them to allow Luin to join the unknowns. To the Death Universe, they did not need a traitor like him, their goal had always been the entire unknowns. A huge move. Everyone was the main character of their own life, but they were only supporting characters in the lives of others. Luin was the same. He had all sorts of methods to obtain what he wanted, but in the scheme of others, he was still just an insignificant chess piece. Actually, from the moment he had confessed that he had joined the unknowns, the thousand trickeries should have planned for this day. However, the thousand trickeries had never contacted the other abysses, which was why Luin knew that even if he had not joined the unknowns, Soft Devouring Tracer would have appeared instead of Li Luochen. Soft Devouring Tracer was a ball of white lava that Luin had encountered more than once. This time, he could feel the terrifying aura of the white lava. It was so oppressive that it felt like it could drown out the world. Kill. Rocher Zhongshuan said in a low voice. Her body extended and enlarged, forming a huge covering area. Toad Old Six stabbed out with its steel fork and ruthlessly pierced into Soft Devouring Zhongshuan's body. However, it was as if it had pierced into cotton and there was no reaction. The white lava even flowed along the steel fork and covered Old Six. Luin made his move. Since he was far away from the main battlefield, he could use all of his techniques. First, he used the Seal of Life and Death. He sent a palm strike towards the white lava, but the sword testing stone was one step faster than him. It formed a sword that streaked through the void and cut through everything in its path before finally landing on the white lava. Just like Old Sixth Toad's steel fork, the sword sank into the white lava. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker actually swallowed their attacks. Lu Yin's Seal of Life and Death was also swallowed up. Behind him, the pure black creature attacked. Luin turned around and struck out with a palm. The pure black creature rushed toward the Seal of Life and Death. Just as it was about to be hit by the Seal of Life and Death, it suddenly stopped and went around it. A strange curved blade appeared. It was very big, and the blade was as big as the pure black creature. As the scimitar was raised, Luin sighed and waved his hand. Yama's Gate. The first needle. He would not underestimate this G. To be able to defeat Old Sixth Toad once in 5 rounds before reaching the abyss, this showed how powerful it was. Perhaps Old Sixth Toad had not used all of its strength, but this G definitely had the strength to conform to the laws of the universe. The first needle of Yama's Gate was formed from vitality. The needle swept past and pierced into G's body. G suddenly stopped. Luin took the opportunity to take a step forward. I'll leave Soft Devouring Trace Seeker to you. Old Sixth Toad gripped the steel fork tightly. Who told you that? I just wanted to apologize. Traitor. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's body swelled, and an invisible force cut through the void, the 9 heavens of the void. The sword testing stone did not move, as if it would only protect Luin. As long as Luin was not attacked, it would not take the initiative to attack. Luin came in front of G and struck out with both palms. Seal of Life and Death. Suddenly, G dodged. Under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, the scimitar flipped over and cut down the toad. Luin turned back. The first needle of Yama's Gate had such little effect? Was it not attacking him because of the sword testing stone? With Soft Devouring Trace Seeker in front and G behind, Old Sixth Toad suddenly became anxious. It waved its steel fork, and a deathly power surged out in an endless torrent, rushing straight into the starry sky. This was the deathly power it possessed after becoming the abyss, and it was far more powerful than before. Luin hurriedly chased after G. Suddenly, his movements paused, and an indescribable chill appeared. He turned around and saw 2 points. Not good, that was the Sway of the End. G actually knew this move? The Sway of the End was like a line connecting 2 balls, sweeping towards Luin. After Luin dodged, it swept straight towards Soft Devouring Trace Seeker. Luin stared blankly as the Sway of the End entered Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's body, splitting it into 2. Luin was stunned. Old Sixth Toad was also stunned. What? What was going on? G was not stunned. Under the black airflow, the scimitar swept past Old Sixth Toad and slashed towards Soft Devouring Trace Seeker. Old Sixth Toad's eyes almost popped out. Another traitor? Not only them, but even Soft Devouring Trace Seeker did not expect G to be a traitor. Damn it, why were there traitors everywhere? They had used Li Luochen's decay to trigger this battle in order to ferret out the traitors in the Death Universe. At the same time, they had surrounded and attacked the unknowns who had come. Now that the unknowns had suffered heavy losses, it was time for another battle. There were 5 creatures guarding Li Luochen's decay. They were the new Abyss Toad Old Sixth, who had originally been Li Luochen's strongest subordinate, G, Lu Yin of the Thousand Trickeries Abyss, Test Stone of the Dead Sea's Abyssal Pressure, and the skeletal creature that belonged to Soft Devouring Trace Seeker. In the end, the skeletal creature had been taken away by Red Hero, and the remaining 4 were all traitors. Even the existence who had set everything up would not have thought of such a situation. This was especially true for G, who had followed Li Luochen's decay for a very long time. It was unimaginable that he would betray the Death Universe. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker suddenly laughed in a low and hoarse voice. Good, very good. This setup was really worth it. So many traitors were lured out in one go. Once I get rid of you, the Death Universe can rest for a while. All of you, go to hell. After saying that, the void was torn apart in an instant, and the 9 heavens covered everything. Old Sixth stretched out both palms, and the Star Toad star-plucking palm directly shattered the 9 heavens. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker, you're finished. It's you guys who are finished. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's body touched the Death Path prison that imprisoned them. Immediately after, the Death Path prison melted and directly integrated into Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's body, causing it to turn pitch black. Lu Yin suddenly remembered. He thought of Black Bone with the great golden wings. Not good, quickly stop it. Without needing his reminder, Old Sixth and G had already made their moves. However, Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's defense was extremely strong, and they could not immediately interrupt it. Lu Yin hurriedly pierced Yama's first needle to restrain Soft Devouring Trace Seeker, but Yama's first needle also could not advance an inch. This move was not invincible, and not everyone could deal with it. When Soft Devouring Trace Seeker completely turned pitch black, the pressure released caused Lu Yin and the others' expressions to change. That was the death path that the Dead Sea's nether pressure wanted to sweep away everything. The power of silence contained within was quite majestic, and it could force Red Hero, De Mao, and the others to retreat. Coupled with Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's own power of silence, no one knew exactly how much power of silence Soft Devouring Trace Seeker was hiding at this moment. Void, 9 heavens! Soft Devouring Trace Seeker shouted, and darkness swept across the world, dividing the void into 9. Old Sixth Steel Trident stood upright, and he was repelled by a single blow. G's scimitar was directly broken. Lu Yin slammed the seal of life and death horizontally, and the enormous power of the void crushed him, causing him to continuously release the power of silence. Sirius's Art of Stars shattered one by one. He gritted his teeth, and the 3 Deaths technique appeared in his palm. The majestic power of silence appeared along with the 3 Deaths technique, Death Path. A black beam of light blasted towards Soft Devouring Trace Seeker from the 3 Deaths technique. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker's body directly smashed into Death Path. With a boom, the darkness confronted each other, covering all light. It was a pure black attack. Darkness and darkness were fighting for control of the universe. Lu Yin continuously released the power of silence from the 3 Deaths technique, and Soft Devouring Trace Seeker similarly used the power of silence. They were in a stalemate. Lu Yin wanted to absorb the power of silence released by Soft Devouring Trace Seeker, but it was not that easy. Unless it was suppressed, it would be difficult to absorb under such intense attacks. Take advantage while Lu Yin and Soft Devouring Trace Seeker were exhausting the power of silence, Old Sixth, G, and the Sword Testing Stone all attacked Soft Devouring Trace Seeker. Their attacks fell like raindrops, but they did not have much effect on Soft Devouring Trace Seeker. Its defense was terrifyingly strong, and it gave Lu Yin a feeling that it surpassed even Life or Death Path. Life or Death Path had a strong defense, a terrifying power of silence, and an absolute attack power. Soft Devouring Trace Seeker did not have such majestic power of silence. If not for the death path from the Dead Sea's nether pressure, its power of silence would not be comparable to Luin, who had reached his own limit. As for its attack power, it was needless to say. It could catch an Eternal Realm expert by relying on its own defense, covering the enemy. In the end, it only had two kinds of abilities, one was defense, and the other was a clone. It was much worse than the other abysses, but when the Death Path's nether pressure's power of silence fused with it, it was different. It was only at this moment that Luin realized that the Ocean of Death's Pluto had split its attention and created a path of death during the intense battle. It had not been for the sake of killing Red Hero, Big Harry, and the others, but rather for the sake of giving the power of deathly stillness to Rocher Sun. It had all been for this moment. The Death Universe was advancing step by step. Luin gritted his teeth. No matter what, his power of silence was enough to consume more than half of Soft Devouring Traceseeker's power. Old Sixth and the others' attacks continuously landed on Soft Devouring Traceseeker's body, but the dark magma was soft and could not be broken, making them feel helpless. Within Lu Yin's three deaths technique, the power of silence was constantly being consumed, and nearly half of it had been consumed. On the other side, Soft Devouring Traceseeker was far more shocked than anyone else. It had not expected Luin to have so much power of silence. When it recognized the three deaths technique, it knew that Luin would have a lot of power of silence, but it had guessed that it would at most be equivalent to its own power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Luin would have more power of silence. But now, the power of silence of this human skeleton had already consumed far more power of silence than Soft Devouring Traceseeker's own power reserves. This traitor was White Bones and had been bestowed with the bone language. It could only survive by relying on the power of silence. The fact that it didn't care about exhausting the power of silence meant that it still had a lot of it. It didn't want to waste any more time as there was no point in doing so. As it thought about it, it suddenly dodged. Lu Yin's attack missed, so he turned around and struck out with a palm. Soft Devouring Tracer was stunned as it was greeted by Yama's first needle. It was followed by the Seal of Life and Death. Totaled 6 and the others' attacks were useless, and Lu Yin's attack couldn't do anything to Soft Devouring Tracer. Totaled 6 gritted his teeth. We have to kill this one, or we'll all die. Human White Bones, continue to exhaust its deathly stillness energy and turn its skin white. Luin was helpless. What's the point of it not exhausting me? Gee, do you have any ideas? Totaled 6 asked loudly. G didn't answer at all. We're all in the same boat, think of something. Totaled 6 was anxious. Soft Devouring Tracer's cold voice rang out. You traitors are destined to die. I won't let any of you escape. With that, the dark magma suddenly dispersed and disappeared. Lu Yin's heart tightened as he saw it. In that direction, Yama's first needle was raised. Totaled 6's pitchfork stabbed in another direction. G also attacked at the same time. Soft Devouring Tracer was present in all three directions? No, not just that. Soft Devouring Tracer was everywhere, and as the darkness covered them like a curtain, they were covered. Soft Devouring Tracer's body expanded beyond the range of several universes, directly covering Luin, Totaled 6, G, and Sword Testing Stone. Inner Cosmos. Totaled 6 was horrified. Oh no, I forgot that this is Soft Devouring Tracer's ultimate move. Chu Qianji mentioned it before. Luin stared into the distance. He couldn't see the end? Impossible, mirror light could see the distance of an ordinary Eternal Realm speed for 200 years. No matter how much Soft Devouring Tracer expanded, it couldn't reach this level. This was too exaggerated. Even if it broke through the level of 3 universes' laws, Luin wouldn't believe it. But mirror light really couldn't see the limit. Listen up, you two. Life and death are hanging by a thread. We have to break through this inner cosmos. Otherwise, even if we don't die, we'll be taken to the Death Universe. The inner starry sky is the ultimate move of the Soft Devouring Tracer. The trickery of 1,000 trickeries was specially created for it, and no one else can learn it. This move uses the power of silence to create a space of consciousness within its body. The external appearance is similar to that of stars. Every additional star will create an additional space of consciousness. The space of consciousness is not a real space, but it can give you the feeling of a real space being limitless. The wider the space of consciousness, the harder it is to escape. Here, you can't move, you can't escape, you can only endure. As they spoke, stars lit up above their heads one after another, increasing in number. Even before he had lit up the stars, he had been unable to see the end of this place. Now, he was even further away. Of course, he now knew that this was not a real space, but since his consciousness had been deceived and he had a sense of space, what was the difference between this and a real space? It was just like if a person had lied his whole life, then what he said would be the truth. His consciousness had been deceived, and he couldn't see the real starry sky. This was the real starry sky. The soft devouring tracer can't kill us. It doesn't have that ability, but it can drag us back to the death universe, Sixth Toad said. Luine shouted, "Shut up. What are you talking about? Just tell me how to break it." Sixth Toad roared angrily, "How would I know?" Luine was speechless. It was indeed nonsense. The sword-testing stone turned into a sword and pierced the void. It was useless. The void was pierced and constantly shattered, but this space of consciousness was endless. Wait, Luine looked at the sword-testing stone. Even the stone's consciousness had been deceived? That was really ruthless. This was definitely not a simple battle technique with the power of deathly stillness. Instead, it was created with the soft devouring tracer's own characteristics. He suddenly remembered Red Hero's words. Red Hero had once given him false coordinates to kill him. Among them, there were 2 false coordinates that he had hoped for. One was the immortal Plume civilization, and the other was this soft universe. He had thought that the soft universe could deal with his teleportation. Could this be the move he was talking about? This soft devouring tracer might have known this move, and the 1,000 trickery tricks had only helped it deduce a method to enhance the power of deathly stillness. Otherwise, there was no reason why others couldn't learn it. G also made a move. His attack was simple and unadorned, but it was also difficult to deal with the soft devouring tracer. Luine did not move. Sixth Brother did not move either. They knew that even if they attacked, it would be useless. They had to think of a way to break this move. A move could break it. It could either be the move itself or the power of deathly stillness. Listen up, both of you. I can exhaust its power of deathly stillness as much as possible, but even so, I might not be able to break through this inner space. Before the power of deathly stillness lights up the stars, this inner space is infinitely far away. However, this is already the limit of what I can do. The 2 of you will have to think of a way for the rest. Sixth Brother's tone was low. Luine looked into the distance. Was the toad trying to break through the power of deathly stillness? Then the only thing left was the move itself. Even without the power of deathly stillness, the inner space was still deceiving one's consciousness. Be careful. After figuring out the move, only one's consciousness would not be deceived. But how could one not be deceived? If the main body was here, this soft devouring tracer would not be able to deceive one's consciousness. The main body's consciousness was quite terrifying, but this was only a clone. There was no time to waste, and Sixth Brother had already made his move. It was afraid that the soft devouring tracer was on its way to the dead universe and could not be delayed. And its method of breaking through the power of deathly stillness was the Star Toad Star Plucking Hand. The Star Toad Star Plucking Hand was an ultimate technique of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad. It was strong by plucking the stars. Ancestor Xian had a civilization as the stars, and he had plucked the civilization to use this technique, overturning the universe's stars. Although Sixth Brother had not reached that realm, he had also used the power of deathly stillness as the stars and plucked the power of deathly stillness to use this technique. It would definitely not be able to pluck the power of deathly stillness, but the process of plucking was the process of soft devouring tracer exhausting the power of deathly stillness. It all depended on how long it could pluck. I'll pluck, I'll pluck, I'll pluck. Sixth Brother looked up and slapped his claws as he plucked continuously. Above their heads, the light of deathly stillness flickered and dimmed continuously. It was visible to the naked eye that it was connected to the infinite stars, as if there were black lines connecting it. It was like flying a kite. You two, hurry up. Sixth Brother barked. Luin looked at Ji. Ji stood silently in his original position, clearly unable to do anything. Luin sighed. If that was the case, then that was the only way. He could not prevent his consciousness from being deceived, but if the soft devouring tracer could deceive his consciousness, then he could too. Deceive was a little. He wanted to make his consciousness go crazy. Lu Yin's bony palm bent, and on the surface of his body, divine power spread from his bones. Then, it soared into the sky, and the green light shattered the darkness, causing ripples in the void, attracting Sixth Brother's attention. Sixth Brother stared at Luin. Divine power? When did this guy join the unknown? It was definitely not before the fight for the abyss position. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to know about the 1,000 trickeries. What was going on now? He had hidden it too deeply. Ji might also be looking at Luin, and Luin could feel his gaze. However, he had no time to pay attention to it now. Divine power boiled crazily and continued to spread. The divine power contained in the Tongtian technique was the same as the power of deathly stillness contained in the Three Deaths technique. It allowed him to have power reserves that far exceeded his current realm. At this moment, Soft Devouring Tracer was also shocked. You actually still have such majestic divine power? Impossible, it's impossible for me not to see through the 1,000 trickeries. What's going on with you? At this moment, Luin could no longer hear the sound of the outside world. He could only hear the divine power flowing in his body like blood, as if there was an endless amount of divine power gushing out. The Tongtian technique could absorb the divine power slowly, but now that it was released all at once, its majesty was not something that the clone could suppress. Back when his original body was a rogue, it was almost driven crazy by the tricolored divine power. Now, the clone was also enduring the divine power's encroachment. That kind of madness, if not for the lack of eyeballs, would have already turned scarlet. The uncontrollable desire to kill continued to spread, and Luin let this influence go. As the divine power rumbled, he lost his external perception. In the eyes of the toads, Luin had gone crazy. He leaped up and bombarded the void with divine power continuously, as if there was an invisible monster fighting with him. The universe trembled and swayed, and Luin was like a caged beast that wanted to break free from its cage. Sixth Brother gritted his teeth. I'll pluck, I'll pluck, I'll pluck. Soft Devouring Tracer was aghast. Its deathly stillness was being consumed, and its body was being attacked. The inner starry sky was obviously infinitely big, but that human-shaped skeleton was not deceived. Its self-consciousness was constantly tearing at its body. Finally, a similar darkness appeared in an abrupt manner. The inner starry sky was broken. Sixth Brother's eyes widened, and he leaped up and rushed out. Ji's speed was not slow either, and he immediately rushed out. Luin was still tearing crazily. The sword-testing stone turned into a sword and attacked Soft Devouring Tracer. The inner starry sky was broken, and Soft Devouring Tracer's body shrank, releasing Luin. Old Six thrust his pitchfork forward. Die for me. Soft Devouring Tracer's body did not move. No matter how the steel fork pierced, it was still like cotton. Damn toad, how much of my deathly stillness do you think you've consumed? Since I can't drag you away, I'll kill you myself. After saying that, its body became pure black again. It twisted, and then its body spread and protruded. Those protruding parts changed into various forms. There were swords, knives, palms, fists. In short, there were all kinds of forms. Then, it attacked Sixth Brother and Ji. With its own defense and the power of the deathly stillness, even if the attack was not methodical, as long as Sixth Brother and Ji wanted to kill it, they had to resist those attacks. Bang bang bang. The steel fork almost fell out of their hands as they fought. Sixth Brother panted. It couldn't move at all. It glanced into the distance. Ji's attacks could not do anything to Soft Devouring Tracer. They had been consuming Soft Devouring Tracer's deathly stillness power. Only by consuming it could they deal with its main body. On the other side, the sword-testing stone did not move, because Luin did not move either. Soft Devouring Tracer did not attack Luin. As long as Luin was not attacked, the sword-testing stone was a stone. Sixth Brother gritted his teeth and was incomparably envious. What a good bodyguard. Hey, have you rested enough? Sixth brother shouted as he stared at Luin. Luin slowly raised his head. More than half of his divine power had been consumed, and he had finally recovered his rationality. He did not know how he had broken Soft Devouring Tracer's inner starry sky. Looking at the fierce battle between Xianxia's son, Old Six, and Ji, Luin also joined the battle. He kept using Never Forget the World, Yama's First Needle, Sirius, and so on. His goal was to consume Xianxia's son's power of silence. Xianxia's son wouldn't let them go, and they couldn't let Xianxia's son go either. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the pursuit of the Death Universe. This battle was destined not to be known by outsiders. Either they killed Xianxia's son, they died, or they escaped. There was no other choice. Based on this premise, there was only one reason why Xianxia's son was still fighting with them. It was confident that it could kill them. The power of silence in its body was much more than they imagined. It was definitely not as simple as the death path given by the Death Sea's pressure. Right, Luin suddenly thought of something. We've always thought that Xianxia's son had the least amount of power of silence. Is this at least referring to its complete form or its clone? This question made Old Six subconsciously pause. He was caught off guard and was sent flying by Xianxia's son's slap. A visible palm print appeared on his face. It was very humiliating. But now it couldn't care less. It stared at Xianxia's son. Was it the complete form or its clone? They subconsciously thought that it was the complete form and never considered anything else. But what if it wasn't? Each clone of Xianxia's son had the combat power of an eternal life realm. Even the weakest eternal life realm would contain a lot of power of silence. Then? It's the clone. Ji spoke for the first time. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was very neutral. Luin and Old Six looked at Ji. Are you sure? Yes. Ji said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Six stomped his feet. If he knew, he didn't want to fight anymore. Since the Death Universe could scheme against the unknown this time, it must have made Xianxia's son complete. Only God knew how much power of silence a complete Xianxia's son contained. The Death Sea's pressure also assisted it. This was terrifying. No wonder this guy was confident in killing them. They didn't see this enemy clearly from the beginning. Ji's tone was calm. If I said so earlier, you guys would have run away. Old Six and Luin stared at Ji blankly. This guy was very two-faced. And they felt that he had a better reason to kill Xianxia's son than them. Otherwise, how could they join hands to kill Xianxia's son when they knew? Ji, how did you know? Xianxia's son asked. Ji didn't answer. Forget it, Xianxia's son's voice. Rocher Zhongshuan's voice was low and hoarse. The power of death and stillness that I possess in my complete form is not below that of the black immortal prison bone. It's just that from the beginning, the Death Universe let me join and promised to give me the abyssal position on the condition that I must use a clone to help them capture the eternal life realm. Otherwise, do you think I'm willing to use a clone? It's your honor to see me in my entirety. I'll send you all on your way. Luin looked at Rocher's son. When did you join the Death Universe? Stu Sun Sun Sun. And Sun was. It was. Was. And S no, and yet, and, but let S, and yet. SB, go. Ido dice, and sure S's. However, if it was before, Soft Devouring Trace Seeker must have cultivated the power of deathly stillness, and it was impossible for Red Hero not to notice. The Soft Universe is broken. The existence of the power of silence didn't mean that Soft Devouring Tracer had it before Red Hero accepted the mission. It could also be that after Red Hero's failed assassination attempt, it joined the Death Universe and then cultivated it. Thus, Luin could not tell whether it was before or after. Although it was Red Hero's business, through these things, he could distinguish 8 colors' thoughts. It's time to send you on your way. Soft Devouring Tractor's body expanded, and she attacked Lu Yin's group with even more forms. Luin and the rest could only continuously evade and attack any part of Soft Devouring Sun's body, which was equivalent to a direct confrontation. None of them left. They all had to kill Rocher Xianxuan. Since they had already fought to this point, they could only fight on. Time. continued to pass, and there was no news from the main battlefield. They didn't even know where the main battlefield was, and their current location was no longer the same as before. They had been dragged by the soft devouring tracer for some distance. After an unknown amount of time, soft devouring trace still hadn't exhausted all of its deathly stillness energy. Sixth brother Toad was panting heavily. He was so tired that he was panting. Luin was tired as well. He had used up more than half of his divine power, and his deathly stillness was nearing its end. Yama's first needle and Forgetful in the world were able to hit soft devouring tracer every time, but what was the use? It was impossible to break through his defense. Ji's deathly stillness energy was visibly decreasing. We can't go on like this. We still can't see the end, Luin said. Sixth brother Toad gritted his teeth. It would be a pity to give up now. Besides, soft devouring trace wouldn't let them escape so easily. Let's give it a try. It shouldn't have much of its remaining deathly stillness energy. How? Luin asked. Sixth brother Toad said, release your strongest power. Luin looked at Ji. Ji agreed. Luin glanced at sixth brother Toad, speaking of which, you're both from the abyss. You should be at least on par with him. Why are you so miserable? Sixth brother Toad shouted angrily, I'm still young. Luin was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. In the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan, sixth brother Toad was indeed the youngest eternal realm. Dark-shaped weapons covered the starry sky. Sixth brother Toad raised his head and grinned, come, I'll let you see sixth brother's ultimate move. As he spoke, he gripped the steel fork tightly and released all of his deathly stillness energy. The entire Toad's body was like a pitch-black piece of paper, and this piece of paper flickered with a cold light that came from the steel fork itself. With a flash of light, the steel fork pierced through the night sky. Xianxia. This was the ultimate move that Xianxia had tailor-made for sixth brother Toad. At the same time, Ji struck out a dark passage. Above the passage, there were strange cubes hanging, and no one knew what they were. Luin completely released his divine power. His deathly stillness energy was almost exhausted. He couldn't use the deathly stillness battle technique, so he could only use his divine power. Green divine power condensed into a sword and slashed out. Plant sword. Sword testing stone raised the long sword, and endless sharpness covered it. Sword Dao heaven and earth. The three attacks all landed on soft devouring Xianxia, causing the starry sky to overturn. For a moment, it couldn't be seen clearly. It felt like a main battlefield. First, a dark steel fork pierced through soft devouring Xianxia. Then, the green plant sword pierced through the darkness from top to bottom with divine power. As for Ji's cube-shaped passage, no one knew what it was for. It flashed and disappeared. Soft devouring Xianxia's pitch-black body split open. On the surface of its body, the black color faded a lot. Is this guy stupid? There's no resistance at all? Sixth brother Toad was surprised. Luin looked at Ji, what did you do? Sixth brother Toad also looked at Ji. Ji's voice. Calm, nothing, I just replaced its attack. Luin and sixth brother Toad were speechless. Replaced? That could be used here too? They had heard of replacing items, but they had never heard of replacing attacks. Could it be that this guy's law of the universe was replacement? Continue. Ji's voice was a little louder. He shot out the dark passage again, and cubes hung there. This time, Luin deliberately looked at those cubes. However, soft devouring Xianxia's attack appeared. Its entire body changed shape and blasted towards the dark passage. What happened to the promised replacement? Sixth brother Toad exclaimed. It had already used Xianxia, but it missed. If it had known that soft devouring Xianxia was different from before, it would have held back. This attack was for nothing. Lu Yin's plant sword also missed. Ji retreated, replacement requires conditions. It saw the conditions clearly and can't replace. So fast? I didn't even see it clearly. Sixth brother Toad shouted and hurriedly avoided soft devouring Xianxia's attack. However, his back was still hit, and deep bloody marks appeared. Luin was almost hit. Fortunately, sword testing stone blocked in front. Soft Devouring Zhong Sun's attack couldn't hurt sword testing stone at all. Ji dodged one step ahead, so he was fine. In this battle, every step was very important. Ji's failed replacement caused Lu Yin and the others' attacks to miss. Not only did they waste energy for nothing, but sixth brother Toad had also been hit. Although soft devouring Zhong Sun's deathly still energy had been used up by more than half, the remaining energy still surpassed sixth brother, Lu Yin, and the others. The battle became one-sided. Whether it was sixth brother, Lu Yin, or Ji, their attacks couldn't do anything to soft devouring Zhong Sun. They were chased by soft devouring Zhong Sun. Lu Yin's situation was the best. The sword testing stone constantly blocked attacks for him. Sixth brother Toad and Ji had long been suppressed. This was especially true for Ji. He hid behind Lu Yin and chased after him. He wanted to use Lu Yin's sword testing stone to block the attacks. Sixth brother Toad did the same. A comical scene appeared in outer space. Soft devouring Zhong Sun's dark energy crazily attacked and chased after Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin and the others could have run separately, but because they had to kill soft devouring Zhong Sun, they had no choice but to work together, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. This also led to the current situation. No one would retreat, and no one could retreat. The only initiative was in soft devouring Zhong Sun's hands. This won't do. Sooner or later, we will run out of energy and be killed by it, sixth brother Toad said as he hid behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin kept dodging soft devouring Zhong Sun's pursuit. The sword testing stone was blocking in front of him. He was afraid that the sword testing stone would collapse. The sword testing stone's protection of the humans touched him. Ji didn't say a word, but it wasn't as relaxed as sixth brother Toad. It stared at Lu Yin closely. Every time it was attacked by soft devouring Zhong Sun, it would be able to find the right angle and obtain the greatest protection with the smallest price. Sixth brother Toad felt his teeth ache. Its strength surpassed Ji's, but its hiding skills were indeed incomparable. Lu Yin's tone was low. What do you guys think we should do? Scatter and run? Sixth brother Toad asked. No one answered. Everyone had a reason to kill soft devouring Zhong Sun. Sixth brother Toad rolled his eyes. Alright, since we are going to kill this guy, don't hide anymore. How much power do you guys have left? Tell us and we will analyze it. Lu Yin and Ji still didn't say anything. You two are still hiding? Don't hide anymore. If you die, bring it into the coffin. Sixth brother Toad scolded angrily. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. Human white bones, don't tell me you think you are safe. Let me tell you, the sword testing stone can't protect you. Perhaps you are still hoping for the protection of the unknown? The unknown does have some methods, but it also depends on who you are facing. That is one of the abyss of the death universe, an absolute expert. The unknown's methods won't be able to withstand it. Don't think you can stay out of it. And you? Sixth brother stared at Ji. We fought 5 rounds, and I won against you by 1 move, but I couldn't see your true face. You're definitely hiding something. We're not stupid, so don't let the enemy take advantage of us. Ji was calm. I tried my best. Toad OL6 glared at him fiercely before looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. Looks like it's time to use my ultimate move. Let me say this first, I need to spend some time to use this move. How long? Sixth brother asked. Lu Yin had already found the main battlefield when he was being chased by soft devouring Tracer. It was quite far from here, and he could see very far with his mirroring technique. Thus, he decided to let his original body come. With such a long distance and the main battlefield being blocked by the fog of time and other forces, it was almost impossible to be exposed. The unknowable had schemed against Li Luochen from the beginning, wanting to use the river of time to drag Li Luochen away. The Death Universe then used Li Luochen to plot against the unknowable. The Dead Sea's death path was prepared for Soft Devouring Tracer. Soft Devouring Tracer pretended to be Li Luochen to kill the traitor, and Wang Wen pushed the death path cage to let Sixth Brother and Lu Yin take action. Both sides had schemed against each other, and the final result was that neither side could truly control the battle. Accidents were always one of the factors that determined victory. Ji's betrayal was an accident. Lu Yin's request for his original body was also an accident. 3 breaths. So fast? As soon as OL6 finished speaking, he saw Lu Yin fall straight to the ground. After that, there was no movement. 6th brother? Brother? Ji? The sword-testing stone's movement stopped. Above, dark sawtooth descended from soft devouring tracer and slashed at Lu Yin. 6th brother grabbed Lu Yin's white bone clone and dragged it like a dead dog. What happened to the big move? What did he mean by just lying down? Brother, this is not a good time to joke. Did he really think he was a skeleton? He was dead. Speaking of which, these people couldn't be dead, right? That stone too. Just as he was thinking, dark sawtooth swept past. 6th brother's lotus leaves were cut off. On the right, a sharp black blade slashed out horizontally. Toad OL6 let out a strange cry as he blocked Lu Yin's white bones to the right. The sword-testing stone then transformed into a sword that pierced out from another direction. Even if the sword-testing stone hit the black blade, soft devouring tracer's attack would land on Lu Yin's body. Suddenly, a figure appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, the black blade shattered. He raised his hand and landed. Old Six felt the universe rumble for a moment, and his vision blurred a little. Immediately after, he saw the surging aura of life dispersing the darkness in an instant. Then, it covered and devoured all traces. Rocher Zhongshuan was shocked and immediately retreated. However, that life chi instantly flooded the starry sky, turning the darkness into day. The change happened in an instant. By the time Toad Old Six reacted, the dark shadow had already been replaced by white. It stared blankly. Human? Could this be the ultimate move? Brother, who is this fierce man? Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked at Toad OL6. He opened his heaven's eye, but OL6 didn't even have the awareness to evade and was instantly trapped by Crow's fixation. It was shocked. What was going on? It couldn't move? Lu Yin smirked. He didn't know if OL6 was hiding anything, and he didn't need to know. He would bring them all back. Including Ji. He looked at Lu Yin. Xianxia continued to stare at OL6 with his heaven's eye. Pure black energy rose up, and Lu Yin looked over. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. How was this possible? He stared at Ji in a daze. Ji didn't run away and stood in place, seemingly meeting Lu Yin's gaze. Brother, no, senior, we're on the same side. You're related to Brother Chen, right? He must have invited you here. We're partners, senior, OL6 shouted. Lu Yin faced Ji and said, please come with me to a place. I won't interfere with your business. Ji didn't object. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the sword-testing stone again. He instantly appeared beside OL6 and reached out to grab it. OL6 was terrified. It had personally seen Lu Yin raise his hand to suppress soft devouring tracer. This fellow was definitely a fierce man. Senior, we're not enemies. Lu Yin grabbed OL6, and OL6 suddenly felt as if its entire body wasn't its own anymore. This strength was too terrifying. It lowered its head to look at Lu Yin's skeleton clone. What was going on? Was it still playing dead? Lu Yin brought OL6 with him and teleported to the sword-testing stone side. He picked it up and placed it behind him while his other hand reached into the black stream of air. Finally, he dragged Soft Bite, who was trapped by the life force, and teleported away. The curtains fell on a huge battle. After they left, this region of space gradually regained its calm. This didn't attract the attention of the distant main battlefield. Lu Yin didn't immediately return to the 3 universes. Instead, he spent some time to find the Thousand Trickeries Abyss and enter to take Longevity Celestial away. This was something that had to be done, and he had to thank the Thousand Trickeries Abyss for not allowing him to see the specific locations of the 7 abysses. Even if he knew where the Thousand Trickeries Abyss was, there were no coordinates to compare it to. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the 3 universes and tossed Soft Devouring Tracer to Azure Lotus Protector for him to control. Soft Devouring Tracer was from the abyss of the Death Universe, and it was very powerful. However, it had used up too much of its deathly energy in the battle with Lu Yin's skeleton clone and OL6. Lu Yin had seen through all of its methods, so it wasn't difficult to capture it. With Azure Lotus Protector's strength, it wasn't difficult to suppress Soft Devouring Tracer. Even at its peak, Soft Devouring Tracer wasn't a match for Azure Lotus Protector. He then brought Longevity Celestial to the newly constructed Sparrow Arena and placed his skeleton clone in seclusion. Finally, he went to the back mountain of the Sky Sect to meet OL6 and the Sword Testing Stone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin, the master of the Sky Sect in the Tianyuan universe. Do the two of you want to introduce yourselves as well? OL6 smiled at Lu Yin. His attitude was rather calm and even a little flattering. However, his lotus leaf was broken, his steel fork was bent, and the black bead on his neck had fallen off. His cloak was torn apart, and he looked rather miserable. I'm OL6 of the Seven Treasure Skytoad clan. I'm Dawn's sworn brother who has gone through thick and thin with them. I help the Death Universe on the surface, but in reality, I've secretly saved many human skeletons. I'm a staunch defender of humanity and a friend of the Nine Bases civilization. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him and waved it off before looking at G. OL6 praised, with this demeanor, you must be an invincible expert from the Nine Bases civilization. Lu Yin didn't bother with OL6. This damn toad was just like Patriarch Xian, afraid of the human civilization and unwilling to interact with them. But now, he was saying such things. He was a coward. Ji met Lu Yin's gaze and didn't speak. You don't want to talk? In the Sky Sect of the Tianyuan universe, you can talk about anything, Lu Yin said. Ji still didn't speak. OL6 glared at him. I say, you don't know what's good for you. This is the human civilization's territory. If I ask you to speak, then just speak. Also, disperse that black gas. Why are you pretending? It's impolite. Lu Yin said, since you don't want to talk, then forget it. I'll let Chen, you, and the Sword Test Stone return to the Death Universe later. With this toad's betrayal, it'll be easier for you to explain. OL6 was surprised. Betrayal? Lu Yin looked at him. Didn't you betray the Death Universe? You were planning to expose yourself in this battle. Then, are you planning to join the unknown after betraying us? OL6 realized that Lu Yin knew a lot and thought about Chen's situation. Could it be? Some things weren't hard to guess. Lu Yin didn't plan to hide it from OL6. He had already thought of a backup plan when he decided to let his main body take action. Although G's situation had surprised him, it didn't affect the overall situation. OL6 rolled his eyes and was about to speak. She walked over and poured tea for them. She looked at OL6 strangely, as she had never poured tea for a toad before. Pour tea for that person first, Lu Yin said. She looked at G and didn't ask any questions. She silently poured tea and brought it to G. Black air flooded the teacup. She left. OL6 coughed and was about to speak again when he was interrupted. The second Night King came to the foot of the mountain. Master Lu, I brought 25. Here, OL6 couldn't spy on the entire above heaven, and he didn't dare to do so. Thus, even though the mountain was so small, he didn't know what was happening at the foot of the mountain. What? Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Let him come. Soon, 25 arrived. OL6 turned around and his eyes widened in disbelief. 25? 25 also saw OL6 and was stunned. 6, Lord 6? OL6 was stunned. He never dreamed that he would meet a descendant of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan here. 25 stepped forward excitedly. Lord 6, you're still alive? That's great, Lord 6. I was wondering why there was a familiar aura in the above heaven, but I couldn't remember it. That's great, you're not dead yet. OL6 looked at 25 with red eyes. How many years had it been since he saw his family for the first time? His entire state changed, and his gaze was no longer as cunning as before. Instead, it was filled with gentleness, just like when the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad lived in the colorful lake. However, his expression immediately changed as he grabbed 25 and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Why are you here?" Lu Yin didn't disturb him and just drank his tea. 25 told OL6 everything that had happened to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. OL6 was stunned. He never thought that the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan would encounter such a disaster, and it was actually the human civilization that saved them. He never thought that his father would actually die. His father was dead. OL6 squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the ground. 25 said in a low voice, "Ever since the ancestor died, we have been led by Sir to the three universes to live here. Although we have to help the humans do some things, the humans have treated us well and never forced us to do anything. In order to find the missing 18, Sir took most of the clan and left. I volunteered to stay behind and translate the ancestors' words for the humans as a form of repayment." OL6 fell silent. 25 He didn't say anything else and stayed by OL6's side. After waiting for a long time, OL6 finally recovered. He stood up, faced Luine, and slowly bowed. It was the bow of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. "Thank you, human." "Thank you." Luine looked at Sixth Brother. Before Ancestor Xian died, he left behind words on the Black Enlightenment civilization's armor. "One of them recorded your aura and left it for me. He hoped that I would be able to find you. That's why I met you in Liku's withered abyss when I sensed your aura. In Ancestor Xian's heart, you were the most talented person in the history of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. You even surpassed him. He only thought of you before he died." Sixth Brother closed his eyes. "I know. I've let Dad down. I was too willful. I'm a beast." Sixth Brother. 25 wanted to say something but was interrupted by Sixth Brother. "It's my fault. There's no need to deny it." Sixth Brother, "What happened back then?" 25 was puzzled. Luine was also curious. It must be related to why it appeared in the Death Universe. It was really strange that it was not given the bone language and was not controlled after entering the Death Universe. Toad OL6 sighed deeply as he held on to the broken lotus leaf. It was as though he could feel old Ancestor Xian's aura. OL3 is dead. He died in the hands of an unknown. In order to avenge OL3, I impulsively chased after that unknown. Dad had no choice but to go to the Death Universe and bring me back from there. But after I came back, I quarreled with Dad. The reason was simple. I saw something far more terrifying than the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad in the Death Universe. There was an unknown there who told me that if the unknown was willing, it could destroy the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad at any time. The reason why it did not attack was because of the rules. It did not find a suitable civilization to use to destroy the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. But we all know whether Dad can attack again. It's karma. The binding is close to perfection. As long as a fishing civilization appears, our Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan is finished. And at that time a fishing civilization did appear. Luine looked up, the Death Universe. Sixth Brother nodded. Yes, it's the Death Universe. It's unknown if the Death Universe can be led to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. In fact, they have indeed done so. It's just that an accident happened along the way, causing the Death Universe to change directions. Don't underestimate a universe just because it's huge. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan avoided a calamity, but the unknown has many ways to lead the Death Universe over again. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Change direction? It seemed that during the encounter with the three universes, he had been lured away by the Green Lotus Lord. In that case, humans had saved the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad more than once. If not for Green Lotus Xiangyu luring the Life and Death Calamity Palm away, the Life and Death Calamity Palm would have encountered the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad. Even if Patriarch Xian could destroy the Life and Death Calamity Palm in the end, the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad race would have been doomed. Even though the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad race was a civilization that Lan Meng was using, if possible, Lan Meng would definitely want to exterminate this race because they were too uncontrollable. When the war between the Black Apocalypse civilization and the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad began, an unknown existence had been watching in the dark and forced old Ancestor Xian to his death. It was unknown that his determination to destroy the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad was not small. In that case, may I know what conditions I gave you to ensure the safety of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan? Luine asked. Toad OL6 glanced at Luine. This human had seen through him with a single glance, join the Death Universe. Luin was not surprised, as this was the reason why Sixth Toad had joined the Death Universe. 25 said, in the clan, you quarreled with the ancestor because of this. Toad OL6 exhaled heavily, Father didn't know that I wanted to join the Death Universe. I only said that I wanted to go out and find a way to break out of this situation. If I stayed in the clan, I would never be able to surpass the unknown. Father forced me to stay, afraid that I would go out and cause trouble for the unknown. In the end, Father couldn't keep me. If Father knew that I wanted to join the Death Universe, he would have forced me to stay even if he had to take action. 25's gaze was complicated. So that was the case. No one in the clan would mention Sixth Master's matter, as the ancestor would be in a bad mood. However, Sixth Master did everything for the clan. Who killed Third Master? 25 asked. Toad OL6 did not answer. Luin said, it doesn't matter who killed him. Perhaps you were targeted from the beginning, and the only one who could do such a thing was the balance envoy. How did Sixth Toad OL6 find the unknown? Of course, the unknown purposely allowed him to find it. Otherwise, how could he have targeted the unknown when the door opened? Since Third Master of the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad was dead, then the one who escaped with the Star Toad to the Tian Yuan universe was Third Master's spouse, the Star Toad's great-grandmother. She was also the toad that Miao Wuhuang saw at the core of the core. The connection was very clear. That's right. You were able to enter the Death Universe without being controlled because of the unknown, Luin said. Sixth Toad OL6 said, the unknown helped, but the real reason was because of my deal with the trickster of 1,000 tricksters. The unknown only helped me find him. What deal? Luin asked. Sixth Toad OL6 looked at him. Coordinates. Invincible's coordinates. Lu Yin's body trembled. Invincible's coordinates? The coordinates that Ancestor Shan had recorded in the armor? There were a total of 3, and he had obtained them. 2. As long as he obtained one more, he would be able to locate the coordinates. You know those coordinates? Sixth Toad OL6 asked in a low voice. Father should have carved the coordinates on the armor. I only know 2, so there should be 3 in total. Father didn't tell me the complete coordinates, and I don't know why. Actually, when I was arguing with Father, he did mention that he wanted me to find the invincible coordinates and become invincible to protect our clan. However, Father refused and didn't tell me the reason. Because of these 2 coordinates, the trickster of 1,000 tricksters agreed to let me join the Death Universe without giving me the bone language. I would be treated the same as all the other creatures in the Death Universe. From then on, I stayed by the trickster of 1,000 tricksters' side to translate for him. He treated me well. In the Liku Withered Abyss, I also tried to ask if the trickster of 1,000 tricksters could fight for the Abyss position. I didn't expect him to really agree. Luin asked, did the trickster of 1,000 tricksters say anything about those coordinates? Sixth Toad OL6 shook his head. He didn't say anything, and I didn't ask. It was unnecessary to ask. Anyway, there were only 2 coordinates, so he couldn't say anything. Since Father didn't want me to go, he must have thought for me. Although there is invincible there, it might not be suitable for us. Luin didn't believe that there was truly invincible in the universe. The so-called invincible only reached the upper limit of all creatures. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could surpass the power of the River of Time. This was because all creatures were born from a distance of inches, and they would inevitably end up in a distance of inches. If it was truly invincible, why didn't Ancestor Shan go himself? However, although it was impossible to be truly invincible, there must be some kind of absolute power that made the trickster of 1,000 tricksters willing to leave Sixth Toad behind. Speaking of this battle, what exactly was the trickster of 1,000 tricksters? Luin didn't know if Sixth Toad would betray them, but the significance of those coordinates was definitely great. Luin asked for the coordinates. He had 2, and Sixth Toad had 2. The real coordinates were 3, so it was definitely possible to obtain the coordinates that he didn't know about. Sixth Toad OL6 told Luin the coordinates, and Luin didn't hide it from him. He also told him his 2 coordinates. After comparing them, each of them had an unfamiliar coordinate. This meant that the 3 coordinates were aligned. Luin suddenly looked in one direction. These coordinates started from the location of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and changed with the location of the Rainbow Lake. Although the location of the Rainbow Lake had changed when 6th Toad OL6 left, it could be calculated. After calculating, the reference point of these 3 coordinates was the location of the war between the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad clan and the Dark Apocalypse civilization. He already knew where it was. It was very far away, but he could find it. What do you plan to do next? Luin asked. 6th Toad OL6 patted 25's head and said in a low voice, "Join the unknown." You said that father's death was related to an existence in the unknown. If that existence wasn't watching, father could have escaped, right? Luin nodded. Everyone knows about this, including the unknown. I tried to probe inside, but I couldn't find anything. You want to enter the unknown to search? The unknown promised me that as long as I deal with the abyss, I can join. They also promised that they won't use the civilization to deal with my 7 treasures Heavenly Toad clan. Although father is dead, his clan is still alive. I don't care where boss and the others went, but father's death must be avenged. Yes, 6th Elder, I'll go with you. 25 was excited. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I won't stop you from taking revenge, but how can you be sure that the person who sent you to the Death Universe isn't the same person who watched Ancestor Death Mountain? 6th Toad OL6 fell silent. How can you be sure that all of this isn't a conspiracy of the unknown? I've also joined the unknown. We are us, and the unknown is the unknown. Even now, I still haven't seen through this colossus. If you rashly join, you'll only be used. Taking a step back, even if it's an unknown that's keeping an eye on the Death Mountain ancestor, once you join the unknown, your identity will be easily exposed. You are in the light, and it is in the dark. It even has the ability to watch Ancestor Death Mountain. It's not something you can deal with, Luin said slowly. 6th Toad OL6 looked at him. What do you think? Luin rubbed his head. He didn't know either. Boss also wanted to join the unknown, let alone OL6. In fact, he hoped that OL6 would join. That way, he would have his own people in the unknown. But just as he had analyzed, once he joined, he would most likely be used. When that time came, forget about revenge, he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, if he joined the unknown, he would have to choose the divinity line, which would force Luin. Luin didn't join the Immortal Master because of fear, and the Immortal Master didn't choose because of Luin. He was afraid that Luin would be forced to join the Immortal Master. If 6th Toad joined the unknown but didn't choose the divinity line, how could he explain it? Perhaps no matter how he explained, he couldn't avoid the relationship with Luin, especially when the 3 universes and the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad clan were in an alliance. He should join the unknown, Ji said, attracting everyone's attention. This was the first time he had spoken, using soft devouring trace, joining the unknown, and performing meritorious deeds. At the same time, we will have an excuse to return to the Death Universe. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, acting of 1,000 trickeries knows that Morning has also joined the unknown. 6th Toad doesn't know, and neither does soft devouring trace. That's enough, Ji said slowly. Soft devouring trace has seen me in action. Lu Yin reminded. Ji spoke again, corpses are fine too. Lu Yin looked at 6th brother, use soft devouring trace to claim credit, but your injuries aren't light either. You don't have to enter trace immediately, just keep your name. I'm alright, I'm not injured. 6th brother replied. Lu Yin emphasized, I have 3 God Force lines in my hand. If you enter trace, they will definitely force you to choose the God Force line and force me to enter trace. I can't go. 6th brother said, then can I just say that I don't want to choose for now? There's already an unknown who did that. Lu Yin said. 6th brother was speechless and looked at Lu Yin deeply. Humans were just as his father had said, all of them were ruthless and cruel. They attached great importance to their own kind but were sometimes heartless. They had great talents and were extremely shrewd. He didn't know that such a colossus already had someone in it. Was he considered the second one? Right, he pointed at Ji, you seem to be very polite to him, do you know him? Lu Yin shook his head, never seen him before. Then you? This is my business. If you want to take revenge for Ancestor Shan, you have to let me help you. Of course, I won't help you for free. The Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad has formed an alliance with the humans under Ancestor Shan's orders. You have to do something for me too. Luin said. Sixth brother didn't refute. Regardless of the past, he was saved by Luin this time. Also, I have to remind you. Luin stared at sixth brother very seriously. The unknown and the dead universe are two different concepts. We don't know each other's identity or purpose. Any unknown that communicates with you might want to use you, or even kill you, or use you to kill me. You have to keep that in mind. Sixth brother's gaze was fierce. I've lived for so long and no one has ever used me. What if I tell you who is targeting Ancestor Shan? What? You know? See, this is using. Whether you believe it or not, if I say a name, you will investigate it. Then my goal will be achieved, right? Luin said. Sixth brother opened his mouth. Help me send my regards to the person who saved you. We don't know how long it will take for the performance of 1,000 trickeries to end. We need to hurry over. One last thing. Luin took out 3 pieces of black armor. These 3 pieces came from Euphorbia's withered abyss. Help me translate them. Sixth Toad looked at the black plate with a complicated gaze. There were words left behind by his father on the plate. It was the words he wanted to leave behind for his descendants before he died. It suppressed its sadness and took it. He slowly stroked the words on the armor. The Taishang, a civilization that cannot be ignored. They wanted to unravel the secrets of the universe, but they were accompanied by endless war. They left, and I found traces of their existence in this area. I don't know if their departure was a victory or defeat. Luin was shocked. Traces of the Grand Pure One's existence? He didn't expect that this piece of armor would actually record this. They didn't know much about the Grand Pure One, but they did know a little about it. This civilization had participated in the siege of the 9th base and was a powerful enemy of the human civilization. Due to its uniqueness, it was sought out by the unknowable and death universe. Leguku Jin wanted to find Yu Che because he wanted to use Yu Che to find traces of Grand Pure One. As long as it was possible, the death universe would definitely want to find the Grand Clear civilization. However, Leguku could never have imagined that Taishang would be able to change his mind. The most useful clue for the Grand Pure One was right under his nose. Luin had obtained the coordinates, and they were very far away. It was a distance that he had never reached before, but as long as he knew the location, he could go there. Sixth Toad didn't expect his father to find the location of the Grand Clear civilization. From the first time he had learned about eternal life until now, Luin had crossed the gap between heaven and earth. He was now close to a powerhouse who was compatible with 3 universal laws. It could be said that in the entire universe, there weren't many who could defeat him. Even so, he still hadn't reached Patriarch Shan's level. Patriarch Shan had perfected his karmic bind and his power level hadn't declined, but he had still been able to unleash such a shocking attack that had almost overturned the universe. That kind of ferocious power was something that Luin couldn't reach. Even during the 9th base war, Patriarch Shan would have been one of the most powerful existences. Of course, Patriarch Shan didn't have his current power level at that time. The Black Apocalypse civilization wasn't weak, and their absolute methods combined with Mahakala's sealing mirror allowed them to reach a level that was compatible with 3 universal laws. Only Patriarch Shan could destroy them. Otherwise, even Lu Yan's original body wouldn't have been able to defeat the Black Apocalypse civilization at that time. When Mahakala's sealing mirror attacked, he could only run. He didn't know if the Death Universe had found out the location of the Grand Clear civilization through Yu Che. Sixth Toad looked at the second piece of armor and slowly said, all powers that have knowledge of the outside world ultimately return to the universe itself. This is the master path. Time, space, karma, knowledge, fate, and so on. Everything that can be named and affect the outside world has a source. Just like a tree, the branches come from the trunk, and the trunk comes from the roots. Only can one truly step into the peak of the universe when they come into contact with the master path. This is a type of knowledge, and knowledge is also a type of power. The 9th base war was also a fight for the master path's power. Sixth Toad looked at Luin and mentioned the 9th base war. Luin was shocked, as this was the first time he had heard such an explanation of the war. The Ninth Base War was a fight for the Master Path's power? In the past, they had always thought that the Ninth Base War was too strong and went against the laws of the universe. It allowed communication to occur within a square inch and suppressed the other civilizations. The turning point of the war was when the three bases masters killed the Ten-Eyed Crow. Now, it seemed that their understanding of that war was still too shallow. If what Patriarch Xian said was true, then that war was actually a war for control of the square inch. Because the Master Path's power covered the entire square inch. That was not a simple war. They still could not understand it. Dad is too much. Why didn't he explain it clearly? Sixth Toad complained. Luin looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. The mother tree that stood within the square inch was just a branch. The branch came from the trunk, and the trunk came from the roots. Was the Master Path's power the source of all external influences? Sixth Toad looked at the third black plate. Dad's guess is recorded here. It's a guess that can summon the Inquisition candle. Eh? The Inquisition candle? Luin suddenly looked at Sixth Toad. The Inquisition candle? Sixth Toad nodded. I think I've heard of it before. By the way, you humans have a quintessential turbid treasure. I think it's the Inquisition candle. It was not as simple as a quintessential turbid treasure. Back then, Patriarch Xian had mentioned that he had seen humans within the square inch. Civilization was based on a candle, and that candle was likely the Inquisition candle. The Inquisition candle represented the 8th stronghold. So far, they had only come into contact with the 2nd stronghold and the 4th stronghold. The 3rd, 5th, and 9th strongholds had been destroyed. The 3rd stronghold was the Lost Tribe. Seeing the Lost Tribe meant that the 3rd stronghold had been destroyed. However, they could not find the Lost Tribe's universe, which was a mystery. The 5th stronghold, Xianxia, was now in the distance. Xianxia and the others had been confirmed to be dead through Yuche. The 9th stronghold was Mr. Mu's universe, and it had also been destroyed. The 1st stronghold was empty, the 2nd stronghold was the Heartless Path, the 4th stronghold was the Longevity Civilization, and the 7th and 8th strongholds were also empty. If they could summon the Inquisition candle, then it was very likely that they could summon the 8th stronghold. Luin looked at the sword testing stone. It was the sword testing stone for the 8th stronghold's godly swordmaster. How do we summon it? Sixth Toad told Luin the method. Luin immediately asked the 2nd Night King to send a message to the 3 universes and let them use this method to summon the 5th stronghold. However, they could not make too much noise to avoid attracting Wang Wen's attention. In fact, this method of summoning was similar to the Death Universe's sourcebox array. However, the distance was limited, and the possibility of summoning the 5th stronghold was less than 1 in a billion. However, no matter how low the possibility was, Luin had to try. He hoped to bring the 4th stronghold and the 8th stronghold. If these 2 strongholds maintained a certain level of combat power, then the 3 universes would be even safer. Other things aside, the Longevity Civilization was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, Wang Wen would not have severed the meteor realm with a single slash. Luin had his own misgivings. Wait here for a while. Luin took a step forward and disappeared. At the Karmic Sea Lotus Pond. In the 9 Firmaments universe, the mother tree had collapsed, but it had now been propped up again. Luin did not absorb the green light from the mother tree of the 9 Firmaments universe. The Karmic Sea Lotus Pond, Startling Sparrow Terrace, and so on had also been restored. When Luin arrived, other than Qinglian Yu, there were several other eternal realms present. Master Qing Chao, Mr. Mu, Chu Songyun, Qinglian Yu, and Chang Tian. Chang Tian had already returned to his human form. It was obvious that he had chatted with Qinglian Yu and the others. When he saw Luin arrive, he immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life, Master Lu. Luin smiled and held him up. Senior, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Qinglian Yu stood beside Chang Tian and bowed deeply without saying anything. Luin took the risk to bring Chang Tian back. Not only did he save Chang Tian's life, but he also reunited their family. This kindness was greater than life. However, Qinglianyu had known Luyin for so long, so he was not too polite. Luyin walked to the side of Yihai and looked at Rosher Sun. At this moment, Rosher Sun's aura was extremely weak. The power of deathly stillness had completely dissipated. It had been worn away by Qinglianyu, and its body had shrunk. We've all made a move to share the karma shackles. It's fine, Qinglianyu said. Luyin breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. He did not want to increase the karma shackles of the eternal realm because of a dying Rosher Sun. In front of him, the general appointment stage hell appeared. Luyin raised his hand, and a force descended from the void to grab Rosher Sun and threw it into the general appointment stage hell. Rosher Sun growled, "Human, it's actually a human. I thought it was a game between the death universe and the unknown. I didn't expect you humans to be behind it." It was not reconciled, but Luyin did not need to listen to its nonsense. He pressed it into the general appointment stage hell. The next moment, karma skyrocketed. Soft devouring trace had lived for a long time, and because of its clone, it had experienced a lot, surpassing the average eternal realm. The years it had lived and the clone's experience had increased Lu Yin's karma by as much as tell the heavens. This gave Luyin a huge surprise. It was a pity that he couldn't kill it. Otherwise, he would have killed it directly. If the imprint appeared on the general appointment platform, he could summon another expert. Soft devouring trace's value didn't lie in itself, but in its clone. The war over 1,000 trickeries shouldn't end so quickly. After a while, the increase in karma ended. Luyin returned to his place of seclusion. His main body went into seclusion, and his white bone clone walked out. Sixth brother looked at Lu Yin's white bone clone and didn't say anything. Guessing was one thing, but there was no need to say it out loud. Lu Yin's white bone clone brought sixth brother, Ji, and the sword testing stone to the karmic sea lotus pond and let them see soft devouring trace, Azure Lotus Guard, and other eternal realms. Sixth brother was shocked. He thought that humans had long been weak, but he didn't expect that there were still so many experts. Azure Lotus Guard, in particular, gave him pressure. It was the abyss of the death universe. Although it had just become one, its strength was definitely not weak. This human must be at the peak of two universal laws. No wonder this human civilization dared to participate in the game between the unknown and the death universe. Soft devouring trace cursed and wailed, twisting in the karma of the karmic sea. Lu Yin's white bone clone stepped into the karmic sea and killed. Without the majestic power of silence, soft devouring trace's defense was still very strong, but it had been injured by Lu Yin and the others before. Later, it was heavily injured by Azure Lotus Guard and other eternal realms. Now, facing the white bone clone, it could only wait for death. At this place, some people watched this scene calmly. An existence that fit two universal laws was dying. More than one abyss of the death universe had died here, and there would be more in the future. The rise of human civilization was unstoppable. Boom! The karmic sea boiled. Soft devouring trace's white magma body was completely torn apart, and it died. Luyin threw its broken body to OL6. You have a sect, right? Yes, then I'm leaving. Luyin looked at sixth brother, take care of yourself. Toad OL6 nodded, and just as he was about to leave, Luyin suddenly recalled something. The unknowns have always been searching for the Jade Cosmos. This is a mission, and Boss and the others have brought the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad over to the Jade Cosmos. There will definitely be a day when we meet again. Sixth brother took a deep breath, don't worry, I won't do anything. As long as I don't do anything, I won't be used. Luyin and the rest watched OL6 leave with heavy hearts. Wouldn't he be used if he didn't do it? If Wang Wen was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be Wang Wen. Fortunately, Luyin did not know that he still had the white bone clone, so he would not let Toad Old 6 fight alone. In retrospect, the development of the situation was really strange. Toad Old 6 clearly wanted to join the unknown, but he was used by the unknown to join the death universe. His white bone avatar had clearly joined the death universe, but it had also inexplicably joined the unknown. On the other hand, Old 6th Toad had joined the unknown but was helping humans. He was a human to begin with. Seriously, Luyin didn't know what to say. After old sixth toad left, everyone looked at Jiyu sword testing stone. However, they did not say anything. Not long after, Ancestor Lu Yuan brought his white bone avatar and Jiyu sword testing stone with him and teleported to Roshur. In the starry sky where Zhongsun was fighting, Luin looked into the distance. The main battlefield was not over yet. The three forces were entangled and blocked everything. Ancestor, you should go back first, Luin said. Ancestor Lu Yuan nodded, be careful. After that, he looked at Jiyu sword testing stone curiously and left. Luin looked at Ji, there should be a death shift after this battle. We have to separate. Okay. Jiyu left without hesitation. Only Luin and the sword testing stone were left. He brought the sword testing stone to search for the nearest death shift. This search lasted for decades, which meant that the main battlefield's fierce battle had also lasted for that long. It was only when the death shift appeared that this war caused by Luo Chen's decline had ended. Luin brought the sword testing stone onto the death shift and separated from the sword testing stone in the blink of an eye. Not long after, they landed in the abyss of Thousand Trickeries. Thousand Trickeries had already returned and was standing by the river, deep in thought. That was where Chang Tian was. Now that Luin had rescued Chang Tian, it was empty and had nothing left. Luin came behind Thousand Trickeries. Thousand Trickeries' voice sounded, the result? I don't know. I ran away, but Toad is a traitor, Luin said. Thousand Trickeries turned around and looked at Luin calmly. Luin nodded, you're not surprised that Toad is a traitor? Thousand Trickeries grinned, there's nothing surprising about that. Luin said, I also attacked Roshur Xianxia. After all, I joined the unknown. The sword testing stone protected me, but it did not attack Roshur Xianxia. I spent most of my time dealing with Ji. Roshur Xianxia was very strong and suppressed Toad. Even if I cooperated with Toad, I was still no match for it, so I could only escape. How did it end with Toad? I don't know. Seeing that Thousand Trickeries did not speak, Luin was curious, where is Luo Chen's decline? Was it because of me that Roshur Xianxia replaced Luo Chen's decline, or because of Toad? After all, you know that Toad is also a traitor. Thousand Trickeries asked, after you joined the unknown, did I contact the other abysses? No. Then you're not clear? Was this a plan from the beginning? Thousand Trickeries did not deny it. Luin said, so you allowed me to join the unknown and let me know that you did not contact the other abysses in order to lure the unknown into attacking. Once I was sure that you had contacted the other abysses, this battle might not have happened. The unknown is not stupid, and the death universe is not stupid either. It would not have done that if it knew that its opponent knew. Thousand Trickeries smiled at Luin, I told you, don't think too much here. What you need to do is cultivate and merge the two forces. As for the game between the unknown and the death universe, you are not that important. You are just an extra. Luin was bitter, yes, I'm not important. Then what happened to the unknown? Thousand Trickeries retracted his gaze and looked at the bottom of the river. The purple unknown has completely separated from the Master's River of Time. The price is no less than killing it. It spent countless years to obtain the ability to draw the Master's River of Time. In this way, it is half crippled. The unknown's sneak attack on the death universe itself failed. The Onyx Immortal Prison Bone is guarding it. Luin did not expect the death universe to have a war. The scale of this war far exceeded the three universe disasters, but he did not have the qualifications to participate. I don't understand, how did this human disappear? Thousand Trickeries was puzzled. Luin walked forward, did he escape on his own? Impossible, he can't do that. After all, he has the Ten-Eyed Crow's innate gift. The Ten-Eyed Crow's innate gift can be dealt with as long as it is seen clearly. He definitely did not escape on his own. Thousand Trickeries finished his speech and looked at Luin. Luin was very natural, you suspect me? Thousand Trickeries sized Luin up, no, you don't have that ability. But you can tell the unknown. Luin shrugged, what's the point of telling the unknown? Why did they take Chang Tian away? Thousand Trickeries laughed, it doesn't matter, they can take him away. They can catch him again sooner or later. But you can help me pass a message to the unknown. I'm willing to exchange. Just as he finished speaking, the abyss shook. Lu Yin had felt this once before, in the abyss where Lu Gu had dried up. That time, he had controlled the life and death calamity. Rocher Sun is dead. Thousand Trickery's gaze was serious, and his tone was calm. But Lu Yin could feel that he was slightly concerned. This concern did not seem to be towards Rocher Sun, but more like a victory or defeat on another level. He looked at Lu Yin. Those who participated in Rocher Sun's battle will be questioned. This battle is a game against the unknown. Outside, kill the unknown forces, and inside, eliminate the traitors. Think carefully before you speak. I do not wish to face the questioning of the Death Sea's underworld pressure. Lu Yin bowed. Junior understands. Do you understand how to deal with the Death Universe, or do you understand how to deal with me? Thousand Trickeries suddenly asked. Lu Yin was shocked, but he remained calm. Junior did not lie to Senior, and with Junior's strength, I can't do anything to Rocher Sun. Thousand Trickeries scratched his chin. This is also why I did not suspect you. Really did not suspect? Did he suspect? Lu Yin was not sure. He would not underestimate any creature, especially one like Thousand Trickeries that could compete with Wang Wen's intelligence. The only thing he could do now was to say less or not at all. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Regardless of whether Thousand Trickeries really did not suspect him or was pretending not to know, at least he was safe with him. A few days later, Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked at the sky. He saw the dark bone bird that covered the sky. The Stygian immortal prison bone was here. He did not expect the Stygian immortal prison bone to come. He thought it was the death shift. But thinking about it, the death shift would consume a huge amount of deathly energy every time it was used. Even the death universe could not sustain the constant use of the death shift. The Stygian immortal prison bone could teleport and solve the communication problem. Looking at the bone bird that covered the sky, Lu Yin did not hide his killing intent as he stared at the sky. Above the stars, the Stygian immortal prison bone's gaze landed on Lu Yin, and he let out a sharp screech filled with killing intent. Human skeleton, I do not like your attitude. Lu Yin walked out and faced the Stygian immortal prison bone. In the next moment, the Stygian immortal prison bone's deathly energy fell, like a dark mountain pressing down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the deathly energy soared into the sky. Three Deaths technique released darkness to resist the Stygian immortal prison bone. With a boom, the terrifying darkness expanded and pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not to be outdone, and the Three Deaths technique was not stingy as he blasted it forward. Where did this mixed bird come from? Get down here. The Stygian immortal prison bone was enraged, and he raised his claws, revealing his sharpness. Thousand Trickeries suddenly appeared between them, and with a wave of his hand, the two deathly energies froze and then shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. The Stygian immortal prison bone was silent. Lu Yin was inwardly shocked. He didn't know what kind of power Thousand Trickery possessed, but its control over the power of desolation was something that even someone like him, who could absorb the power of desolation from other creatures in the universe, couldn't achieve. He dared to guarantee that if he fought against Thousand Trickery, the deathly still energy would not be able to help him, and would instead become his greatest weakness. It was like his own Dao sword was buried in the enemy's body. The deathly still energy was like the Dao sword that Thousand Trickery buried in his body. Stygian immortal prison bone slowly flapped his wings. I have offended you, but that human skeleton was filled with killing intent towards me. I cannot tolerate it. Thousand Trickery raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Lu Yin's voice became louder as he translated, Here, you have to endure it. Stygian immortal prison bone was enraged. He stared at Lu Yin. You dare to translate? Thousand Trickery's mouth curled up. He clapped his paws together and let out a soft sound. Without needing Lu Yin to translate, Stygian immortal prison bone stared at Thousand Trickery. That sentence just now was what Thousand Trickery meant. Lu Yin did not expect Thousand Trickery to be so strong. Both of them were in the abyss of the universe. Thousand Trickery had lived for a long time, and was adept at creating battle techniques, possessing unfathomable strength. But against Stygian immortal prison bone, who was an old freak with the laws of the universe, he could still be so domineering. This was something that Lu Yin did not expect. Stygian immortal prison bone was an absolute expert. If he returned to Immortal Plume, his position would be above Jiao Tian. No one knew how he would compare to Xianxia, but he was definitely an old freak. Thousand Trickery did not care at all. The black immortal prison bone looked deeply at the Thousand Trickeries, looking at the familiar bare face. In the past, this bare face had always been very ordinary, but now, it remembered. The energy he left in this human skeleton was removed by Thousand Trickery, otherwise, how could this human skeleton recover? Thousand Trickery, you really want to protect him? Stygian immortal prison bone's tone was terrifyingly low. Thousand Trickery nodded with his hands behind his back. Luin looked at Stygian immortal prison bone. Get lost, I have a backer. Stygian immortal prison bone was silent for a while before saying, alright, I will give you face, I will not kill him today, but don't let me meet him outside, otherwise, he will die. Thousand Trickery shook his finger. Luin pursed his lips. He didn't want to translate, but he still translated, he deserves it. Black immortal prison bone sneered, I'm here to ask about Rocher Xianxia's battle. He stared at Luin, you participated in that battle, how did Rocher Xianxia die? I don't know. You participated in that battle. Soft devouring tracer and Toad disappeared midway. I can't catch up to them. Just Toad's betrayal wasn't enough to stop you. Rocher Zone could have dealt with Toad. What were you doing at that time? The sword testing rock will protect you. Also, gee. How could the Toad escape when all of us worked together? Luin shrugged. The Toad is hiding something. What is he hiding? I don't know. This was Lu Yin's way of answering questions from the dead universe. If he didn't know, then he would leave the rest to myriad trickery. Thousand Trickery turned to look at him. Luin was very calm. Black immortal prison bone scolded, you're on the battlefield and you don't know? Luin said, I'm not even in the eternal realm. If not for the sword testing rock's protection, I would have died. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm just hiding behind the sword testing rock. As for the battle between soft devouring tracer and Toad, I don't know. G says you're also a traitor. Black immortal prison bone suddenly shouted. Monstrous killing intent covered the sky, causing the sky to change color. Luin looked up. Facing Black immortal prison bone, he said slowly, let it talk. Black immortal prison bone didn't say anything. He just stared at Luin. Luin didn't back down and stared back. After a while, Black immortal prison bone retracted his killing intent and looked at Thousand Trickery. We lost 2 abysses in one go. We need to replenish them quickly. The battle with the unknown will come soon. Thousand Trickery snapped his fingers. Luin was surprised, but still translated, Toad has always been with me. Don't you have anything to ask me? Black immortal prison bone left without asking anything else. Luin was envious as he watched it teleport away. If only White Bone Avatar could teleport as well. It just said it wants to fight with the unknown? Luin looked at Thousand Trickery and asked in surprise. Thousand Trickery nodded, we lost 2 abysses in one go. We also used up all of the Time River's tributaries and all of the source materials. We can't help Li Luochen anymore. Before Li Luochen is pulled away by the River of Time, we can fight with the unknown. We still have an advantage. The unknown has also lost a lot recently. If we fight now, we have a higher chance of winning. Luin understood. Since Li Luochen would be pulled away by the River of Time sooner or later, they might as well fight to the death with the unknown. Even if they had to die together, they had to take one of the unknown with them. If the Death Universe was lost, the unknown would also be lost. From the looks of it, the battle would come soon. Replenishing the remaining abysses was also for this battle. Are there any suitable existences to replenish 2 abysses? Luin was curious. Thousand Trickery grinned, now is not the time. Come to me. When your potential reaches its limit, then throw it into the ocean of death. How about it? Do you want to fight for it? Luin was surprised, I can? Of course. Thank you, Senior. But you can't win. Luin? Thousand Trickery rolled his eyes, you're already half an unknown. No matter how much I don't care about this matter, I don't want you to be an abyssal. Luin was speechless. Ever since the showdown with Thousand Trickery, he had never thought of being an abyssal again, even though he had wanted to before. Still, Thousand Trickery's way of speaking was really annoying. Senior should understand my intentions. I belong to the Death Universe and will always belong to it, Luine said. Tracking. Luine arrived, and this time, his consciousness entered tracking. Congratulations on completing a 5-star mission. Please choose your reward. 8 Colors immediately informed Luine of the reward. Luine said, I didn't kill soft devouring tracking. My goal was Li Luochen from the start. 8 Colors said, a 5-star mission doesn't specify which abyss you'll die in. 7 Treasures killed soft devouring tracking, and you contributed greatly. Without you, it wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Plus, you gave us the information in advance, which is enough for a 5-star mission. Please choose your reward. Luine said, there's no hurry. The Death Universe already knows about soft devouring tracking staff. Why is it so fast? I suspect that there are spies from the Death Universe among us. 8 Colors was calm. Got it. Luine had previously used the Death Universe's spies to delay his entry into tracking, but he still entered tracking in the end. Now that he mentioned it again, 8 Colors was too calm. It was very likely that she knew. Yes. There's one thing. The Death Universe is about to start a war with us. 8 Colors was surprised. From Thousand Trickery? Onyx Immortal Prison Bone specially went to the abyss of Thousand Trickery and said that the Death Universe wants to start a war before Li Luochen is drawn away by the River of Time. They probably want to use Li Luochen to drag an unknown to increase the Death Universe's advantage. 8 Colors gave rare praise. Your information is very timely. Chen, you can actually accept a new mission and use this information to complete the mission and get more rewards. Lu Yin's tone was sincere. Since I've joined the unknown, I don't need to care about personal gains and losses, especially in the face of such major issues. 8 Colors nodded. Okay, you can choose the 5-star mission reward next. Luine had never been praised by 8 Colors when he joined the unknown, but Chen's identity had been praised a few times. It seemed that 8 Colors did not care about the loyalty of the unknown, but it could not control it. Who didn't want their subordinates to be loyal to them? Luine felt that his white bone avatar status in 8 Colors' heart was different. What's the reward? There are battle skills, techniques, knowledge. 8 Colors explained in detail to Luine and even analyzed what was suitable for Luine. For example, the unknown had once killed the abyss of the Death Universe and obtained a method to use the power of death. It also mentioned the enlightenment and attempt to break through immortality and so on. It was very serious. Luine listened very seriously and did not choose in the end. Sorry, I want to wait for a while. Is that okay? Of course, you can choose the reward at any time. Thank you. After a pause, Luine asked, by the way, what did the toad say in tracking? Did it? Don't let it expose my identity. It was badly injured and did not have time to say much. Then does it mean that it can also cultivate divine power like me? It must cultivate. Don't let it wander around for now. The Death Universe will definitely hunt it down. The Dark Immortal Prison Bone can teleport. It did not even come to tracking. Chen, you have to choose a new mission now. Luine was excited. It's a 5-star mission. This time, 8 Colors did not say that choosing a 5-star mission might be considered as delaying the completion of the mission because Luine had really completed a 5-star mission and was very active in dealing with the Death Universe. Wang Wen's voice sounded. A 5-star mission? Other than killing the abyss, you can also become one. This conversation was between him and 8 Colors alone, but Wang Wen could still interrupt. The Balance Envoy's position in the unknown was too special. Becoming an abyss is also a 5-star mission? Yes. But I can't do it. The Thousand Trickeries clearly said that I will not be an abyss. Otherwise, we would have lost 2 abyss this time. I am confident that I can fight for it. Wang Wen smiled. You can fight for it. Your value is much higher than you think. Don't worry about what the Thousand Trickeries will do. Luine was nervous. Can I? Of course. Wang Wen was determined. Luine gritted his teeth. Okay, then I will fight for it. After ending the conversation, Luine was about to leave when Demao's voice sounded. Green, are you there? He wanted to talk to him alone to confirm his whereabouts. Yes. Demao's voice sounded. You completed the mission, right? Luine grunted. I just turned it in. Did you exchange for the reward? Not yet. I don't know what to choose. Is it? Demao muttered to himself, let's make a deal. Help me exchange for a reward, and if you have any needs or conditions, you can state them. Luine smiled, why do you want to make a deal? If Senior needs it, I can just give it to you. Demao was stunned, give it to me? Lu Yin's tone was sincere. Senior, you saved my life before, and this is a debt of gratitude. You also recommended me to join the Unknown Ones, and this is a debt of gratitude. Senior, you've spoken up for me several times in the Unknown Ones, and this is a debt of gratitude. It's difficult for me to repay such kindness, so I have to thank you for giving me a chance to do so. Demao didn't know what to say, and an indescribable feeling made it very uncomfortable. It had been too long, and when was the last time it felt this way? It hadn't broken through to immortality yet? No, it hadn't reached the level of crossing the bitter adversity. It had been in a different state then. But now, it was silent. It didn't know how to deal with this strange feeling. The reward for a 5-star mission was very important, but Luine couldn't obtain much as a skeleton clone. He had too many battle techniques. Cognition? This was a huge concept that couldn't be explained by a 5-star mission reward. Since Demao had asked, Luine would do him a favor. Demao's habitat universe was very close to the abyss of 1,000 trickeries, and he did have something he needed Demao's help with. What reward does Senior want me to exchange for? Luine asked. Demao's tone changed. Although it was low, there was a gentleness to it, and it was even gentler than when it had brought Luine to the Unknown Ones. At that time it had been proud and thought that it had the ability to set things up. Now, it had another feeling. A branch from the divine tree. Luine raised his brows. As expected, Demao was right. It wanted a branch from the divine tree. His 5-star mission reward had given Demao a branch from the divine tree. How much could this branch help Demao? Alright, I understand. Luine immediately contacted 8 colors and asked for a branch from the divine tree. He entered the Unknown Ones and walked to the divine tree. He saw a lot of withered branches, but every single one of them required a 5-star mission reward to exchange. It was too ridiculous. This was the difference between supply and demand. The outside world didn't have it, but since Luine wanted it, even if it was a 6-stars mission reward, he would have to pinch his nose and accept it. Luine picked up a branch from the divine tree and left. He had picked up the shortest branch. Although he wanted to make use of Demao, Demao himself was also an unknown. He was hostile to human civilization and was an enemy. He could only choose the shortest branch of the divine tree as much as possible to reduce the benefits Demao would receive. Passing through the portal, they arrived at the habitat universe. Demao was already waiting. Luine passed the branch to Demao. Demao was moved. Thank you, Chen. Luine was modest. I was lucky to complete the mission. The soft devouring tracker is very strong. Even if I break through to immortality, I may not be its opponent, let alone now. Demao kept the withered branch of the divine tree and smiled. Don't worry, you'll definitely surpass it once you break through to immortality. You've cultivated both divine power and deathly still energy at the same time. Also, you are different from the humans I know. Luine was puzzled. Different? Demao said in a low voice, I know a human who is arrogant, presumptuous, rude, despicable, and good at sowing discord. It's simply synonymous with all bad behavior. Then, he changed the topic. You are different. He looked at Luine with admiration. You are humble, courteous, courteous, courteous. You know how to repay kindness. You don't care about personal gains and losses. You don't pretend to be smart. Chen, I admire you very much. Luine smiled. Is there such a person? Is he the unknown human you mentioned before? Demao snorted. That's him. His name is Luine, but he also paid the price for his arrogance. He was beaten until he was on his last breath. He can't fight now. It's karma. You will definitely communicate with him in the future. Be careful of him sowing discord. Luin grunted. I hate human civilization the most. If possible, let me deal with them. Demao said, no need. That human civilization won't exist for too long. It's just a pity that I can't deal with that guy personally. Senior's strength must be far beyond that Lu Yin's. Luin looked up. Demao raised his head. Of course. If not for the unknown rules, I would have killed him long ago. It would be as easy as swatting a fly. Luin praised, Senior is amazing. Ha ha ha, right, this branch is a 5-star mission reward. It's worth a lot. Have you thought about what you want to trade for it? Senior, I said before that I don't want to trade. I want to give it to you as a gift to repay your kindness. That won't do. How about this, let me know when you've thought about it. If you don't want to trade, just take it as a favor. Luin sighed. Alright, since Senior is so benevolent, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Demao grunted and looked at Luin with admiration. He admired this human skeleton too much. It was like the difference between heaven and earth with Luin. Benevolent? Yes, its original master was benevolent. Right, I thought of something. Demao turned around and looked at the core. He calculated and pointed in a direction. The butterfly ancestor is there. Luin looked over. Senior, are you still watching the butterfly ancestor? Demao replied, I've eaten its power. As long as it's not too far away, I can roughly sense it. He then took pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. Do you know what's in that direction? Luin looked into the distance and his heart sank. Not good, the Triverse. The butterfly ancestor had fled in that direction. You don't know, right? Let me tell you, that's where the human universe is located. The butterfly ancestor just so happened to choose that direction. Hee, once they encounter the Triverse, the humans will lose a bunch of experts. Interesting, right? Demao laughed. Luin didn't understand. Why would the butterfly ancestor flee in that direction? Demao replied, I don't know. The humans are just unlucky. That Luin only has one chance to attack, and he can only watch as the butterfly ancestor slaughters them. Luin said, but that direction is huge. The butterfly ancestor can't possibly encounter the human universe directly. Even if it deviates slightly, it might not encounter them. The humans are getting more and more arrogant. They're constantly searching their surroundings. In the past, they might not have encountered the butterfly ancestor. Even if they deviated slightly, they would still be far away. But now, the humans have controlled a considerable distance around them. They'll definitely discover the butterfly ancestor. As for the butterfly ancestor, there's a high chance that it'll discover them. They brought this upon themselves, Demao mocked. Luin looked into the distance. It had been more than 600 years since his battle with the butterfly ancestor. Even if they were 2,000 years away from the Triverse, the butterfly ancestor's speed wouldn't take that long. Based on his calculations, the butterfly ancestor would encounter the Triverse in another 300 or 400 years. With the distance of mirroring, the Lu family would be able to discover the butterfly ancestor within 200 years if they were lucky. The two sides probably wouldn't encounter each other. The humans wouldn't provoke the butterfly ancestor, but if the butterfly ancestor happened to be heading toward the Triverse, that would be troublesome. But if Qingli and Xianxia and the others showed up, the butterfly ancestor would be wary. Alright, you should go back. Remember, look for me if you need anything. I'll definitely help, Demao said. Luin hesitated, seemingly unsure of what to say. Demao stared at him, you seem to have something to say. Just say it, there's no need to hide our relationship. Luin said, if Senior hadn't mentioned the butterfly ancestor, I would have forgotten. Now that I think about it, Myriad Trickery wants me to kill it. Demao didn't understand, why must you kill it? When you barged into the butterfly ancestor continent alone, did you know that you were fighting against a fishing civilization? Even I can't do it, let alone you. Luin was helpless, perhaps Myriad Trickery wants to use this to get rid of me. Didn't the balance envoy help you solve your identity problem? I don't know, but Myriad Trickery said that if I don't kill the butterfly ancestor, I won't become an abyss. Demel muttered, that's troublesome. It seems like they really want to use the butterfly ancestor to get rid of you. Luine looked into the distance. I thought that the butterfly ancestor had disappeared forever, but since Senior has confirmed its location, then. He lowered his voice, the butterfly ancestor has been wandering around the abyss of Myriad Trickery for countless years. Myriad Trickery might be able to pinpoint its location. Demel didn't refute. He had his ways, but Myriad Trickery had even more. No matter how crazy it was. Wang didn't think that he could surpass Myriad Trickery either. Then we'll kill the butterfly ancestor, Demel said. Luine was troubled, the butterfly ancestor is powerful. I'm alone. Me too. Demel looked at Luine, don't worry, I brought you to the unknown and you helped me. I won't let you fight the butterfly ancestor alone. Luine shook his head, Senior, you're an eternal, and you're bound by karma. Fighting the butterfly ancestor is not worth it. Demel's head hurt, karma aside, the butterfly ancestor is very difficult to deal with. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat it. That's the biggest problem unless we find another helper. Luine and Demel spoke at the same time, the toad. Demel was shocked, you can get the toad to help you? Senior, why did you think of the toad? I just wanted to ask if the toad can help you. After all, you helped it when you killed Soft Devouring Tracer. Luine said, I can try. But the toad is heavily injured and can't even track down its whereabouts. Demel continued, plus, the butterfly ancestor is heading to the human civilization. If we deal with it now, we'll be helping Luine. Luine realized that Demel really didn't like him, I'll contact the toad. It owes me a life when I killed Soft Devouring Tracer. Without me, it would have died. As for the human civilization. After a moment of hesitation, Luine asked, Senior, do you know how long it will take for the butterfly ancestor to encounter the human civilization? Demel shook his head, I'm not sure, but probably within a few hundred years. Luine grinned, that's only a short time, there's no need to rush. We'll wait until it encounters the human civilization and inflict heavy damage on them. Not only that, but the butterfly ancestor will also be damaged. Demel was delighted, alright, it's settled then. Luine left Habitat and returned to the abyss of Myriad Trickery. Thousand Trickery did not keep an eye on him. He knew that Luine had gone to the unknown, but he still did not keep an eye on him. Luine took the initiative to look for Thousand Trickery. I told 8 Colors that I want to return to Xianxia, but she said that Xianxia is not in the unknown. He was not lying about this. If he blamed Xianxia's disappearance on the unknown, he would reap what he sowed. Thousand Trickery was surprised. It wasn't done by the unknown? Then who was it? Luine said, 8 Colors doesn't know. Thousand Trickery sighed. Then forget it. It's a pity that we lost the 10-eyed crow talent for nothing. Luine wanted to say something but hesitated. Thousand Trickery glanced at him. Just say what you want to say. Luine said, is it possible? That Xianxia was deliberately captured? Thousand Trickery was stunned. He looked at Luine without saying anything. Luine said, I don't mean to offend you, Senior, but Xianxia belongs to the 4th Stronghold's Heavenly Eye tribe. The Heavenly Eye tribe disappeared during the War of the 9 Bases, so the possibility of them suddenly reappearing is very slim. Besides, if they really did appear, where are the other people from the 4th Stronghold? Since Xianxia was captured and brought here, it means that he did not appear far from here. There shouldn't be any wars involving the entire fishing civilization around here, right? That's why I'm guessing. The biggest question is, if that's really what I'm guessing, why would he deliberately be captured? I can't figure it out. Thousand Trickery looked away. On purpose? It's not impossible. Is it possible? I'm just guessing based on common sense. Otherwise, it would be too strange for Xianxia to disappear, Luine said. Thousand Trickery looked at the sky. I still underestimated the 4th Stronghold. They were able to escape from the 9 Bases battlefield back then, so they must be quite strong. I really don't know how strong the 4th Stronghold is. It's impossible to say that they're targeting me. I've never fought with the 4th Stronghold before. The only possibility is that they're targeting the entire Death universe because the one who captured him was Rocher Sun's clone. Luin did not dwell on this matter and stopped talking about it. There's one more thing. I don't want to lie to you. You told them that the Death universe is about to go to war with the unknown? Yes. You're really honest. To gain the unknown's trust. But the information you've given is true. Luin looked at Trickster's back. Really? Really? The Thousand Trickery looked back at Luin and smiled. It's true, it's true. Luin stared at the Thousand Trickery intently. I'm willing to make up for it, but please believe me. I was only trying to gain the unknown's trust. The 8 colors trust me a lot, and if the Death universe requires it, I can lure the unknown out to kill me. Xianxia slyly laughed. Which unknown? Whatever. As long as it's possible, I can lure it out, Luin said. Right now, the one I'm most confident in is the Azure Unknown. He did not hesitate to betray Demao. If he could use Demao's life power to gain the Death universe's trust and even allow him to be the Abyss, that would be the best outcome. Trickery didn't care. Not for now. The game between the Dead universe and the unknown can't be decided by 1 or 2 traitors. Whether it's you, the Toad, or the existence hiding in the unknown that helps us, none of you can decide the real situation. Your existence only brings some fun to this game. That's all. Luin looked at the Thousand Trickery in astonishment. To say such words, was that really the case? Impossible. Toad OL6 had already climbed to the Abyss and killed Rocher Sun. The existence that helped the Death universe was even more unknown. The remaining unknowns were not simple. How could it be just for fun? But when he thought about the bet between Wang Wen and Trickery, it seemed like they did not care about his identity as a traitor at all. This made the Thousand Trickery's words inexplicably credible. Anything else? The Thousand Trickery asked. Luin said, through the unknowns, I know where the butterfly ancestor is. The Thousand Trickery nodded. This is your mission. I gave it to you, not the Death universe. If you don't want to kill the butterfly ancestor, it's up to you. Luin said respectfully, Senior, if you want me to kill the butterfly ancestor, I will do everything I can to complete it. The Thousand Trickery's lips curled up, and sparks suddenly appeared on its half-mechanical head. Luin was worried that it would explode. That's what you said to the 8 colors and the unknowns, right? Luin was speechless. The Thousand Trickery's voice sounded, go if you want. The ruins of the Taiqing dynasty on the butterfly ancestor's back are valuable references. Also, a life and death battle with the butterfly ancestor will help you break through the limits of your potential. This is a method. Although it's not very efficient, it's worth a try. Consider it as saving me some effort. Luin asked, then when will I go? Up to you. The Thousand Trickery did not care. Luin thought for a moment, for now, I won't have any improvement in my combat power. Since I know the butterfly ancestor's whereabouts, I have to keep an eye on it even if I don't take action. This way, I will go now. The Thousand Trickery grunted, but if you go now, you will miss the Abyss selection. Luin smiled bitterly, Senior, you don't want me to become the Abyss. I won't join in the fun. The Thousand Trickery did not speak, its back facing him. Luin bowed to it again, took out the door, and left. This door led to no trace. His bone avatar shouldn't have a door that led directly to the butterfly ancestor. He had to go through no trace. After Luin left, the Thousand Trickery tapped its thigh. I used my brain in unnecessary places. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a form of entertainment. Luin entered no trace through the door and went to the Habitat universe to see Demao. Perhaps soft-devouring Zhongshuan's death made the Thousand Trickery unhappy with me. It wants me to kill the butterfly ancestor as soon as possible. It can't wait a few hundred years. Lu Yin's tone was low. Demao felt pity. Alright, that human civilization is lucky. Contact the Toad and we'll attack together. Luin was grateful. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Senior, please send me to the location closest to the butterfly ancestor. I'll find a chance to attack. The bone avatar couldn't find the butterfly ancestor easily. He needed Demao's help. Luin had to consider Thousand Trickery from the perspective of the avatar and the dead universe. He also had to consider Demao from the perspective of the Avatar and the unknown. All right. Demao took out the door. There's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Of course, if it's not possible, you don't have to worry. What is it? Just say it. Luin paused, give the dead universe some pressure. Demao didn't understand, what do you mean? I previously guessed that there was a dead universe within the unknown, and now it's been confirmed. News of the war between the dead universe and the unknown was spread to no trace, and Thousand Trickery revealed it as soon as I returned. It might be because of this that it's unhappy with me and forced me to kill the butterfly ancestor. Luin paused for a moment before continuing, now that this matter is clear, I hope that the unknown can pressure the dead universe and ensure that Thousand Trickery doesn't keep an eye on me. Demao roared, there really is a spy. Humph, don't let me find out who it is, or I'll kill it. Senior's loyalty to the unknown is admirable. It's not because of the unknown, but because this matter affects me. Forget it, I understand what you mean. I'll try my best to prevent Thousand Trickery from spying on you, right? Thank you, Senior. Luin stepped through the door and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in another region of space. He didn't know where this place was, and he didn't need to know. He sat down cross-legged and awakened his main body. In the Habitat universe, Demao looked in the direction of Thousand Trickery's abyss and walked out. In the Tian Yuan universe, Luin opened his eyes and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the bone clone. This place was very close to the Tian Yuan universe, and he couldn't hesitate. Otherwise, the connection would be severed. He brought the bone clone back to the Tian Yuan universe and calculated the coordinates. He then looked in a certain direction and teleported away. He was going to the Taiching civilization. Since Patriarch Shan had written down the coordinates on a piece of black armor, it couldn't be useless. After all, the information written on the armor was for the human civilization and the 7 treasures heavenly towed. The ruins of the Taiching civilization were very far away, even farther than the immortal plume tree. If one were to look at the mother tree that stood tall, it would be separated by 3 branches. The 3 universes were separated by several branches. Those branches were hard to see with the naked eye, and they couldn't be touched. Only a small branch growing out of the branches could be seen and touched, and that was the mother tree. The only thing that Luin didn't understand was that since the mother tree was only a small branch, it must be fixed to the largest mother tree. How did it move? This should have something to do with the invisible and untouchable branches. Luin teleported again and again until he finally arrived at the coordinates. He saw 4 universes that were connected in pairs, and from a distance, they looked like a cube. He had never seen such a universe before. It was definitely not a coincidence that the universes were so close to each other. It was just like how the 9th heaven universe covered the spiritualized universe. This was the ruins of the Taiching civilization. Luin looked around and saw black mountain ranges everywhere. They stretched endlessly and covered the entire universe. There was no sunlight, and it was filled with loneliness and darkness. It was even more like the abyss of death than the abyss of Thousand Trickery. Ordinary people couldn't stay in such an environment. Even so, there were still creatures of all sizes. They all had pointed heads and black bodies that ran through the mountains. There were no cultivators in the 4 universes, and they were similar to ordinary desert planets in the universe. Luin teleported into the universe and instantly scanned the 4 universes. There really weren't any cultivators, and even if there were many creatures running about, it still gave him a sense of desolation. His consciousness continued to explore the 4 universes and discovered many traces of sourcebox arrays. He also found quite a few sourcebox boxes. These materials were very valuable, and Luin put them away. Unfortunately, the sourcebox arrays were all gone, and he didn't know if they had been naturally damaged or if they had been released by the Taiching civilization. Logically speaking, after the Taiching had left, these sourcebox boxes should have been left behind. This kind of material was useful to them. Or could it be that these sourcebox boxes had been brought here by some other creatures after the Taiching had left? Luin walked around and continuously searched for traces of the Taiching civilization. He was very interested in their sourcebox arrays. However, a few years later, he sighed. Too much time had passed, and most of the traces had disappeared. In comparison, the sourcebox array in the forbidden area behind the butterfly ancestor was much more complete than the traces here. There was only one. Luin raised his head and looked forward. The four universes were connected in pairs, and there was a tall mountain in the center. It had a strange shape, as if some creature was gathering its arms to worship something. It was this mountain that connected the four universes. When Lu Yin's consciousness swept across the four universes, he confirmed that there was a sourcebox array within the mountain. He had sensed the danger from the sourcebox, and even though it was weak, it meant that there was a complete sourcebox array. The Taiqing civilization's sourcebox arrays were all set up using lockbreaking methods, with layers of lockbreaking and changing. After such a long time, there was still a sourcebox array in operation, which was quite rare. Luin purposely left the mountain for last, as he wanted to understand more about the Taiqing civilization before taking a look. Unfortunately, these four universes were of no help to him. As he approached the mountain, the darkness grew steeper. The moment Luin stepped onto the mountain, the sourcebox's danger soared into the sky, and an incredible pressure pressed down on him, causing him to subconsciously retreat. He took a step back and retracted the sourcebox's danger. That moment just now felt like an illusion. Luin stared at the mountain in shock, as he had never felt such a powerful sourcebox's danger before. In that moment, it felt as if the entire universe had come to life, as if a colossus had been awakened. It gave him a sense of oppression, as if he was facing death. What kind of sourcebox array was this? How could it be so terrifying? He did not dare to rashly approach it. Although he was confident in his own strength, he only had one chance to act, and he did not want to lose the sourcebox array. Law would increase the karmic restrictions. Luin thought for a moment and tapped the void. Ripples spread out, and layers of gray spread out. Next, a torrential river descended. It was the river of time. If there was a universe, then there was time, and if there was time, then there was the river of time. This river of time was very large, as it covered the four universes. Luin immediately saw a small boat floating above the river of time, as well as a ferryman. It was a creature that looked like a mountain, and this should be the form of a creature from the Taiqing civilization. The river of time was drawn out, and the ferryman faced Luin and bowed. "Greetings, eternal powerhouse." Luin looked at the ferryman. "Are you a creature from the Taiqing civilization?" "The Taiqing civilization disappeared a long time ago, and I am myself," the ferryman said. Luin looked at it. "What happened here?" The ferryman's voice was filled with vicissitudes. "This is a dark and lonely cage. Nothing has happened here. Ever since the Grand Pure One left, this place has been like this. Occasionally, there would be foreign creatures entering, but they would just pass by quickly. There is no value in staying here." "When did Grand Pure One leave?" "It's been a long time, so long that I can't even remember." "Why did you leave?" "You're probably afraid of revenge." "Who would seek revenge?" The ferryman looked at Luin. "Creatures like you, sir." "Human civilization?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Have you heard of the ninth base civilization?" The ferryman sighed. Taiqing experienced glory, but during that glory, they experienced fear. So, they made a decision to go to war with 9 bases. After that battle, Taiqing left, and the 4 universes went from glory to desolation. Until they became like this today. They're right to leave, no matter how long it's been. In the end, he still came. Luin asked, "After the Grand Pure One left, no creatures of the Grand Pure One appeared here?" "Yes." The ferryman calmly looked at Luin as the small boat rocked back and forth in the river of time. A group of Taiqing creatures descended, but they seemed to have been involved in a battle or were being hunted down. They returned here, but most of them died here, and only a few managed to escape. "Who killed them?" Luin was curious. The ferryman replied, "I don't know. That kind of battle is too far away from me, and I don't even want to see it." Luin looked at the ground. "So those source boxes were left behind by the group of Taiqing creatures that died here later?" "Yes." "What about that mountain? Do you know what kind of source box array there is?" "I do. It's the clear skylock array." "The clear skylock array?" The ferryman's tone changed, and there was a hint of fear in it. That's one of the most powerful sourcebox arrays in the history of the Grand Pure One. Back then, when Tai Ching wanted to leave, they tried everything they could but to no avail, so they had no choice but to leave it behind. That's a very, very powerful sourcebox array. Perhaps after that departure, Tai Ching will forever lose the sourcebox array. After all, Tai Ching creatures have only ever researched one type of sourcebox array in their entire lives, and the one who created this array died during the Battle of 9 Bases. Luin asked, "Who killed it?" "I don't know. What's so special about this clear skylock array?" The ferryman looked at Luin. "Descendant of 9 Bases, I've already answered many of your questions. Now, we have an exchange." Luin clasped his hands behind his back. "Sure. What kind of exchange?" The ferryman's voice was filled with hope. "I want freedom." Luin raised his brows. "Freedom?" The ferryman looked at the ground. "Because of Tai Ching, no civilization will ever be born. Look at those creatures, they only have a primitive desire to kill. I've seen enough, and I've watched this scene for countless years, scene after scene. Nothing will ever change. Species will disappear and be replaced, but I'll always be here, watching those foolish creatures follow the laws of nature. I can easily see the evolution of those species. I've had enough of this kind of life. Even death is better than being here. I want freedom, to be free from this dark land." Luin understood, but he was still puzzled. "Why are these 4 universes like this?" The ferryman's voice was low. "The Tai Ching's understanding of the universe is like this. Wherever they go, it will be like this as well. The process of war is the process of lockbreaking. This land is the state of the 4 universes after they lockbreak. To them, this is the result." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Is that so? How despicable. You're actually still alive? The universe needs time. My life or death is not within the Tai Ching's consideration, but I'd rather die than live in this lifeless primitive land." Luin looked at the endless land. If he had to live day after day here and watch those mindless creatures kill each other forever, he wouldn't be able to stand it. "All right, I agree. I'll give you freedom." The ferryman was excited. "How will you give me freedom?" Luin said, "I'll just take you away." The ferryman suddenly became angry. "You lied to me." Luin raised his brows. The ferryman growled, "If you want to take me away, you'll have to completely destroy these 4 universes. You can't do that. Aren't you afraid of being pulled away by the Lord's River of Time? Even the Tai Ching was afraid back then." "You lied to me." Luin shook his head. "Other than that, what else can you teach me?" The ferryman panted heavily and didn't answer. He just stared at Luin. Luin said, "Either I pull the Lord's River of Time down and send you away, or you can only trust me and wait for me to completely destroy these 4 universes before taking you away. It's not like I haven't done this before. The threat of the Lord's River of Time is acceptable to me. Choose one." The ferryman fell silent, not knowing what to choose. "You don't trust me?" "I don't. You don't understand the Lord's River of Time. I'll make you believe me." Luin then teleported away. The ferryman stared at the empty space. How many years had it been since the last intelligent creature had accidentally come here? It had almost forgotten how to talk. This descendant of 9 Bases would not leave. The clear skylock formation was extremely valuable, and he would not give up on this place. He would definitely return. It continued to wait. It had thought that it would take a long time, and the ferryman had already prepared himself to endure the loneliness once more. However, Luin had come, and he had even brought someone with him, the Lord. The ferryman stared at Luin in a daze. So fast? It vaguely felt like there was some kind of ability that could do it. It didn't think of anything, mainly because it didn't want to. Instead, it stared at the Lord. This was the ferryman of the River of Time. The Lord carried the boat and stared at the River of Time. Luin asked, "Do you believe me?" The ferryman was excited and looked at the Lord. "He'll take me away?" He would rather believe in the Lord, who was also a ferryman of the River of Time. The Lord asked, "Since you can't bear the loneliness, why don't you die?" "You can definitely die." The ferryman said bitterly, "Living is the instinct of all living creatures. I can be killed, but I can't commit suicide." The Lord looked at the Lord. He looked at the earth with pity in his eyes. "This is the most unfriendly torture for us." He then looked at the ferryman. "You should believe in him. If he agrees, then he will definitely take you away unless he encounters an irresistible force, such as a powerful enemy." The ferryman suppressed his excitement. "I believe in him, descendant of ninth base. I believe that you can take me away, but if you really can't, then please kill me. Is that all right?" Luin nodded. "All right. Thank you." Luin sent the Lord back and then returned to the Taiching ruins. "Now, tell me about the clear skylock spell." The ferryman took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. There was a hint of amazement in his voice that even the passage of time could not erase. The clear skylock spell is a powerful sourcebox array that the Taiching uses to protect itself. From what I know, it is split into the clear skylock spell and the earthlock spell. Clear skylock spell. Within the range of the sourcebox array, all power will be scattered, and no power will be able to exist. This is known as clear sky. As for the earthlock spell, it is not used to lock the enemy, but rather to lock the user's own body. The user's body is the earth itself, and all the power that the user consumes will be locked away. No matter what kind of power is released, it will be locked back, and it can be used in an endless cycle. There are only these two uses. It seems simple, but if you really face this clear skylock spell, then you will truly experience despair. This sourcebox array has almost absolute power. Luin looked at the dark mountain. Clear sky, and earthlock spell? He had encountered these two uses more than once, especially the earthlock spell, which was similar to the sky palace. At first, he did not think much of it. The ferryman seemed to be able to read Lu Yin's thoughts, and he said, "The Taiching sourcebox array is like this. It allows its own civilization to have an existence that is compatible with 2 laws of the universe and grind down an old freak that is compatible with 3 laws of the universe." Lu Yin suddenly stared at the ferryman. The ferryman said, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. During the Battle of 9 Bases, the person who created the clear skylock formation was the Great Pure One's Edge. Although he died in the battle, I heard that he also killed one of the base masters." "Xianxia?" Lu Yin blurted out. The ferryman shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin's expression darkened. It had to be Xianxia because the Great Pure One had attacked the 5th stronghold. No matter how strong the younger generation of the 5th stronghold was, Xianxia's strength was definitely not fake. A conservative estimate was that he was at the peak of 2 laws of the universe. In Lu Yin's opinion, the 9th base master might even be an old monster who was at least 3 laws of the universe. That was because almost all the fishing civilizations he had encountered before had the strength to reach that level. The Black Apocalypse's 100 Seals, the Godly King's Law of Change, the Nibelung's Eternal Realm Trident, and so on. If the 9th base master were to fight the fishing civilizations separately, the strongest person in each base would not be able to resist without similar techniques. There were many reasons for the 9th base master's defeat, but he had never heard of anyone losing because of absolute strength. It was either a traitor or a trick. If Xianxia died in the clear skylock formation, Lu Yin's understanding of this sourcebox array would change. He approached the Black Mountain again, and with the ferryman's guidance, there was a direction that led directly to the clear skylock formation. This entire mountain was actually within the clear skylock formation's range of influence, and he could not get close to it. Only by getting close to the sourcebox array itself would he have a chance of mastering it. He was not from the Great Pure One, so there was no need for him to study only one sourcebox array for the rest of his life. He had mastered too many sourcebox arrays. However, the Great Pure One was able to master a sourcebox array. There had to be a reason why the Tao had reached its current level. Lu Yin was also helpless. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to study only one sourcebox array for the rest of his life. Of course, the Great Pure One's rules could not be separated from its strange path. Every sourcebox array had many variations, and it was both a single array and multiple arrays. Lu Yin followed the path into the mountain, and not long after, he saw the source boxes placed on the mountain walls. He also saw the complete clear skylock formation. This was his limit. If he wanted to advance any further, he would have to endure the suppression of this source box array. Luin stepped in without any hesitation. In the ferryman's words, without a creature from the clear sky civilization controlling it, this clear sky lock array was nothing more than a decoration used to scare others. As long as one could withstand the suppression of the sourcebox array's killing intent, they would be able to break this array. This was not an offensive sourcebox array. As soon as he stepped inside, the terrifying pressure appeared once more. This time, he wasn't worried, and he calmly walked towards the center of the array. His body was completely capable of withstanding the pressure. Even if the Grand Clear Civilization's eternal life realm used this array formation, he could still fight. Luin walked to the center of the array formation and looked around him. He looked at the source boxes one by one, trying to get a clear look at all of the danger lurking within them. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, the Mother Tree had been rebuilt. The Death Hill had been destroyed in the previous battle, but now it had been rebuilt. The two silhouettes brushed past each other, and the sound of weapons clashing rang out. Four arcs were drawn in the air, and it was as if lightning had struck the earth. Dual blade guide. I saw through it. With a clang, a short blade spun rapidly before finally stabbing into the ground. A woman landed next to the blade and slowly squatted down to pick it up. You can see through it every time. The long blade dragon's roar that I'm so proud of is useless against you. Another woman's voice came from behind her. We fought so many times, and you're constantly improving. There will be a day when I won't be able to see through you. The woman smiled bitterly. I don't need to be comforted, but that day might not come. I keep feeling that you might break through to the eternal life realm at any time. It's not that easy. Is your good luck gone? Yes, it's been gone ever since that battle. It's a good thing for you, the woman said. She was Dragon's Roar, Death Hill's third Peak's Peak Master. The person who had sparred with her was Death Hill's first Peak's Peak Master, Xianxia. Dragon's Roar put away the short blade and said, I'm leaving. Xianxia sighed. I'll have to trouble you. My first peak can't keep up with many things, and I'll need your third peak's help. Don't worry about it, Dragon's Roar said and disappeared. Xianxia looked at her disappearing figure and then turned to leave. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and a terrifying chill enveloped her body. She felt cold all over, as if she was being stared at by death. She couldn't move. What was going on? What was this feeling? Terrifying. Indescribable terror. At this moment, she clearly felt that she had touched death. On the ground, a long shadow stretched out. She lowered her eyes and saw the shadow. Who was it? Who could be so close to her without her noticing? Only those in the eternal life realm couldn't do it, but who among the three eternal life realms could give her such a feeling? This hostility seemed to be able to swallow her. Did she just say good luck? A familiar voice sounded. Xianxia had heard this voice before. Although it was only a few times, she remembered it very clearly. It was Red Hero's voice. Red Hero actually came to the ninth heaven. Universe? Behind Xianxia, Red Hero looked at her calmly. He had come to the ninth heaven universe and spent more than 10 years infiltrating the karmic phenomena. He had used an extremely secretive method to approach Xianxia. Back when Luin had brought Xianxia to the Red Shirt civilizations, they had met Northern Hero every time. This was strange, and he couldn't figure out why. He knew Lu Yin's methods, and it was easy for him to find Northern Hero. However, it was impossible to hide from him. Red Hero thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how she had done it. Northern Hero was related to his cultivation, and he couldn't let anything happen to her. During the disaster of the three universes, he had planned to find Xianxia after finding the Ten-Eyed Crow, but he had been interrupted by the Azure Lotus Guard. Now, he had come looking for her. He had seen Xianxia and Dragon's battle and heard Dragon's words. Red Hero, you dare to come to the three universes? Aren't you afraid that ruler Lu will kill you? Xianxia growled, her face pale. Red Hero's tone was cold. Lu Yin used his one and only chance to intimidate the enemy. The more he intimidated them, the more it proved that he couldn't act. Don't worry, you're not worth him sacrificing the entire human civilization. He raised a hand and placed it on Xianxia's head. At that moment, Xianxia knew that she was very close to death. She could almost see a pair of black eyes staring at her, ready to reap her life at any moment. This was something she had never experienced in the first half of her life. Answer me. Did she just say good luck? Red Hero repeated. Xianxia took a deep breath as beads of sweat rolled down her beautiful face. Yes, my luck is very good. You found Northern Hero by luck? Yes. Red Hero looked at Xianxia's side profile. Luck? You believe me? Xianxia was shocked. She had thought that Red Hero wouldn't believe her. Who would believe such a thing? Red Hero didn't answer, as if he was thinking about something. Xianxia waited for a while, but Red Hero didn't move. She frowned, her pale face seeming weak. Red Hero, what are you trying to do? Red Hero closed his fingers, grabbed Xianxia, and disappeared. Outside the nine firmaments universe, the void suddenly shattered. Above the stars, karma flowed, connecting heaven and earth as a lotus appeared. Red Hero appeared beneath the lotus and grabbed Xianxia with one hand, his expression gloomy. Red Hero, you dare come here? Azure Lotus Defender shouted. Red Hero could restrain his aura and enter the three universes, but his attempt to grab Xianxia and leave had been detected by the karma constellation. Red Hero raised his sword and slashed out with his emotionless sword. The thousand faces karma wheel descended from the heavens and collided with the emotionless sword. On the other side, the red umbrella opened. Chu Songyun had also arrived. At the same time, Master Green Grass used Yama's first needle to stab Red Hero. Red Hero glanced at Xianxia and then pulled out a square box. It was an origin talisman box. He opened it, and the source box array instantly enveloped him and Xianxia. Azure Lotus Defender and the others' attacks landed on the sourcebox array. The sourcebox array remained intact, and Red Hero forcefully withstood their attacks as he brought Xianxia out of the range of the Karma constellation. Azure Lotus Defender immediately retracted his Karma constellation, which spanned across the heavens. The terrifying pressure caused the entire universe to shrink. Red Hero's expression was solemn, as Azure Lotus Defender's true power level was definitely troublesome to deal with. He looked back through the sourcebox array. She's just a girl who's about to face her doom. Luin only has one chance to act. You want to protect your human civilization, but is she worth it? Azure Lotus Defender pressed on. What about you? Is she worth attracting a war between the three universes? Are you going to fight over her? Red Hero's eyes narrowed. Xianxia was withstanding Red Hero's pressure, and her face was pale. This pressure caused her to spit out blood, which dripped down from the void like blooming plum blossoms. A suffocating pressure assaulted them. Red Hero did not fear anyone in the three universes. Even if he faced Luin directly, he was confident that he could fight him. Luin could kill a life-or-death realm cultivator, but he might not be able to kill Red Hero, let alone Azure Lotus Defender and the others. However, every time they clashed, the karma binding them would increase, making them anxious. It would be possible to capture this girl without anyone noticing, but they had been discovered. Given his understanding of human civilization, he might really save her, especially if his guess was correct. This girl was important to everyone. Behind Azure Lotus Defender were Chu Songyun and Master Green Grass. Red Hero looked deeply at Chu Songyun's red umbrella and sword, then at Xianxia. He tossed them to her. Here. Xianxia's body was thrown towards Azure Lotus Defender. Azure Lotus Defender caught her and hurriedly checked on her. Fortunately, Xianxia had fainted, but her life was not in danger. Red Hero headed towards the Red Coat universe below the stars. Azure Lotus Defender did not give chase, as the most important thing right now was to protect the three universes. Fighting Red Hero to the death would only exhaust their strength, and it was not worth it. He brought Xianxia back and left her in the care of the master. After a few days, Xianxia woke up. The master hurriedly asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" Xianxia lowered her head and did not answer. The master was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Xianxia suddenly looked up and met the master's eyes. At this moment, the master suddenly felt that this girl was not the Xianxia he was familiar with. Her gaze was filled with arrogance, contempt, and an incomprehensible distance. It was like a human and an ant. She was looking down on him. You? The master wanted to say something, but his body slowly collapsed. Xianxia stood up and looked up. She saw the mother tree, the nine firmaments universe, and the core. Her pale face had not yet recovered, but a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her body slowly distorted in the light and disappeared. The core. Red Hero headed towards the red shirt universe. It had taken him 100 years to sneak into the nine firmaments universe and find Xianxia. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do since he had been discovered. Still, he would have another chance in the future. He looked back. The three universes were now so high-profile that Lu Yin's last chance to act would not be enough. However, he did not have much time left. He retracted his gaze and saw a figure in white fluttering in front of him. Red Hero's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly stopped and looked over in shock. He did not know when a figure had appeared in front of him, but it was an extremely familiar figure. Xianxia? He stared blankly at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him with a smile on her face. It was indescribably absurd. How was this possible? Hadn't she been taken away by Qinglian? Why was she here? And how had she managed to get close to him without him noticing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Lu Ying could not do that. Even teleportation was impossible. Her? Red Hero stood in place and did not say a word. He just stared at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and sized him up. When you suddenly appeared behind me, did I have the same expression? How ugly, little brat. Little brat? Red Hero stared at Xianxia and slowly clenched his fists. He was on high alert. Who are you? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile, her beauty intoxicating. Don't you know? You specifically went to find me. You are not her, Red Hero growled, his voice emotionless. Tongue. His eyes continued to flicker, as if something was about to appear. At the same time, he unleashed the Tai Ching sourcebox array. This was something that had never happened before when he had faced off against any other expert. It had been a long time since Red Hero had experienced such a feeling. Xianxia's hair fluttered as she raised a hand and twirled her hair around her fingers. She looked like a young girl, and her face flushed a little. She looked at Red Hero playfully. I am her. You just don't know what to call me. Let me think. Forget it, let's go with Xianxia. I like this name. However, she said, her face darkening, I don't like what she did. You've affected me for a little fellow. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to wake up. To express my gratitude. Her lips curled up. From now on, you're mine. As for that civilization, it should have as much bad luck as good luck. That's only fair. Within the ruins of the Tai Ching civilization, Lu Ying stayed within the clear sky lock array for 10 years. 10 years was a very short period of time, as he had spent it studying the clear sky lock array. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he would not be able to learn the sourcebox array. How should he put it? It was that kind of feeling. It was as if some powers were only suitable for certain people. No matter how talented others were, they would never be able to learn those powers. The clear sky lock earth formation gave him a very clear feeling. When he had been researching the sourcebox array, he had always felt out of place. It had been like this for 10 years, so he had given up. At his level of cultivation, there were some things that he couldn't ignore. Only those that suited him were useful. Those that didn't suit him shouldn't be forced. This was an opportunity. The Tai Ching civilization might have had such thoughts as well. Otherwise, with their knowledge of sourcebox arrays, it would have been impossible for them to have allowed this array to be lost. There was also the possibility that they had been too pressed for time. Even if Lu Ying had forcefully learned this sourcebox array, it would have taken him a lot of time, at least several thousand years. Perhaps it would have been too late for the Tai Ching civilization back then. Although he couldn't learn it, this clear sky lock earth formation truly existed here. Even if he couldn't learn it, he could still use it. Luin left the ruins of the Taiqing civilization and returned to the Tianyuan universe. He brought along another clone, a godly power clone. This was a clone that specialized in cultivating an unknown godly power. With its tricolored godly power transformation, it had the power of a rogue. However, because it was only a clone, it could only rival an apex powerhouse who was compatible with one universal law. It couldn't use its tricolored godly power to kill existences like Mingyu, who were compatible with two universal laws. In order to use the clear sky lock earth formation, one had to learn it and adapt to it. Leaving the godly power clone within the array and allowing it to adapt to the array meant that it would not be locked down by the clear sky lock earth formation when using it. This was how to use it. Luin wanted to give the unknown universe, the dead universe, and the other civilizations a surprise. Didn't they all want to find the Taiqing? The Taiqing was here. After placing the godly power clone within the clear sky lock earth formation, Luin spoke to the ferryman of the River of Time and returned to the three universes. When he first brought along the godly power clone, he sensed that there had been a battle in the Nine Heavens universe. The traces of an eternal realm battle were obvious, and even the karmic celestial phenomenon had changed. This was not simple. Red Hero was here? In the Nine Heavens universe, Luin looked at Azure Lotus Protector in surprise. Master Grass and Chu Songyun were also there. Azure Lotus Protector nodded. He took Xianxia away, but I caught up with him and could only return her. Luin frowned. He had actually come for Xianxia. He should have known. When he had brought Xianxia to the Red Coat universe, they had encountered the Northern Hero several times. This was incomprehensible to Red Hero, but as a powerful eternal being, he would naturally care. How is Xianxia? The Great Master is taking care of her. She is fine. Luin looked in the direction of the Red Coat universe, but unfortunately, the mirroring technique could not see that far. He won't give up. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. Azure Lotus Protector said, in the karmic celestial phenomenon, as long as he makes a move, he will be detected. Don't worry. Master Grass looked at Luin. How is it in the Death universe? Luin gave a simple explanation of his situation, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The bone clone had joined the unknown, and both sides were about to fight. They felt like they were watching a show in the dark. In the past, they had always been the main characters and were always being watched. Now, they could watch other civilizations. This feeling was too comfortable. Chu Songyun was worried. Master, both sides know that you are the other side's spy. Will it be dangerous? Luin laughed. There's no choice if it's dangerous. Try to avoid it. By the way, how is Chang Tian? Is he adapting well? Can you find the coordinates of the eternal civilization? Azure Lotus Protector shook his head. He can adapt here. After all, they are all humans, but he can't find the coordinates of the eternal civilization. Luin felt regretful. It would be perfect if he could find the eternal civilization. Next, he went to the Death Hillock. Xianxia was targeted by Red Hero because of him. When he arrived at the Death Hillock, Luin scanned the area with his consciousness. Not good. He found the Great Master, who had fainted for quite some time. However, there were no signs that she had attacked. Luin couldn't tell how she had fainted, but waking up was easy. She woke up with a nudge. The Great Master opened her eyes and looked at Luin in confusion. What happened? Who knocked you out? Luin asked. The Great Master was confused. Fainted? Her expression suddenly changed, and she looked around. Where's Xianxia? Luin shook his head. She's gone. I've searched all three universes, but she's not here. The Great Master's expression turned grave. Something's wrong with her. What do you mean? The Great Master told Luin about the feeling she had when Xianxia had woken up. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was facing another person. A clone? Luin had a clone himself, so he wasn't surprised by this method. What made him feel creeped out was Xianxia's uniqueness. Her fortune physique didn't seem to be without reason. He thought about the burning fortune character and Xianxia's blood when he had been in seclusion. Everything told him that something incomprehensible had happened. He could vaguely guess what was going on, even though it was inconceivable. Master Lu, do you know what's going on with Xianxia? The great master asked when she saw Lu Yin's solemn expression. Lu Yin said, rest well. I'll take care of it. He then teleported to the red shirt civilization below the planet. The moment he arrived, the red shirt civilization searched the entire universe with their consciousness, which alarmed Jiao Wen and the West Upper Peak. They couldn't find Red Hero. Lu Yin looked at the distance between the red shirt civilization and the three universes. With Red Hero's speed, this distance shouldn't be too far. What's wrong? Jiao Wen asked. Lu Yin looked at Jiao Wen. Red Hero went to the three universes. Jiao Wen's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. He's starting to care less about us. This can't go on. Lu Yin said, Senior, Red Hero is no longer an insurmountable mountain. I don't need you to lower this mountain. Jiao Wen hesitated. Lu Yin continued, ever since the calamity of the three universes, our human civilization has suffered great losses, but we've also gained a lot. If you return to the three universes, even if I'm useless, with your strength and the Azure Lotus Protector's combined forces with Mr. Mu and Chu Songyun, you can still stand tall. It doesn't matter if Red Hero's ruthless path has been broken by 70%. West Upper Peak looked at Lu Yin. From the beginning, everyone had tried to weaken the heroic ancestor's strength. For this, Jiao Wen had even sacrificed himself. How long had it been since then? Was there no need to do that anymore? What about these people? Take them all. Jiao Wen was surprised. What about Red Hero? Lu Yin said, the reason why he didn't let you take away the people from the red shirt civilization was because he was afraid that without these people, you could leave the Blood Tower and join forces with the Azure Lotus Protector to deal with him. Now that we don't need to weaken his ruthless path, he naturally doesn't need to use these people to restrain you. Wang Wen has been exposed. Next, the human civilization will face Wang Wen. He will try his best to keep a low profile. Next, everyone from the red shirt civilization under the stars began to come into contact with each other. Lu Yin wanted to bring them to the three universes. The three universes had already prepared a place for the people from the red shirt civilization. As for Jiao Wen and West Upper Peak, they had also left the Blood Tower. Lu Yin wanted to kill Red Hero, but he could not do it now. That was because the Azure Lotus Protector and Jiao Wen could not do it even if they joined forces. The human civilization could not afford to fight Red Hero to the death. However, this was only on the surface. The three universes were being watched by all the civilizations, but no one was watching Lu Yin's clone, who was hidden in the darkness. There would be a day when Red Hero would be buried. The entire Red Coat civilization had been preparing to leave for a long time. A group of people had left many years ago, but it was interrupted by Red Hero. Now that Jiao Wen had announced their departure to the entire Red Coat universe, countless people had come into contact with each other. The efficiency was extremely high. Lu Yin left again and again, watching the Red Coat people under the stars disappear. Red Hero had returned. Lu Yin faced Red Hero, and behind him were Lu Yuan, Lu Swan, and other disciples of the Lu family who had awakened the teleportation talent. Red Hero looked at this scene with a calm expression, without the slightest fluctuation. Lu Yin stared at Red Hero. He had come to find this person, and his return was just in time. Where is Xianxia? Red Hero looked at Lu Yin coldly. He had changed. Lu Yin noticed that his gaze had changed, and so had his feelings. He had lost his uneasiness and apprehension. During the battle between the three universes, Lu Yin had let Red Hero know that 8 colors had schemed against him with soft devouring trace. There was also Wang Wen's appearance. At that time, he had felt uneasy and even feared Lu Yin. Now, all these feelings were gone. What does your people have to do with me? Red Hero's tone was indifferent. He looked at Lu Yin calmly and did not stop the Red Coat people under the stars from leaving. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. She's missing. What does that have to do with me? Red Hero repeated. Lu Yin looked at him deeply and did not say anything else. Red Hero did not stop the red coat people under the stars from leaving. He just watched until he was the only one left in the entire civilization. Luin left. He had gotten the answer he wanted, even if the answer could not be expressed. Looking at the empty starry sky with only northern night following behind, Red Hero released another person, Ji-He. Ji-He, Red Hero's 120% merciless path. First, Luin did not care if he broke 70% of his merciless path, so Ji-He could naturally appear. Ji-He looked at the starry sky blankly. Hero Ancestor, this is? Red Hero's gaze was cold. Nothing is needed. Even better. After settling down the red coat people under the stars in the 3 universes, Luin teleported again and again to find the location of the invincible coordinates. The invincible coordinates left behind by Ancestor Xian attracted the attention of 1,000 trickeries. He was very curious about what was there. After a while, he arrived at the location of the invincible coordinates. What he saw was a universe being rebooted. When Luin entered the universe, he found that the life forms in this universe had long since disappeared. It was clear that this universe had been rebooted for a long time, and even the eternal substance had dispersed. This universe was where the invincible coordinates were located. He looked around the entire universe, but there was nothing. Just like in the ruins of the Grand Clear civilization, he directly dragged the tributary of the River of Time. The universe was rebooted, and the River of Time remained unchanged. As long as no eternal life realms attacked the ferryman, nothing would happen to the ferryman. However, when the tributary of the River of Time was dragged down, there was no ferryman. Luin frowned. Even the ferryman in the River of Time was gone? How were they supposed to find him? Invincible coordinates, one coordinate represented an entire universe. It was difficult to find anything in the vast universe. Luin released his consciousness and enveloped the universe. Suddenly, he stared in a certain direction. When his consciousness swept across the universe, it disappeared a little in that direction. It was as if it had been swallowed by something invisible. With Lu Yin's current strength, who could swallow his consciousness without being detected? Lu Yin's consciousness continued to spread out and disappear, and he quickly pinpointed the exact location where his consciousness had disappeared. On the planet. He casually waved his hand, and the broken planet was overturned. It was empty, and there was nothing there. However, when his consciousness enveloped it, it was quickly swallowed up again. He constantly tried various methods, such as tearing through the void and reversing time. He wanted to find the thing that had swallowed his consciousness, but it was exactly this location. He tore through a parallel spacetime, and it was also this location that was completely empty. It was very strange. He tried using vitality, willpower, and karma, but he still couldn't find anything. This situation was rare. Even an eternal life realm's invisible world could not be hidden from him. Luin frowned. You want to swallow my consciousness? I want to see how much you can swallow. As he thought about it, the God-sealing catalog's golden light illuminated the universe, and his consciousness surged out and covered that location. As his consciousness appeared, it was as if an invisible gap was swallowing it. Luin could clearly feel his consciousness vanishing, which was something that he had cultivated with great difficulty. Although most of it came from the consciousness life forms in the consciousness universe, it was still not easy. His heart ached when his consciousness disappeared, but there was no other way. It seemed that only his consciousness could connect to this invisible thing. His consciousness's greatest use at the moment was to control the general platform's brand, which could be used to call upon the heavens. The more it was consumed, the more Lu Yin's heart ached. However, compared to these invincible coordinates, he decided to endure it. Time continued to pass, and Ming Yan came out. She could feel that the God-sealing catalog's consciousness had been severely damaged. Luin was helpless. Ancestor Xian gave me an invincible coordinate, saying that there's an opportunity for an invincible universe here. I want to see what it is. Ming Yan was worried. Is it reliable? Luin nodded. I saved the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad clan, so Ancestor Xian shouldn't harm me. The death array's coordinates are very important. Ming Yan pursed her lips and silently returned to the God-sealing catalog. No matter what Luin did, she would support him. Lu Yin himself was not confident, but the more he consumed, the more he wanted to go all the way. He was like a gambler who had gone berserk. As he watched the god-sealing catalogue's golden light dim, Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. With his current consciousness, he could not even call upon the heavens. Would his consciousness completely disappear? Then, Yen'er would too. Just as he thought of this, ripples appeared in the void, and a picture scroll floated in front of Lu Yin and slowly unfurled. Lu Yin stared at the picture scroll. It was not made of paper, but rather of a wood-like material. Rather than a picture scroll, it was more like a carving that could be rolled up like a picture scroll. Lu Yin's consciousness was swallowed up by the carving, which continued to extend. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he stared at the carving. There were creatures, plants, and all sorts of patterns that were vivid and lifelike. He reached out and slowly touched the carving. Suddenly, the world spun, and when he looked around again, he found that he had already entered the carving. The picture scroll was not large, and Lu Yin had only been able to enter because his body had shrunk. He looked around, and his gaze could overlook the carving as well as see what he was looking at. The carvings were like walls. Suddenly, the god-sealing catalogue retracted. His consciousness was about to run out. This was the limit of what he could release his consciousness to. The picture scroll also stopped extending. From the looks of it, it could continue to extend, but Lu Yin did not know how far it could extend. His consciousness was not enough. Was this the invincible coordinate that Ancestor Xian had spoken of? Was this the picture scroll? Lu Yin calculated and released just enough of his consciousness to allow the picture scroll to appear. This was a rather boundless amount, one that few Eternal Realm cultivators could reach. This was because even Eternal Realm cultivators had their own strengths and weaknesses. Ancestor Xian must have been here before, and if he was so sure that there was an invincible opportunity here, it meant that he knew something. Lu Yin's current understanding was not enough to call it an invincible opportunity. With that in mind, Lu Yin walked forward. Now that his body had shrunk, he walked forward step by step within the picture scroll, following the veined patterns. He wanted to reach the limit of the picture scroll's spread, but he could not do so. He could not teleport here, nor could he increase his speed. He could only walk forward step by step, just like when he had been in Xianxia. Lu Yin pondered as he walked. Xianxia was like this, and so was this picture scroll. Could it be a turbid treasure as well? No matter how powerful a turbid treasure was, it still depended on the user. Was that why it was an opportunity? Was it truly not invincible? Then why did Ancestor Xian not let the little toads of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad try it out? Was the invincible opportunity that Ancestor Xian believed to be in control of this picture scroll, or was it comprehending something from here? Lu Yin walked forward with doubts in his mind. Not long after, he suddenly stopped. Something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. He looked up at his surroundings, and he saw himself and the entire picture scroll at the same time. Lu Yin shook his head and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, he stopped again. Something was definitely wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. There seemed to be something that went against the norm, but he could not detect it at the moment. He continued walking. After stopping for the 3rd time, Lu Yin suddenly turned around. He knew what was wrong. He could not remember the path he had taken. How could he not remember when he had come? The path? From the moment he had entered the picture scroll to the moment he had reached this position, he had completely forgotten what veined patterns he had passed along the way, the feeling of walking, and even what he had seen. It was as if he had suddenly stood here without any intermediate journey. That should not be the case. Lu Yin tried his best to recall the entire process, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember anything. He looked forward and then looked back. The same gaze that had been looking down at the picture scroll also saw him looking back. That gaze seemed to be staring at him forever, and it also did not have any memory of the veined patterns that he had seen along the way. Lu Yin took a deep breath. So this was where something was wrong. Although he did not know why, he decided to return to the starting position and walk again. He would remember this path and the veined patterns that he had seen along the way. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lu Yin walked 3 steps from the starting position and stopped. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He had forgotten. He had forgotten the memory of these 3 steps, but as a human, he knew that he had indeed taken 3 steps. However, he had no memory of these 3 steps at all. Again. He tried walking again, but this time, he took 2 steps. Still nothing. 1 step. Nothing. He did not even remember the distance that he had taken. Luin stood in place and did not move. He just stood there and pondered quietly. The universe was rebooting, but the picture scroll was not affected. It quietly floated in the starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, Luin raised his foot again and took a step forward. This time, he used his consciousness to forcibly imprint the memory of this step into his mind. He did not believe that he would really forget it. Behind him, the God-sealing catalog released a dazzling golden light. It became the only light in this rebooted universe. Light. Luin took a step forward and memorized it with his consciousness. Although it was only a single step, the distance he crossed and every detail was imprinted in his mind. He recalled it over and over again until he took the next step. Luin constantly recalled the memories of that step. He remembered it. He remembered that step. However, just taking a single step exhausted him mentally. And physically. It was as if he had memorized an entire book. This was something he had forcefully memorized with his consciousness. Next was the second step. He took another step forward and memorized it with his consciousness. He remembered the second step, and then the third step. He took it 1 step at a time. Every step he took was forcefully imprinted in his mind with his consciousness. With each additional step, he would recall the memories of that step and the previous steps to ensure that he remembered them. This process was very tiring, but he inexplicably felt that this was what he should do. Even though he did not know what the point of doing so was. An invincible opportunity. Invincibility. How could it be so easy? Unfortunately, Ancestor Xian had not explained it clearly. Even OL6 did not know what this invincible opportunity was. He walked step by step within the scroll and quickly arrived at the side of the engravings. He looked at the engravings and tried to memorize them, as well as the entire scroll. However, with his current condition, it seemed impossible. He raised his hand and touched the lines, his consciousness forcefully memorizing them. He took a step forward. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and a divine light flashed through them as a picture scroll appeared in his mind. It was the picture scroll of the carving, but it was blurry and almost blank. The only traces of it were the few steps he had taken and the carving lines that he had touched. The engraving scroll appeared in his mind. More accurately, it had appeared. It was now in his memory. Along with it, for words appeared, eternal realm of knowledge. This was the eternal realm of knowledge? Luin raised his hand and pressed it against the lines. His eyes were dull as he looked at the 4 words and the blurry painting in his mind. He felt a vast and mighty divine might. With his current eternal realm, he could face off against the power of an absolute powerhouse who was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. However, he still felt a supreme might. He had a feeling that once he could perfectly imitate the eternal realm of knowledge in his mind, there would be an extraordinary transformation. He did not know what the eternal realm of knowledge was used for. He only knew that with his current ability, it was still so difficult to start. This was prepared for eternal realm. The eternal life realm was the end of cultivation, but it also seemed to be a starting point. However, most eternal life realm experts could not reach this starting point. He was just too tired. Lu Yin's consciousness felt like it could not hold on any longer. Previously, he had consumed more than half of his consciousness to make this painting appear. Now, his remaining consciousness had reached its limit. He had to find a way to replenish his consciousness. He really wanted to continue copying the eternal world of knowledge, but his consciousness was not enough, so he could only withdraw. As he watched the scroll slowly disappear into the void, he released his consciousness once more, and the scroll reappeared. His eyes lit up. Fortunately, this thing did not devour so many consciousnesses every time it appeared. Otherwise, it would be useless even if it devoured all the lives in 100 universes of consciousness. The scroll disappeared again. Luin guessed that Patriarch Xian must have tried to copy the eternal realm of knowledge before, but he had not succeeded. Patriarch Xian was stronger than Luin because he knew the might of the eternal realm of knowledge, which was why he had confirmed that it was an opportunity for invincibility. However, the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and the other toads did not have the ability to make the eternal realm of knowledge appear. What about the 1,000 trickeries? It's called what was this invincible opportunity? Luin returned to the Tianyuan universe and found 25. Did Patriarch Xian allow you to cultivate your consciousness? 25 looked at Luin in a daze. How did you know? Did he really allow you to cultivate? Yes. And the result? I don't like it. Luin nodded and patted 25's head. Go and play. 25 was even more surprised. Patriarch Xian also patted my head and told me to go and play. Human Master Lu, how do you know everything? Luin pursed his lips. He finally understood Patriarch Xian's helplessness. These little toads were useless. As long as one of them worked hard to cultivate their consciousness, Patriarch Xian would not have kept quiet. However, Patriarch Xian knew that even he could not completely copy the eternal realm of knowledge with his consciousness. No matter how hard these toads worked, it would take a long time for them to reach Patriarch Xian's level, let alone copy it successfully. An opportunity for invincibility. Invincibility was indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens, even for an old monster that was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. The next time he went to look for the scroll, he would have to strengthen his consciousness. Otherwise, it would be useless. It would be a long time before he could go to that place again. Next, he would kill the butterfly ancestor. More than 200 years away from the 3 universes, the butterfly ancestor's huge body was slowly flying in a straight line towards the 3 universes. If Demao had not told Luin that it was heading in this direction, the 3 universes would have noticed it soon and a battle might have happened. Lu Yin's bone clone stood in the sky and opened the door. Toad 6 walked out. This was the contact number that Toad 6 had given him. He glanced at Luin. Do we have to fight this battle? Luin said, of course. Toad 6 rolled his eyes. Do you know how much I've lost in this battle? Thank you. It's not about thanking you. It's about karma. I'll compensate you. Forget it. When Father mentioned the human civilization in the past, he told us not to get involved. I didn't expect the human civilization to be the one we're most involved with now. After a pause, he continued, I have a request. Luin looked at him. Speak. Toad 6 was serious. Don't cause trouble. Luin nodded. Don't worry. Toad 6 was speechless and looked at the bone clone before looking in the direction of the 3 universes. Could he really not cause trouble? I called Xianxia over. You're helping me deal with the butterfly ancestor because I saved your life when you killed Xianxia. Remember that. This logic is not bad. Luin took out another door and opened it. Demao walked out, his huge figure causing Toad 6 to subconsciously grow taller until he was at the same level as Demao. This way, he didn't look lowly. Speaking of which, this fellow was clearly only attuned to one universal law, so where did he get his confidence from? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten up? Demao looked at Toad 6 with some fear. This was an existence attuned to 2 universal laws and had reached the abyss in the death universe. He was extremely powerful, and although he had not reached the peak, it was only a matter of time. This toad was not much weaker than Red Hero. Senior, the butterfly ancestor is up ahead. Lu Yin's attitude changed as he became more respectful towards Demao. Demao nodded and looked at the toad again. Thank you for this battle. Toad 6 raised a brow, not knowing how Luin had done it. He could tell that this unknown being was sincere. Damn it. Demao had clearly helped that fellow deal with a powerful enemy, but he still had this kind of attitude. This was like helping someone count their money even after being sold off. I owe him a life, so I've repaid it, Toad 6 said. Demao stopped talking and faced the butterfly ancestor, clenching his fist. Then, kill. Wait a moment, I still need to make some preparations, Luin said. After a while, Big Harry raised both hands with OL6 and Luin standing on each of its palms. Big Harry then dashed towards the butterfly ancestor in a frenzy, just like how Luin had instructed it to scare the butterfly ancestor. In the distance, the butterfly ancestor was flying quietly when she suddenly felt uneasy. She stared ahead, as if something was coming. What was that? The butterfly ancestor stared into the distance, where a small dot of green appeared. It was getting closer and closer, and Demao's overflowing aura accompanied it as it charged towards her like a crazed giant. The butterfly ancestor was shocked. It was him again? The same thing had happened before in the dream. At that time, this fellow had said that he was just passing by, but how could that be the case? This time, this fellow's aura was even stronger, and his green godforce erupted. The butterfly ancestor hurriedly changed directions. Demel also changed directions and charged towards her. The butterfly ancestor barked, "You're courting death." With that, the myriad metal chi gathered in front of her and slashed. Streaks of myriad metal chi rained down on Demel, who roared at the front. His roar tore through the void and pushed open the layers of space, causing the giant's dining table to appear. Retracting his hand, Toad 6 and Luine jumped onto the table at the same time, one on the spatula and the other into the pot. Demel grabbed the spatula and pot and slammed them down. Bang! The void trembled, and the universe swayed. Godforce poured out in a frenzy, accompanied by the collision of the spatula and pot. The pot was pierced through, and Luine dodged. Demel's absolute strength was inferior to Lu Yin's. The butterfly ancestor was an existence that had reached the pinnacle of 2 laws of the universe. Even this myriad metal chi could suppress Demel. The only thing Demel could resist was the characteristics of Godforce. This was also the main reason why he had been able to force the butterfly ancestor to retreat. Godforce and deathly still energy had an overwhelming advantage over other types of energy. The spatula was also broken by the myriad metal chi. Demel threw the spatula and pot at the butterfly ancestor and pushed the giant's dining table with his palms. The butterfly ancestor flapped its wings, and the butterfly love flower appeared on Big Harry's body. Big Harry's aura dissipated. He did not know what had absorbed it, but what followed was a loud bang. Big Harry's body was hit by the butterfly love flower, and he was forced to retreat. The broken spatula and the pierced pot smashed towards the butterfly ancestor, who flapped its wings to blow them away. Toad 6 and Luine rushed out at the same time. "Little butterfly, come!" Toad 6 roared and stabbed with his pitchfork. Luine exploded with the power of deathly stillness, using the world unforgettable technique and the seal of life and death. The butterfly ancestor didn't expect them to be hiding in the spatula and pot. They were trying to kill it. Limitless and boundless. Toad 6 pitchfork missed. The butterfly ancestor was right in front of him, but it was infinitely far away. The world unforgettable technique and the seal of life and death failed as well. The sneak attack failed, and the butterfly ancestor's laws of the universe stretched the space around it infinitely, diverting all energy to infinity. Luine had experienced this before, but he still felt powerless when he faced it again. When he had decided to kill the butterfly ancestor, he had already made preparations. First, he had placed the clear sky source box array around Demel and Toad 6 bodies to isolate the butterfly ancestor's butterfly love flower and butterfly dance. Second, he had researched this technique. If he couldn't break this technique, then they wouldn't be able to win. Breaking through the laws of the universe meant either using the laws of the universe to forcefully suppress the butterfly ancestor, just like how the Blue Lotus Emperor had faced the Red Hero's absolute. The other method was to find an opening. The laws of the universe were something that Eternals believed in, but that did not mean that they were true. As long as one believed in them, they could comprehend them. However, this belief was based on oneself, and it did not mean that the laws of the universe existed objectively. The butterfly ancestor's technique stretched out space infinitely and diverted its power. Its understanding of the universe was that it had no boundaries. But no matter how far this infinite distance was, there was always a starting point. Coincidentally, one of the laws that Toad 6 was compatible with was the universe's beginning. Everything had a beginning, and it could see the beginning and attack it, weakening the power that extended from it. Luine had used this technique against Ro and Zhong Sun, and he had immediately thought of the butterfly ancestor. At that moment, the butterfly love flower appeared on his body, and so did Toad 6. They came from the 3 eternal realm butterflies on the butterfly ancestor's back. He had almost forgotten that the butterfly ancestor still had butterflies on its back. There had been 4 eternal realm butterflies, and Luin had captured one to complete an unknown mission. That butterfly had then been released, and he had thought that he would be able to reunite with the butterfly ancestor. However, he had not expected that there would only be 3 butterflies on its back. Senior primordial ancestor, Old 6, get serious. Luin shouted. The primordial ancestor immediately poured his godly power into the sourcebox array on his body, activating the pure sky sourcebox array. The butterfly love flower was isolated, and it raised its arms, causing green godly power to surge and transform into azure sky. Toad Old 6 used the laws of the universe and charged at the butterfly ancestor with his pitchfork. On the surface of his body, he used the remaining power of death to activate the pure sky sourcebox array and similarly isolated the butterfly love flower. The toad was still unable to approach Limitless, but cracks appeared on the butterfly ancestor's wings. It had been attacked by Toad Old 6. Impossible. How could this toad attack me? Azure sky formed from azure sky. The lustrous cogwheel charged at the butterfly ancestor and crashed into Limitless, constantly approaching the butterfly ancestor. Space was continuously stretched, and a stalemate was formed. Toad Old 6's initial attack was to restrict Limitless, and it was attacking the point where Limitless had started. The more it attacked, the slower Limitless expansion of space. The azure sky cogwheel continued to approach the butterfly ancestor, and its godly power exerted immense pressure on it. Butterfly love flower and dancing butterfly flower lost their effects. Luin used his 3 deaths technique, and endless darkness transformed into a beam of light that slashed towards the butterfly ancestor. This was the power of deathly stillness that he released to the limit of his own body, and it consumed the power of deathly stillness to the limit of the power of Sirius. Although his understanding of the heaven and earth annihilation was far inferior to that of Lu Gu's withering, because the boundless power of deathly stillness was too vast, its power was definitely not below that of Lu Gu's withering of heaven and earth annihilation. A ray of white light shot out from the darkness like an attack from a powerhouse from the abyss. Together with Sixth Toad and the azure sky gear, it tore open the boundless world and slashed at the butterfly ancestor. The steel fork pierced through the void. The azure sky gear wheel crushed. The butterfly ancestor howled in grief. Its enormous body was engulfed by the green divine power and the black deathly stillness. It seemed so weak that it could be torn apart at any moment. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Its defense was extremely powerful despite its weak appearance. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the 3 eternal stage butterflies on the butterfly ancestor's back. Sixth brother didn't want to kill them, and Big Harry didn't want to kill them either. They didn't want to be bound by karma. Lu Yin's attacks were actually aimed at them. But they had disappeared. Luin, sixth brother, and Big Harry stood in 3 different directions and stared at the butterfly ancestor. Again. Luin shouted as he was about to attack again. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared. It turned into a gust of wind that swept past them, forcing them to retreat. They looked ahead in shock. The butterfly ancestor, who was surrounded by 2 forces, spread its wings and shattered the azure sky gear. It completely endured the destruction of heaven and earth and shattered Sixth Brother's steel fork. It roared towards the sky. A surging power soared into the sky and shook the starry sky. Its wings continued to increase. 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs, 9 pairs. The butterfly ancestor's wings had increased to 9 pairs, which meant that it had 18 pairs of wings. Its aura was completely revealed at this moment. It was violent, terrifying, and filled with an oppressive and suffocating feeling. This was the aura of an old monster that was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. Luin and the others stared blankly. This was the butterfly ancestor's trump card. As the master of fishing civilization, Luin guessed that the butterfly ancestor might have reached this level of strength. However, he still held on to the slightest bit of hope. After all, this level of strength could only be encountered by chance. But the result still happened. The butterfly ancestor had completely erupted. Big Harry retreated. Sixth Brother also retreated. They couldn't defeat the butterfly ancestor in this state. Luin stared at the butterfly ancestor and attacked without hesitation. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed someone that was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. Although this was a skeleton clone, the butterfly ancestor wasn't truly compatible with the three laws of the universe. It had merely relied on a certain method to achieve this temporarily. There was no need to guess to know that it had something to do with the 10 Eternal Realm butterflies. The butterfly ancestor continent had butterfly burial. The butterflies weren't injured, only dead. Many of the butterflies didn't leave behind any records of the process of breaking through to the Eternal Realm. Luine guessed the reason. The 10 butterflies were related to the butterfly ancestor's own cultivation of a certain power or another law that was compatible with the universe. Now that the butterflies were all gone, they must have died. The butterfly ancestor had been carved. This method had its limitations and wouldn't last for too long. It would be fine as long as they could survive this period. If Luine could think of this, then so could Sixth Brother and Big Harry. The problem was that they had to survive. Thump. Thump. The butterfly ancestor spread its wings and a terrifying power swept out, sending Sixth Brother and Big Harry flying. Facing Luine, the myriad metal chi shot out at a speed that was more than twice as fast. Luine almost couldn't dodge it. The myriad metal chi swept past him, but the sharpness left a mark on the skeleton's body. If he was hit, his skeleton clone would definitely be torn to shreds. "You're courting death." The butterfly ancestor growled as a giant butterfly flower appeared above its head. It expanded to cover everything in sight and devoured spiritual force. The Supreme Purity Array formation on the surface of Luine and the others' bodies distorted, almost unable to withstand this absorption of spiritual force. "It's a misunderstanding, I'm just passing by," Big Harry shouted. Sixth Brother hurriedly shouted as well, "I'm also passing by, don't misunderstand." Luine gritted his teeth. Thousand Trickery really thought highly of him. Against the butterfly ancestor in this state, even it might not be able to gain an advantage. It was no wonder why the butterfly ancestor dared to wander around the death universe, it was confident. Even an old monster that was compatible with the three laws of the universe would have a hard time fighting the butterfly ancestor in this state. "How long can you maintain this state?" Luine released the deathly stillness from his three deaths technique, causing rays of dark light to spread out. The paths of death merged together and overlapped one another. The butterfly ancestor's body tilted and moved, its 9 pairs of wings flapping like the sharpest blades in the universe as it tore through the paths of death. Luine watched as the terrifying light approached and a green sword appeared in front of him. A green sword appeared in his hand. He grabbed it with his huge palm and slashed, scram. Bang! There was a loud bang as the green sword flew out of Big Harry's hand. His arms were torn apart and blood sprayed across the starry sky. Big Harry's true form wasn't that of a giant, but in Luine's eyes, he was a giant. At this moment, his 2 arms were almost completely shattered. Sixth Brother opened his mouth. Star-toad swallows the sky. He bit down on one of the butterfly ancestor's wings, but the butterfly ancestor snorted and flapped its 9 pairs of wings once more. Blood flowed from the corners of Sixth Brother's mouth. Star-toad swallows the sky could swallow anything into its mouth. The mouth was the Star-toad's strongest defense, but Sixth Brother's defense wasn't enough against the butterfly ancestor. It was so fragile that it could collapse at any moment. Luine watched the scene unfold and suddenly charged into Sixth Brother's mouth. The butterfly ancestor was focused on breaking free from the Star-toad swallows the sky and didn't care about Luine at all. In its eyes, Luine was the least threatening of the 3 enemies. "Sixth Brother, hold on." "I can't hold on any longer," Sixth Brother's muffled voice sounded out. Big Harry rushed over and lifted the giant table to press down on the butterfly ancestor. The table pressed down on the butterfly ancestor so that it couldn't move at all. Cracks spread along the table, and Big Harry simply sat on it. His green divine power surged and pressed down from above. His entire body turned into a sky as the azure sky cogwheel combined with the giant table pressed down on the butterfly ancestor. Sixth Brother's mouth was torn wider and wider, and he had no choice but to pinch the corner of his mouth with his claws. Pain, excruciating pain. Luine charged into the toad's mouth and jumped onto the butterfly ancestor's back. He picked a direction and rushed towards it. He wanted to go to the mountain on the butterfly ancestor's back. That was the center of the butterfly ancestor's back, where the Eternal Realm butterflies were guarding. It was also where the Tai Ching civilization and the Butterfly Ancestor continent were located. It was the largest battlefield in this battle. Luin had already known that this was the Butterfly Ancestor's weakness, but even so, he had not been able to get close to it. Fortunately, Sixth Brother and Big Harry were doing their best to suppress the Butterfly Ancestor, which allowed him to get close. Countless butterflies flew towards him from the Butterfly Ancestor's back. The Butterfly Ancestor had already sensed Lu Yin's presence. Luin was even more certain that there was something wrong with that direction. Even in the midst of such an intense battle, the Butterfly Ancestor was still staring at that direction. Aside from the Butterfly Ancestor, no one could stop Luin. In the sky above, the butterfly love flower suddenly descended and landed on the Butterfly Ancestor's back, covering the direction that Luin was heading towards. When Luin entered that direction, the Tai Ching sourcebox array around him suddenly collapsed. Previously, the Butterfly love flower had been able to shake all three of their sourcebox arrays at the same time. Now that it was only targeting Luin, he naturally could not withstand it. As the Tai Ching sourcebox array collapsed, the Butterfly love flower imprinted itself onto Lu Yin's bones. The next moment, Luin fell to one knee as his energy drained away. He could not even move a single step. This was the might of the Butterfly Ancestor's Butterfly love flower in its current state. If not for the Tai Ching sourcebox array, Luin, Sixth Brother, and Big Harry would not have been able to retaliate. He had used up too much energy all of a sudden. Luin gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet as he walked towards the centermost position. He had already entered the sourcebox array that the Tai Ching had left behind, and he was less than 100 meters away from the butterfly burial ground. However, these 100 meters felt like a natural chasm. His energy was still draining away, and if it continued to devour him, then he would definitely not be able to move. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Sixth Brother growled. Lu Yin's entire body collapsed onto the ground, as he had no energy left. As his energy drained away, his consciousness began to blur. Once he fainted, he would have to rely on his main body. However, Big Harry was here, so his main body could not do anything. Move, move, move for me. His body moved slowly as he walked towards that position step by step. The Butterfly Ancestor was in disbelief. How was this possible? How was he able to move? Impossible. Luin had indeed moved, but not with his physical strength, but with his consciousness. The bone clone didn't possess consciousness, as Lu Yin's consciousness was within the Divine Seal catalog, which could only follow the main body. However, the eternal realm of knowledge existed within his memories. At this critical moment, Luin thought of the eternal realm of knowledge. The eternal realm of knowledge existed within one's memories, while memories existed within one's self. Luin only had one self, and no matter how many clones he had, the self was still the self, and there was only one memory. The eternal realm of knowledge allowed Lu Yin's bone clone to possess consciousness. Even if the remaining consciousness wasn't very strong, it was enough to drag him along. The butterfly love flower could devour energy, but it couldn't devour consciousness. No matter how weak the consciousness was, it could still drag Luin to the location he wanted to go. Luin slammed into the ground and faced Butterfly Burial's location, unleashing his three demise technique. A monstrous amount of deathly energy surged towards Butterfly Burial, instantly causing the world to darken as boundless deathly energy surged in, shocking the Butterfly Ancestor. Its current power level far exceeded Lu Yin's, but the deathly energy contained within Lu Yin's three demise technique was also quite boundless. In the entire death universe, there were less than 3 people who could surpass it. The boundless deathly energy poured into the Butterfly Ancestor's body, and it was poured into the middle of its body. It was like pouring water into a normal person. A certain amount was fine, but anything more than that would cause one's stomach to explode. That was exactly what the Butterfly Ancestor was feeling right now. It struggled crazily, tearing the toad apart. OL6's mouth sent Big Harry flying, and the giant's dining table shattered once more. Its entire body twisted as it tried to shake Luin off and get rid of the deathly energy within its body. However, Luin used his consciousness to grab onto the Butterfly Ancestor's body and continued to pour in deathly energy. He had already reached 3 times his own limit, but he still continued to pour in. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. The butterfly ancestor roared, unable to take it any longer. Its entire body turned dark as black smoke spewed out everywhere. OL6 and Big Harry hurriedly retreated, watching this scene with fear. It was too savage. It was simply too savage. Instilling so much deathly silence energy into an existence that did not cultivate the power of deathly silence was unbearable. As the butterfly ancestor thrashed about, Lu Yin's consciousness couldn't hold on any longer. He loosened his grip and was flung away. The butterfly ancestor didn't care about him at all. It charged in a certain direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sixth brother and Big Harry looked at each other. Should they chase? If they chased after the butterfly ancestor, they didn't know how it was doing. If it really went crazy and fought them, it wouldn't be worth it. Besides, even if they managed to kill the butterfly ancestor, who would kill it? If he didn't give chase, this battle would have been in vain. Right, let's find Chen first. Lu Yin felt dizzy, and he didn't know how far he had been sent flying. When he finally came to a stop, he felt dizzy. Sixth Toad and Demao arrived. How are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Where's the butterfly ancestor? He ran away, Demao said. Lu Yin looked into the distance and didn't say anything. Sixth brother rolled his eyes. From the looks of it, the butterfly ancestor is still as ferocious as ever. Should we stop fighting? Demao didn't want to fight either. Lu Yin looked at them and said helplessly, the power of deathly stillness isn't enough to injure it. If we chase after it, both sides will be injured, and we might even die together. Forget it, we've done our best. Thank you. Sixth brother and Demao sighed in relief. It was good that Lu Yin didn't chase after them. Even if Lu Yin couldn't order them around, they couldn't just stand by and watch if Lu Yin wanted to kill them. No one wanted to face a crazy old monster. It's a pity that we didn't escape towards the Trinity universe. Otherwise, we could have caused some trouble for that despicable human, Demao said regretfully. Sixth brother looked at him strangely and then at Lu Yin. This fellow really dared to say such things. If he knew that the person standing here was Lu Yin, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a beating. Soon, Big Harry and sixth brother left. Lu Yin stared into the distance. The butterfly ancestor was extremely fast. After all, it was an old monster that had fused with the laws of the three universes, and it could easily leave the range of Lu Yin's mirroring technique. It was time for Lu Yin's main body to act. Lu Yin's body collapsed in his seclusion grounds in the Tianyuan universe. He opened his eyes and teleported to the white bone clone's side. He settled the clone down and then looked in the direction that the butterfly ancestor had fled. He wasn't in a hurry to act. The butterfly ancestor's deathly still energy was boundless, and even Lu Gujin's deathly still energy couldn't compare to it. It wouldn't be easy for the butterfly ancestor to wear down this deathly still energy. Waiting for the butterfly ancestor to exhaust its energy was like fishing. A large fish in the water was strong enough to drag a person down, and the only way was to slowly grind it down and exhaust its energy. With mirroring technique and teleportation, the butterfly ancestor wouldn't be able to escape. However, even if Lu Yin didn't attack, he could still help it change its direction to where he wanted it to go. With that in mind, Lu Yin continuously teleported past the butterfly ancestor and arrived in a certain direction. He released his aura slightly. In outer space, the cracks on the butterfly ancestor's body grew larger and larger. Its insides churned, and the deathly still energy caused it to spit out blood. It suddenly sensed the aura of an eternal life form and immediately changed directions. At this moment, it didn't want to fight against any eternal life forms, regardless of their strength. Lu Yin watched as the butterfly ancestor changed direction smoothly. He had thought that it would take a few more attempts to get the butterfly ancestor to go in the direction he wanted it to go, but he had succeeded on his first try. The distance from here to that location was close to 1,000 years at the speed of an ordinary eternal. With the butterfly ancestor's current speed, even if it wore down the deathly still energy, it would take at most a year to arrive. Sometimes, it wasn't that revenge wasn't taken, but that the time wasn't right. Time slowly passed, and soon, half a year had passed. To the butterfly ancestor, this period of time was extremely long. The deathly still energy within its body was constantly destroying its body, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. It had to use its own strength to wear down the deathly still energy, which weakened it greatly. It wanted to find a place to stop, but it couldn't as it sensed someone spying on it from the shadows. Who was that? Was it the universe that brought death, or the behemoth that moved through the portal? The butterfly ancestor didn't know. The only thing it knew was that it couldn't stop. If it did, it would be easily surrounded. In the distance, Luin looked past the butterfly ancestor and into the distance. Soon, with the butterfly ancestor's speed, the other party would be able to detect it. He had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. A few days later, the butterfly ancestor flapped its wings, causing a violent aura to sweep through the heavens. Beep, beep, beep. Alert, alert, alert. Bang. 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 This violent energy was released into the distance, and with a flap of its wings, the butterfly ancestor's body traversed a great distance to face Wandering. Space was stretched out, but Wandering's release was still as shocking as ever. It was as if the entire universe was tilting to one side. Luin was filled with anticipation. It was here. It was the technological fishing civilization. He had forced the butterfly ancestor to the location of the technological fishing civilization. Ever since this civilization had been discovered, it had been constantly entangled with him. Luin had first used it, and then they had tried their best to confirm the locations of the three universes and come on an expedition, but Luin had scared them off. Still, the locations of the three universes had been exposed. As long as they felt that they had a chance of winning, they would definitely come again. Luin wanted to deal with this civilization and use it to raise the level of human technology. At the same time, he could deduce mirroring so that he wouldn't have to tire himself out. Furthermore, the technological fishing civilization's attacks weren't bound by karma, which was what he valued the most. As long as there were enough resources, how would the humans feel when they released infinite Wandering one day? It was precisely because of this ambition that he had forced the butterfly ancestor to come. He would have to trouble the butterfly ancestor to help the humans deal with this. Wandering's appearance posed no threat to the butterfly ancestor, but it wasn't stupid. Its wings pressed down on Wandering, and it immediately sensed that this was a technological attack. Its heart sank. No one would be willing to fight against a technological fishing civilization. If they won, they would be bound by karma, but if they lost, their entire body would be torn apart. It immediately wanted to leave. Luin looked up. You want to leave? Do you think you can? After half a year of death, the butterfly ancestor's 9 pairs of wings had been reduced to 3. Although it still had considerable power, it had already fallen to a fusion level. It was at the level of 3 universal laws, so it wouldn't be difficult for Luin to suppress it. However, there was no need for him to do anything. He slowly looked up and released his vitality, which rose like the sea and the clouds of the 9 heavens. The butterfly ancestor was instantly shaken. It looked back and sensed the strength of Luin's vitality. This was a strength that could help him fight against samsara. It wasn't the vitality of an ordinary eternal realm. The butterfly ancestor sensed that the creature behind it was staring at it. It immediately spoke, its voice echoing through the stars. May I ask who you are, sir? Why are you staring at me? Luin didn't speak. He slowly raised a hand and bent his fingers, causing a crack to appear in the void and spread towards the butterfly ancestor, tearing apart the entire space. The cracks extended all the way to the front of the butterfly ancestor. It stared at the cracks in horror as it sensed an incomparably terrifying power. This power was enough to easily tear it apart. This was an absolute powerhouse, an absolute powerhouse. It had never encountered someone like this before. This was an unfamiliar eternal being, but it was an old monster. May I ask who you are? Have I offended you? Luin didn't answer and simply stared at the butterfly ancestor. The pressure caused space to darken. The butterfly ancestor didn't dare to act rashly. It didn't want to fight against a technological fishing civilization, but it also didn't want to anger Luin. Luin didn't force it either. He wasn't stupid, and the butterfly ancestor would definitely guess what he was thinking. It didn't matter. If the butterfly ancestor didn't move, the technological civilization would. The technological civilization ignored karma, which was their greatest advantage. It was also because of this advantage that they dared to attack any creature. This attack was similar to Xianling's random teleportation. It was like a gamble. They could win, but they could also lose. The more unrestrained something was, the more likely it was to be destroyed. The more things they didn't care about, the less they feared. This was fairness. The Thousand Trickeries once said that all living things in the universe had their own fairness, both external and internal. The characteristics of technological civilization were also bestowed by this fairness. It was just like how there was no communication between civilizations within a square inch, and they tried their best to avoid meeting each other. That was the fate of life itself. Based on Lu Yin's understanding of this technological civilization, they would definitely make a move unless they knew that they were no match for them. Only then would they consider retreating, but this was just the beginning. The butterfly ancestor wanted to communicate with Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't reply. After a long time, starships flew toward the butterfly ancestor. Without saying a word, they used drifting. One by one, the drifters pulled at the starry sky, wanting to crush the butterfly ancestor. Lu Yin had never seen so many wandering spirits fire at the same time. The technological fishing civilization attached great importance to the butterfly ancestor and was analyzing its combat power. Fortunately, the butterfly ancestor only had 3 pairs of wings left. If it had 9 pairs of wings at its peak, then the technological fishing civilization might not have taken action. Of course, this was within Lu Yin's expectations, as 9 pairs of wings could not be maintained for long. The butterfly progenitor's body still had a lot of deathly still energy that needed to be worn down. Because of this, it was in a very bad state. However, it wasn't something that wandering could easily deal with. It was clearly a butterfly, but it didn't move in the wind at all. This made the creatures of the technological civilization shocked. Activating absolute analysis. Analyze. 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 It's not done yet? Replying to Your Highness, it is impossible to analyze. The opponent's battle strength fluctuates too much. It is impossible to complete the analysis. Release another round of wandering. Your Highness, the Empire has sent a message. Release all the wanderers. If they are still unable to injure the other party, retreat immediately. Release. Another round of wanderings. Release. There were twice as many. Drifts as before, causing the entire universe to shatter. The butterfly ancestor's body continued to crack open, as wandering had aggravated its injuries. Because it was worried about wandering, it had not attacked earlier, but now, it could no longer hold itself back. Countless strands of golden energy shot towards the starship. The defense of the starships was extremely strong, but it couldn't withstand the myriad gold chi of the butterfly ancestor. The starships were penetrated one after another, and all of them were destroyed. In the distance, Lu Yin looked on calmly. There was a different battleship amongst the other ships. It should be a king's ship. The starships seemed to be scattered, but they actually surrounded the king's ship. As the starships shattered one after another. Inside the royal ship, the Highness shouted, "Release!" Invisible ripples spread out like water, passing through the broken starship and the butterfly ancestor in the blink of an eye and spreading into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked. Was that an invisible world? This was a regular attack. He just didn't know what the pattern was. Unfortunately, if this was all he could do, it would be meaningless to the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor had already used Boundless Realm. Against a technological civilization, offense was inferior to defense. The ripples seemed to pass through the butterfly ancestor, but they actually went around it. The butterfly ancestor wasn't affected at all. The king's ship shattered. The battleships of the technological civilization were all shattered by the myriad gold chi. The butterfly ancestor instinctively checked its karmic binding. It did not seem to have grown. This meant that it did not kill the creatures of this technological civilization. Or rather, the creatures that died were the most ordinary creatures. Unless there were billions or trillions of these creatures, the butterfly ancestor's karmic binding would not increase. This made it feel relieved. Lu Yin shook his head. This technological fishing civilization had disappointed him, but he wasn't surprised. After all, they were up against the butterfly ancestor. Furthermore, this civilization had an emperor warship, which was the most powerful warship. It definitely had something that only an emperor warship could produce. Attack. There were more than enough starships. If they lost, they would lose in terms of level. Sir, are you still not going to let me go? Or do you want to bear the karmic binding of killing me? The butterfly ancestor's voice sounded again. Luin stared at it. The deathly stillness in its body was almost exhausted. On the other hand, the emperor warships could not attack. They could either escape or remain silent. Luin spoke, "You can leave." The butterfly ancestor sighed in relief. Just follow the previous direction. The butterfly ancestor was shocked. It suddenly remembered that it had been forced to change direction half a year ago. "You forced me here on purpose. Are you using me to deal with this technological civilization?" Luin did not answer. "Sir, your thinking is too simple. If you don't want to let me go, I can join forces with this civilization. You can try." Lu Yin's tone was calm. "If you do as I say, you can leave. If you don't, you'll be buried with this civilization." The butterfly ancestor hesitated. Normally, it would not hesitate in such a situation. It would definitely join forces with this civilization instead of giving the initiative to the enemy. However, it was currently in a terrible state and was far from its peak. This existence had not killed it because it wanted to use it to deal with the technological civilization. If it did not do so, it might be allowed to leave due to the karmic binding. Or, it might be killed. It could not determine Lu Yin's thoughts. At that moment, Lu Yin's gaze shifted as he looked into the distance. There, the technological civilization had moved. The civilization's universe was only 100 years away from here at the speed of an Eternal Realm expert. This was the largest range they could detect. However, it was still within Lu Yin's vision. He saw a gigantic warship in the civilization's universe. It was heading in a different direction. This civilization wanted to escape. They were certain that they could not defeat the butterfly ancestor, so they had decisively abandoned their universe. Luin stared at the emperor warship. It was more than 10 times larger than a starship or a royal warship. It could hold countless lives. The ruler of this civilization was inside the emperor warship. "Your goal is to destroy this civilization, right? With your strength, you can definitely do it. The only reason you can't do it is because you're afraid of the karmic binding. It might also be because of the karmic binding. If you're afraid of the karmic binding, you'll only have more karmic binding to kill me. If there's an attack that you're afraid of, I won't seek death. Am I right?" Luin retracted his gaze and looked at the butterfly ancestor. "You think you're smart?" The butterfly ancestor moved. It wanted to run, but not in the same direction as before. Instead, it changed directions. It believed in its own analysis and knew that it could not cause trouble for that civilization. Otherwise, that existence would only benefit from it. It would depend on whether or not that existence dared to accept the karmic binding to kill it. Luin did not move and allowed the butterfly ancestor to escape. The butterfly ancestor was fleeing in the same direction as the emperor warship. What a coincidence. Since that was the case, even if he could not change the butterfly ancestor's direction, he could change the emperor warship's. As long as he could force the emperor warship to change directions, it would meet the butterfly ancestor. He had thought that the butterfly ancestor was too fast, but the emperor warship was just as fast. Otherwise, the butterfly ancestor would have been gone, and the emperor warship would not even be able to see its shadow. With that thought, Luin teleported away. In outer space, the butterfly ancestor was nervous, afraid that Luin would attack. He waited for a while, but Luin did not make a move. Instead, he seemed to be secretly spying on him. The light was gone. It looked back, but it was really gone. That existence was no longer watching it? The butterfly ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed afraid of the karmic binding, which was why it did not attack. Although the karmic binding was a lock that restricted eternal life, it was also a shield that protected eternal life. The butterfly ancestor only wanted to find a place to rest and recover to its peak. It wanted to nurture the eternal butterflies so that its trump cards could be used again. Unfortunately, it was missing one butterfly, and nurturing that butterfly would be equivalent to starting from scratch. On the other side, the Emperor warship was also moving away from the same direction as the butterfly ancestor. Your Majesty, Her Highness will remain in the Empire to monitor the situation. As long as we confirm that it is safe, we can return at any time, so we should not be too far away. The core space is too dangerous. Such a powerful creature actually appeared. What a pity. If we could kill it and study it, the Empire's strength would increase. Actually, Her Highness does not need to stay in the Empire to monitor the situation. She can have a substitute stay behind. Let her stay. She will do her best for the Empire. Understood. Beep beep beep. Warning, a huge energy source is approaching. Warning, a huge energy source is approaching. What's going on? Your Majesty, a huge energy source is approaching from that direction. Is it that creature? No, it's another creature. However, it is also an eternal life, and it is not weaker than that creature. Turn immediately and avoid it. Turn. In the distance, Luin retracted his hand and smiled. That's right. Maintain this direction and speed, and I will meet the butterfly ancestor. Let me see what the Emperor warship is capable of. The butterfly ancestor and the Emperor warship speed, they were both extremely fast. Although they were far away, they were both moving towards each other. They would meet soon. Even if he could not change the direction of the butterfly ancestor, he could not change the direction of the Emperor warship. It was the same for everyone. The Emperor warship speed made Luin even more excited. This Emperor warship was the strongest warship of the technological fishing civilization. This time, only the Emperor warship had escaped from their own universe. There were no other starships or king warships. As long as they had the Emperor warship, this technological fishing civilization believed that they could pass on their legacy. Any technological fishing civilization had absolute means and power. The butterfly ancestor sacrificed 10 butterflies to reach the level of 3 universal laws. Then, what about the technological fishing civilization? Beep beep beep. Intense alarms rang continuously, and a panicked voice came from the Emperor warship. Your Majesty, another creature is approaching. It is an eternal life. How can there be so many eternal life forms? Activate absolute analysis and see how strong they are. Absolute analysis activating. Activating. Analyzing. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Eternal life form. Strength unknown. Unable to determine. There has been a war. The Emperor was shocked and looked at the screen. There has been a war? Your Majesty, it's that creature. It is the creature that has withstood so many drifters. Why is it here? They did not expect the butterfly ancestor to change directions. At the same time, the butterfly ancestor also sensed the technological fishing civilization's methods. If it had not fought with the technological fishing civilization, it would not have cared. However, since it had fought with the technological fishing civilization, it was familiar with these methods. Was the technological fishing civilization's range so large? Gradually, it saw the Emperor warship. The Emperor warship also saw the butterfly ancestor. Both of them. Meeting. Meeting did not mean a battle. The butterfly ancestor wanted to communicate, but a crack swept past it and headed for the Emperor warship. The Emperor warship's alarms rang. Warning, danger, activating automatic defense, activating automatic counterattack. Your Majesty. Activate cognitive weapons immediately. Cognitive weapon activating. Outside the warship, the defensive barrier lit up as Lu Yin's power tore through space, creating a dark gap beside the warship. At the same time, the warship shot out drifts towards the butterfly ancestor. It wasn't just one drift, but 7. 7 drifts had come from the warship's automatic counterattack. The butterfly ancestor knew that it had been used, but it couldn't suppress its anger after being attacked by drifts again. It flapped its wings, and countless strands of golden energy shot towards the warship. The entire cosmos tilted towards the butterfly ancestor, and drifts tore through space as well as the butterfly ancestor's body. Another pair of the butterfly ancestor's wings disappeared, leaving only 2 pairs. One of them was missing a wing, and the butterfly ancestor was enraged by Drift's attack. Most of the strands were deflected to the left and right, and they didn't hit the warship. Only a small portion of the strands hit the warship. The warship was unharmed. Luin was shocked. The warship had actually withstood the butterfly ancestor's strands of golden energy? Its defenses were quite strong. Even without the 9 pairs of wings, the butterfly ancestor's strands of golden energy weren't any weaker than an expert with 2 laws of the universe. Even the white bone clone didn't dare to take it head-on. But the warship had actually withstood it. The alarms within the warship never stopped. Warning, defense consumption is at 20%. Warning, defense consumption is at 30%. Warning, defense consumption is. Your Majesty, the enemy's attack is too strong. It might be difficult to defend. There are powerful creatures in the universe, and the Empire has encountered them before, but not this strong. The warship's defenses can only withstand 3 waves. After that, the warship will collapse. Cognitive weapon activated. Your Majesty, do we fire the cognitive weapon? Fire immediately. In space, the butterfly ancestor shot out another strand of golden energy that rained down on the warship. The warship trembled, and Lu Yin's vision blurred. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Blurred? Blurred was a very general concept. It could be blurred due to extreme speed, about to disappear, or even shatter. However, the warship wasn't blurred at all. It was as if space itself couldn't withstand its weight. Buzz. There was a soft buzz, and Luin felt uneasy as he teleported away. The universe trembled, and the entire sky shook, including the butterfly ancestor. Then, nothing happened. The strands of golden energy didn't change, and they all hit the warship. The warship's defenses were instantly broken. A myriad gold chi even pierced into the warship, causing it to explode. The butterfly ancestor stood rooted to the ground in a daze. It was just as uneasy as Luin, but it didn't have Lu Yin's speed. It instinctively used Limitless, but in the end, it didn't feel anything. Instead, the myriad gold chi broke through the defense of the Emperor warship. That's it? The butterfly ancestor looked at herself. Still, nothing happened, but the uneasiness in that instant was real. Could it be that he had failed? Far away, Luin stared at the butterfly ancestor. He couldn't tell what had happened, but just like the butterfly ancestor, he had failed. The defense of the Emperor warship collapsed. The butterfly ancestor raised both of its wings. At this moment, the other wing disappeared and it returned to its original form of only having 2 wings. As the wings flapped, a huge force swept through the starry sky, wanting to sweep the Emperor's warship away. Even now, the butterfly ancestor had no intention of completely destroying the monarch warship. It did not want to be bound by karma. However, the next moment, the wings stopped. He stopped moving. The starry sky recovered. Luin frowned. It seemed that the butterfly ancestor was not even willing to give a single blow to the technological civilization. It was going to run away. The butterfly ancestor didn't run or attack. It just stood there like a fool. The monarch warship flew towards the butterfly ancestor. Luin frowned. Wait, why would the warship dare to approach the butterfly ancestor? Unless it was certain that the butterfly ancestor could not attack, but the butterfly ancestor was clearly fine. Luin stared at the butterfly ancestor again. What had happened? There was indeed a reason for that uneasiness. The butterfly ancestor was terrified. What had happened? Why was this happening? It didn't know how to flap its wings. The wings were right there, so why couldn't they flap? Why? There was also the myriad metal chi. It clearly had it, but it couldn't release it. What was going on? As the warship approached, the butterfly ancestor wanted to attack. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't do anything. It couldn't. It was like a person who could swim suddenly not knowing how to do so. This uneasiness came from life itself. What was going on? Lu Yin's face sank. The technological fishing civilization was truly something. Even the butterfly ancestor was at a disadvantage. He didn't know what had happened to the butterfly ancestor, but only the technological fishing civilization could give him an answer. From a distance, the warship looked much smaller than the butterfly ancestor. After all, the butterfly ancestor was carrying an entire civilization on its back. The warship was like an ant in front of the butterfly ancestor. However, this ant's approach caused the butterfly ancestor to feel uneasy. Countless colorful butterflies danced on its back and rushed towards the warship. The warship released drifts once more. The same 5 drifts caused space to tilt, but this time, they caused great damage to the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor's remaining wings were broken, and a huge crack ran through its entire body. The tremendous force caused it to spin, and the mountains and rivers on its back all fell into space. Countless creatures died tragically, and none of the colorful butterflies that approached the warship survived. The butterfly ancestor's aura was extremely weak. It had already used up all of its hidden strength in the battle against Lu Yin's skeleton clone, and it had also been heavily injured by the power of deathly stillness. Now, it had encountered multiple drifts in a row, and the last 5 drifts had almost torn its body apart. Within the warship, the Emperor spoke in a low voice, "Activate absolute analysis. See if we can collect it." Absolute analysis activated. Analysis complete. Unable to collect. Still unable to collect? Your Majesty, we don't have enough time. The cognitive weapons won't be able to destroy this creature for long enough. Let's retreat. Retreat. The warship fled into the distance. Lu Yin watched calmly. Did it escape? This meant that the technological civilization wasn't confident in killing the butterfly ancestor, and that unknown attack's effects should be arriving soon. Just as he thought of this, the butterfly ancestor moved. Its vitality surged as it screeched in anger, and the myriad gold chi shot towards the warship. However, the warship left first, and the myriad gold chi couldn't catch up. The butterfly ancestor's body swayed, and it was extremely weak. Lu Yin knew that it was time for him to act, and he teleported in front of the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor looked at Lu Yin, and it knew that he was the eternal being that had forced it into this situation. However, this form was the same as the skeleton it had fought before. Were they the same creature? So I wasn't able to escape from that universe of death. The butterfly ancestor's voice was weak. Lu Yin smiled and slowly approached the butterfly ancestor. Butterflies appeared on the surface of its body. Lu Yin raised a brow. You still want to resist? The butterfly ancestor stared at Lu Yin. You can't just die like this. You'll be killed just like that. With that, the golden energy slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't plan on fighting the butterfly ancestor, and he teleported away. The butterfly ancestor was stunned. It was gone, completely gone. Was that teleportation? The butterfly's love flower was the butterfly ancestor's ultimate technique and innate gift, and when combined with butterfly dance and butterfly burial, it was confident that it could defeat any powerful enemy. However, it had encountered teleportation, which allowed it to escape without giving the butterfly's love flower a chance to attack. Lu Yin sighed. If the skeleton clone could teleport, it wouldn't have been beaten so badly back then. The next moment, the skeleton clone appeared in front of the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor looked at Lu Yin's skeleton clone, and the myriad gold chi slashed down. No matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy to kill it. However, facing the skeleton clone was different from facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin had eternal life, and it had held on to the hope that it might not die. The karmic shackles were its final life-saving talisman, but it had fallen into despair when facing the skeleton clone. It wasn't eternal life, and killing it would be effortless. Lu Yin struck out with a palm, shattering the myriad gold chi as he charged towards the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor's body floated through space, unable to resist. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his main body, and he grabbed the butterfly ancestor before vanishing. He returned to the 3 universes and left the butterfly ancestor in the karmic sea, asking Qinglian Yu to watch over it. It wasn't time to kill it yet. He left the 3 universes once more, and this time, his target was the technological civilization and the Imperial warship. It was time to end this once and for all. Lu Yin had long since determined the warship's location and quickly found it. Because they were too far apart, the warship couldn't sense Lu Yin's approach, so there were no alarms. Most importantly, the warship's defenses had been broken during its battle with the butterfly ancestor. Even the warship's defenses had been damaged, so Luin could easily teleport in. When Luin entered the warship's alarm went off. All of the life forms on the warship panicked, and the enemy's location was confirmed to be within the warship. Luin looked at the motionless black dots around him in shock. They were the technological civilization's beetles. That's right, they were beetles. However, each beetle had a hazy halo around them, and they had two especially obvious black eyes. Luin could clearly see the emotions in those eyes. Who would have thought that the life forms of the technological fishing civilization were actually insects? The egg-shaped lights that he had encountered before were merely substitutes that had been created. A group of beetles surrounded Luin and looked at him in a daze. Luin's body was much larger than these beetles. Attack! Screams resounded throughout the warship. Countless attacks fell on Luin. Some came from the beetles, but most came from the warship itself. Luin teleported again and disappeared. The original spot was empty. All of the attacks missed. Luin teleported to one side of the warship. There was only one beetle here, and it was in the green liquid. Its body was covered in tiny tubes. The moment Luin appeared, the alarm in the room flashed, and whistling sounds came from all directions. The void was being torn apart. Luin was shocked. Was this a miniature version of Wandering? Its power was quite great, and it could tear apart an ordinary Eternal Realm powerhouse that was compatible with the laws of the universe. And this was the final defense of this place. Luin ignored these miniature versions of Wandering and came in front of the green liquid. He stared at the beetle in the liquid. If you attack again, I'll kill you. The alarm went off instantly. The room was brightly lit. The noise outside the room also stopped. Luin smiled and sized up the beetle in the liquid. I didn't expect the ruler of a technological fishing civilization to be a bug. The beetle stared at Luin, human civilization. That's right. Do you discriminate against life forms? No, I'm just surprised. The beetle was unusually calm. You can discriminate because we didn't create this technology. It came from this warship. Luin nodded and sat down casually. Continue. The beetle didn't hide anything. It had expected this day to come, but it hadn't expected it to come so soon. My civilization is called Huijin, and I'm the ruler of Huijin. We've never revealed our true forms to outsiders and have always appeared in the form of light. Huijin civilization originated from this warship. Countless years ago, I found this warship. It was buried under the soil, and I came in, received the inheritance of technology, and created Huijin civilization. From then on, I embarked on the path of conquering the universe. Luin listened quietly. The greatest emotion he felt when he heard the history of a civilization was that it was legendary. This beetle was a true legend. He thought that he had great luck and had walked step by step to reach his current height, but he had also experienced life and death situations. Without luck, he would have died long ago. But what about this beetle? Ever since it received the inheritance of technology, it hadn't encountered any setbacks. Even when Luin had used them before, it had only caused them some trouble. Only this time, their luck had run out. Before meeting Luin, this technological civilization had reached its current height without any danger. These beetles didn't cultivate, and with the help of technology, other beetles could live for hundreds of years, but Huijin could. It could live forever because it lived in this green liquid. Luin asked. This green liquid was made from life, and the stronger the life form, the more vitality it could extract to make this liquid. This was especially true for immortals. This liquid was equivalent to the fusion of liquefied immortality and vitality. As long as it lived in it, it wouldn't die. Unfortunately, this liquid wasn't very useful to a cultivation civilization. What was the point of exchanging the life of an immortal for the eternal life of an ordinary life form? The price was too high. Even if it was an enemy immortal, it would have to be suppressed first. After a battle, the cost of karma binding would be unbearable. This was something only a technological civilization could use. There are 3 types of weapons in the Imperial warship's armory: conventional weapons, dazzle, anti-dazzle, and crystal fall. Even wandering is an ultimate weapon among conventional weapons. Weapons of laws, we call them reproduction. Its purpose is to break the laws of biological reproduction, making a certain creature, or a certain race, lose the ability to reproduce. Luine raised an eyebrow. Did the Imperial ship use this weapon during the battle with the butterfly ancestor? Master of Splendor said, yes, this weapon is of no threat to that eternal life. We just hope that a miracle will happen, or we can use this weapon to display our strength. Continue. The last type of weapon is a cognitive weapon, which is also the most powerful weapon in the Emperor's warship's arsenal. So far, we have fired it twice. The second time was just a moment ago. The so-called cognitive weapon is used to change the composition of a creature's body. In layman's terms, it changes the genetic code of a creature and changes the characteristics of the species. When the creature is no longer the creature it knows, can it still resist? Luine he looked at Master Hui in a daze. You can do it? Master Hui said, you've seen the answer. If you're right, the eternal life that forced us to turn is you. That eternal life and our battle are all under your control. Luine nodded. So the butterfly ancestor is motionless because its life has been changed and it can't control its new life? Yes, its appearance is unchanged, but its composition has been changed. An ant can run very fast, but if the ant turns into a tortoise, can it still run as fast? That's what it means. Master Hui gave the answer. Luine took a deep breath. Terrifying, he could only say that it was terrifying. It seemed simple, but if the butterfly ancestor couldn't sense the reason, he might not be able to sense it either. He could only stand there and be slaughtered. Of course, that was if the Emperor's warship could hurt him. Whether it was the butterfly ancestor or himself, the Emperor's warship couldn't kill them if they didn't move. But what if they weren't facing the Emperor's warship, but a pinnacle powerhouse that fit two universal laws? Once the cognitive weapon was used, they wouldn't be able to move. It would be over. Luine looked at the beetle solemnly. You've told me everything. You didn't hide anything? Master Hui was helpless. I don't dare to hide anything. My life is in your hands. How much storage do we have left in the armory? Not much. Wandering can continue to store it, but we only have one cognitive weapon left. We don't know how to make cognitive weapons. When we first got the Emperor's warship, we only had 3. Who did you use it on last time? Luine was curious. Huizhu hesitated for a moment. I used it for an experiment the last time. Luine wanted to beat him to death. This cognitive weapon was too terrifying. He actually used it for an experiment. What a pity. To Luine. Now that the Emperor's warship was his, the technological fishing civilization was also his, and the cognitive weapon was naturally his. Next, Master Hui showed Luine how to control the Emperor's warship and the technological fishing civilization's ability. The ultimate goal of this was to let Luine see the importance of the Emperor's warship. My life is connected to the Emperor's warship. If I die, the Emperor's warship will be extinguished. It will be extinguished forever. This was what Master Hui said to Luine. This was why he was so honest and purposely showed off the Emperor's warship's abilities. Only when Luine valued the Emperor's warship could he be valued. Luine looked at him with a faint smile. Do you think I care about the Emperor's warship? Or do you think I will believe you? Master Hui said, you can choose not to believe me. You can also kill me. I'm just telling you the result if you can accept it. Luine walked in front of the green liquid and stared at Master Hui. Master Hui looked at him too. After a while, Luine said, from now on, the Huijin civilization will still exist. However, it will belong to the human civilization. Do you have any objections? No. Master Hui had no choice. He had exchanged his life and the value of the Emperor's warship for this. Freedom was impossible. It was good enough to be alive. Luine said, use the Emperor's warship's technology to help the human civilization improve its technology. I still have many things for you to do. As you wish. Master Hui was very tactful. Not long after, Luine teleported back to the 3 universes with the Emperor's warship. Looking at the unfamiliar universe, the Huijin civilization's creatures were completely shocked. Teleportation was so simple but shocking. Even Master Hui, who had the cognitive weapon of the Emperor's warship, could not imagine how such a talent could exist. Regarding the emperor, Master Hui did not know the origin of the emperor's warship, so Luyin would not know either. However, he kept an eye on it. The emperor's warship must belong to a technological civilization. How powerful was that technological civilization to be able to make the Hui Jin civilization so powerful with just one emperor's warship? Would the cognitive weapon be that civilization's strongest weapon? Or was that civilization destroyed? When Luyin brought the technological fishing civilization back to the three universes were in an uproar. Everyone knew that there was a technological fishing civilization eyeing them covetously. Although there were more and more powerful human beings and that technological civilization was no longer a threat, it was still a fishing civilization. Moreover, it was technology. It could be expected that bringing it to the human race as a whole would benefit. There were many planets and spacetimes in the three universes that had developed technology. They were all found. This was especially true for the Limitless Empire. They were the first to study the Hui Jin civilization's technology and already had some understanding of it. The more they understood, the more shocked they were. Now that the Hui Jin civilization had been captured, they could transform their technology. Technology could improve a civilization's quality of life. There would be changes in all aspects. Luyin also gave the order to prioritize resources for the Emperor's warship production. He did not need so many warships as Emperor's warships consumed too many resources. He only needed one Emperor's warship. The Emperor's warship armory could store many drifts, and if there were enough resources, his plan could be realized. If anyone dared to cause trouble for the human civilization, they could directly send 100 drifts to them. There would be no karmic restraints either. This was the greatest advantage of a technological civilization. Dealing with a technological fishing civilization could be considered as removing a major threat. Luyin went to Yahai and saw the awakened butterfly ancestor lying on the karmic strand. Butterfly the ancestor felt the same as soft devouring trace back then. It was confused by Lu Yin's identity as a human, but it was also terrified by the many Eternal Realm powerhouses. The Eternal Realm powerhouses surrounded it, and the butterfly ancestor sadly realized that unless it returned to its peak and used its foundation to reach the level of the three universes' laws, it could not fight back. This was a fishing civilization. Luyin looked at the butterfly ancestor. I've dealt with the technological fishing civilization. It's your turn now, butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor stared at Luyin and asked in a low voice, what's your relationship with that skeleton? Luyin did not waste time and took out the general appointment platform, tossing the butterfly ancestor inside. The butterfly ancestor could not resist at all. Luyin had already suppressed the expansion of his karmic heavenly Tao. Although his karmic heavenly Tao was increasing, the outside world could not tell by how much. Only he knew that the increase was extremely exaggerated. The butterfly ancestor had lived for as long as soft devouring trace. With soft devouring trace and the butterfly ancestor, Lu Yin's karmic heavenly Tao had reached an unprecedented level of strength. However, no matter how strong the karmic heavenly Tao was, he still could not attack because of the karmic restraints. Even if he lent his karmic heavenly Tao to the Azure Lotus defense and fused it into the karmic heavenly Tao, the karmic heavenly Tao would still increase because of his power. When the karmic heavenly Tao's increase ended, the butterfly ancestor's body fell into Yahai once more. Compared to soft devouring trace, the butterfly ancestor was in an even worse state after going through the general appointment platform. It looked at Luyin weakly. This is karmic heavenly Tao. You still have the power of karmic heavenly Tao. Luyin looked at the butterfly ancestor with his hands behind his back. It's really over this time. As the eternal realm that created a fishing civilization, you are worthy of respect. It is worthy of respect, but it is only respect at the level of life. The rules of the universe are like this. With that, several figures walked out from behind him. They were Qing Xing, the great master, and the cultivators who had used the nirvana tree to raise their power to the level of Ku'er. The butterfly ancestor's death was left to them. Luyin and the other eternal realms couldn't take action. The bone avatar had to take action as well, but only at the very end. The avatar had to answer to enact 1,000 trickeries, so it couldn't be justified if it didn't take action. While the butterfly ancestor was weak, its defenses weren't something that ordinary cultivators could break through. Even a complete coup-heir or a rogue would have to put in a lot of effort to kill it. Attack, Lu Yin ordered. Xianxia immediately attacked, and countless attacks landed on the butterfly ancestor's body. The butterfly ancestor was submerged in a sea of attacks. It wasn't a threat at first, but in its current state, it wouldn't be long before it was finished. It hurriedly begged for mercy, hoping that it wouldn't die. It was even willing to help the human civilization. Some people were tempted and looked at Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin remained unmoved. He also hoped that a powerhouse like the butterfly ancestor could help the three universes resist external threats, but the butterfly ancestor wasn't sincere about helping. If it encountered the Wang Wen, it could betray him with just a few words. The karma of the Azure Lotus Empire wasn't enough to restrain it. Any power that wasn't used by humans should be erased. This was Lu Yin's current thought. He hadn't reached the level where he could use other life forms. The ninth array was strong enough to allow the core space to communicate and have a heart of tolerance, but the result was still so miserable. If one wanted to advance, their hearts had to be strong enough to withstand attacks, endure loneliness, and resist temptations. The butterfly ancestor's vitality was almost undetectable. Xianxia and the others had attacked it for several months, but the butterfly ancestor's body had shrunk and its aura had become increasingly weak. It kept saying something, hoping to preserve its life. In return, Lu Yin looked at it coldly. Even if some people were tempted, they would endure it. Lu Yin was the human civilization's heaven. Lu Yin stared at the butterfly ancestor's back, where the materials for the original scroll were. He hadn't forgotten that he wanted to take them once the butterfly ancestor died and see if his die's 3 pips could help him level up. I don't care what relationship you have with that skeleton. Do you know that I once chased it down? Lu Yin remained calm as he quietly watched. Xianxia and the others continued to attack. The butterfly ancestor's voice rang out again. It was about to escape, but I still chased after it. Do you know why? Lu Yin didn't speak and just watched. The white bone avatar had killed 4 eternal realm rainbow butterflies on the butterfly ancestor continent. When the butterfly ancestor woke up, it buried 2 rainbow butterflies and chased after him. This was not strange. After all, he had killed 4 eternal realm rainbow butterflies. The butterfly ancestor continent was a fishing civilization, after all. It was unlikely that he would be able to escape safely after a massacre. Although the butterfly ancestor's pursuit was irrational, it was understandable. There was nothing strange about it. However, it suddenly brought up this matter at this time. That skeleton creature caused a ruckus on my back. The reason I chased after it was to confirm whether it had discovered that thing or not. The second time, the skeletal creature found me, fought with me, and ran away. At that time, I thought he had found that thing, but he never mentioned it. Whether he found that thing or not, I still stayed away from it. Even if I lose an eternal realm butterfly, I will stay away. Until now, when the white bone creature joined forces with the toad and the cyan creature to kill me, I guessed that it must be because of that thing. Otherwise, why would he chase after me so closely? That shouldn't be the case. He has no enmity with me, so why is he trying to kill me? So much effort. Is the price and time worth it? If you don't bring it up now, I will. Do you want that thing or not? The butterfly ancestor said a lot of things, and its voice resounded throughout the karmic sea. That thing? What thing? Blue Lotus Protector and the others looked at Lu Yin. They didn't know either. Lu Yin looked at the butterfly ancestor and raised his hand to stop Xianxia and the others from attacking. The karmic sea returned to normal. The butterfly ancestor sighed in relief and stared at Lu Yin. Its eyes were filled with anxiety and reluctance. That thing? What is it? Lu Yin asked as 1,000 trickeries appeared in his mind. Chasing after the butterfly ancestor was a mission given to him by the 1,000 trickeries, and he had to kill it no matter how long it would take. As long as he had the ability, he had to kill it. At that time, Lu Yin was curious as to why he had to kill the butterfly ancestor. The 1,000 trickeries wouldn't do something for no reason. If it wasn't for itself, then it had to be for something bigger. Lu Yin seemed to have seen some clues. The butterfly ancestor panted and crawled in the karmic sea. After a while, it asked, what is your relationship with that skeleton? Lu Yin's tone was cold. I'll ask you one last time. What is that thing? The butterfly ancestor fell silent and stared at Lu Yin. It could see the killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This creature had experienced despair and disaster, and it didn't want to test its patience. If it lost, it would lose its life. A turbid treasure, the butterfly ancestor said without hesitation. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What turbid treasure? A very powerful one. It's been in my body for countless years, but I don't dare to touch it. As long as you promise to let me live, I'll give it to you. Lu Yin sneered. If I don't let you go and kill you, won't the turbid treasure be mine? You can't see it. As long as I remove the restrictions on it, you won't be able to see it. No one will be able to see it. A turbid treasure that can't be seen will disappear forever. Trust me, I've sensed it for countless years, and I'm absolutely certain that you won't be able to find it once it disappears. This is also one of the reasons why I've been sleeping all this time. Lu Yin looked deeply at the butterfly ancestor before looking at Azure Lotus Emperor. Qinglian Shanyu smiled and nodded. The next moment, Lu Yin released his Karma Heavenly Tao, but it only covered a very small area, the Karma Sea. Next, the Karma Sea's karma flowed into the Karma Heavenly Tao. Azure Lotus Emperor was merging his karma with Lu Yin's, allowing Lu Yin to see the butterfly ancestor's past. Using karma to see the past, especially against someone like the butterfly ancestor, would result in karma restraints. However, with Azure Lotus Emperor's help, Lu Yin's karma restraints would be minimal. In other words, Azure Lotus Emperor was helping him share most of the restraints. If Lu Yin lent his karma to Azure Lotus Emperor, he would also be restrained by karma. The butterfly ancestor didn't understand karma at all. It knew that it had karma, but it still wanted to act mysterious. The butterfly ancestor looked up and saw Lu Yin controlling karma to attack it. It suddenly thought of something and threatened, "You want to use karma to see my past? Stop, if you continue, I'll die immediately and you'll never find that turbid treasure." It's because of that turbid treasure that the Tai Ching civilization fought with the butterfly ancestor continent. The Tai Ching civilization values that turbid treasure greatly. Furthermore, you humans are also involved in this. Lu Yin paused. He stared at the butterfly ancestor in shock. What did you say? The butterfly ancestor panted heavily and looked at the karma restraining it. It could see the karma right above its head. I know humans. That turbid treasure is related to you humans. As long as you agree to let me go, I promise that I will never seek revenge, and the turbid treasure will be yours. Azure Lotus Emperor shook his head. You think too highly of yourself. Where do you think you are? This is the karmic sea. Karma descended and pierced through the butterfly ancestor. Lu Yin used karma as his foundation to search for the past of the Tai Ching sourcebox array. He wanted to see what had happened during that battle, but he hadn't expected that it would be related to humans. The butterfly ancestor wanted to move, but it couldn't. Azure Lotus Emperor was right, this was the karmic sea, which was within his karma phenomenon. Even if the butterfly ancestor had been at its peak, it wouldn't have been able to escape easily. Wanting to die was the same as wanting to escape, it was just a dream. The butterfly ancestor screamed and tried to stop Lu Yin from looking at the past, but it couldn't. Scenes of karma appeared one after another. The first thing that Lu Yin saw was the familiar sourcebox array that shot into the sky. It used the danger of the sourcebox as a layout and lock-breaking techniques to isolate the colorful butterflies. Lu Yin saw the creatures from the Tai Ching civilization and the process of that battle. Karma continuously entered the butterfly ancestor's body, and the past constantly changed. Sometimes, there was a battle, and sometimes, there was a chase. The battle between the Tai Ching civilization and the Eternal Realm butterflies was not limited to a single location, but that location was the largest battlefield. Suddenly, Lu Yin's body trembled, and he looked at the butterfly ancestor's map. He saw several clear-grade lifeforms moving about, trying to break away from the butterfly ancestor and enter the core. In the middle of those clear-grade lifeforms was a sourcebox array. The array seemed to freeze the void, and the area that it covered was completely sealed. There was only one person within the void. It was a young man who had been fixed within the void and was being carried away by the Taiching civilization creatures. The young man's face was furious, and he seemed to be cursing as he tried to break free from the array's restraints. However, he was unable to do so. What happened next caused Lu Yin's eyes to crack. The butterfly ancestor used its myriad metal chi to kill the Taiching civilization creatures and break through the sourcebox array. At the same time, it tore apart the young man's body. His arms, legs, torso, and head were all severed and scattered in all directions. Blood splattered across the sky. That was all Lu Yin saw. Karma continued to enter the butterfly ancestor's body. Karma did not appear in any particular order, and there was no fixed order. Lu Yin looked at it for a long time, more than half a year. When he put away the heavenly Tao of karma, he looked at his wrist and saw that the karma restraints had increased by a tiny amount. The Green Lotus Empire's karma restraints had increased as well. The two of them shared the karma, and Lu Yin wanted to see if the butterfly ancestor's restraints could still be withstood. The butterfly ancestor had fallen silent several months ago, and it could not stop Lu Yin from looking. Lu Yin looked up at the butterfly ancestor, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had clearly seen that battle. That battle had been a coincidence. The butterfly ancestor had encountered some of the Taiching civilization creatures in outer space. Those creatures had been using a sourcebox array to trap a young man, and they had probably wanted to bring him back to the Taiching civilization ruins. However, they had encountered the butterfly ancestor, and a huge battle had ensued. In that battle, more than half of the Taiching civilization creatures had died, and only a few had managed to escape. As for the young man who had been trapped within the sourcebox array, he had died, but not at the hands of the Taiching civilization creatures. He had been killed by the butterfly ancestor's myriad metal chi. Not only had he been torn apart, but the butterfly ancestor had also used a technique to absorb the myriad metal chi to hollow out his body and reduce him to a pile of bones. Lu Yin had seen a mountain of bones on the butterfly ancestor's back, and that youth's bones had long since turned to dust. And the turbid artifact was in the young man's hand. It was a needle. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be one of the 7 needles of hell. The 7 needles of Hell's Gate was an invincible combat technique in the 7th stronghold. It was also a quintessential artifact turbid treasure. That young man had one of those needles and was holding it at his fingertips. Eventually, it ended up in the butterfly ancestor's body. No wonder the butterfly ancestor said that turbid treasures could disappear. No one knew about the 7 needles of Yama, but it wasn't surprising that they could disappear. The butterfly ancestor had chased after his white bone avatar because it was afraid that the white bone avatar would confirm that it had the 7 needles of Yama's gate. Or perhaps it was because of the white bone avatar's form. Back then, you weren't just hunting down a skeletal creature. You were also hunting down a human civilization, Lu Yin said. The butterfly ancestor said in a low voice, "I've long forgotten that creatures like you exist. It's been too long since that battle. However, as you continued to slaughter the butterflies, I gradually remembered. Although you're a skeletal creature, your form is exactly the same as the creature with the turbid artifact I killed. That was a human. I don't know how the skeleton creature, or the universe that represents death, is related to that human, but I can't let other creatures know about this." Lu Yin's tone was cold. "Why do you want to fight the Grand Clear civilization? Encounter? There's no reason for it. It's just that I sensed the impure treasure and decided to take action," said the butterfly ancestor. Lu Yin recalled what the ferryman from the River of Time in the Taiching ruins had said. After the Taiching civilization had left, other Taiching lifeforms had arrived. They should have been the survivors of the Taiching civilization after the battle with the butterfly ancestor. By the time they returned to the Taiching ruins, the Taiching had already left. Then, where did that part of the Grand Pure One go? Most of them were dead, but there might still be some left. The history of the past was related to human civilization, but that part of history was too heavy. He explained what he saw in the past of the butterfly ancestor's karma. Some people couldn't see it. After he finished, he asked Master Grass, "Is the 7 needles of Yama a single needle or 7 needles?" Master Green Grass shook his head. "I don't know. But since it's called the 7 needles of Yama, it should be 7 needles." Lu Yin looked at the butterfly ancestor, as the biggest problem now was how to retrieve the needle. That needle was still in the butterfly ancestor's body. That young man's body had turned into ashes and completely disappeared. However, the butterfly ancestor didn't use that needle. She hadn't been able to get it even after so many years. He asked for the reason, but he could not find out the reason through karma. The butterfly ancestor still said, "Let me go, and I promise to help you get that turbid treasure." That turbid treasure must be a powerful turbid treasure of your human civilization. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he looked at the grass grandmaster. "Senior, let's give it a try. If it really is the 7 needles of Yama, perhaps we can try to draw it out." Master Green Grass nodded and went to the edge of the Sea of Retribution. He sat down cross-legged and tried the 7 needles of Yama. Lu Yin sat down as well and entered the way of breathing. As for the butterfly ancestor, there was no way he would let it go. If he could let it go, he wouldn't have joined forces with Azure Lotus Ruler to share the burden of the karmic shackles. Letting it go would be a waste, especially since it still carried the blood debt of humans. Although he did not know who that young man was, he had to be one of the most important people in the 7th stronghold to be able to wield the 7 needles of Hell's Gate. Perhaps he was a direct descendant of the base master. The butterfly ancestor had to pay for this blood debt. Cause and effect. The butterfly ancestor perfectly manifested this. A long time ago, it had killed a person, and even now, it had forgotten about it. However, no matter how much time had passed, as long as it was alive, karma would always return to it. In the end, it would still die at the hands of the human civilization. Lu Yin gradually entered the way of breathing with complicated thoughts. Meanwhile, the Grass Grandmaster had already entered the way of breathing and had already used the first needle of Hell's Gate on the karmic sea. Azure Lotus Ruler and the others watched quietly. If they could master the 7 needles of Hell's Gate, the 3 universes would have 4 9 Ramparts Era's Gate turbid treasures. It was unimaginable. The 9 Ramparts Era might reappear. Senior, first needle of Hell's Gate. Lu Yin used his breath to perform the first needle of Hell's Gate. No one could see it. The Grass Grandmaster also performed the first needle of Hell's Gate at the same time. The 2 first needles of Hell's Gate swept past the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor was surprised as it felt the turbid treasure in its body move. Although it was very slight, this was something it had not been able to do for countless years. It really did belong to the human civilization. It was indignant. After so many years of trying, it could not obtain this turbid treasure. Yet, the human civilization could obtain it so easily? Then why did it fight the Taiching sect back then? Why did it kill that human? Why did it go into hibernation? It was indignant and wanted to resist, but Azure Lotus Ruler immediately attacked. The karmic sea surrounded the butterfly ancestor and immobilized it. Senior, second needle of Hell's Gate, Lu Yin said. Master Grass cooperated with Lu Yin and performed the second needle at the same time. Following that, the 2 continued to perform the first and second needles in a cycle. They could feel something within the butterfly ancestor's body that was pulling them in. It was a familiar and intimate feeling. They tried again and again, and the feeling of pulling grew clearer and clearer. They performed the first needle of Hell's Gate at the same time. The needle pierced through the void and appeared on its own, faintly discernible in the sky. Lu Yin finally understood why the butterfly ancestor could not control this needle. Just as he had guessed, the 7 needles of Hell's Gate specialized in sneak attacks. This needle would appear and disappear at will, and it could run. Some gate turbid treasures were grand and imposing, while others were sharp and piercing. This needle, however, gave off the feeling that it was extremely cunning. If it could not move, it would run away unless it wanted to. That was what Lu Yin was feeling right now. Even they could not forcefully grab the needle and had to use the 7 needles of Hell's Gate to pull it in. The butterfly ancestor was stunned when it saw the needle appear. It had appeared just like that? It had tried for countless years, but it could not compare to half a year of human civilization. It suddenly felt sad. It did not know that it was not facing a simple civilization, but 9 bases. What it wanted was not an ordinary turbid treasure, but a gate turbid treasure. Master Xianxia stopped. Master Lu, please continue. Lu Yin stopped as well. Senior, please continue. A turbid treasure does not belong to a single person. I cannot control so many turbid treasures. You have many turbid treasures? Master Xianxia was puzzled. Luin did not know how to put it. He felt that his master's cauldron, Chu Songyan's red umbrella, and the distant Xiang city did not belong to him, including this needle. He could use it, but he did not have the desire to belong to it. He believed in his own feelings. One person could not obtain all the benefits, and the gate turbid treasures could not all belong to one person. Senior, please continue. Luin did not say much. Master Xianxia did not hesitate and performed the first needle of Hell's Gate to pull the needle. As the grass grew larger, as he tried, the needle gradually moved in his direction. In the end, it sank into Master Xiangxiao's palm. Master Xianxia exhaled, 7 needles of Hell's Gate? He did not know if it was 1 or 7 needles, but the addition of this needle greatly increased his combat power. Perhaps he could comprehend the rest of the 7 needles of Hell's Gate through this needle. Behind him, Qinglian Yu and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. Luin stood up and looked at the butterfly ancestor. The skeletal creature is after you because you have been wandering around the universe that represents death. There is a creature in that universe that clearly wants to kill you. The butterfly ancestor was helpless, knowing that it was going to die. It seems that everything in the past is in the eyes of that creature. It knows about this matter and the turbid treasure. This was also a headache for Luin. Did the 1,000 trickeries know that the 7 needles of Hell's Gate were with the butterfly ancestor? Otherwise, why would it insist that he kill the butterfly ancestor? But what if it knew that he had killed the butterfly ancestor but did not hand over the 7 needles of Hell's Gate? Could it be that this was a test for him? Was that why the 1,000 trickeries was secretly watching his battle with the butterfly ancestor? It was not just watching him, but also the 7 needles of Hell's Gate in the butterfly ancestor's body? But even if it was a test, he did not want to hand over the 7 needles of Hell's Gate. The 7 needles of Hell's Gate belonged to humans. Luin did not want to lose anything that belonged to the human civilization. This included the sword test stone and the divine time chariot that were still in the death universe. He would find a way to bring them back and bring them home. With a whoosh, the butterfly ancestor's head was separated from its body. Just like the youth from before, it was torn apart. Now that there was a cause, it was time for retribution. Lu Yin's skeletal clone picked up a small portion of the butterfly ancestor's body, but he was not in a hurry to return to the 1,000 trickeries abyss. Time. 200 years later, Luin walked out of the core and took out a door. He stepped through and returned to the 1,000 trickeries abyss. This trip had not been long, and a few hundred years had passed in the blink of an eye. However, the unknown door was easy to explain. At this moment, the 1,000 trickeries abyss was bustling with activity. Numerous black spheres floated in the air, each containing a creature. There were skeletal creatures, fleshy creatures, and even pure black creatures. They were all trying to reach their limits. Luin arrived and was shocked to see the spheres. The 1,000 trickeries abyss had its back to him as it looked at the spheres. There were 4 of them. Luin was amazed by the Death Universe's foundation. How could there be so many eternal life forms? Reaching their limits meant that they were qualified to compete for a seat in the abyss. There were currently 2 vacancies in the Death Universe, and there would soon be a third. These 4 could be filled immediately. Soft devouring tracks is dead. It's very difficult for the Death Universe to increase eternal life forms so easily. These are very precious. The 1,000 trickeries abyss's voice sounded out, and it turned to look at Luin. Luin glanced at the black spheres and saw that one of them was the G. The abyss is being decided so soon? There's movement from the unknowns. The green unknowns from the Habitat universe are demonstrating their power. This battle is happening faster than expected. Luin sighed. When he had joined the unknowns as his main body, he should not have disagreed with Demao. Demao was truly a genius. Luin glanced at the black spheres once more before retracting his gaze and retrieving the butterfly ancestor's corpse from his cosmic ring. The 1,000 trickeries abyss was shocked. You really killed the butterfly ancestor? Luin respectfully replied, Senior. How could I not complete my mission? The 1,000 trickeries abyss smiled. How do you feel? Luin was helpless. It's difficult. If not for the help of the unknown, I would have. Shu Thousand Trickery gestured and whispered under Lu Yin's confused gaze, "Don't be so loud. Be careful not to be heard." Lu Yin was speechless. If he wasn't afraid, what was Thousand Trickery afraid of? This was too much. "Lower your voice," Thousand Trickery reminded him. Lu Yin whispered, "If not for the unknown, I wouldn't have been able to kill the butterfly ancestor." This butterfly ancestor. He told him about the butterfly ancestor's power, and Actor of 1,000 Trickeries was shocked. She can reach the level of 3 universal laws? You still killed it? That's why I had the help of the unknown. I used the 3 deaths art to inject the power of death into its body and severely injured it. Lu Yin explained. Thousand Trickery praised, "I knew I was right about you. I knew you were talented in battle from the start. Look, you can even think of such a method. Despicable, no, impressive." Lu Yin was speechless and bowed deeply to Thousand Trickery. "Although I killed the butterfly ancestor, I failed the mission. Please forgive me." Thousand Trickery blinked and looked at Lu Yin. "What mission?" Lu Yin said, "Senior, you didn't ask me to kill the butterfly ancestor because of the turbid treasure in its body. That's what you want." Thousand Trickery was shocked. "There's a turbid treasure? You don't know?" "No." "Then why did you ask me to kill the butterfly ancestor?" Annoying. Lu Yin was confused. "What do you mean?" Thousand Trickery said, "The butterfly ancestor thought it was smart and used its boneless body to get close to the Death Universe. It used the Death Universe to shield itself from many dangers, including the unknown. I didn't care at first, but as time passed, I became more and more annoyed. Think about it, who wants to be used by others? Moreover, it's fair and square." However, the butterfly ancestor wasn't weak. No matter how weak it was still at the peak of 2 universal laws. Even if it was killed, the karmic restraints weren't something anyone would want to bear. Therefore, I didn't care. I asked you to do it because you have a chance of winning. Killing the butterfly ancestor without eternal life realm power would make me look good. Plus, I wouldn't be bound by karmic restraints." Lu Yin looked at the Thousand Trickery, unable to tell whether it was telling the truth or not. "Right, what turbid treasure did you say earlier? Failure means that you didn't get the turbid treasure?" Xianxia crafty asked. Lu Yin didn't care if it was playing dumb or not. Based on the premise that it already knew that the 7 needles of Yama were hidden in the butterfly ancestor's body, he answered, "Yes, the butterfly ancestor tried to use the turbid treasure to trade for its life. I didn't know what the turbid treasure was, so I didn't care. In the end, the turbid treasure disappeared and couldn't be found." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries was surprised. "What do you mean by disappear?" Lu Yin replied, "It's gone. I destroyed most of the butterfly progenitor's corpse in order to find that turbid treasure, but I couldn't find it. It was as if it had never appeared." "Is it possible? Is there really no one?" Xianxia said craftily. Lu Yin was certain, there definitely is. "I felt the aura of that turbid treasure. Although it was fleeting, it made my heart palpitate. It was definitely a powerful turbid treasure. What a pity." Thousand Trickery waved his hand, "Since it's gone, then forget it." Lu Yin replied, "I thought that Senior wanted that turbid treasure. Although I didn't dare to act rashly, I didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the butterfly ancestor is very powerful. You said that you borrowed an unknown power to kill the butterfly ancestor. Then, does the unknown know about the turbid treasure?" Actor of 1,000 Trickeries suddenly interrupted Lu Yin and sized him up. Lu Yin calmly replied, "The unknown doesn't know because I was the only one who chased after the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor's foundation temporarily reached the strength of 3 universal laws. It didn't know how to retreat, so I was the only one who chased after it in secret. I waited for it to wear off the deathly still energy in its body and suffer heavy injuries. Only then could I succeed." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries nodded and was about to ask something when a ball in the distance suddenly distorted. It hurriedly looked over. Lu Yin looked over at the same time. The black sphere twisted irregularly, and the flesh and blood creature inside exploded with a boom, not even leaving a corpse behind. Acting of 1,000 Trickeries sighed, "We failed again. It seems that we have to change our method." This method is too radical. In the past, we had the soft devouring trace to support us, and we kept increasing the number of eternal life realm experts. But now that the soft devouring trace is gone, there will only be fewer and fewer eternal life realm experts in the death universe. Luin watched as the black ball slowly dissipated with a heavy heart. Back then, he had been inside as well. If he had been careless, he would have ended up like this. He looked at the other 3 black balls and didn't stare at G to prevent Actor of 1,000 Trickeries from noticing anything. "Don't worry, G is still fine," Actor of 1,000 Trickeries suddenly said. Luin was shocked, but his expression didn't change. "I'm not worried about that." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries scratched his head. "I thought you were worried about it. After all, we've been through life and death together." Luin said, "We only fought once. We worked together for a while, but we separated very quickly. His life and death have nothing to do with me. I'm just lamenting that I shouldn't have killed the butterfly ancestor." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries didn't understand. "Why?" Luin said, "The butterfly ancestor has the ability to transmit flowers through a butterfly dance. It should have been included in my death universe. That would have filled the gap of the soft devouring tracer and also absorbed the turbid treasure in its body. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a pity. It's my fault for not thinking about this because I was too focused on completing Senior's mission." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries didn't care. No one can fill the gap of the soft devouring tracer. It was a wrong decision to let it replace Li Luochen, but it was the only one who could go. Obsidian Immortal Prison Bone had to watch over the death universe itself, and Lugu Withered was too weak. "Have you ever thought of leaving a clone behind?" Luin asked. "Yes," Actor of 1,000 Trickeries replied. Luin was stunned. "A clone?" Actor of 1,000 Trickeries nodded, "Yes." Luin stared blankly at Actor of 1,000 Trickeries and pretended to sigh in relief. "It's good to have a clone." "That's not right. How could there be a clone?" He had thrown the soft devouring tracer into the Point General platform hell to increase his karma. Logically speaking, the karma that it had increased for him should be all that it had. Furthermore, if it had a clone, why didn't it use the clone as a threat to force him not to kill it? That's right, its clone wouldn't know what happened to the other clones. Actor of 1,000 Trickery smiled at Luin. "Do you want to see its clone?" Luin nodded, "Yes, I do. I'm curious how much power it has left." Actor of 1,000 Trickeries sneered, "It's just a clone waiting to grow. It will take a long time to grow to the immortal realm, let alone reach the level of the soft devouring tracer. If you really want to see it, you'll have to wait." Luin calmly looked at the 3 black balls in the distance. He didn't know what Actor of 1,000 Trickeries was talking about. Was it testing him? There was no need. It wasn't as if it didn't know that he had joined the unknown. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries and Wang Wen had the same feeling that they couldn't be understood. After a while, another creature in the black ball shattered and died. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries felt pity again. Luin couldn't help but look at G. Would something happen? If it wasn't for G, he would be happy to let these creatures die. One death was one death, and it would reduce the power of the death universe. However, why didn't the karma binding of these immortal realm creatures count on Actor of 1,000 Trickeries? Previously, it had only answered with one word, no. As for why it wouldn't, it didn't say. That was what Luin was most curious about right now. Suddenly, Actor of 1,000 Trickeries waved his hand, and under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, one of the black balls dissipated. The skeletal creature fell from the ball, its bones shattered as it lay prostrate on the ground. It was extremely weak. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries sighed and shook his head. "You don't need to try anymore. You failed," Luin translated. The skeletal creature looked at Luin and then at Actor of 1,000 Trickeries. It nodded and didn't say anything. Only G was left. Luin watched, hoping that nothing would happen. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries back-faced Luin as he looked at G and waited quietly. "If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of losing too much, I wouldn't have interfered. Actually, there are times when some creatures break through at the moment of certain death. There have been precedents, so I usually don't interfere. If they die, then so be it. But not now. These are the only remaining powerhouses in the death universe outside of the abyss. If all of them are lost, the war with the unknown will be troublesome. Luin was speechless. Ji asked, Senior, do you care about the war with the unknown? Actor of 1,000 Trickeries tilted his head. Not really. I just don't want it to be too ugly. Time passed slowly. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries moved slightly, causing Lu Yin's heart to tremble. He was afraid that Ji would fail. 17 times, Actor of 1,000 Trickeries said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That's 11 times more than Liku's Withering Sword. Liku's Withering Sword's innate gift isn't very high. Even the toad surpassed him by 15 times. Needless to say, you've surpassed him by 30 times. Luin looked at Ji. I wonder if he'll succeed and how many times he'll succeed. He should succeed, based on my experience. As for how many times, I don't know, but he'll probably succeed by 19 times. Actually, he's already exceeded my expectations. After all, the toad's innate gift is very high. It's quite rare for someone to surpass it. Luin looked forward to it. Surpassing the toad? That was within his expectations, but he was looking forward to how much Ji could surpass the toad. 18 times, Actor of 1,000 Trickeries said. 19 times. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries' voice changed, and at the same time it was surprised. It was rarely surprised. Li Luochen's Withering Sword is such a waste. He actually kept this guy by his side for so long and didn't send me to try it. If he had tried it earlier, that toad wouldn't have become the abyss. 20 times. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. 20 times? Actor of 1,000 Trickeries had said that the most talented person it had met before had surpassed 20 times, but it hadn't said by how much. Ji had already reached 20 times, which meant that he was in the top 3 of Actor of 1,000 Trickeries. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries suddenly looked at Luin and raised a hand to point at the ground. Luin? You're a traitor. Don't look. This junior's heart belongs to the Death Universe. I joined the Unknowns to gather information. Actor of 1,000 Trickeries pointed at the ground again. Luin silently entered. If he didn't want to look, then so be it. Interesting. What was the point of not letting him look? He would know everything. The white bones around him were still repeating the battle techniques of the Death Boundary Codex. Luin sat quietly, waiting for it to end. After an unknown amount of time, Luin looked up. The Black Immortal Prison Bones had arrived. The Death Shift could no longer be used casually, so the Black Immortal Prison Bones became the way to transmit messages and even teleport creatures. Luin was not in a hurry to go out. He waited quietly. A few years later, 1,000 Trickery called him out. The war with the unknown is approaching. Get ready. Senior is also going to participate? I won't, but I will make sure an unknown cannot participate. Unknown balancer? 1,000 Trickery said, not necessarily. Whatever. No matter if the war is intense or dull, you are the safest. Luin was very serious. Junior will definitely kill an unknown. 1,000 Trickery was surprised and turned to Luin. Are you serious? Luin was solemn, definitely. 1,000 Trickery looked Luin up and down. Wang Wen is not easy to fool. If you kill an unknown, you will break the rules of the unknown. You will die without a doubt. Luin was awe-inspiring. The premise is that he can enter the Death Universe to kill me. Senior is here. I believe he does not have that ability. 1,000 Trickery grinned. Of course, I am Brave Bear. Luin quickly flattered. 1,000 Trickery liked to listen to nice words. As for whether he would really kill an unknown, as long as it was possible, he would not be soft-hearted. Senior, do you need me to go to the unknown to gather information? Luin asked. 1,000 Trickery rolled his eyes. I don't care. Go wherever you want. Junior understands, Luin replied. 1,000 Trickery left. He was in the abyss, but Luin did not know where exactly. If he did not know, he would not see the entire abyss. He was afraid that 1,000 Trickery would be unhappy. He took out the door. It was time to go to the unknown. Walking on both sides, he might be the first to determine when the war would start. He was looking forward to the battle between the two giants. The three universes could be hidden outside, which made him feel quite comfortable. Once he arrived, he reported the situation of the Death Universe. Has the Thousand Trickeries directly intervened? Rocher Zhongxuan's death was a huge blow to them. 8 Colors said. Luin reminded him, please don't tell the unknowns about this. Otherwise, the dead universe will definitely know that I'm the traitor, because I'm the only one who knows about this. Don't worry, you did well, Chen. 8 Colors praised. Luin said respectfully, regarding this battle, I hope to kill another abyss. If you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to ask. 8 Colors' admiration for Luin grew, as there was not a single person who was as loyal as Luin. There were even some unknowns who said that as long as they did not break the rules, they could even betray them. After all, there was no such thing as loyalty. Loyalty could be non-existent, but if it existed, the comparison would be obvious. 8 Colors' attitude towards Luin was clearly different. Unknown rules. You can only choose the reward after completing the mission. Although you didn't complete the mission, you took the initiative to tell me the information. You were the one who told me that the Death Universe was going to start a war with the unknown. I'm giving you the reward in my name. Chen, what do you want? Luin was shocked. Was there really such a good thing? He immediately replied, there's no need for a reward. Teaching the heavenly arts to the balance envoy is already the greatest reward. I'll never be able to repay this favor. The heavenly arts will allow you to stay in the Death Universe smoothly. It's not part of the reward list. You can choose the reward you prefer. Don't be shy. Luin thought about it seriously. The branch of the divine tree. 8 Colors was surprised. This is what Xian needs. Are you asking for it? Luin bowed. Xian not only introduced me to the unknowns, but also helped me through many crises. This favor is hard to repay. 8 Colors was silent for a moment. All right. Soon after, Luin walked to the divine tree and picked up a branch to look for Demao. Demao was nowhere to be found, nor was it in the habitat universe. This was for the best. He did not need anything, as he had all the powers he needed. He had not fully comprehended the existing powers, and cultivating anything else would only be a waste of time. What he really needed was linked to human civilization, so 8 Colors would definitely notice. He simply asked for a branch of the divine tree. If he gave it to Demao, he would give it to him. Demao had done a lot for him and would do even more in the future. Even if he did not give it to Demao, he could use it himself. The divine tree's branch contained divine power and could be used as a way to replenish it. He left the habitat universe and returned to the abyss of 1,000 trickeries. Luin didn't do anything, and he just waited quietly. 100 years later, he walked out of the underground abyss and found 1,000 trickery. Senior, will there be a death shift in this battle? You want to replenish your power of death? 1,000 trickery asked. Luin replied, yes. 1,000 trickery thought for a moment. Probably not. Then what about me? Don't even think about it. I don't have much left. Didn't I try to reach the limit of my potential before? Every time, it consumes my power of death. Luin was troubled. I don't even have half of my power of death left. It will be very difficult for me to deal with this battle. 1,000 trickery did not say anything. It did. Luin bowed to it. May I request to go to the ocean of death to replenish my power of death? 1,000 trickery looked at Luin. Do you know what kind of existence can go to the ocean of death? The abyss. You are not the abyss. I hope to kill an unknown in this battle. 1,000 trickery looked at Stardome. Have you ever approached the divine tree of unknowns? Luin did not hesitate. Yes, the piercing heaven technique is cultivated not far from the divine tree. Is that so? All right, then go to the ocean of death. I will speak to the ocean of death. 1,000 trickery said. Luin was overjoyed. Really? Thank you, senior. 1,000 trickery chuckled, don't forget your promise. I'm giving you an advance reward for killing an unknown. Luin solemnly said, I will do it even if I have to risk my life. He did not know if he could kill it. He would see when the time came. First, he would get the benefits. To go to the ocean of death, without using the Great Death Shift, he would need to borrow the power of the Black Immortal Prison Bone. Although Lu Yin was afraid of the Black Immortal Prison Bone, he wanted to go to the ocean of death even more. He wanted to unleash his limits and use the 3 deaths technique to replenish his power of death. He did not know how Thousand Trickery contacted the Black Immortal Prison Bone. A few years later, the Black Immortal Prison Bone arrived. The huge bone shadow covered the sky and looked down. Lu Yin looked up. The Black Immortal Prison Bone did not restrain its pressure and completely suppressed Lu Yin. Lu Yin clenched his fist and walked towards it step by step. Every step he took caused the sky and earth to crack. The cracks in the void spread from top to bottom. Even the power of death was released. Under the pressure, it formed a black flood that fell to the ground. The Black Immortal Prison Bone stared at Lu Yin. The bone-chilling killing intent made Lu Yin suspect that it would really attack. Dong. Thousand Trickery. Thousand Trickery sat on the stone table and tapped its fingers on the table. Lu Yin translated. Too much. The Black Immortal Prison Bone looked at Thousand Trickery. It then retracted the pressure and clawed at Lu Yin. It was an extremely familiar scene, one that was deeply engraved in his heart. It was the same when it crushed him in the Great Death Shift. Under the bone claw, he did not have a chance to retaliate. Now, Lu Yin took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to resist. He did not move. The bone claw grabbed Lu Yin and exerted force. A teeth-numbing grinding sound was heard. Lu Yin's white bone avatar was twisted by the huge force and deformed. Lu Yin looked at the Black Immortal Prison Bone and did not say a word. Thousand Trickery looked up at the Black Immortal Prison Bone. The Black Immortal Prison Bone disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the space changed and they were already far away from the Thousand Trickery abyss. Lu Yin looked around. It was not the ocean of death. With the Immortal Feather's teleportation ability, it could go anywhere. It did not need to be seen. The Black Immortal Prison Bone could definitely appear in the ocean of death, but it did not. You were lucky to not die last time. You won't be so lucky this time. The Black Immortal Prison Bone hissed and exerted force again. Lu Yin did not resist at all. He allowed his bones to shatter. This Black Immortal Prison Bone definitely had the power to match the 3 laws of the universe. It was the first time he had encountered such a powerful immortal feather. Unless the main body appeared, if the Black Immortal Prison Bone really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. But, would it really kill him? Crack. His bones continued to shatter. Even the bones in his face were cracking. Lu Yin stared at the Black Immortal Prison Bone. He did not even use the power of silence. You are not afraid of death? The Black Immortal Prison Bone screamed. Lu Yin looked at it. If you want to kill me, just extract the power of silence from my body. You are certain that I will not kill you? Yes. How dare you? The Black Immortal Prison Bone exerted more force. More than half of Lu Yin's body was shattered. If it exerted more force, Lu Yin would really be crushed. Lu Yin still did not resist. He looked at the Black Immortal Prison Bone silently. The Black Immortal Prison Bone stared at him. After a while, it released the bone claw and sneered. Rocher Sun died, causing the death universe to lack experts. You are also a rare scoundrel. You are relying on this to think that I will not kill you. Not killing you now does not mean I will not kill you on the battlefield. I have teleportation. As long as I know where you are, no one can save you. Lu Yin nodded. I will try my best not to let you know. The Black Immortal Prison Bone sneered. It grabbed Lu Yin again and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Yin appeared above the dark yellow sea. Above him was a blur. He could not see anything. His body was suddenly smashed to the bottom of the sea by a huge force. With a splash, the power of silence surged. It gave Lu Yin a comfortable feeling. He cultivated the power of silence. Was this the Death Sea? His body continued to fall because of the Black Immortal Prison Bone's power. He looked at the sea getting further and further away from him. He also saw the Black Immortal Prison Bone's cold gaze. Although it did not have eyes, the bone-piercing cold gaze with dense killing intent was very obvious. And above the black immortal prison bone, there was a huge creature swimming in the blurry starry sky. Darkness replaced everything. His body smashed into the bottom of the sea. He did not know if it was a rock or something. It was quite hard. Luin opened his mouth and the power of silence entered his body. But because it was white bones, it did not enter his body. He borrowed the power of silence to quickly repair the white bone clone. Something moved beneath him and quickly swam away. Luin looked over and saw that it was a pure black whale-shaped creature with a black aura. Was this a creature from the Death universe? He had some understanding of the ocean of death. In the Death universe, there were only two types of beings that could enter the ocean of death. One was the Abyss, like Sixth Brother and G. They could enter the ocean of death to absorb the deathly still energy that had reached their limits and find ways to increase the deathly still energy to fill their own abyss, which could then be used to connect to the great shift of death. The second type was the Death universe. Death universe creatures could enter the ocean of death at any time, and the ocean of death seemed to be connected to the Death universe itself. When Luin had first seen G, he had thought that it was a Death universe creature, and even Sixth Brother had thought so. However, Luin had later found out that it wasn't. It was just that the feeling it gave off was extremely similar to that of a Death universe creature, and it could even be said to be exactly the same. But it wasn't. This was a true Death universe creature that could hide within the black aura and also reveal its true form. He had asked Trickery about the Death universe creatures before. Trickery had told him that the Death universe creatures did not all have the same form. The Death universe was also a universe, and a universe had all sorts of forms. Even Earth had countless species, let alone an entire universe. It had even told Luin that there were still humans in the Death universe. Of course, they weren't real humans and only appeared in human form. This was because humans had been born in the glorious ninth base, and even the Death universe could not ignore them. Luin was curious as to whether the Death universe creatures could freely change their forms, but Trickery did not say anything more and told him to figure it out himself in the future. Luin curiously sized up the Death universe creature. It had the appearance of a whale and was not very powerful. At most, it could reach the level of a sequence law creature, but the deathly still energy it contained could not be described as such. More accurately speaking, it was a combination of deathly still energy. To put it bluntly, the deathly still energy had gained sentience and become like this. The essence of all Death universe creatures was deathly still energy. Luin felt that this was the case. He leaped up and charged out of the ocean of death, breathing heavily. Skeletons did not need to breathe, as what they breathed was deathly still energy. He looked around, but he could not see clearly. Even though his mirroring technique could see very far, he was currently enveloped by the ocean of death. He had seen the hazy Death Sea more than once. During the Great Death Shift and the Abyss dialogue, he could see the tiny Death Sea beside the thousand trickeries. And he had arrived here. The Dead Sea was vast. There were creatures in the dark yellow fog above their heads, and there were also creatures at the bottom of the sea. Luin watched for a while, and then his body slowly sank down. Sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea, he raised his arms and used the three deaths art. It was time to absorb the power of death. He wanted to see how much deathly silence energy he could absorb. When he had come into contact with the river of divinity back in G-Zone, it had left a shadow in his heart. He had thought that the ocean of death was as unfathomable as the river of divinity, but now, it seemed that the ocean of death was much gentler. This time, he came to the ocean of death not only to absorb the power of the deathly stillness, but also to do something else. He hoped to succeed. The next moment, Luin began to absorb the power of death. In an instant, the ocean of death roiled and formed a whirlpool that surged madly towards the three deaths technique between his palms, gradually expanding. At first, no one paid much attention to it. The ocean of death was so big that this small whirlpool was not enough to cause a disturbance. However, as the vortex grew larger and larger, it gradually affected the surroundings. The temple of death, the cosmic life forms approached, expressing their dissatisfaction and even wanting to attack. The ocean of death was unfamiliar to Luin and the others, but it was still the territory of the undead universe's life forms. Many of the undead universe's life forms had their own rules within the ocean of death, and Lu Yin's actions had obviously caused some of the undead universe's life forms to become displeased. Scram! A loud roar came from the right. Lu Yin looked over and saw a malevolent beast standing at the bottom of the ocean, glaring at him fiercely. It was a creature from the undead universe, and it bared its sinister fangs under a pure black aura. Lu Yin ignored it and continued. The creature attacked, opening its mouth to bite Lu Yin. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and a huge force transformed into ripples that forced the creature back. The creature was unwilling to give up, and it tried a few more times before helplessly retreating. Soon after, another creature arrived, wanting to attack Lu Yin. It could not be helped, as Lu Yin had caused too much of a commotion. In the past, whether it was Lu Ku's withered bones, Rocher Sun, Ol6 the Toad, or G, none of them had caused such a huge commotion. This was the three deaths technique. Lu Yin had done this on purpose. If he had not done this, how would he have drawn out the ocean of death's underworld pressure? Above the ocean of death, a pair of eyes stared at the bottom of the ocean, their emotions unreadable. The three deaths technique? Not many lifeforms in the undead universe could master it, and he had not learned how to restrain himself by using the three deaths technique to absorb the power of death. Had he not been taught the 1,000 trickery tricks? The translator of the 1,000 trickery tricks had not been honest either, and he had even been a human-shaped skeleton. Human skeletons deserved to die, and they should not have entered the ocean of death. The ocean of death did not welcome human-shaped skeletons, and they should be taught a lesson. The ocean churned, and it had not been so lively in a long time. In that case, let's see how much you can absorb. With that thought in mind, the entire ocean of death surged, and droplets of deathly still energy flowed backwards. Then, it was as if the world had turned upside down, and it suddenly poured towards Lu Yin. All of the life forms in the ocean of death were alarmed. Above the ocean of death, all of the life forms within the boundless dark yellow fog appeared and stared at the bottom of the ocean. Even Ol6 the Toad's deathly still energy had not been so exaggerated. The ocean of death's netherworld pressure was furious. Many life forms from the undead universe leaped out of the ocean, as they could not stand being poured in like this. They were going to choke to death. At the bottom of the ocean, Lu Yin looked up and seemed to see the eyes within the dark yellow fog. The entire ocean of death was pouring in, and an endless amount of deathly still energy crazily poured into his body. Lu Yin calmed his heart and used the three deaths technique to absorb it, which saved him a lot of effort. If the entire ocean of death's deathly still energy was poured into him, he would not be able to endure it. However, the black immortal prison bone would not kill him, and the ocean of death's netherworld pressure would at most teach him a lesson. There was no need to think too much about it. As he continued to absorb the deathly still energy, an enormous pressure came from all directions, and the three deaths technique could not absorb it in time. The world itself was suppressing him. Lu Yin felt as if he was choking on water, and it was suffocating and pressurizing. However, this pressure was much less than the black immortal prison bones. The deathly still energy within the three deaths technique quickly reached its previous level, and Lu Yin continued to absorb it. Outside, the ocean of death's netherworld pressure was astonished. He could actually endure so much deathly still energy? Not bad, and he was already close to the abyss. It was no wonder why 1,000 trickery had sent him to the ocean of death. Let's see how much you can endure. Lu Yin's three deaths technique had only consumed half of the deathly still energy, which was why the ocean of death's netherworld pressure had assumed that Lu Yin had only consumed half of the deathly still energy. What he was absorbing now was the limit that Lu Yin had hidden from 1,000 trickery. Time passed, and the ocean of death's netherworld pressure could clearly feel the deathly still energy being consumed. Lu Yin. He had absorbed even more deathly still energy, and in its eyes, he had already surpassed Le Gui's withering, Li Luo, and Chen weathering, and was close to the black immortal prison bone. It was rare for someone not in the eternal realm to be able to absorb so much deathly still energy. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin lowered his arm. He had reached his limit. He had used the deathly still energy within the ocean of death to replenish the deathly still energy that he had consumed. That amount was close to the abyss, but in reality, that amount was not even half of the three deaths technique. After replenishing that amount, the amount of deathly still energy that he had absorbed was the limit hidden from 1,000 trickery. From the Ocean of Death's netherworld pressure's point of view, the amount of deathly still energy that Lu Yin had absorbed was close to the black immortal prison bone. In reality, with the addition of the deathly still energy within the three deaths technique, Lu Yin's deathly still energy would definitely surpass the black immortal prison bone and be second only to the Ocean of Death's netherworld pressure and thousand trickery. This was something that only Lu Yin knew. The Ocean of Death's netherworld pressure only knew part of it, and so did the thousand trickery. Now that the three deaths technique had been maxed out, Lu Yin could no longer absorb any more deathly still energy. However, the Ocean of Death's netherworld pressure had no intention of letting him go, and it continued to pour more energy into him. The feeling of drowning became more and more obvious. It was like a drowning person, filled with despair and helplessness. The depths of the sea continued to press down, and darkness enveloped everything. Lu Yin leaped up, wanting to rush out, but he was suppressed by an even greater force. At this moment, the Ocean of Death revealed its true fangs. The entire universe seemed to be filled with death. This was a power that could steal away one's soul. This was the true deathly still energy, the deathly still energy that belonged to the Ocean of Death's netherworld pressure. Previously, he had thought that the Ocean of Death was different from the unknown river of divine power. It was much gentler. However, although it was not as crazy as the river of divine power, it was still stripping away one's life. It was stripping away the light. Death was descending. Compared to this, the torment of the black immortal prison bone was nothing. It was not only the physical body that was enduring it, but also the spirit. Above the Ocean of Death, the pair of eyes stared at the bottom of the sea. The lesson was not enough. If he dared to change the thousand trickery without permission, if not for the fact that the soft devouring track sought death and prevented the death universe from being able to replenish its experts, the Ocean of Death could have killed him. The black immortal prison bone would not be able to explain itself to the thousand trickery, but it did not care. It had to teach him an unforgettable lesson and let him know what death was. Lu Yin's body sank to the bottom of the sea. The enormous deathly pressure was like a shadow that pressed closer. He seemed to see another him walk out of his body and into another pure black world. He had clearly cultivated the power of deathly still, but it gave him a completely different feeling. Every abyss had a different deathly still energy. Then, how did his own deathly still energy make others feel? Lu Yin looked at the surface of the sea. Although he was getting further and further away, he felt that he was becoming more and more integrated with the sea. He was clearly enduring death, but he felt that death was where he belonged. This feeling was familiar. Where had he experienced it before? Right, when he had tried to reach the limit, he had experienced it in the black sphere of the thousand trickery. Swimming freely. That moment of swimming freely. This was the feeling. His consciousness was blurring. His vision was blurring. His sense of touch was blurring. Everything was blurring. Amidst the blurriness, Lu Yin thought of many things, the past, the present, and the future. Amidst the blurriness, his fingertips touched the deathly still energy. It was so gentle. Was death where he belonged? What was he thinking at this moment? Of the past and the future? He did not know. His thoughts were in a mess. This was brought to him by the deathly still energy. Death. Death, deathly still. Death, deathly still. Suddenly, Lu Yin sat up and stared blankly at the surface of the sea. In that instant, a thought flashed through his mind, the piercing sky technique. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll add an extra chapter at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. How had the power of deathly stillness made him feel? Gentle. Why was it gentle? It was clearly death. Death was gentle, just like the beginning of life. Death was the source of all birth. Without death, how could there be birth? Yes, without death, how could there be birth? This was the spirit of deathly stillness. Lu Yin looked up at the surface of the sea and wanted to laugh. At this moment, under the Ocean of Death, as he endured the despair of the Ocean of Death, he had used the Xianxia technique to bestow a spirit to the power of deathly stillness. The Xianxia technique bestow a spirit to divine power naturally, and it was not difficult to track it down. This was because the Xianxia technique was born for divine power, but deathly stillness and divine power were not of the same nature. However, as long as it was a power, it would have its own unique nature. The Xianxia technique allowed the sky to be one's self, allowing divine power to be one's sky and travel through it, fusing into one's bones. The Xianxia technique allowed the deathly stillness to be one's sky and travel through it, fusing into one's bones. One was inside, one was outside. The three deaths technique could no longer absorb the power of deathly stillness, but at this moment, the Xianxia technique allowed the deathly stillness to continue absorbing. Wang Wen had once said that his deathly stillness would not be weaker than any other abyss and that he would be free in the death universe. He had relied on the Xianxia technique, but he had not done so. Instead, he had used the technique to absorb divine power to strengthen his bones, allowing himself to absorb even more deathly stillness with the three deaths technique and expand his limits. Wang Wen had not expected the Xianxia technique to bestow a spirit of deathly stillness. Above the ocean of death, the pair of eyes suddenly widened as they stared at the bottom of the sea in disbelief. Absorbing again? How was this possible? This skeleton had started absorbing the power of deathly stillness again. How did he do it? How did he do it? Staring at the bottom of the sea, the pressure of the ocean of death trembled. Something like this had never happened before. This human skeleton had clearly reached its limit, so how could it continue absorbing? The amount of deathly stillness that it had absorbed was already ridiculous, and it should not have been possible. But now, it was still absorbing. Had it broken through? At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin had no time to worry about exposing the Xianxia technique. Sometimes, enlightenment could happen in an instant. In that instant, he had comprehended the heavenly transcendence technique. His body would instinctively absorb the power of deathly stillness. In addition, the Death Sea's netherworld pressure was suppressing him with deathly stillness. He would absorb it even more, which led to this scene. If Lu Yin had a choice, he would not have continued absorbing the power of deathly stillness. It was too ridiculous. But he had no choice. An endless amount of deathly still energy surged into his body, adhering to his bone membrane, causing his white bone avatar to gradually turn black. This wasn't just the power of deathly stillness pasted onto the surface of his body. Instead, it had been bestowed with a spirit, which could only be achieved with the transcending heaven technique. Even though it was only a layer of bone membrane, the deathly stillness contained within it was definitely not inferior to the three deaths technique. The Dead Sea underworld pressure looked on in disbelief. Lu Yin suddenly reacted and stopped absorbing the energy. He could not absorb any more. If he really used his periosteum to absorb the deathly stillness energy that was on par with the three deaths technique, then forget about the Dead Sea's underworld pressure, even the legendary existences of the dead universe might be drawn out. Because at that time, the deathly stillness contained within him might even surpass the 1,000 trickeries. If he was in the eternal life realm, it would make sense, but he was not in the eternal life realm. Once it was exposed in front of that legendary existence, it would be impossible to hide the Tongtian technique. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped absorbing the power of deathly stillness. The ocean of death also stopped pouring in. The pressure of the Dead Sea stopped. Lu Yin he slowly floated up to the surface of the sea. Raising his head, he could vaguely make out a pair of eyes without pupils, filled with darkness. He bowed, Junior, Chen from the 1,000 trickeries abyss, greets Senior Ocean of Death's underworld pressure. The ocean of death was silent. Only Lu Yin maintained his bow. Above, in the dark yellow fog, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Yin, trying to see through him. Lu Yin felt as if his body was being touched by an invisible hand. The ocean of death's underworld pressure wanted to see the deathly stillness energy that was attached to his periosteum. However, the Tongtian technique was a way to use it. It was not a manifestation that outsiders could see clearly, unless the ocean of death's underworld pressure understood the Tongtian technique. Lu Yin was nervous. He did not expect that he would comprehend the Tongtian technique of deathly stillness when the ocean of death was pouring in. He could only pray that the ocean of death's underworld pressure could not see through it. Of course, there was also the divine power in his bones. Once it was seen through, the 1,000 trickeries abyss would not be able to save him in time. Only his original body could save him. After a while, the ocean of death's underworld pressure finally spoke. Chen? Yes. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Why can you absorb so much deathly stillness energy? Because I not only reached the limit of my potential in the thousand trickeries abyss, but also broke through it. This was the only reason he could think of, and it was the only reason that made sense. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was silent for a while. To reach your potential, how many times did you experience life and death? Luin did not hesitate. 20 times. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was shocked. 20 times? It was 30 times, but Luin would not say it. He did not need to consider whether the ocean of death's underworld pressure already knew about it, or if he knew it through the thousand trickeries abyss. He hid. This was normal. However, 20 times was enough to shock the ocean of death's underworld pressure. Leguka did it 11 times, and Old Toad did it 65 times. To be able to reach 20 times, he surpassed the abyss. He could be ranked in the top 3 among all the creatures that tried to reach their potential. The 3 deaths technique was taught to you by the thousand trickeries abyss? I learned it myself in the thousand trickeries abyss. What else did you learn? As long as it is a technique in the Death Threshold Codex, I have learned almost everything. The ocean of death's underworld pressure looked at Luin deeply. What kind of creatures can enter the ocean of death? Luin replied, either the abyss or the universe of death. The thousand trickeries abyss broke the rules, and I am not satisfied. Your training in the ocean of death caused too much of a commotion, and I am not satisfied. You changed the content of the thousand trickeries abyss, and I am not satisfied. So, the ocean of death's backflow is a lesson, but you exceeded my expectations. You could actually absorb so much of the power of death. Luin did not know what the ocean of death's underworld pressure was trying to say. It was very straightforward. Chen, I admire you. The ocean of death's underworld pressure's voice fell. Luin was stunned and looked up. Xian? Admire? The ocean of death's underworld pressure's voice boomed in the sky. I admire all creatures that can absorb the power of death. The more they absorb, the more I admire them. Although your origin is too lowly because you are a human skeleton, your talent makes up for it. Luin was silent. Lowly? It really knows how to talk. With your talent, once you break through to the eternal realm, other than the Lord of Death, me, and the thousand trickeries abyss, no one can surpass you in terms of the capacity of death. You should break through to the eternal realm. The ocean of death's underworld pressure said. Luin was secretly shocked. Although the ocean of death's underworld pressure did not see all of his power of death, it was still very exaggerated. It was equivalent to the capacity of death that the thousand trickeries abyss saw. Under such circumstances, breaking through to the eternal realm was actually not able to surpass the thousand trickeries abyss. Was the thousand trickeries abyss's power of death really that majestic? Could it be because of the 3 deaths technique? When he first learned the 3 deaths technique and walked out of the underground abyss, the thousand trickeries abyss told him that the 3 deaths technique had substance, which was equivalent to a turbid treasure. It even asked him several times if he wanted to snatch it. Was it because of that? As for the ocean of death's underworld pressure, Luin did not even think of comparing the capacity of death with it. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was born in the ocean of death and was considered half a creature in the death universe. It represented the power of death. The Lord of Death was the legendary Lord of the Death universe. It was unknown that there was no clear master. But the Death universe had one. Luin did not know what level the Lord of Death was at. In the past, it only existed in legends, but the ocean of death's underworld pressure brought it to reality. Luin said respectfully, I also want to break through to the eternal realm as soon as possible. It is not easy to kill strong enemies for the death universe. The eternal realm has its strength, and being a scoundrel has its benefits. You can do a lot for the death universe now. The ocean of death's underworld pressure said. Luin quickly followed up, Senior, if I don't break through to the eternal realm, will I never be able to become the abyss? The ocean of death's underworld pressure said in a low voice, the thousand trickeries abyss? Luin did not answer, which was equivalent to admitting it. That is not the case. As long as you can compete, you can become the abyss. However, because the abyss is short of 2 this time, there is no open competition. It is an internal decision. With your ability, as long as you make a contribution, you can become the abyss. How much contribution? I hope to kill one in the next battle with the unknown. An unknown. If you can kill an unknown, the contribution will be enough. But you can't do it. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was calm and suppressed, which made the ocean of death much darker. Every unknown is not easy to deal with. Or rather, the unknown that is easy to deal with is gone. You don't understand the unknown. Among the 12 unknowns, there can be those who have just broken through to the eternal realm, and there can also be existences that conform to the 3 laws of the universe. It seems strange, but every level has something that can be done at the corresponding level. If you are unlucky and encounter a powerful unknown, you will be finished. Luine was helpless. I understand. But I have a piece of information that might be a contribution. What information? The ruins of the Grand Clear civilization. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was surprised. The ruins of the Grand Clear civilization? You know where it is? Luine looked up and met the eyes. There is a fishing civilization around the Thousand Trickeries abyss called the Butterfly Ancestor Continent. The Butterfly Ancestor Continent had a war with the Grand Clear civilization. I know the location of the ruins of the Grand Clear civilization from there. Can this contribution make me a candidate for the abyss? Now that the death universe is short of 2 abyss and has reached the limit of its potential, it should have left after absorbing the power of silence before him. There is only one left. Violent fall and dust decay could be pulled away by the river of time at any time. When that time comes, there will still be 2 abyss missing. One of Lu Yin's goals in coming here was the position of abyss. The Thousand Trickeries could not let him become an abyss. Lu Yin had to become an abyss, even if it meant offending the Thousand Trickeries. Wang Wen had said that he was more important to the Thousand Trickeries than he thought. The Thousand Trickeries abyss. If the Thousand Trickeries could not help him, then only the ocean of death's underworld pressure could help him. He remembered that every time the Great Shift of Death and the 7 abyss interacted, the ocean of death's underworld pressure was like a boss. As for how he would explain this to trickery of 1,000 devices, he had yet to decide. He would ask Wang Wen when the time came. After all, Wang Wen was capable of doing anything. Once he became an abyss, it would be the same as completing an unknown 5-star quest. The quest reward could be exchanged for Wang Wen's help. As for the fact that he had joined the unknowns, acting of 1,000 trickeries would never reveal it. If he wanted to say it, he would have said it long ago. Rocher and Zhongshuan's deaths had something to do with him, and trickery would definitely make such a guess. Even so, Lu Yin did not reveal his identity, which meant that he had nothing to worry about. The Dead Sea nether pressure stared at Lu Yin from above. You didn't tell me about the Grand Clear civilization ruins? Lu Yin bowed. Senior Trickery doesn't care. He told me that he has never participated in the War of the Death Universe. The ruins of the Grand Clear civilization might be extremely important to the Death Universe, so I feel that I should inform Senior Nether Pressure of the Dead Sea. This wasn't a good reason, but the Dead Sea's underworld pressure didn't care. Previously, Lu Yin had revealed that he wanted to become the Abyss in order to give the Dead Sea some space to think. The Ocean of Death's Pluto pressure guessed that Lu Yin had not told the Thousand Trickery about this matter because he wanted to use this merit to ascend to the Abyss. This was because the Thousand Trickery did not allow him to do so. Giving a plausible excuse in advance so that the Death Sea's netherworld pressure could see through it was the real reason. Tell me the coordinates of the ruins. Lu Yin told him the coordinates. If the ruins are real, I can think of a way to turn you into an abyss. The Dead Sea nether pressure said. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. The Taiching civilization's ruins were more important than Lu Yin had initially thought, as just a single ruin was enough to make the Dead Sea's Pluto promise to become an abyss. Of course, absorbing a large amount of deathly energy could also be one of the reasons, but no matter what the reason was, the Dead Sea's Pluto was still a path. He walked through. Because the ruins of the Grand Clear civilization were real. That was the surprise that Lu Yin had left for the dead universe and the unknown. After killing the butterfly progenitor and staying in the 3 universes for 200 years, Lu Yin went to the ruins of the Grand Clear civilization several times. He confirmed that his avatar was adapting to the Clear Sky Lock Matrix and took his avatar away. If it wasn't for the fact that his avatar had adapted to the Clear Sky Lock Earth formation, he would have continued to stay in the three universes. Only by taking away the divine avatar could the Grand Pure One ruins be exposed to the dead universe and the unknown. Aside from this, he had also set up another sourcebox array within the Clear Sky Lock array. He had used the Clear Sky Sourcebox arrays method to set it up, and his goal was to prevent any undead creatures or unknown beings from entering the array. If he could easily enter, the Divine Power Clone's adaptation to the Clear Sky Lock Earth formation would no longer be an advantage. Luin would need at least 200 years to get used to the Clear Sky Lock array. He would also need to use this time to expose the ruins of the Clear Sky civilization and start a war with the unknown in the dead universe. Once the time limit was exceeded, the advantage of the Grand Clear civilization ruins would disappear. Now, the war with the unknown should be very close. Luin did not have the ability to determine when the battle would begin, so he could only rely on his luck. There was nothing he could do. Apart from this, he had also completely destroyed the universe where the Grand Clear civilization's ruins were located, taking away the ferryman from the long river of time. This was what he had promised. The universe was destroyed, but the Clear Heaven Lock Earth array was unaffected. This array formation would not perish with the destruction of the universe. After all, even Tai Ching hadn't been able to take away the sourcebox array. The Dead Sea's nether pressure did not speak to Luin again. Beneath the Dead Sea, a deathly silent force pierced through the heavens and the earth and flew past. Could this be how the Dead Sea's pressure communicated with the other abysses? Not now. Many of the things that allowed Luin to use the Great Death Shift were done by the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone, but if he wanted to do something, he would have to first contact the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone. Luin did not probe further. Instead, he looked around. He had not taken a closer look at the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was not only the source of the deathly silent force, but it was also where the Dead Sea's nether pressure abyss was located. The Dead Sea did not allow creatures from the abyss or the death universe to enter, but there was an abyss in the Dead Sea. There were creatures that belonged to the Dead Sea's nether pressure, and Luin had not forgotten about the Sword Test Stone. The Sword Test Stone would not attack the human skeleton, so it had been brought to the Dead Sea. Luin wanted to see where the Sword Test Stone was. There was also the Divine Flowing Time Chariot, which was rumored to be in the Death Universe. On the other side, the Dead Sea's nether pressure had contacted the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone. The Stygian Immortal Prison Bone followed Luin's coordinates and found the Grand Clear civilization ruins. Although the three universes had been destroyed, the traces would not dissipate so easily. It was just that they no longer affected the heavens. The Stygian Immortal Prison Bone's gaze landed on the mountain in the middle. The universe had clearly been destroyed, but the mountain was unaffected. As the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone approached the mountain, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Was this the Clear Heaven Lock array? The Stygian Immortal Prison Bone was shocked. He had not forgotten about the Clear Heaven Lock array. This sourcebox array had allowed the Clear Heaven Lock array to kill a 9th base master. That battle had been one of the most intense battles between the 9th base and the various civilizations. The Clear Heaven Lock array had not been taken away by the Clear Heaven Lock array. The Stygian Immortal Prison Bone tried to force his way through the Clear Heaven Lock array several times, but he was still able to do so. After all, this sourcebox array did not have any powerhouses to cooperate with it. At most, it could stop an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator, but it could not stop the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone. However, if he tried to force his way through, he could easily destroy the sourcebox array. He thought about it. With that thought in mind, the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone left. He went directly to the Dead Sea and told the Dead Sea's nether pressure about this. The Clear Heaven Lock array? Bring Trickster over. He understands sourcebox arrays the best. The Dead Sea's nether pressure's voice sounded out, and then it looked down at the Dead Sea. Morning, help Trickster translate. Luin was helpless. He had to face Trickster so soon. However, he had expected this to involve the Clear Heaven Lock array. No matter how he looked at it, Trickster understood sourcebox arrays. Before long, the Stygian Immortal Prison Bone's shadow shrouded him as he brought Trickster over. Trickster looked at Luin, his expression, with a playful look. Luin bowed in greeting. The Dead Sea's nether pressure still did not appear, and only a pair of eyes peered through the dark yellow fog and stared at them. It's been confirmed that this is the Tai Ching civilization's ruins. Trickster, there's a clear heaven lock array there. Can we use it? If we can use it, it will definitely be a blow to the unknown. The Stygian immortal prison bone glanced at Luin. He had not expected this fellow to be able to find the Tai Ching civilization's ruins. Thousand Trickery snapped his fingers. Luin translated, it can be used. As long as we get used to the clear heaven lock array in advance. Trickster truly knew everything. After experiencing the 9 Bases War, he understood the methods of humans and other civilizations too well. Get used to it? How long will it take? Luin translated, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't take too long. Alright. If we can use the clear heaven lock array, we can suppress the unknown in the Tai Ching civilization's ruins battlefield. The unknown also wants to find the Tai Ching civilization's ruins, the Dead Sea's nether pressure said. Who should we get used to it? The Stygian immortal prison bone asked. The Dead Sea's nether pressure immediately thought of Luin. Morning. Luin raised a brow, but before he could think any further, Trickster waved a hand. He knew without needing to translate. It was rejecting him. Why? The Dead Sea's nether pressure did not understand. Luin was indeed very suitable. Before Luin returned to the abyss of Trickster, he wanted to use the Tai Ching civilization's ruins to plot against the dead universe and the unknown. However, he did not expect to be appreciated by the Dead Sea's nether pressure, so much so that the Dead Sea's nether pressure wanted him to get used to the clear heaven lock array. Wasn't this a waste? There's no reason. No means no. Luin translated. The Dead Sea's nether pressure stared at Luin. Is that what Trickster said? Lu Yin's attitude towards the Dead Sea's nether pressure was now extremely respectful. Yes, I wouldn't dare to translate a single word wrong. The Dead Sea's nether pressure looked at Trickster. Morning is not an eternal realm cultivator. He won't be of much use in the battle against the unknown. After all, we don't need Rogue to be the final killing blow. However, he has a lot of deathly energy. With the help of the clear heaven lock array, he can stall the unknown. Why can't he? Trickster glanced at Luin. I don't even know if you can really use the clear heaven lock array to attack. Would you be fighting the unknown or the dead universe? Luin didn't answer. This was what Trickster said. Only he could hear it. Just as he thought, Trickster wouldn't reveal that he had joined the unknown, but it also wouldn't allow him to dominate the battlefield. What did it say? Stygian immortal prison bone stared at Trickster and Luin. He felt that there was something going on between the two. Trickster looked at the Dead Sea's nether pressure and spread his hands. Luin translated. I have other uses for him. The Dead Sea's nether pressure said, then let Legu Kue Jin. With the power of the abyss and the clear heaven lock array, he should be able to kill an unknown. Stygian immortal prison bone flapped his wings. Legu Kue Jin originally had an opponent. Let him enter the clear heaven lock array. We'll have to change the plan. The Dead Sea's nether pressure said gloomily, if possible, I hope to get all the unknown into the clear heaven lock array. It's not realistic to kill them all in one go. Stygian immortal prison bone, bring Legu Kue Jin to the Tai Ching ruins. Stygian immortal prison bone teleported and disappeared. The Dead Sea's nether pressure's eyes also disappeared into the dark yellow fog. In the same place, Luin faced Trickster and bowed deeply. I acted on my own accord. Please forgive me. Trickster looked at Luin with a smile in his eyes. How did you get the Tai Ching ruins? Luin replied respectfully, Butterfly Ancestor. Butterfly Ancestor knows about the Tai Ching ruins? Yes, it was a life-saving deal before it died. But I didn't agree to it. You told the Dead Sea's nether pressure because you want it to help you become an abyss. Luin bowed. Please believe me. I have no intention of joining the unknown. In this battle, I will definitely kill an unknown to show my loyalty. Trickster shook his head. You don't have to participate in this battle. Luin was shocked. He looked at Trickster. Trickster said, do you know that to become an abyss, you need to enter the Death Universe and worship the Death Lord? Wang Wen helped you so much and even taught you half of the piercing heaven technique. Why do you think it is? Just to let the unknown kill a few more abyss? Wrong, I'll tell you. Trickster smiled at Luin. I want to use you to test the Death Lord. Luin didn't understand. What do you mean? Trickster said, you cultivate the piercing heaven technique and have divine power in your body. Once you become an abyss and worship the Death Lord, as long as the Death Lord is in the Death Universe, he will be able to see through you. Lu Yin's heart sank. If the Death Lord isn't here, he won't be able to see through you and you will be safe. Now, do you understand? Thousand Trickery said again. Yes, you did. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Luin stared at Trickster in a daze. Trickster's smile overlapped with Wang Wen's, and Luin found it strangely similar. Was this Wang Wen's plan? All the attention, praise, and rewards from the beginning was just to test the Death Master? His purpose in teaching Luin the sky-piercing technique was to let the Death Master know that if Luin really became the Abyss and worshipped the Death Master, he would not be able to come out alive. Luin had not thought of this. The main thing was that the unknowables had been too kind to him. They had even imparted the heavenly skill to him. He thought that he had played the two behemoths in the palm of his hand. In fact, whether it was Wang Wen or the act of 1,000 trickeries, they did not care about the unknowables and the Death Universe. What they were playing for was the existence of the Death Lord. Actor of 1,000 trickeries clasped his hands behind his back. The Master of Death is the foundation of the Death Universe. You are just a stepping stone for the unknowns to test the Master of Death. With the Master of Death, the unknowns won't be able to do anything. Now, do you still want to be the Abyss? Luin did not understand. Senior, why are you telling me this? Trickster smiled. Wang Wen was right about one thing. This is my only chance to surpass him. He raised his bare paw and made a slapping gesture. I want to slap Wang Wen's face. Defeating him is enough. This is more important to me. Although I don't care about the Death Universe's war, it's not good to be too weak. The Death Master's existence is too important to the war. You may be a small fry, but small fries can be very useful. Trickster looked at Luin standing calmly in the sky and grinned. Don't underestimate Wang Wen. He doesn't care about you. Luin bowed to Trickster. Thank you for the reminder. 1,000 Trickery casually waved his hand and said, You're actually quite good. Although you're still young, you have your own plans. Originally, I wouldn't have brought this matter up because I wanted to see what methods Wang Wen had used to push you to the position of Abyssal Lord without me being able to stop him. Not bad. Chen, although you're just a chess piece, you jumped out of the chessboard and forced me to tell the truth. Wang Wen must not have expected this. Not bad, ha 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 ha, Xianxia praised as he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Luin felt a lingering fear, as he had almost been tricked. He had really thought that he could scheme against Wang Wen and the 1,000 trickeries, but all he had done was jump out of the chessboard. But this time, he was tricked not because he was not smart enough or not cautious enough, but because he did not know what Wang Wen and Xianxia were playing. Actually, it was just that his level was not high enough. Looking at the laughing 1,000 trickeries, Wang Wen's faint smile appeared in Xiaochen's mind. He let out a sigh of relief. That wasn't too bad. Being able to jump out of the chessboard in front of these two old monsters was pretty good. However, no matter how he looked at it, he wanted to hammer these two old fellows to death. Just as he was thinking, Black Immortal Prison Bone arrived with Le Ku Jin. Hey, isn't this Chen? Yo, why are you here? Le Gu's withered body swayed. Black Immortal Prison Bone's tone was cold. I cannot forcefully break the clear heaven lock earth formation, I need your help. Xianxia nodded, glanced at Luin, and thought for a moment. You can stay here. Wait for me to send them to the clear heaven lock earth formation, then I'll bring you back. If you don't appear in this battle, I will. I want to see what Wang Wen will do. After speaking, Black Immortal Prison Bone brought Le Ku Jin and Le Ku Jin away. Luin stood above the ocean of death and fell silent for a moment before descending. Xianxi's method of dealing with Wang Wen was to remain unchanged, but Luin could not participate. Jumping out of the chessboard was the first step. Since he had seen his goal clearly, he had to step out of his own game. Although these two old fellows were sinister, Luin was also hiding in the shadows. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The clear heaven-lock earth formation could not be broken by force, or else it would be useless to the death universe. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on the River of Time's ferryman to enter. Now that the ferryman had been taken away, Xianxia and the others could only find a way to enter on their own. Lu Yin did not understand Xianxia's mastery of sourcebox arrays, but it would still take some time no matter how fast it was. This was the perfect time for Lu Yin to walk around the ocean of death. The ocean of death's underworld pressure was still there, but it had nothing to do with him as long as it did not stop him. Lu Yin walked along the surface of the ocean as if he was taking a tour. The ocean of death's underworld pressure did not stop him. He encountered many creatures from the death universe along the way, but he did not know if they had always been in the ocean of death or if they had just arrived. He did not attempt to communicate with them, and they had no intention of communicating with him either. It was as if they were in two different worlds. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin's walking speed was not fast, and it was far from the speed of an eternal realm cultivator. This was why he had not reached the end of the ocean of death even after dozens of years. However, he had discovered the ocean of death's underworld pressure's abyss, which was located in a dark yellow fog above a certain corner of the ocean of death. He had discovered it because there was a white skeletal tail hanging down from the fog. Only creatures from the abyss or the death universe could enter the ocean of death. Even the ocean of death's underworld pressure could not ignore this rule. Lu Yin was an exception, but there were not many exceptions. Since a white skeletal creature had appeared, it meant that the ocean of death's underworld pressure's abyss had been found. He did not enter rashly, but instead asked respectfully, "Senior Ocean of Death's underworld pressure, may I enter the abyss?" "You may." The ocean of death's underworld pressure agreed. Lu Yin was once again grateful. Seeing that the ocean of death's underworld pressure did not ask him why he wanted to enter, he did not say anything else. He leaped up and charged into the dark yellow fog. The world turned upside down, and the moment he entered the dark yellow fog, the ocean of death seemed to have reversed itself, turning into a sky while Lu Yin descended into a bottomless abyss of darkness. This was a dark cliff that was similar to Seeker's Trace, but unlike Seeker's Trace, there were no vines here, only endless black rocks. There were also many white skeletal creatures climbing up the cliff. When he looked up, the ocean of death was like a tumbling curtain. He could not see the abyss clearly from the ocean of death, but he could see the ocean of death clearly from the abyss. Lu Yin walked along the abyss, using his mirroring technique to easily see that there were countless white skeletons at the bottom of the abyss, like a graveyard of time. Some of the skeletons were moving, while others were not. His goal was to find a sword test stone, and at the same time, he wanted to see if there were any human skeletons here. After looking for a long time, he did not find any human skeletons, and he also found a sword test stone. It was easy to see that there was nothing around it, and the cliffs were different from the other areas, as if they had been ground flat by something. None of the white skeletons dared to approach. Lu Yin approached the sword test stone. He knew that the ocean of death's underworld pressure was watching him, but he had interacted with the sword test stone before. Everyone knew about the battle where Roche's son had helped Li Luochen plot against that old fellow. One of Roche's Xingxuan's guardians was the sword test stone. It did not attack human skeletons, which was a well-known fact. Lu Yin walked in front of the sword test stone, but he did not show anything. Instead, he walked around it in a circle, seemingly curious. After a while, the sword test stone moved and slashed at itself. Lu Yin was surprised, but then he remembered that the sword test stone had been grinding itself all this time. It was a stone, and the reason it had a human appearance was because it had been grinding itself. Its appearance was the same as the swordmaster's on the 8th wall. The first slash did not leave a mark, and then it slashed again and again, grinding itself. Lu Yin did not understand. "Senior, what is it doing?" The ocean of death's voice sounded out, and it seemed to admire Lu Yin as it had said before. "Instinct." "Instinct?" "It is a sword test stone that has been grinding for countless years. Even if it has lost its master, the charm accumulated over the years still allows it to imitate its master." "Its master is that swordmaster?" Lu Yin did not hide his knowledge. The ocean of death asked, "How do you know?" Lu Yin said, "The toad told me." Speaking of which, the toad was able to become the abyss because I helped it block the sword test stone. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would become the Abyss Master. The Ocean of Death did not speak, and it was unknown whether it had known long ago or just now. Luin knew that some things had to be said. He did not want to hide everything. Although the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. If he did not say anything, it would only lead to suspicion. Never underestimate these behemoths. They knew much more than he thought. Luin did not avoid it. Instead, he was magnanimous about his understanding of the sword test stone. Thousand Trickeries had once said that if he forgot his identity as a human, this identity would bring him disaster. Luin engraved these words into his mind. The more he did not avoid this identity, the more it meant that he had forgotten it. He did not know if it was because of Lu Yin's words, or if something had happened in the outside world. After a few years, the Ocean of Death left. Luin was certain that it had left. Although the skeleton clone was not as strong as the Death Sea's netherworld pressure, they were both in the abyss of the Death Sea, and Luin could feel the pressure from the Death Sea staring at him. Now, that feeling was gone. More importantly, the Ocean of Death was brighter. A few years ago, he had looked at the sword test stone for a period of time and walked in the abyss for a period of time. Now that the Ocean of Death had left, he returned to the sword test stone. The sword test stone did not sharpen the sword all the time. Instead, it sharpened the sword every once in a while. Because of this, it could still maintain its current form after countless years. Otherwise, it would have been worn away long ago. Luin looked at the sword test stone. He raised his hand and wiped away the almost invisible dust produced by sharpening the sword. This action caused the sword test stone to stare at him. It was just a stone. Its eyeball was also a stone. But at this moment, Luin could clearly feel that the sword test stone was staring at him. No matter how many times they had met, including when the sword test stone had protected him, he had never felt such a strong feeling. It was more like the sword test stone's instinct to protect a human instead of Luin. But now, Luin could feel the sword test stone's gaze. It had seen him. Luin looked at the dust on his finger. Was this action the stone test stone had seen him? Was there something special about this action? The whetstone moved, taking a step closer to Luin. Then, Luin was startled. When Luin was taken aback, its body tilted slightly and fell towards him. Luin did not avoid it and allowed the sword test stone to fall on him. It was like a person falling into his arms. It wasn't accurate to say that it fell on his body, as the whetstone was only slightly tilted, allowing its head to touch Lu Yin's arm. Luin looked at the whetstone and felt an indescribable feeling. It was like a child who had been away from home for a long time, seeking comfort. It had found its parent. The Divine Swordmaster often brushed off the dust for you back then, Luin said as he thought of something. Just wetting the stone with a sword wasn't enough to create a charm. The charm came from the sword's will and the emotions of the sword user. If not for the Divine Swordmaster's affection for the whetstone, the stone wouldn't have developed such a sense of dependence. After the Divine Swordmaster disappeared, it still sharpened its own sword and turned itself into the Divine Swordmaster to protect humans. It didn't know if the humans it was protecting were traitors. It only knew that it should protect. Protect a being like the Divine Swordmaster. Luin didn't expect to feel dependence from a stone. How long had it waited? Even if it didn't have a concept of time, it had been a very long time. To a stone that had been a whetstone for so long, it might really be a child. To a child, the most important thing was companionship. The stone recognized Luin and was no longer as cold as before. It protected him like a machine, and the way it sharpened its sword had also changed. Luin had seen it sharpen its sword before, and it had used a single point to form a sword. That sword had once beaten up OL6, but although it was powerful, it was easy to dodge. Its only specialty was its power. Now, it had created a second sword technique, one that it had used in its battle with the toad. It could be called sword observation. Sword observation was a technique that used the way of the sword to form an invisible world that sealed off an area. A range. It used the way of the sword to sharpen its body within that range, and more importantly, it had enveloped Luin, forcing him to resist the sword. Fortunately, his white bone clone had been sharpened by the myriad metal chi, and its defense was extremely strong. Even the butterfly ancestor couldn't break it that easily. Although the stone was powerful, its greatest strength was its defense. It could resist the sharpening of the divine sword master, but its way of the sword wasn't strong enough to break through Lu Yin's defense. It had become active. Lu Yin could clearly feel it becoming active. It seemed to have been asleep before. The excessive activity had allowed Lu Yin to see a third sword technique. He had accidentally touched one of the sword marks on the stone, and the stone had shrouded him with sword observation, allowing him to feel the sword technique. That sword mark was definitely not made by the sword testing stone. It must have come from the divine sword master. At the moment of contact, Lu Yin felt as if he had seen a sword intent descend from the sky. In that moment, he had become the divine sword master's test. Unable to dodge, he could not move even if he wanted to. He could only watch as the sword flashed past and left a sword mark on his body. He loosened his grip and looked deeply at the mark on the stone. He had not been able to dodge that attack, and it was no wonder he was called a divine sword master. The ninth base had a war god and a divine sword master. His sword Dao was unparalleled. He had also trained in the sword Sex 13 swords, obtained Wu Tian's way of the weapon's inheritance, the 3 firmament sword intent, and even the unknown sword nurturing, sword planting, and so on. His accomplishments in the way of the sword were quite high, even if they were somewhat mixed. On the other hand, the divine swordsman's sword gave him a feeling of purity. A sword was just a sword. There was nothing else, including the power of cultivation, the control of time and space. There was nothing else. It was as if that sword only represented that sword. But it was that sword. Because he couldn't avoid it. Lu Yin could not understand that sword, so he raised his hand again and touched the mark. The sword observation stone once again enveloped the area. The sword testing stone had experienced the sword moves of the divine swordmaster too many times. Only by using the sword observation stone could it recreate that sword. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he touched the mark. Lu Yin tried to feel that sword again and again, trying to see it clearly. But it was just a mark, and he could not see it clearly. That sword had a feeling of returning to its original state, stripped of all fanciness. This was what Lu Yin wanted. Thus, decades passed, and he continued to feel that sword. The stone did not become impatient and continued to observe it to help him. Until one day, Lu Yin suddenly leaned to the side and avoided the sword. He looked at the mark on the stone and avoided it, but not with his own strength. It was instinctive. That's right, he had relied on instinct to avoid that sword. It was an instinct that had been left behind after years of observing that sword. Without those decades of observation, it would have been impossible to avoid it. Everywhere he looked, there was sword intent. This was that sword. Heaven and earth could become a sword. How did the divine swordmaster do it? It was just that his sword intent had been forcefully cultivated into an invisible world that had nothing to do with laws. What he saw was that this sword would definitely descend, and it would be difficult to avoid it. This was a sword that was purely for killing. There were no legends of the divine swordmaster in the universe, and he knew too little about them. He had experienced the merciless path, witnessed the wonders of the celestial eye, experienced powerful mental techniques, and confirmed the invincible starry fist. The divine swordmaster gave him a feeling that was not inferior to any of these. Even his original body would find it difficult to avoid this sword. Of course, what would the result be? He would only know when he faced it, but Lu Yin predicted that even if he avoided it, it would only be a casual attack from the divine swordmaster. The difference was still too great. I really want to see that divine swordmaster style. If he appears, how powerful will that sword be? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the mark on the stone. The stone suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. It raised its stone arm and slashed down. As the arm was raised, the ocean of death was cut open, and when the arm fell, the entire world seemed to split apart. Lu Yin was shocked. Not good, the stone had taken it seriously. Where did it get such a powerful sword from? Don't. The sword slashed down. Lu Yin only saw a flash of light before his body disappeared. The world was silent at that moment. There was nothing in his eyes except for that sword and that cold light. It seemed to have come from the distant past, and it clashed with him through time and space. He stood there in a daze, suffocating. There was only a feeling of suffocation. Even the ocean of death had not given him such a feeling of suffocation. Heaven and earth ceased to exist, and only that sword remained eternal. The entire abyss of the ocean of death had been cut open. Luin slowly turned around and looked out of the abyss. It was his first time seeing the stars here. Countless abyssal skeletons were terrified and hid. Beneath the ocean of death, the dead creatures of the universe were silent. That sword seemed to have descended from the heavens. Luin retracted his gaze and looked at the stone. How could it have unleashed such a terrifying sword? It was definitely a sword that only a divine swordmaster could unleash, but why did it come from the stone? Also, how would he explain the ocean of death's pressure when it returned? Complicated thoughts flashed through his mind, but Luin did not have time to think too much about it. His body had changed in that instant. The pressure from that sword had caused his godly power and deathly still power to intertwine. Even though it was only for a moment, Luin saw the possibility of these two powers fusing together. He had never known how to fuse these two powers, not even the thousand trickeries. But in that instant, the divine swordmaster's sword seemed to have torn open some kind of gap. Even though it had not attacked him, his life's desire to live had caused a breakthrough in the power within his body. This was not something he could do, it was a miracle of life itself. When death descended, the desire to live could cause a living being to do unimaginable things. Luin was like that at this moment. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for such a change to occur. The terror of that sword had caused his own life to react. The stone stood there quietly and did not move, just watching Luin. Days passed by. Luin kept trying to fuse his godly power and deathly still power. As long as the Dead Sea's pressure did not return, it would be fine. Other than the Dead Sea's pressure, no one else could see him clearly. After a while, Luin opened his eyes and looked at the stone. He smiled bitterly. Next time, take it easy. I almost died in your hands. The stone did not move, as if it did not understand. Speaking of which, how did you manage to unleash such a terrifying sword? Luin was curious. That was not something the stone could have done. It could be said that it had given Luin a sense of terror. Even soft devouring Shui Sun and life and death calamity, who were at the pinnacle of two universal laws, could not do it. That was an extremely powerful sword. Seeing that the stone did not move, Luin smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. He looked at his body. His godly power and deathly still could not fuse, but he found the feeling he had just now. It was not a fusion, but a binding. It was as if his life was facing a desperate situation, and these two powers had temporarily cooperated and entangled together, instinctively feeling that this could save him. Luin found that feeling and could try to use it to bind the two powers together. He did not know how strong this binding would be, but since it was an instinctive reaction, it should not be bad. The only problem was that the binding time was too short. It was only for a moment, and it would be troublesome for him to use it against the enemy. It was only for a moment. The most suitable was an archery skill. Thinking back, he was most proficient in the sword. Although he had dabbled in other weapons, he was not proficient in them. The knowledge of weapons that Wu Tian had given him was too far behind at the Eternal Realm. He needed an archery skill that could unleash destructive power beyond the limit before fusing his godly power and deathly still power. He stayed in the ocean of death for more than 10 years until Stygian immortal prison bone arrived. Luin knew that it was time for him to leave. Stygian immortal prison bone grabbed Luin without any hesitation. Just like when he brought him to the ocean of death, he was instantly sent to the abyss of 1,000 trickery. Then, he threw Luin down. Luin spun around and easily landed on the ground. Stygian immortal prison bone did not say a word and disappeared. Luin saw play of 1,000 trickery. Senior. You cannot move in this battle. Junior understands. Senior has already said so. Play of 1,000 trickery looked deeply at Luin. I hope you really do not move. There are some things that you should understand. The less you interfere, the better it is for you. Luin bowed deeply and then entered the abyss. Play of 1,000 trickery watched Luin disappear and did not do anything to seal him. It seemed that he trusted Luin. Luin stayed in the abyss and looked up. It was as if he was separated by 1,000 trickery. Play of Thousand Trickery looked at each other. With Qianji gone, the war with the unknowns was about to begin. Lu Yin's white bone clone collapsed, and in the Tianyuan universe, he opened his eyes and teleported to the clone's side, disappearing with it. He could not delay. Although he was worried that Qianji would use some time to test him, if the Death Universe really went to war with the unknowns, it would be a forced war for the unknowns. He had to participate. At that time, even if the Death Universe did not look for him, the unknowns would. Thus, he could not delay. Sure enough, as soon as he returned to the Tianyuan universe, Master Qingqiao was already waiting anxiously at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin's appearance reassured the Green Grass Grandmaster. She examined the Green Grass Grandmaster carefully. He quickly took out the hanging coffin and lay down inside. He calmed himself down and entered no trace with his consciousness. As soon as he entered, he heard the old man's strange voice. "That little guy has to come. He's breaking the rules." "Humph, no one can break the rules." "Eight colors, this is what you said. The war is coming, and the Death Universe can appear at any time. Why can't he come?" Demao was dissatisfied. Wang Wen's voice was gentle. "Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Even if he doesn't participate in this war, he has to refuse in person. This is the rule." "What rule?" Lu Yin asked. Eight Colors said, "Lu Yin, the forced war is about to begin. Are you willing to participate?" Lu Yin did not hesitate. Of course. No trace was silent, and all the unknowns seemed to be stunned. They were all waiting for Lu Yin to refuse because he only had one chance to act. If he participated in the forced war, what would happen if he used it up? He had one chance to refuse to participate in the battle. But they did not expect Lu Yin. He actually did not refuse. Eight Colors confirmed again. "Lu Yin, are you going to participate in the forced war?" Lu Yin said, "Of course. War is the best chance to get rewards. I still have a 6 stars mission reward that I haven't used yet. It would be perfect if I could get another 6 stars mission reward in this war. Are you sure you want to participate?" Demao could not believe what he had heard. "Don't make me say it a third time." Lu Yin's tone sank, and he was not polite to Demao. Demao did not care about Lu Yin's attitude at this moment. They were all wondering what Lu Yin was doing. How could he be willing to participate? He shouldn't have joined the battle. Eight Colors said, "All right, I'll bestow you with a portal. Wait for my notice and head straight to the battlefield." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. What level of reward would killing an entire abyss of the Death Universe be considered? In the war, it can be considered a 6 stars mission reward. Lu Yin smiled, and his voice was obviously more cheerful. "That's good. Wait for me to slaughter an abyss for you to see." Wang Wen was surprised. "Your Highness, you only have one chance left. I'm very curious. What do you want to do?" Lu Yin sneered, "Why don't you join me? Let's see how I do it." Wang Wen smiled and refused. "I still have my mission. Otherwise, I would really be willing to go to the battlefield with your Highness. It will definitely be very interesting. By the way, your Highness chess piece, there's an unknown edition." Lu Yin was silent for a moment. "Who?" "Skeletal creatures from the Death Universe, humanoid skeletons," the Immortal Master continued. Lu Yin's voice deepened. "The Death Universe? You dare to let him join?" It is impossible for him to betray bone language. It's a human-shaped skeleton. Since he's a skeleton, he's no longer human. Haha, it's just like what that little guy said." Demao sneered. "Human emotions are a weakness, but they can be ruthless. If there's a chance, are you going to get rid of him first?" Lu Yin's tone was cold. "Demao, we can discuss this when we meet. Tell me where you are." Wang Wen smiled. "Your Highness chess piece, don't mind. Everyone thinks differently. I'm also human, but I don't feel a sense of belonging to the human race. It's normal." "What do you mean by saying this now?" Lu Yin asked. Eight Colors said, "Enter the Immortal Master's trace, worship the Divine Tree, and hand over the Divine Power Line. Let the newly joined unknown choose?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. 8 Colors did not answer immediately. At this moment, the immortal master did not speak either. He knew that the skeleton clone had chosen the green divine power line. None of the unknowns said this. Luin could not directly say it. He could only say, okay, after this battle, I'll hand over the divine power line for him to choose. You can hand it over now. An unfamiliar voice sounded. This voice had only appeared a few times, but it was engraved in Lu Yin's heart. It was the voice of the unknown white. Luin looked at the divine tree. I need to prepare for this battle. Removing the divine power line will make me weak. If you don't want me to participate in this battle, I can hand over the divine power line. 8 Colors, you choose. 8 Colors said, after this battle, hand over the divine power line. Compared to Luin not participating in the battle, handing over the divine power line was not as urgent. After all, Luin could hand it over after the battle. And for this battle, they all wanted to know what Luin planned to do. Did he really want to slaughter an abyss? What about the 3 universes? Now, the stability of the 3 universes depended on the existence of the eternal realm. Lu Yin's only remaining chance to act was also the biggest deterrent. Once he used it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He probably would not use it. At this moment, even Wang Wen could not see Lu Yin clearly. Lu Yin had no intention of letting Master Grass take away the portal given by 8 Colors to go to the battlefield. No matter which battlefield Unknowable wanted him to go to, he would not go. Now, protecting himself and the 3 universes was his last remaining chance to act. How could he use it? As for slaughtering the abyss, it was just a casual remark. He did not say that he would do it. If he did not say that, 8 Colors might really assign him a mission. That would be troublesome. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, so he would make a decision based on the situation. Lu Yin first approached the ruins of the Taiqing civilization. From the distance of an ordinary Eternal Realm expert, he saw that only Lu Gujin was adapting to the clear heaven and earth lock formation in the ruins of the Taiqing civilization. Then, he returned. His main body continued to cultivate in seclusion. He asked Patriarch Lu Yuan to bring his avatar with his divine power to approach the ruins of the Taiqing civilization. Within the clear sky lock formation, Lu Gujin was adapting. Just like Lu Yin's avatar, no matter how high its cultivation was, it would take a long time to adapt to this sourcebox array. As soon as Patriarch Lu Yuan and his god power clone entered, it noticed them and looked over at the two of them in surprise. Patriarch Lu Yuan teleported away without hesitation. He did not have the ability to participate in a battle of this level. Lu Gujin was shocked. Oh, it's not a joke. Right? Teleportation? Patriarch Lu Yuan's strength was too low for Lu Gujin, and he could not be so fast that he could immediately disappear. Lu Gujin did not recognize Lu Yin's avatar, and Lu Yin had also changed his appearance. After Patriarch Lu Yuan left, Lu Yin looked up and stared at Lu Gujin. This was his first battle after activating his avatar and also his first battle after adapting to the clear skylock formation. Bang! There was a loud bang as Lu Gujin raised his arms and took Lu Yin's punch head-on. 3-colored godly power surged, and a terrifying force pressed Lu Gujin into the ground. The mountain shattered, and the void shattered. Lu Gujin's deathly power surged out wildly, but it was immediately digested by the clear skylock formation. Clear skylock formation, digest 10,000 forces. Lu Gujin's face took a solid punch. Oh, you're a human. Bang! Lu Yin punched Lu Gujin's back again, and Lu Gujin's bones cracked. Under the tricolored godly power transformation, the avatar had the strength to fight against 2 universes. Back when Lu Yin had not broken through to the eternal realm, the tricolored godly power transformation was the strongest state. It could be said that before breaking through to the eternal realm, the avatar was the strongest avatar, far stronger than the bone avatar. Lu Gujin's deathly power was digested by the clear skylock formation, and his combat strength was reduced by more than half. He could not resist the tricolored godly power transformation. Lu Yin kicked out, and Lu Gujin's green hat was flattened. His sunglasses were shattered, and he was in a sorry state. He stared at Lu Yin. Oh, this is a trap, a human's trap. Lu Ying did not say a word to him. Lu Gujin must have seen Patriarch Lu Yuan sending him here, and he wanted to make sure that Lu Gujin did not have the ability to talk. The war between the unknown and the death universe would start at any time. It should be waiting for Lu Gujin to completely adapt to the clear skylock formation. Buzz. The sound wave swept across. Lu Ying paused, and Lu Gujin held the microphone in his hand and roared sharply. The sound wave shook heaven and earth, causing the clear skylock formation to sway. After all, this was one of the 7 great abyss. Once it went all out, this uncontrolled clear skylock formation would be broken. However, the premise was that no one was controlling it. Lu Ying adapted to the clear skylock formation one step ahead of time. Lu Gujin's aura surged, and he directly locked the ground. He stretched out his hand, and the tricolored godly power transformed into a rainbow that pierced through the void and blasted towards Lu Gujin. Lu Gujin roared. The sound wave collided with the tricolored godly power, and a loud sound rang out. Without the support of the deathly power, Lu Gujin was suppressed by the tricolored godly power, and the rainbow sent him flying into the distance. Lu Ying took a step forward and chased after him. Lu Gujin's sunglasses shattered in front of him, and Lu Ying appeared, raising his arms. Lu Ying raised his brows and dodged to the side. He took a strange step and predicted Lu Gujin's move in advance. That move was the annihilation of heaven and earth. Lu Gujin understood it, and so did Lu Ying. The annihilation of heaven and earth was clearly Lu Gujin's ultimate move. Even without the support of the deathly power, Lu Gujin's combat strength, which was compatible with the laws of the 2 universes, was enough to produce a considerable amount of power. However, Lu Ying dodged this move in advance. This made Lu Gujin feel incredulous. It was understandable that the Taiqing ruins were a trap, but how could this human dodge the annihilation of heaven and earth so accurately? Unless he understood this move. There was no time to think about it. Lu Yin's body surged with vitality. His white bone avatar could do this, and so could his godly power avatar. The vitality was accompanied by the tricolored godly power, and a palm struck Lu Gujin's body, shattering half of his white bone body. This was a crushing defeat. It was a complete and utter suppression. Using the tricolored godly power to adapt to the clear skylock earth array, Lu Ying was able to seal Lu Gujin's power of death and avoid his killer move at the same time, giving him an absolute advantage. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Lu Gujin stared at Lu Ying, who was chasing after him. Dong. 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 The sound of his heartbeat, blood vessels, and breathing was not a sound but a rhythm. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as tricolored godly power surged out and shot into the sky. It then transformed into a rainbow that shot towards Lu Gujin. Lu Yin's movements suddenly paused, and his vision blurred. He had been affected by Lu Gujin's ability to adapt to the laws of the universe. The rhythm was just like the arc of a pear prying into the wind. Fortunately, Lu Ying was already mentally prepared, so he just had to face it head-on. The tricolored godly power transformation had the ability to adapt to the laws of 2 universes, so Lu Gujin's law could not cause any fatal damage. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Lu Gujin's neck bent. He was shocked, but it was useless. His ability to adapt to the laws of the universe could not harm this human. How did he do it? Lu Ying must have known about his own law, or else he would not have resisted it so decisively. He had to adapt to it, and he must have known beforehand. Godly power, a human, the Taiqing ruins trap, heaven and earth's annihilation had been seen through, and so on. Lu Gujin froze in place. Oh, you're Chen. Lu Ying raised his arms, and the rainbow of godly power descended from above, smashing into Lu Gujin's body and almost tearing it apart. Had he figured it out? That was not surprising. He had obtained information about the Taiqing ruins from the bone clone, which was Chen. Chen could understand heaven and earth's annihilation because he had followed the 1,000 trickeries. He understood that Lu Gujin's power was still a human skeleton. As long as he understood this point, everything would make sense. Unfortunately, this information could not be spread. When the power of death was blocked, the abyss was just an ordinary eternal realm cultivator. This was also why the Death Universe wanted to use the clear Skylock Earth array to deal with the unknown. The Death Universe was confident in the clear sky lock Earth array, and Luin was even more confident. His tricolored godly power and strength, as well as his vitality, had not been depleted at all. Luin understood why the Death Universe valued the Tai Ching ruins so much. The Qing Sourcebox array was a treasure trove with many possibilities. This treasure trove was not just the Sourcebox array itself, but also the Sourcebox itself. Grand Pure One was unearthing the secrets of the square-inch distance. All civilizations were born within a square inch, and they yearned for secrets even more. Luin stared at Lu Gujin and continued his pursuit. Lu Gujin was trying to escape, but he didn't have teleportation, so he couldn't easily leave the clear heaven lock Earth array. Yo, everything has a beginning and an end. Lu Gu's hoarse voice rang out. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was the second pattern. He didn't know about this rule. He had asked Thousand Trickeries before, but Thousand Trickeries didn't tell him. Every cultivator had their own secrets, and Leguka rarely used this second law of harmony when fighting against outsiders. Luin had been in La City for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to find out anything about it. Even someone like Boss Zhou could be dealt with a single heaven and earth annihilation. It could only have been used in the battle against the divine realm, but Luin didn't know anything about it. Music boomed in Lu Yin's ears, and the world became multicolored. The lights changed along with the rhythm of the music, and Luin looked up to see that the world had changed. Not only was this in accordance with the laws of the universe, but it was also an invisible world. Yo, follow the beat and fight. Traitor of Death, Chen, are you a skeleton or a human? Traitor of Death. Luin frowned. He wanted to attack Lu Gujin, but he found that he couldn't. His body seemed to be swaying along with the music, and if not for his divine power, he would have been controlled. The tricolored divine power kept resisting the swaying of the music. This was a stage that belonged to Lu Gujin. On this stage, Lu Gujin was the master. As long as the music didn't stop, Luin wouldn't be able to control himself. In the past, Luin would have hated this noisy music, but now he understood that this was Lu Gu's most pure self. He had lost his lies, his worries, and everything else that he had experienced in his path of growth. This was Lu Gu's original self, and this was his music. Luin closed his eyes and listened quietly. He had been searching for his original self all this time. Time continued to pass, and this continued for more than 10 years. They were on this stage, and Lu Gujin's music had changed. Luin could feel it. More than 10 years had passed, and even the invisible world was weakening. Not everyone could be like Qing Lianyu. In order to deal with Red Hero, Qing Lianyu had no absolutes. He had constantly maintained the karmic celestial phenomenon, which was why he could maintain it for so long. Ordinary Eternal Realm experts, even in the abyss of the Death Universe, couldn't maintain an invisible world all the time. It was unnecessary and a waste of energy, and it could be easily seen by the enemy. The effect of this stage was very simple. The music stage controlled him. He could resist it with his divine power, but as time passed, his divine power would be consumed. There would always be a moment when his resistance would be exhausted. That moment was the final effect of this stage. Fruit. But this was the clear sky lock Earth matrix. Luin could directly lock the ground, and his divine power, vitality, and strength would not be consumed at all. It could be said that the clear sky lock Earth matrix was the biggest nemesis of this stage. This battle just had to take place here. Luin could see it clearly. Lu Gujin could also see it clearly. But he had no choice. He couldn't hide. The only thing he could do was to maintain the stage until the other powerhouses of the Death Universe arrived and joined forces to defeat Luin. Luin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the colorful stage. He looked at Lu Gujin under the spotlight. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The music stopped. The stage disappeared. Lu Gujin's movements paused, and the microphone in his hand was crushed. Luin looked at him. You haven't forgotten that you lost to me in the Tao of Music, right? Lu Yin's white bone avatar had defeated Lu Gujin in the Tao of Music using the World Never Forgets technique. At this moment, Lu Yin's divine power avatar was also cultivating the World Never Forgets technique. He had been standing on the stage for so long and had been listening. He was looking for a moment to break the music. A moment was enough. When the music stopped, the stage disappeared. Lu Gujin had completely lost all means. Lu Ying took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Gujin. He raised his hand and slammed it down on Lu Gujin's head. He watched as Lu Gujin's body slowly collapsed. Lu Ying sat cross-legged and summoned his main body. In an instant, his main body appeared and brought Lu Gujin and his divine power avatar back to the Heaven Origin universe. He then asked Patriarch Lu Yuan to send his divine power avatar into the clear sky lock earth matrix again. Next, he just had to wait for the war to start. As for Lu Gujin, he couldn't die yet. Firstly, his main body needed to use him to increase the karmic heaven. Secondly, it just so happens that I can give an explanation to the unknowable. When Lu Ying promised the unknown that he would kill an abyss, the first thing he thought of was Lu Gujin, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It could only be said that the clear sky lock earth matrix was too strong. He used his white bone avatar to join the unknown and death universe and set up a trap in the Taiqing ruins to capture Lu Gujin. Lu Ying waited quietly in the clear sky lock earth matrix. After a while, he opened his eyes. Two doors appeared in the starry sky. The unknown had arrived. The unknown had arrived before the death universe. He was very curious about how the death universe had leaked the Taiqing ruins to the unknown. Could there really be people from the death universe inside the unknown? Also, when his white bone avatar returned to the abyss of thousand trickeries, there was still some time before Lu Gujin got used to the clear sky lock earth matrix. Where had the trickeries gone during that time? And it had been some time since he entered the unknown and obtained the door. What had the unknown been preparing during this time? The unknown and the death universe had their own preparations and wouldn't tell him. He wasn't the main character of this battle. Two figures crossed the door and arrived. One was Red Hero, the other was the old man. Was there battlefield here? Then where did the door lead to? Red Hero and the old man arrived at the same time. Red Hero looked at the old man. In the previous battle, you were beaten down into the river of time. Don't die in this battle. The old man was a roly-poly. Hearing Red Hero's words, he chuckled. Same here. How long has it been since we met like this? Red Hero suddenly asked. Old man. I can't remember. At that time, Jiu Lei was still here. Red Hero's lips curled up. You and I are suitable. Haha. Looking ahead, Red Hero's gaze was deep. It really is the Taiqing ruins. That's the clear sky lock earth matrix. The old man sighed. Xianxia's death came from the clear sky lock earth matrix. The Taiqing retreated in a hurry and didn't take the matrix away. 8 colors let us come directly through the door. This is our battlefield. Just as he was thinking, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Red Hero and the old man looked at the black shadow. It was the Onyx Immortal Prison Bone. The Onyx Immortal Prison Bone appeared and disappeared in an instant, leaving behind 2 black shadows. One was Ji and the other was Li Luochen. Shui. Inside the clear sky lock earth matrix, Lu Ying watched this scene. It was too straightforward. How could the battle between these 2 behemoths be so straightforward? It was as if they were ready to fight each other. Even if it was a battle between mortal kingdoms, they wouldn't be so straightforward. Wang Wen, Thousand Trickery Trick, was even more so. Inexplicably, Lu Ying suddenly felt uneasy. This was the uneasiness of not being able to see the situation clearly. This battle seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Just as he was thinking, the battle in space began. Although it was called a battle, it was actually 2 decisive battles. Red Hero attacked Ji. The old man fought Li Luochen Shui. Lu Ying stared at their battle, especially the old man and Li Luochen Shui. These 2 were extremely powerful in the use of time. After all, they were related to the river of time. Red Hero and Ji didn't need to care at all. One wouldn't reveal too much and would always keep a low profile. The other wouldn't either. Both of them were hiding. Gray replaced the darkness, becoming the only thing left in this destroyed universe. Color. The strange flow of time made Lu Ying feel dizzy. He stared blankly as the old man and Li Luochen played around with time. He didn't understand many of the uses of time, but these two were fighting each other. Even Red Hero and G didn't participate in their battle. Purple, I'll definitely drag you away with the river of time. Li Luochen's deathly power spread out like mist, merging into the gray time. The old man didn't seem to care. Try it, haha. I don't understand. How did you scheme against me all these years? When was the first time I was targeted by the river of time? Just a small trick. We're both ferrymen of the river of time. If you can do it, so can I, haha. In the previous battle, you used 100 tributaries of the river of time to help you deceive everyone. Your real goal was to lure me out and make me fall into the river of time. Was that your idea or someone else's? Within the clear sky lock array, Lu Yin listened to their conversation. Was this old man a ferryman of the river of time? No wonder he could draw the river of time and use time so terrifyingly. Had he wanted to help Li Luochen deceive everyone and release his limits for the sake of the old man? Who else knew about this? He had clearly been translating the words of the 1,000 trickeries. Or perhaps even the 1,000 trickeries didn't know about this. Then who was controlling everything behind the scenes? You can only be defeated if I make you fall into the river of time. Otherwise, even the ocean of death might not be able to defeat you. Although Rocher Sun died in that battle, it was worth it, Li Luochen said. The old man laughed. Rocher Sun's death wasn't your fault. It was within our expectations. I didn't expect that toad to be able to kill an abyss expert. Haha, but so what if you make me fall into the river of time? Do you have the ability to defeat me now? As he spoke, a purple sword appeared in the sky. Divine power coiled around it, shining brightly. Sword plant. The purple sword slashed at Li Luochen. Li Luochen's power of death and stillness gushed out. He directly used the time of the end. 2 points of time flew towards the purple sword. The purple sword slashed at the time of the end. The 2 points of time continued to cycle endlessly. The purple sword shattered. The boundless power of death and stillness dispersed the gray power of time and suppressed the purple power. Hee, the old man's body shook. Shortly after, many purple swords appeared and slashed towards Sway of the End like raindrops. How had it done that? The number of swords planted was determined by the trajectory of the previous slash. In other words, if the sword was not used before, the swords planted would be meaningless. At most, it would only be the one strike. But the old man clearly hadn't used a sword before, yet he had so many purple swords at this moment. This was not sword planting. Lu Yin stared at the purple swords. Every single one of them seemed to be surrounded by the gray power of time. This was the old man using his own methods on the purple swords. They looked like plant swords, but they weren't plant swords. Many purple swords slashed towards Li Luochen, and a rain of swords rained down. Even the time of the end could not withstand it. The 2 points of time were completely destroyed, and because the purple swords were surrounded by the gray power of time, the surroundings were distorted, forming a vacuum of time. Li Luochen's power of death and stillness surged out of his body. It turned into a black light that pierced through the rain of purple swords and headed towards the old man. The old man. Purple power surged out of his body at the same time, colliding with the power of death and stillness. The clash of purple and black completely scattered all traces of the universe's destruction. The rain of purple swords pierced through Li Luochen's body. Lu Yin watched this scene. This was the old man's purple swords, and each one of them contained an absolute destructive power. Although Li Luochen was strong, it would not be easy to take a direct hit. But after the rain of swords passed, Li Luochen was unharmed. There were no traces of him being hit at all. Lu Yin's eyes widened. None of these absolute powerhouses were easy to deal with. Fighting against them was a battle of strength and also a battle of wits. How had it done that? Lu Yin wanted to find some clues. It's been many years since we last met. Your time realm has become more and more powerful. There are no traces at all. Li Luochen spoke up. You conform to the laws of the universe. One of them is the horizontal line of time. Within this line, your attacks can be repeated infinitely. That rain of purple swords looked like countless swords, but in reality, there was only one. It was just that you could attack infinitely at the same time. You understand me, and I understand you. The only thing I don't understand is how you managed to scheme against me. I thought that I hid it very carefully and would not be discovered by the river of time, but you exposed me. The old man's body swayed. The more curious you are, the less I want to talk about it. Luin raised his brows. This old man was always asking for a beating. Li Luochen sneered. You schemed against me, and you succeeded. I'll definitely be pulled away by the river of time, but you won't be able to escape either. With that, the stillness in front of him gradually curved to form a bow. Momentum is the technique, time is the bowstring, and time is the arrow. There is no turning back. You haven't forgotten this move, have you? The old man smiled. You haven't forgotten either. This move has never defeated me. Let's try it again. Li Luochen shot out an arrow. It seemed very slow, but at this moment, time, space, and all other obstructions did not exist. Only that arrow seemed to have hit its target the moment it was shot. It had nothing to do with the process or result. It was a kind of natural progression, a necessity. Luin looked at the arrow. It had to hit, not because he wished for it, but because he was certain that it would hit. No matter who saw it, they would be certain of it. Li Luochen's arrow had to be shot, and it defied common sense. It was just as its edge represented, there was no turning back. What was no turning back? Luin wanted to know, and he desperately wanted to learn this arrow. This arrow was tailor-made for him, and whether it was time or space, he had dabbled in both. Li Luochen used no turning back as his edge and time as his arrow. He wanted to use divine force and the power of stillness as his arrow, and coil as his edge. If he succeeded, he would definitely be able to surprise everyone. As the arrow neared the old man, a gray color swirled in front of him, as if time itself was moving. Luin stared fixedly at the scene. This arrow should not have been blocked, but it had been blocked by the old man. Furthermore, the old man had said that Li Luochen's arrow had never been able to defeat him before. So how was he going to deal with it? It was not an arrow or a battle technique that was being countered, but an attempt. It was inevitable. The arrow stopped, and the arrowhead continued to spin and tremble. Something had happened to that arrow. It was as if two versions of himself had appeared in a normal person's world. Common sense had been broken. Li Luochen shot out another arrow, as if he knew that the first arrow would be stopped. The second arrow would arrive in an instant. Then came the third, the fourth, and so on. One arrow after another shot out, finally breaking through the old man's defenses. The old man had already been submerged. And Luin could not see his figure from his angle. A strange change had occurred in front of him, and it should have come from another law of the universe. Time can change the enemy's attack, but how much can you change? Li Luochen shouted as he continued to shoot out arrow after arrow. Time is irreversible, but you're constantly changing it. You should be dragged away by the river of time. Haha, you gathered the power of the death universe to push me down from the river of time, but you still can't defeat me. Li Luochen, it's time for you to leave. You're the one who should leave. Li Luochen suddenly stared at the clear skylock formation. Liku withered, why aren't you making a move? The heavens were silent. Everyone looked at the clear skylock formation. Red Hero was shocked, this was the death universe's backup plan. Li Luochen had delayed Violet while Liku Withered used the clear skylock formation to attack. This was the clear skylock formation, and they could not fight here. Within the clear skylock formation, Luin stood up. Was it his turn now? He looked up and glanced at the old man before staring at Li Luochen. He activated the clear skylock formation. Suddenly, the mountain shook as the clear skylock formation expanded. Luin still could not control the clear skylock formation, but he had no problem expanding or shrinking it. What he meant by not being able to control referred to the various transformations within the clear skylock formation that had been completed by the Taiching lockbreaking technique. That was the true essence of the Taiching sourcebox array, and if he had not learned it, he would not have been able to understand it. This included the sourcebox array that he had learned on the ancestral butterfly continent. That was the first layer of transformations. However, that was enough. The clear skylock formation expanded. The old man retreated. Even so, Li Luochen continued to shoot out arrow after arrow, forcing the old man to remain motionless. The moment he moved, he would be hit. Li Luochen was very strong, and he was from the abyss of the death universe. With his control of the Tao of time, his various battle techniques, and his boundless power of death, he could dominate those who were compatible with two universal laws. However, compared to the old man, who was capable of facing off against Enai Bielan, who was compatible with three universal laws, Li Luochen was naturally weaker. Even though the old man had been knocked down from the river of time, he was still lacking in terms of absolute power. The clear skylock formation was the backup plan. With the warbow of time, Lu Yin had forced the old man into a corner. The clear skylock formation covered the area, and in an instant, the clear sky transformed into a myriad of techniques. A figure rushed out from below. The grey power of time spread out, along with his divine power. At the same time, the power of death spread out. The old man was stunned. Li Luochen was equally stunned. His power of death spread out, and the warbow of time also spread out. This was because it originated from the power of time. Why? Whoosh. In the distance, Red Hero stared blankly at Li Luochen's body being pierced through by a figure. Although he could not see the figure's appearance clearly, it was definitely a human, and his battle prowess was not low. However, if he was not an Eternal Realm cultivator, then was he a scoundrel? Lu Yin passed through Li Luochen's body, bringing with him a stream of black energy. With a single palm strike, it was as if there was nothing there. He turned around and sent out another palm strike. Li Luochen retreated, and Lu Yin's palm strike missed. He chased after Li Luochen, and his life force soared into the sky. In an instant, all of Li Luochen's life force was sucked away, forming a technique that encompassed the void. As soon as this technique was unleashed, a white light flashed and covered the sky. It was as if a black light had flashed and destroyed the world. This was Lu Yin. Yin had used all of his divine power clone's life force to unleash this attack. Li Luochen body surged with the power of death, but it was immediately dispersed by the clear skylock earth formation. His entire black body bore the brunt of the attack and fell towards the mountain, leaving a black mark in the void. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Who was this person? The old guy was stunned and looked at Lu Yin. He didn't recognize this person. Lu Yin had changed his appearance and did not reveal his tricolored godly power. He had only used his life force, and because of the special characteristics of the clear skylock array, even though he had just used up all of his life force, it quickly recovered. The effect of this earth lock array was perfect. He stood high in the sky and stared at the mountain. How was Li Luochen with her? His first sneak attack had been useless, hitting nothing. He hadn't seen Li Luochen appearance yet. The mountain continued to shatter, but the clear skylock earth formation was unaffected. Li Luochen slowly appeared in the ruins, and his black aura shrank. He spoke in an extremely low voice, "Where is Le Ku Wu? Who are you?" This was the question on everyone's mind. Lu Yin looked down at Li Luochen and tilted his body slightly. He raised his right arm and beckoned. "Come." Li Luochen didn't move. In the distance, Ji suddenly rushed towards Lu Yin, closing the distance in an instant. Red Hero didn't stop him. Humans were also enemies. The old guy didn't stop him either. He allowed Ji to approach Lu Yin, raised his black moon scimitar, and slashed down. Lu Yin didn't seem to react. He turned around and raised his arms, pressing the scimitar's edge between his palms. His body was blasted down by a huge force. The clear skylock earth formation transformed everything, but Lu Yin had only adapted to it. At most, he could expand and shrink it, but he couldn't completely control it. He had the advantage, but it wasn't absolute. Li Luochen surging power of death was transformed by the clear skylock earth formation and constantly shrinking. However, the shrinking speed couldn't keep up with Ji's speed, and the power of death would eventually hit Lu Yin. Just as Lu Yin was about to be struck by the power of desolation, the old man made his move. His body flickered, and a line of grey light shot out from his body, cutting through the black moon scimitar and cutting off the power of desolation. There was an obvious cut on the black moon scimitar. Li Lua Dustwither had been prepared for this, and his deathly stillness had been erased. He turned his hand to grab an arrow, using time as an arrow that could not be reversed. Li Lua Dustwither had also been dispelled by Clear Sky's 10,000 forces, and he could still stab Luin before that. Pang! There was a loud bang. The arrow was blocked by the Black Moon Scimitar. Not only did the blade block the arrow, it even pierced into the black air current, causing the black air current to disperse slightly, revealing a pair of eyes that floated about randomly. They looked very similar to the pair of eyes that came from the Death Sea's underworld pressure. In the next moment, Luin struck out with both palms, striking the two eyes at the same time. Li Luochen held in anguish as he frantically retreated. However, Black Moon Scimitar and Luin attacked at the same time. A scimitar slashed out while a palm struck out. Nearly half of the black air current of violent falling dust and decay was directly destroyed, deeply penetrating into the mountain ruins. No one had expected this turn of events. No one had expected Ji to attack Li Luochen, and no one had expected Luin to be in cahoots with Ji. If they hadn't known each other for a long time, they wouldn't have been able to cooperate so well. Without Ji, Luin wouldn't have been able to get close to Li Luochen, who was already on guard. Red Hero and Old Man Hehe watched as if they were outsiders, unable to understand the development of the situation. It should be about time. Luin asked. Ji's voice rang out. It was also wrapped in black air, exactly the same as Li Luochen's. No. Although it was heavily injured, it wasn't pushed to the brink. Luin looked back at Old Man Hehe and Red Hero. Are you two just going to watch? Who are you? Red Hero asked. Luin sneered. I was invited by 8 Colors, a new red unknown. Red Hero was shocked and looked at Old Man Hehe. Old Man Hehe's body swayed. You're a new unknown? Luin raised his head. Yes. 8 Colors didn't tell us, Red Hero said in a low voice, then stared at Ji. And what's up with it? Luin sneered. If 8 Colors told you, wouldn't the Death Universe know as well? Ji spoke up. I don't need to tell you about my situation. Red Hero's eyes narrowed. You're saying you're a red unknown? Of course. Did you enter the red unknown to worship it? Nonsense, I'll only worship it after this battle. Luin was not polite. But Red Hero did not care about this. He was thinking about the conversation between Luin and 8 Colors in the red unknown. He thought that 8 Colors would use the Death Universe's skeleton to force Luin to hand over the tricolored divine power line and worship the divine tree. He did not expect 8 Colors to have such a trick up his sleeve. This was not only to guard against the Death Universe, but also against them. But this was also good. If this person recognized the red divine power line, Luin would have to enter the red unknown to worship the divine tree and hand over the line. Where are you from? Red Hero asked. The biggest question now was the identity of this human. Which universe did this human belong to? Was he related to the 3 universes? Or was there another hidden human universe in the unknown? Luin was impatient. There are some things that you will know after this battle. I know, this battle is not as simple as you think. This was his understanding of this battle. It was easy to fool people with such ambiguous words. Hehe, this battle is indeed not simple. 8 Colors arranged for you to come here before us. The one who should be here should be Liku Withered, one of the 7 great abyss of the Death Universe. Did you defeat Liku Withered? It has nothing to do with me. There was no Liku Withered when I arrived. You need to get used to this clear skylock formation. Red Hero wanted to say more, but Luin interrupted him. There's no time for nonsense. There will be another battle after this one ends. Only by completely destroying the Death Universe can we be at ease. My mission is to kill the abysses, so don't drag me down. The old man laughed. What an arrogant scoundrel. He's out, Ji interrupted. Li Luochen appeared in the ruins of the mountain. This was the second time he had been beaten here, but unlike before, he had no helpers this time. Inside this clear heaven-lock earth formation was its only way out. Li Luochen's current pressure on Luin was much less than it had been at the beginning. Standing quietly in the ruins, Li Luochen spoke in a low voice, Ji, how long have you been following me? I don't remember clearly. It's been a long time. Why did you betray me? Li Luochen asked. It's the truth. Why ask? I think I know what's going on. Li Luochen's voice grew deeper and deeper. He had no physical appearance, and even his eyes had been destroyed by Luin, so no one could tell what he was thinking. Ji raised Black Moon Scimitar. It's time to end this. Li Luochen sneered, my end is not up to you to decide. How long has it been? Countless years ago, you were the one who enlightened me. Only you can scheme against me. Our positions are different, so we are destined to be enemies. The old man sighed, if I had a choice, I would have preferred not to enlighten you. It would have been better for you to stay peacefully in the river of time. Li Luochen seemed to look at the old man, why did you help me? Loneliness is a ferryman's greatest enemy. Countless ferrymen yearn to leave the river of time, and eternity becomes unimportant. Isn't it good to help you? Good, very good. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to become the ferryman of the river of time so quickly. Without you, I would have had to endure countless years before I could leave. Li Luochen smiled, I owe you a word of thanks. Haha. But you also schemed against me. Li Luochen's voice changed, old man, you schemed against me, but you didn't help me at all. Without you, I might have endured countless years, but I wouldn't have been so easily schemed against. Only you could have schemed against me. Give me an answer. Why? Do you need an answer? Yes. You said that our positions were different. Impossible. You didn't have a position back then. The old man sighed, there's no point in thinking too much. We're considered to have perished together. You used the death universe to knock me off the river of time, while I had to cultivate from the beginning. It doesn't count. The true battle of perishing together has just begun. Li Luochen roared, and the space around him began to distort. Ji attacked without hesitation, and Luin used not forgetting the world at the same time. The old man attacked as well. Only Red Hero didn't move. Li Luochen's surroundings. However, the distorted space continued to expand, and the clear sky lock Earth formation couldn't immediately disperse it. That's the time realm. In this realm, all changes in time can be referred to by a certain model, allowing one to reach the concept of that model, or allowing one's changes to reach the concept of that model, the old man explained. Luin raised a brow, I don't understand. Ji explained, if the model is that of an ordinary person, then all changes in the time realm will be based on that person. Regardless of whether it's attack or defense, it will be at the level of an ordinary person, and it won't affect Li Luochen at all. If we enter the time realm, Li Luochen can use one of us as a model, and even if his strength declines greatly, he'll still become the strongest. Luin was surprised. There was such a way to use time? The ferryman of the river of time had spent all his time dealing with time, so he really was something. Then how do we break it? Luin didn't understand. Even the clear sky lock Earth formation couldn't immediately disperse the time realm. Li Luochen is going all out. He won't be able to hold on for much longer, Ji said. If he could hold on, then he wouldn't have been defeated like before. Haha, his goal isn't the time realm, but... The old man paused and looked up. Luin, Ji, and even Red Hero subconsciously looked up. They didn't know when, but a surging river had appeared above the stars. This was the master river of time. Li Luochen was reaching his limit, and he was drawing in the master river of time. This battle had originally been for the sake of perishing together with an unknown entity. Around Li Luochen, the distorted time realm transformed into a gray beam of light that shot into the sky, forming the clear sky lock Earth formation. Suddenly, the master river of time seemed to have smelled something and surged over. You enlightened me, so you can scheme against me. But my enlightenment came from you, so I can also take you away. Li Luochen roared. The old man retreated, layers of timelines separating him from the void, making it seem as if he was walking within time itself. Ji slashed out, severing the timelines and Li Luodue's space. Luin looked at him in surprise, as Ji was helping the old man. Li Luodue had no idea what method Li Luodue was using to bring the old man into the river of time. Once he entered, he would not be able to return. The old man was leaving, and Ji was helping him. Luin hesitated for a moment, but then he acted as well. The old man had helped 3 universes, but he had not participated in the siege of Ninth Base. Strictly speaking, he was not an enemy. Although he was unknown, there had been someone who had sent him a note, so it should have been him. It was better for the old man to stay. In the distance, Red Hero watched without any intention of helping. It was better for the purple unknown to disappear. He now had a new position. Lu Yin and Ji continued to help the old man pull away from Li Luodue. This distance was both spatial and temporal. The river of time covered the entire core, so even if the old man tried to escape, it would be useless. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. Li Luodue had unraveled an unknown technique, but he still had the confidence to take the old man away. All they could do was try their best to isolate the old man. The river of time descended, and Li Luochen was dragged away without any power to resist, following the flow of time upwards. Luin watched on. This was the true master of the river of time. The old man had only been guiding a small wave. Although he was also a master of the river of time, he was not as vast. The stronger Li Luodue was, the more exposed the river of time would be. The more exposed the river was, the more exposed it would be. Li Luodue continued to move towards the river of time, and the gray timelines suddenly shrank and condensed in front of him. Finally, they condensed into a drop of water that slowly floated in the air. "Do you recognize this drop of water of time?" Li Luodue asked as he continued to move towards the river of time. Lu Yin, Ji, and Red Hero looked at the drop of water that had been condensed by time. The old man's voice grew solemn. "It's mine." "That's right, it's yours." The death universe wanted to bring death to all living beings, but it was defeated by the eternal existence of the universe. As the ferryman of the river of time after the death universe was defeated by the death universe, you are indeed the same as the death universe itself. When I enlightened you, I left behind a backup plan. The death universe should indeed perish. Li Luochen sneered, "As a fellow ferryman of the river of time, I didn't believe that you would be kind enough to help me. Especially since you're the ferryman of the river of time." Luin suddenly looked at the old man. "What? This old man is the ferryman of the 9 Towers River of Time?" Red Hero wasn't surprised. He was born during the 9 Bases era, so of course he knew the old man's identity. It was just that he didn't know much about this matter. Some people knew about it, while others didn't. Luin looked at the roly-poly with a completely different gaze. No wonder it helped the 3 universes survive the calamity without asking for anything in return. No wonder it never forced him to do anything even though it disgusted him with its words. No wonder it was in a hurry to provide support during the war with the Mudwater country. Who knew that they wouldn't support each other like this? Now, there was an answer. In that case, the one who passed the note to him along the river of time must be this old man. It was the old man, the ferryman of the 9 Towers River of Time. As he spoke, the drop of water of time headed towards the old man, leaving behind a trail of water along its path. Following that, the trail of water grew larger and larger until it formed a miniature river of time. The Lord's River of Time seemed to have sensed something as it descended and connected with the miniature river of time. It kept extending, and its target was the old man. "This drop of water of time comes from your river of time. Under the guidance of the Lord's River of Time, you'll be taken away no matter where you escape to. Purple, although you didn't help the humans fight against us at the 9 Towers, you helped the human civilization escape. Don't think we don't know that you were involved in the escape of the 4th stronghold and the 8th stronghold. If it weren't for the fact that you might be able to draw the power of the Lord's River of Time, we would have eradicated you a long time ago. But it's not too late now. Let's go together." Li Luochen's voice resounded throughout the starry sky, revealing some dusty history. Red Hero took a deep look at the old man and recalled that there were traces of this old man's involvement even in the 2nd stronghold. It was just that he had restrained himself after his betrayal. It was just that this old man did not openly participate in the Battle of 9 Towers. Luin clenched his fist and struck out with his palm, trying to stop the miniature river of time from extending towards the old man. At the same time, he slashed out with his Black Moon Scimitar. The old man laughed. "Li Luochen, you'll easily cause misunderstandings if you say that. I've never helped the human civilization. Don't make it sound like I've silently contributed to the 9 towers. Humans aren't worth it. You know very well whether you've done it or not, Li Luochen said loudly. The old man's body swayed as the miniature river of time stretched out in front of him. The river of time pierced through the void. This was the power of the Lord's river of time. At this moment, the old man and Li Luochen had both been targeted by the Lord's river of time. You can't escape. Li Luochen was excited. In this battle, his mission was to perish together with the old man. Everything else had nothing to do with him. The old man kept retreating. Lu Yin's voice rang out, "Old man, how can I help you?" The old man was surprised. He looked past the miniature river of time and looked at Lu Yin. "So it's you, kid. How can I help you? You want to help me?" "Why?" "Because I'm the ferryman of the 9 towers river of time?" Lu Yin stared at the old man and did not answer. Ji seemed to be even more anxious than Lu Yin, and he immediately used Time of the End in an attempt to dissolve the miniature river of time. Unfortunately, it was useless. "Kid, I have no feelings for humans. I don't care about the life and death of the 9 towers. I did help, but I didn't help the humans. Now, do you still want to help me? I'll tell you one more thing. If the unknowns start a war against the 3 universes, I won't show any mercy." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "No matter what, you've saved the 3 universes. We'll call it even." "All right." Gray time flowed around the old man's body. "It's not the Lord's river of time that's targeting me. That drop of time water was too small, and it wasn't enough for the Lord's river of time to target me. However, if this miniature river of time continues, then I might be targeted. Trying to destroy this miniature river of time is the most unwise decision. Once it's destroyed, the Lord's path will look over." This is the source of Li Luochen's confidence. But it's easy to break it. Just find a ferryman of the river of time to go to the Lord's river of time for me. Lu Yin was shocked. That simple? That simple. My situation is different from Li Luochen's, but where can I find one in such a hurry? I can only rely on your teleportation, the old man said. Lu Yin simply collapsed, and his consciousness was transferred to his main body. His main body directly teleported out and disappeared with his clone. It was only for a moment. But this moment was too clear for an Eternal Realm cultivator. Li Luochen had seen it, and so had Red Hero. Red Hero felt like he was dreaming. How could such a thing happen? He had seen Lu Yin, and that Lu Yin actually knew that rogue who had just joined the unknowns. Hold on, he suddenly reacted and was shocked. He had almost been fooled. Lu Yin had purposely used his divine power clone to say that he was a new member of the unknowns. His goal was to make Red Hero lower his guard. As long as Red Hero successfully dealt with Li Luochen, he would be able to ambush Red Hero. This was because Red Hero saw Lu Yin as one of his own. In particular, he had purposely pointed out that Red Hero was an unknown. From Red Hero's point of view, Lu Yin's divine power clone would inevitably compete with Lu Yin for the red line, and he would subconsciously acknowledge the clone. Thus, with Ji's help, ambushing Red Hero would not be impossible. Unfortunately, Li Luochen's plan had been interrupted. This guy actually had the ability to drag the old man away. Lu Yin had not expected the old man to be the ferryman of the 9th Rampart's river of time. He had to find a way to take action. At the very least, the possibility of the old man being an enemy was too low. This would expose Lu Yin's main body and clone. Red Hero was not stupid, and he would definitely be able to guess that Red Hero wanted to ambush him. Not only that, but the fact that he had a clone would also be exposed, and the price would be great. It might even affect the White Bone clone. Lu Yin had no other choice, but now was not the time to consider such things. He was willing to suffer losses to keep the old man alive. This was all for the possibility that the old man might have helped the human civilization. No matter how low the possibility was, it was worth it. Li Luochen was stunned. He did not recognize Lu Yin, but Lu Yin could actually teleport? A human could teleport? Damn it. No, this old man must have thought of a way. Hurry, 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 I have to drag him away. The old man continuously retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the miniature river of time. He could not move too quickly, or the main river of time would sense him. He could not move too slowly, or the miniature river of time would touch him. This was the helplessness of all ferrymen of the river of time. Their lives were linked to the river of time, and they came from the main river of time. This was something that not even the old man could avoid. If not for the death universe knocking him down from the main river of time, this little trick would not have been able to threaten him. Not long after, Luin appeared again, grabbing another ferryman of the river of time. Only a short time had passed, and the old man had thought that he would have to do his best to increase the distance between them. Luin brought his avatar to a known universe and had it destroy it. He then forcefully grabbed the ferryman of the river of time and brought him back with his main body. It seemed complicated, but for the avatar's current strength, it was very simple. To the avatar, capturing someone who was not in the eternal realm was no different from capturing an ordinary person. The ferryman that had been captured didn't even have time to react before Luin brought it here. Look! When the main river of time descended from the sky, the ferryman was dumbfounded. He frantically struggled to escape, but there was no chance. Luin tossed it over to the old man. Li Luochen's heart sank when he saw this. He could only watch as the ferryman was swept away by the miniature river of time towards the main river of time. That old man had found a scapegoat. Li Luochenwither roared in anger, not expecting someone to teleport to such an extent. He immediately tried to drag the main river over. However, he wasn't the old man, and he didn't have the ability to affect the main river. Li Luochenwither, as the ferryman of the dead universe's river, you should know what awaits you in the main river. This will be the last time we meet. Old man, I can't accept this. Li Luochenwither roared. But no matter how unwilling it was still swept away by the river of time in the end. Together with the captured ferryman of the river of time, they disappeared together. Li Luochenwither had too many questions, but in the end, he couldn't find an explanation. The heavens quieted down. The disappearance of the main river was grand and spectacular, even more majestic than the core. Luin was most grateful that the descent of the main river hadn't crushed the clear skies lock formation. As Li Luochenwither disappeared, he was the only one left in the heavens, the old man, Ji, and Red Hero. There were quite a few experts on this battlefield. Red Hero was the furthest away from them, and he hadn't made much of a move since the beginning. Little guy, how did you do it? Did you leave behind a clone before breaking through to immortality? The old man was curious. Red Hero stared at Luin. No wonder you broke through to immortality so decisively and left yourself with only one last chance to attack. Wangwen probably doesn't know about this. Using your clone as a fake. Creating a new identity and calling yourself a new member of the Red Unknown. It looks like you're planning to attack me. Luin looked at Red Hero. You should have died long ago. Red Hero looked at Ji. What's the matter with him? He then looked at the old man. You know him, right? Ji had tried to interfere with the miniature river to drag the old man away. If Luin could see it, then Red Hero could see it as well. I don't know him. Red Hero sneered, but he didn't refute. Don't know him? Would a powerhouse from a dead universe take the initiative to help an unknown? This was especially true since the old man had teamed up with Luin first. They definitely knew each other, and Luin was helping this old man. No matter how one looked at it, these three were definitely in cahoots. Luin suddenly teleported away. Red Hero's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously took out his portal to leave. However, a hand suddenly landed on the orange portal, blocking his path. It was Luin. Red Hero and Luin looked at each other and threatened, "We're both unknowns. Do you want to break the rules?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he exerted some force with his palm. With a crack, the orange door shattered and disappeared once more. Red Hero abruptly turned his head. Behind him, Ji slashed out with the Black Moon Scimitar. This time, it was different from before. It carried a monstrous killing intent. Purple, attack! Red Hero shouted. He still wanted to force the old man. The old man watched quietly from afar and did not move. This old man injured my waist in the battle just now. If I move again, I will collapse, just like you. Let's just watch this battle. G slashed down, and the black moon scimitar flowed with the power of death. Red Hero held the sword, and the edge reversed. Pang! There was a loud bang. G took several steps back, clearly not a match for Red Hero. Red Hero was at the peak of 2 universal laws, and he had reached this level during the 9th defense era. If not for Master Greengrass and the others scheming against him, he might have broken through to the level of 3 universal laws. Red Hero was at the top of his peers. The only one who could compare to him was the abyss of the Death Universe, and that was the older generation's abyss. G had just become the abyss, and his strength was still lacking. If not for the fact that he had absorbed enough power of death from the ocean of death, he would have been defeated even faster. Red Hero did not want to fight at all. Regardless of whether he won or lost, it would only increase the karmic binding. Unfortunately, he could not run away. Bang! 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 Space cracked as the dark power of death swept towards Red Hero. Red Hero's body surged with divine power, but it was neutralized by the clear Skylock array. Below him, Lu Yin's avatar rushed out and sent a rainbow of divine power at Red Hero. Red Hero waved his sword, and a ruthless red light flashed past, tearing apart the tricolored divine power as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was startled and dodged, but the red light pierced through the universe's stars and left a deep scar. Lu Yin, even in this clear Skylock array, your avatar that has yet to break through to immortality and that Death Universe creature are no match for me. Red Hero was confident. If you stop now, I'll pretend that none of this happened. Lu Yin exhaled deeply. Red Hero's blade pierced through the umbrella, and Heartless Sorrow acted as a sword. This was not a power that could be easily neutralized by the clear Skylock array. The Ruthless Path was not like divine power or the power of death. Red Hero had used the Ruthless Path in his body, and his 120% Ruthless Path was exceptionally powerful. He was right. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yin and Ji worked together, they would not be able to defeat him in this clear Skylock array. Thus, Lu Yin raised his hand and faced Red Hero with a palm strike from afar. Never forget the merit of the world. Keep a thought, and in that moment, leave. Let's use the Ruthless Path once. Red Hero's 12-point Ruthless Path had already been broken by 5 points, which were He Xiao, Parallel Order, Beauty Pill, Qing Lianyu, and Forgiveness. As long as 2 more points were broken, his Ruthless Path would collapse. Previously, Lu Yin had specially invited Jiao Wen to leave the Ruthless Path and return to the 3 universes. He had said that there was no need to break Red Hero's 70-point Ruthless Path. These words were meant for Red Hero to hear, so that he could take away the people in red shirt under the stars. They were the people of an entire universe. Red Hero was ruthless enough to bury the people of an entire universe with the turbid Blood Pagoda Forest, so much so that Jiao Wen was forced to sit in the Blood Pagoda Forest and could not attack. Lu Yin could not give up on those people. At that time, Red Hero believed him because Lu Yin only had one chance to attack. If he was determined to kill Red Hero, there was no need to break Red Hero's 70-point Ruthless Path. As for the others, they had to protect the people of the 3 universes and could not risk their lives to fight Red Hero. Thus, Red Hero was willing to let Lu Yin take away all the people in red shirt under the stars. If Red Hero had known that Lu Yin had an avatar that had not broken through to immortality, he would definitely not have let the people in red shirt under the stars be taken away. For Lu Yin, who had an avatar, breaking the 70-point Ruthless Path was imperative. There were only 2 remaining Ruthless Paths that could be broken. One was Ji He, and the other was West Upper Peak. When Lu Yin took away all the people in red shirt under the stars, he immediately asked Lu Xuan to keep an eye on Red Hero at a distance of more than 200 years away from the red shirt under the stars universe. His goal was Ji He. Once they left, there was no need for Red Hero to hide Ji He. Only then would Ji He appear. At this moment, someone had taken care of Ji He. As for West Upper Peak, Lu Yin did not want him to die or fall from immortality like He Xiao and the others. Red Hero's Ruthless Path did not commit murder or do anything outrageous. He was just cruel to himself. If he could stay, he would stay. If Lu Yin wanted West Upper Peak to stay, there was only one thing he could do. That was to use the not forgetting in the world to let Red Hero walk the 12-point ruthless path again. Some things could succeed once, but it did not mean that they could succeed a second time. It was not easy for Red Hero to complete the 12-point ruthless path. If he tried again, he might not be able to complete it. This was Lu Yin's way of giving West Upper Peak a chance. As for the success rate, he did not know. It would depend on Red Hero himself. Lu Yin had thought of this when he learned the not forgetting in the world. The not forgetting in the world had a certain restraining effect on the ruthless path. This was the distance of a square inch. This was the universe. Everything reinforced and countered each other. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. As long as one wanted to, one could try. Red Hero did not expect Lu Yin to have mastered Nibi Luo's not forgetting in the world. He was caught off guard and was hit by a palm strike. His pupils dilated as time passed before his eyes. The ruthless path flickered with a red light, and he heard countless miserable cries. They came from the red shirt under the stars universe and the second stronghold. Humans will not die. Even if the base master disappears, the second stronghold will fight to the last moment. Red Hero, you betrayed the base master. You will die a horrible death. Kill. 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 Countless familiar and unfamiliar voices traveled across the river of time and entered Red Hero's ears once again. His face turned pale as he heard and saw the familiar scenes of blood and fire fighting and the withering of life. These were the scenes of the second stronghold being massacred. This was one of the things that he had entrusted his ruthless path to. Once, he had betrayed the second stronghold. Hong Shuang had caused both Hong Shuang and Emperor Qiu to be injured and disappear. After that, he had watched countless people die tragically in the second stronghold. On that day, the heavens had dripped with blood as all of his old friends had fallen. Countless people had cursed and wailed, and even more had fought. But none of this could stop his steely heart. The ruthless path required one to be heartless. The base master's path was wrong, and the ruthless path that he had chosen was right. Only this way could he cultivate the yin-yang burning heaven's mirror. He was the true red shirt under the stars' ruthless path. Red Hero's eyes were bloodshot as he saw countless people die tragically. So what if he had to do it all over again? He would still make the same choice. Those people had died just to continue the red shirt civilization under the stars. Now that there was still a red shirt civilization under the stars, their deaths were worth it. If they did not die, how could he live on? If his life withered, there would be nothing left. Red Hero suddenly raised his hand, and a red sword beam swept across the heavens and earth. The black moon scimitar was deflected, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lu Yin. I didn't do anything wrong. If I had another chance, I would still make the same choice. Life is destined to wither. No life can live forever, and you are no exception. They will die one day. Why don't I let them die with value so that they can fulfill my wish? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Without another word, he struck out with his palm. It was still the unforgettable technique. This time, Red Hero dodged. He held a red sword in his right hand and a dark red mirror in his left. It kept spinning in his palm. Lu Yin, you've always wanted to understand the yin-yang burning heaven's mirror. Today, I'll show you. As he spoke, a red beam shot out from both sides of the mirror and shot into the sky. Then, as if they had a mind of their own, they connected. Lu Yin quickly dispelled it with clear sky. A ball of fire appeared in the starry sky. It was a faint red color and seemed gentle. However, it was burning the heavens and earth and the clear sky and earth lock formation. Lu Yin could clearly feel the clear sky and earth lock formation swaying as it was being burned. In theory, the yin-yang burning sky mirror can burn everything in the world. Even this clear sky lock formation can be burned, the old man reminded Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that the yin-yang burning sky mirror was difficult to deal with. This was base master Hong Shuang's ultimate move, and it was the symbol of red shirt beneath the stars. Once the clear sky lock formation was burned by the yin-yang burning sky mirror, they would completely lose their advantage against Red Hero. At that time, Red Hero's divine power and the power of the merciless Tao would be fully unleashed, not to mention the laws and the invisible world. However, Senior Jiuwen should be done soon. In the red shirt universe under the original star, a huge red umbrella covered the starry sky. Under the red umbrella, Ji-hee panted heavily and looked into the distance. Jiao-wen, why do you have to kill me? Even if you break 70% of Hero Ancestor's merciless Tao, it's useless. Hero Ancestor's strength is not something you can imagine. Jiao-wen did not waste any time. According to his calculations, it was time to kill Ji-hee. The moon in the wine, the sky in the pot. Bang! The yin-yang burning sky mirror shattered. Ji-hee was only at the eternal realm, and he had not broken through on his own. He had only become Red Hero's disciple and entrusted the merciless Tao to achieve immortality. He was far inferior to Jiao-wen. Seeing that the yin-yang burning sky mirror had been destroyed, Ji-hee was terrified. I surrender, Senior Jiao-wen. I'm willing to join the 3 universes and betray Hero Ancestor. I'll help you. Jiao-wen's gaze was cold as he raised his hand. Ji-hee gritted his teeth. Senior, I'm still at the eternal realm. Do you really want to fight to the death? If you kill me, your karmic restraints will increase greatly. Is it worth it? Then let me do it. A low voice resounded through the starry sky as a figure walked out from behind Jiao-wen. It was Progenitor Chen. Ji-hee's pupils shrank. Scoundrel? He did not hesitate to attack. He used the time fist to suppress the fist mark. On the other side, Progenitor Chen attacked with the starry fist. The 2 fists collided, and the starry sky shattered. Jiao-wen attacked, and a drop of wine landed on Ji-hee's head. Ji-hee looked up and was shocked. Don't, wine, dripping. Ji-hee's body, blood. Progenitor Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiao-wen looked at him. This is not the time for a fair duel. Patriarch Chen took a deep breath, took a step forward, and raised his fist. Bang! Ji-hee was completely shattered. Inside the clear sky lock earth formation, the moment Ji-hee died, the yin and yang burning sky mirror suddenly shook. Then, the red light on the mirror slowly dissipated. Red Hero's pupils shrank. Not good, the 6 points ruthless Tao was broken. Who was it? West Upper Peak or Ji River? If the 70% merciless Tao was broken, it would mean that the merciless Tao was broken. If the 60% merciless Tao was broken, it would affect the yin and yang heaven-burning mirror. He had been tricked. Back then, Lu Yin had only had one last chance to make a move. He had deceived the unknown, deceived Wang Wen, and also deceived himself, causing him to be taken away by the Understar Redcoats and Ji-hee to be released. Ji-hee remained in the Redcoat universe beneath the star. His plan for this battle was to muddle through, just like every previous forced expedition. He never thought that he would be tricked. If Master Qing Chao, Jiao-wen, and Qing Lianyu's plan was to contain Red Hero, then Lu Yin's plan was to kill Red Hero. He had waited a long time for this day. It was the blood feud of countless people in the second stronghold and the hatred of Jiao Lei's betrayal. Everyone had waited for far too long. Without the yin-yang heaven-burning mirror, the clear skylock earth formation stabilized once again. Red Hero took out his red umbrella. Limitless umbrella prison. Lu Yin immediately retreated. Lu Yin, even if you break my 7 points ruthless Tao, it's still the same. You can't beat me. Let me tell you, I still have the 10-eyed crow talent that can guarantee that I won't lose. You're too naive. Lu Yin didn't forget that Red Hero had the 10-eyed crow talent, but this battle was inevitable. No one could stop it. If he really couldn't kill Red Hero, it was fine. Red Hero complained to the unknown. Did he have any evidence? If he was forced into a corner, he could just fuse his divine power clone into his main body. No one would be able to tell. His main body only had one chance to make a move. This was a fact that no one could change. As long as his main body didn't make a move, the unknown couldn't do anything to him. Regardless of whether he could kill Red Hero or not, he had to force Red Hero to use all his combat strength. In the entire unknown, although Red Hero wasn't the best, he was definitely one of the most difficult existences to kill. He had lived from the 9 Bases era until now and had experienced the 9 Bases war. Lu Yin struck out with his palm. Never forget technique. Red Hero dodged again. The limitless umbrella prison enveloped Lu Yin and Ji and kept expanding. The ruthless Tao's limitless umbrella prison was an absolute art. The umbrella bones were divided into 12 parts. Every additional part of the ruthless Tao meant an additional umbrella bone. To break through the limitless umbrella prison, one had to be twice as strong as the person who cast the limitless umbrella prison to break through one part of the ruthless Tao. Red Hero had 12 parts of the ruthless Tao. Even Lu Yin himself would find it extremely difficult to break through it, let alone his divine power clone. However, the appearance of the limitless parasol prison was also harmful to Red Hero. This was because this was the clear sky lock earth formation, which was constantly dispelling the ruthless Tao. The limitless parasol prison was equivalent to completely releasing his ruthless Tao, so the speed at which it was dispelled was naturally the fastest. When the limitless umbrella prison enveloped Lu Yin, from its initial expansion to its shrinking after being dispelled by the clear skylock formation, it only took 3 breaths. But it was enough for Red Hero. The limitless umbrella prison could last for at least 10 breaths under the clear skylock formation. 10 breaths was enough for him to escape. He looked deeply at Lu Yin and turned to leave. Suddenly, Red Hero's hair stood on end as he sensed danger. He dodged to the side and saw a flash of purple. It was a sword, a purple sword. Red Hero abruptly turned around, his gaze extremely gloomy. Purple, you dare break the unknown rules? Within the limitless umbrella prison, Lu Yin had not expected the old man to make a move and was rather surprised. The old man's body swayed, but he did not seem to mind. Haha, that little guy saved me. I'm just returning a favor. You'll have to bear with it for a while and wait for him to come out. Red Hero was furious. Using him to return a favor? He reached out with both hands and grabbed at the void. A gray flow of time appeared between his palms, followed by a torrential river. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The river of time again? Right, he remembered now. This was the river of 10,000 calamities. Both Ji-He and Red Hero had used this technique before. It could trap time and mimic the flow of time to unleash the 10,000 tribulations imprint. In theory, this was an attack that could be unleashed without limit. Lu Yin had seen many similar attacks before, but Red Hero was definitely the best at using this technique. Using the river of 10,000 calamities palm to imitate the river of time to deal with the old man, the ferryman of the river of time. He did not know if this was arrogance or something else. Both palms struck out, and countless calamities palm blasted towards the old man. The entire starry sky was pushed aside. Although the calamities palm was constantly neutralized by the limitless skylock ground formation, and only a small part of it reached the old man, its power was definitely not weak. The old man drew a gray line of time in front of him. The horizontal line of time was also the same. Using time to repeat himself infinitely, he could also attack infinitely in theory. It was almost the same as Red Hero's. Countless purple swords slashed towards the calamities palm. The entire starry sky was shattered, and Lu Yin and Ji could not see clearly for a moment. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, and his consciousness returned to his main body. His main body teleported into the limitless umbrella prison and came out with his divine power clone and Ji. Red Hero saw this and his heart sank. He had forgotten about teleportation. Although this guy was just a clone, he could still mobilize his main body at any time. If he had known this, he would have used his divine power to create a cage so that it would not be so easy for him to teleport out. Purple swords rained down and slashed towards Red Hero. The limitless skylock ground formation gave the old man the advantage. Red Hero gritted his teeth. He tapped his index and middle fingers and retreated. Lu Yin saw this and shouted, "Old man, retreat." He had seen this move before. When he was fighting against Air Mao, Red Hero had used this move to break Air Mao's body. That was Emperor Qiu's shield, and its defense was extremely strong. This showed how powerful this move was. Lu Yin's reminder was not in time, but the old man retreated even faster. He had already retreated before Lu Yin's reminder. Infinite absolute. This is Red Hero's invisible world. Back then, it shocked the 9th base. How could I not know? At this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness entered his divine power clone. He struck out with his palm, never forgetting technique. This palm hit Red Hero. That thought returned to the time of the ninth base, and Red Hero saw the battle between Hong Shuang and Emperor Qiu. Red Hero's gaze was cold. Compared to when he saw the entire universe of humans being slaughtered, this scene did not make him feel emotional. If you give me another chance, I will still do the same. I want to live. I don't want to die. This is the only way. Lu Yining charged towards Red Hero, and the tricolored divine power rainbow swept across. Red Hero pointed his index and middle fingers at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. He could not block this move. At this moment, a square-shaped passage instantly swept through the void. Its range was so large that it enveloped Red Hero. Infinite absolute. There were no absolutes in the universe. An absolute retreat would be reflected in an infinite number of attacks. Even if there was only one attack, there would be an infinite number of attacks. The corresponding result would be to break through the opponent's defense. Unless the opponent's defense could never be broken through by one's own strength, the infinite number of attacks would eventually break through. The tricolored divine power rainbow was easily dispersed. Lu Yin watched as Red Hero's attack descended. At the same time, he raised his palm. Since he could not avoid the attack, he would exchange injury for injury. Blood splattered across the sky as Lu Yin's shoulder was pierced. His never-forgetting technique also struck Red Hero. This thought caused Red Hero to return to the ninth base. The ninth base was still the ninth base. Too many things had happened in that battle. This time, Red Hero looked up and stared blankly at the sky. He knelt down. He knelt down as he looked at the flying celestial feather. Behind the celestial feather, in a distance that Rang Yu, Jiao Wen, and the others could not see, there were many figures. Those were the existences that he was truly bowing to. Some of those existences came from the unknown, some from the celestial feather, and some from other civilizations. He saw those existences and was certain that the ninth base would not be able to hold on. Therefore, he betrayed them. With this kneel, he completely betrayed humanity and abandoned his own civilization. This kneel was the beginning of the ninth base's defeat. Lu Yin and the others looked at Red Hero kneeling down. He did not hesitate. Red Hero knelt on the ground and laughed. He laughed so happily and carefreely. I don't know what you were trying to do. Make me regret it? Break my path of ruthlessness? The West Peak was clearly with you. You could have killed him and broken my path of ruthlessness, but you did not. Do you care about the West Peak or the value of an eternal realm? Red Hero stood up, looked at Lu Yin, and laughed mockingly. Humans are always so emotional. That's why ninth base lost. Humans can never win. That was the case in the past, and it will be the case in the future. You should be thanking me. I saved some of the humans in the Red Coat universe, and I allowed human civilization to continue. If we relied on you, human civilization would have been wiped out a long time ago. Dignity, willpower, passion, and civilization are all fake. In front of life, all of these are ants. When you die, will you still be human? Even if you are reborn, what are the chances of you being reborn as a human? Ridiculous. Ridiculous continuation of civilization. Ridiculous dignity. The old man shook his body and looked at Red Hero. Was it ridiculous? That's right, humans are quite laughable. Lu Yin looked at Red Hero calmly. If life has no dignity, then what's the point of living? Red Hero sneered. Living for dignity? What about the legacy you seek? What about the continuation of civilization? A civilization with dignity is a civilization. Lu Yin struck out again. Red Hero did not dodge. Since you want to see it clearly, I'll let you see it clearly. Unless you kill Shi Shangfeng, you won't be able to break my path of heartlessness. It all depends on how you treat your own kind. Lu Yin did not forget his achievements, and his palm swept past Red Hero. That thought caused him to see a young woman in a red robe. Her face was delicate and pretty, and she bowed to him from a distance. Hong Yao pays respects to master. Red Hero's gaze was calm, so calm that it was as if he did not see the girl. His thoughts would not change. With this thought, Hong Yao's apprenticeship, cultivation, and past events flashed through his mind once more. Now, however, it was difficult to change Red Hero's state of mind. Red Hero's gaze grew colder. This girl was too naive. If the path of heartlessness was so easy to break, then how could it be called the path of heartlessness? Hung Yao was his favorite disciple, and he had only loved one person in his life, Hung Yao. She was the only one who had almost caused him to fall off the path of heartlessness, but it was also because of her that his path of heartlessness had become even more resolute. Killing Hung Yao was the same as killing his own emotions. This was heartlessness. Master, what is this? It's so sweet. A familiar voice sounded, and Red Hero looked at it coldly. Was it sweet? That was the candy he had bought for her when he had first brought her to the market. She had only been 7 years old then, and innocent. Master, does this dress look good? Tomorrow, this disciple will officially become your disciple. This disciple will never leave you. Red Hero was indifferent. Never leave? He could also leave forever. Master, you are so powerful. Master, disciple will definitely listen to you. Disciple will listen to every word you say. Master, your disciple likes you too. We can have children. Why, Master, why do you want to kill me? Is the Heartless Tao really that important? Red Hero looked on coldly. The path of ruthlessness was more important than anyone else. What happened at the 9th base made it impossible for him to turn back. So what if it was just a disciple and a lover? It was just a passing cloud. The more pain he felt in his heart, the more heartless he felt. Go in peace. Master is just taking back what I gave you. Red Hero's eyes were terrifyingly calm. This scene did not cause any ripples in his heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Luin. That's it? As I said before, if you don't kill Xianxia, you won't be able to break through my mercilessness. Dao, you killed Xianxia. You also used unscrupulous means to achieve your goals. Xianxia has never done anything wrong to humans. Red Hero's lips curled up into a mocking smile. What should you do? Luin looked at Red Hero and raised his hand. A blood-red jade pendant appeared clearly in his palm. Red Hero looked at the jade pendant and was shocked. What was that? Does it look familiar? Luin looked at him. You gave this to Hung Yao. Red Hero's eyes flashed coldly. Why is it with you? Luin looked at him. Hung Yao found Senior Jiao Wen and told him that she was about to die. Red Hero's expression changed. Luin continued, you thought that you had hidden it well, but in reality, you don't know how much she knew about you. She knew that she was about to die at your hands, so she found Senior Jiao Wen before she died and gave him this jade pendant. At the same time, she also gave your child to Senior Jiao Wen. Red Hero's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luin, but it only lasted for a moment. Child? Do you think a child can affect my state of mind? Luin nodded. Of course not. You can watch countless people die tragically and kneel before your enemy. Naturally, you won't care about a child. I'm just telling you that the child died a long time ago. He didn't cultivate. Hung Yao's wish before she died was to not let that child cultivate and walk the path of ruthlessness. That child was one of the countless ordinary people in the Red Coat universe under the stars. He had been buried in the soil for a long time, and his life was very ordinary. He sold candy for a living. Right, the candy that you ate the first time you took Hung Yao out to eat. It was very sweet. Red Hero's eyes widened, and there was an inexplicable explosion in his mind. That innocent and cute girl appeared in front of him again. She always remembered that candy. It was the first time they went out, and she was still a child at the time. That pure smile, that simple satisfaction, that taste was something that he would remember for a lifetime. It was very sweet. His child had sold candy his entire life, and that taste was deeply engraved in his mind. How could this be? Why did his heart ache? He found it hard to breathe, and it felt as if his entire heart was contracting. She had felt this before she died, and he had clearly experienced it once before. He had also experienced it once, and he had also experienced it once. So why was it happening? Again? Hung Yao's every frown and smile appeared in front of his eyes, and he felt as if he could see her in a market with a child selling candy. Her sweet smile was the same as the candy's taste. Ordinary and satisfied. Pfft. Red Hero spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went pale. He took several steps back and looked at Luin in shock. Impossible. His ruthlessness had actually been broken? Just by a simple sentence? Luin took a deep breath. The stronger his ruthlessness, the easier it would be to break it. Cultivation was a circle, and so was one's state of mind. Ordinary was the greatest enemy of passion. The simplest satisfaction of ordinary people was the nemesis of Red Hero's ruthlessness. This was not something that Luin had thought of, but rather Jiawen. For so many years, Jiawen had been thinking about how to break through Red Hero's ruthlessness. Since the ruthlessness was a path, then it could be walked, and it could also be turned back. Why couldn't one leave the path that they had already walked? Humans were humans because emotions could not be buried no matter how hard they tried. Even Red Hero's ruthlessness could not truly abandon his own emotions. He just hid them well enough. This was also the essence of life. The limitless umbrella prison was torn apart, and Red Hero's 7 points of ruthlessness was broken. Red Hero was injured, and his aura weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji attacked, and the Black Moon Scimitar slashed out. Red Hero raised his hand, and an infinite number of absolute attacks. Hiss. Blood splattered across the sky. The Black Moon Scimitar tore half of Red Hero's body, almost cutting off his arm. Red Hero coughed up blood. How could this be? The world that he could not see had actually lost its effect? It was that square frame. When he fought with Rosher Xingxuan, Ji also prevented Rosher Xingxuan from using his moves. This was his ability. Luin approached Red Hero, and the tricolored divine power blasted out. Red Hero unleashed absolute, and all attacks were directed to hit him. Whether it was Lu Yin's tricolored divine power or Ji's Black Moon Scimitar, they all hit him, but did not cause any damage. Red Hero took advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, the gray timeline brought about a rain of purple swords. Absolute was continuously dispelled by the clear Skylock Earth formation. Red Hero's face paled as the 3 experts surrounded him and broke through his various techniques, forcing him to a dead end. Red Hero, where can you run to? Luin shouted. The tricolored divine power condensed into a sword, and he slashed out. Red Hero hurriedly dodged, but the Black Moon Scimitar cut through his back, and Lu Yin's divine power bombarded his body, pressing him down to the ground. The storm-like attacks all landed on Red Hero's body. Red Hero's power had already been suppressed by the clear Skylock Earth formation, and with the 7 points of ruthlessness broken, the world that he could not see was restricted, and he had no other techniques to use. However, he clearly had the innate gift of the 10-eyed crow. This was something that Luin had always been on guard against. The 10-eyed crow's innate gift was not simple, and Red Hero had it as well, but he had not used it. Bang! There was a loud bang as Red Hero's body slammed into the mountain. Ji raised his Black Moon Scimitar and slashed. The power of deathly stillness split the heavens and the earth, splitting the mountain. It was split into 2. Within the mountain, Red Hero propped up the limitless umbrella prison, and this attack slashed into the limitless umbrella prison, tearing the red umbrella apart. However, the attack was also deflected, and it did not hit Red Hero. Red Hero suddenly fiddled with the clear Skylock Earth formation, and his entire body began to move strangely. The old man immediately acted. He's already adapted to this sourcebox array. Be careful. Luin was stunned. That fast? He's an extremely powerful Origin Array Heavenly Master, and he's connected to the Pure One, the old man said. As he spoke, the sky flashed, and the gray power of time, the black power of deathly stillness, and the tricolored divine power were all dispelled. Luin could feel the pressure from the clear Skylock Earth formation. Red Hero had actually adapted to this clear Skylock Earth formation. When it came to sourcebox arrays, he was much more formidable than Luin. Below, Red Hero panted heavily. He had only just barely adapted to this sourcebox array after fighting for so long. Luin could use the clear Skylock Earth formation to dispel his ruthlessness and divine power, and Red Hero could do the same to Luin and the others. The clear Skylock Earth formation was no longer a threat, and Red Hero immediately charged off into the distance. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his main body, and he teleported away with his divine power clone in one hand and Ji in the other. Red Hero looked back, but Luin had disappeared. Red Hero's heart sank, as Luin had teleported again. How despicable. No one could escape while teleporting. Luin suddenly appeared in front of Red Hero. This time, he did not attack, and neither did he send his divine power clone. Ji alone was enough. There was still the old man in the distance. The purple sword rain that filled the sky was no joke. Ji stepped forward and faced Red Hero. His black moon scimitar slashed out. Without the power of deathly stillness, this power would be dispelled by the clear sky lock earth formation, and all that remained was its sharpness. Red Hero raised his hand, and his ruthlessness slashed out. Ping! The blade cracked, and the black moon scimitar slashed out once more. With 70% of his ruthlessness broken, Red Hero's ruthlessness did not even have a tenth of its original power. The black moon scimitar's second slash shattered it. The blade slashed towards Red Hero. Luin suddenly teleported and disappeared with Ji. Red Hero dodged the black moon scimitar's attack, but the blade suddenly appeared from another direction. It had come from Lu Yin's teleportation, and Red Hero was unable to dodge in time. His body was torn apart, and blood splattered across the sky. Red Hero turned around, and Luin disappeared with Ji. He teleported again and again, slashed again, and attacked again and again. Red Hero could not block Ji's attacks at all, and he would be torn apart sooner or later. Red Hero's clothes were stained with blood, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent shook the heavens. Back then, he had almost reached the level where he could harmonize with 3 universal laws, but these humans had schemed against him time and time again, dragging him down and even trying to kill him. Why? He just wanted to live. Just because he was a human? Why? Red Hero roared and pulled out a source box from his cosmic ring and opened it. Luin immediately teleported away with Ji. This was the clear sky source box array. He had forgotten that Red Hero had once used this source box array during a battle, and it had allowed him to successfully scare off his enemies before he even made a move. As the sourcebox opened, strands of sourcebox killing intent leaped into the void and circled around them, quickly setting up the sourcebox array. The sourcebox array was like a blooming lotus, and it constantly changed according to lock-breaking techniques. Ji slashed out with his blade. This sourcebox array was defensive and did not possess much offensive power, which meant that Red Hero was stalling for time. Luin dared to attack Red Hero at a time like this because this was a battle between the unknown universe and the death universe. Even if Red Hero was stalling for time, he would not be waiting for the unknown universe, and he still had a backup plan. He had to break the sourcebox array as soon as possible. The old man's purple sword rain fell and slashed at the sourcebox array, but it was blocked by the array. Ji's attack was also blocked. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared within his avatar, and the avatar's tricolored godly power surged and transformed into a rainbow that shot forward. At that moment, Red Hero was slapping his forehead within the sourcebox array as if he had gone mad. This action made Luin uneasy, and he stared at Red Hero's forehead. Was the 10-eyed crow's eye about to pop out? But Red Hero was not from the Heavenly Eye clan, and even if the crow's eye merged into his own, a third eye would not appear. Air Mao had said that Red Hero had once used the 10-eyed crow innate skill to launch a sneak attack on Emperor Qiu. He could definitely use this innate skill, but why hadn't he used it yet? Also, if it had nothing to do with the 10-eyed crow's innate talent, then what about its forehead? Suddenly, he thought of Wang Wen. Thinking of the people who were controlled by Wang Wen, they had the word slave and the word heaven on their foreheads. What does this have to do with Red Hero? Wang Wen was the one who had left the deepest impression on him. Hurry up and break this sourcebox array. Luin barked. Ji sheathed his blade and stood in outer space. He then raised his left hand and placed it on his face. The power of darkness rapidly condensed and fused with his face, finally forming a mask. At the same time, the entire universe dimmed and became increasingly dark. An almost identical mask was placed on the square-inch distance. That mask seemed to treat the square-inch distance as another Ji. Everything will eventually lead to death, Ji said in a low voice. He slowly raised the black moon scimitar, leaving behind countless afterimages. The darkness continued to condense on the blade. Behind him, a boundless and tall figure appeared. The blade slashed down. Ji's blade, the square-inch distance's blade, and the boundless figure's blade all slashed down on the sourcebox array. The sourcebox array shattered. Red Hero was shocked as his body was sent flying by a tremendous force. Countless wounds tore through his body, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the darkness red. Luin took this opportunity to unleash a tricolored godly power rainbow that bombarded Red Hero's body. The rainbow pierced through his body, and Red Hero spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji raised his blade again, and this time, it was over. Let me do it. Luin charged forward, wanting to use his tricolored godly power to end Red Hero's life. Ji was an Eternal Realm cultivator, so he could not attack. Otherwise, the karmic restraints would be enough to make him suffer. At the same time, a figure appeared in the dark, deathly universe far away. 8-colored power pierced through the darkness, seemingly illuminating the entire universe. Death Master, do you dare to show yourself and fight? This was an 8-colored attack. The universe was silent. The 8 colors gently touched the void, and streaks of godly power appeared like burning flames. In the depths of the universe, a pure black creature floated over and said in a low voice, unknown, 8 colors. 8 colors looked at the pure black creatures. Are you the only ones left under the Death Master? Why don't you come out and fight? Who do you think you are to challenge the Death Master? I also want to fight for the position of Master. You think you're worthy? The pure black creature blasted out a deathly power, and the entire universe began to spin. Boundless deathly power came crashing down. At the same time, the ocean of death began to boil, and a formless suction force pulled the ocean of death out. Along with the universe, the ocean of death began to spin. 8 colors waved his hand, and 8 streaks of godly power shot up into the sky and transformed into towering trees. Surging godly power pushed back the deathly power, blooming in the universe. When the deathly power collided with the godly power, another figure walked out from behind 8 colors. Unknown white. The pure black creature was surprised. No, it's the white of life, another pure black creature said. Behind 8 colors, the white creature faced the universe and slowly bowed. An incense stick appeared in front of him, and he lit it. In honor of the will of life, I light this incense for the Death Master. The incense stick was lit, and the smoke rose vertically. At this moment, it was as if countless gazes had landed on the smoke. It was lit straight up into the starry sky without a single bend. The white figure said gently, since you've lit the incense stick, don't let it go out, Death Master. The pure black creatures in the universe suddenly retreated. The silence was eerie. Far away, Lu Yin's tricolored godly power covered the starry sky and pressed down on Red Hero. Killing Red Hero was the wish of countless people. Ji's blade did not retreat, and it slashed at Red Hero at the same time. In the three-way universe, the Understar Red Coat universe, in the distant 9 Bases era, many people had been killed by the Red Hero. In order to survive, he had betrayed the entire human civilization and even boasted that he had helped the Understar Red Coat extend their lives. He had never thought that he was wrong. This was the most terrifying thing. He had even threatened the lives of countless people in the Red Hero's universe to force Jiawen to sit in the Blood Tower. Red Hero's eyes were scarlet, and blood dripped down from his eyelids. He looked at Luin and slapped his forehead even harder. Come quickly. With a bang, the tricolored godly power pierced through Red Hero's body again. Red Hero dodged at the critical moment, and only his shoulder was pierced. Otherwise, the attack just now would have shattered him. Ji's blade slashed horizontally, and Red Hero's body was torn apart again, but he had also avoided his vital parts. Luin raised his hands, and the tricolored godly power gathered wildly and pressed down. Red Hero's forehead was cracked, and this made Luin even more anxious to kill him. He definitely had a way. Ji also attacked, but Red Hero would always avoid a fatal blow at the critical moment. He had already given up on fighting Luin and the others to save his life. It was just like when he had knelt down and kowtowed to his enemy in the 9 Bases War. Red Hero, why don't you kneel to us? Kneel, and I might let you go. Lu Ying shouted sternly, disrupting Red Hero's thoughts and obstructing his methods. Red Hero's gaze was vicious, and he spat out blood. Kneel? He had already knelt twice, and he would not kneel a third time. No one had the right to make him kneel again. The person who had knelt for the second time could be called Heaven. Even to him, Heaven was worth kneeling to. That noble and beautiful woman. No one else could make him kneel to her. Red Hero, kneel. Lu Ying shouted. Red Hero suddenly looked at the old man. His entire body was drenched in blood, and even his hair was dripping blood. He was incomparably close to death. Purple, don't you know the truth about the Battle of 9 Bases? The old man did not move, and he just stared at Red Hero. Red Hero roared, why didn't you help the humans back then? Because you also knew that they would lose without a doubt. Now, they are walking the same path as the Battle of 9 Bases. If you really want to help them, you should avoid another Battle of 9 Bases. Humans can avoid it the first time, but they can't avoid it the second time. Haha, what are you talking about? I don't know. Red Hero roared to the sky, they're here again. Lu Ying stared at Red Hero. They? Who? Ji's movements subconsciously paused. In the distance, the old man's aura changed. It seemed that they had frightened him. Purple, don't kill me. Let the humans avoid this disaster, and at least there will be hope for survival, Red Hero threatened. Lu Ying struck out with his palm, and it directly hit Red Hero's head, splitting it in half and causing his body to fall downwards. No matter what, you must die. The big picture, the plan, and the action later, were not as important as killing Red Hero at this moment. Lu Ying knew that most of the time, he was thinking about the big picture. Sometimes, he would let some of his enemies go, but sometimes, people needed to be hot-blooded. This hot-bloodedness came not only from himself, but also from the countless people who had been killed by Red Hero. Perhaps they had lost more than they had gained in this battle, but so what? If a person was always calculative about gains and losses in life, it would be a loss in itself. Some success could not be exchanged with wisdom, but it also required hot-bloodedness and heroism. Red Hero's body fell rapidly, and the tricolored divine power and the power of darkness and silence descended from the sky, replacing everything that Red Hero could see. He was not satisfied. Why did he have to die here? He had seen that kind of existence. He had knelt for the second time. He could have walked out. Why? It was just the death of some people in exchange for the survival of others. Was it not worth it? That was rational. He was even more unwilling to die in Lu Ying's hands. In this clear skylock formation, he could not use his full strength at all. This was not something he should face. Why did she not appear? Did she lie to me? Impossible. She would not lie to me, and she disdains to lie to me. Come, come. Come. With a silent roar, a word faintly appeared on Red Hero's cracked forehead, dripping down like fresh blood. It was the word luck. With the appearance of this word, the universe became clear. The clear skylock Earth formation stopped abruptly. Then, as if it was brushed by an invisible hand, it collapsed. At this moment, Lu Ying felt an indescribable sense of horror. He quickly retreated, his consciousness appearing in his main body. Ji, the old man also retreated at the same time. No matter who he fought, he had never experienced such a feeling. It was as if he was standing in the wilderness and the entire world was pressing down on him, wanting to destroy everything. It was more terrifying than the collapse of the world. Red Hero's hair flew in the wind, the luck word on his forehead shattered. Lu Ying saw this scene and the luck word. An idea flashed through his mind, Xianxia. In the seclusion grounds, the shattered luck word and the blood spat out on the ground. Especially the missing Xianxia. Pfft. Red Hero spat out blood. In the universe, a ray of light appeared in the darkness. It was like the morning sun at the beginning of the world, warm. But this warmth brought Lu Ying an extreme chill. Something was coming. In front of Red Hero, a thin veil fluttered. A pure white palm reached out from the void, shining with a crystalline luster, bringing with it the warmth of the morning sun. Lu Ying looked at the figure gradually walking out of the void. Although he was not surprised, he could not hide his shock. She was Xianxia. The one who appeared in the starry sky was Xianxia. She looked exactly the same, but her temperament was different. The Xianxia Lui knew was gentle yet firm, stubborn yet sweet. Her every frown and smile tugged at one's heartstrings. Although she was extremely lucky and was called a walking bag of fortune, she never gave in. To her, good luck was a gift from the heavens. The punishment of the heavens made the first half of her life go smoothly, but she could never take the step of eternal life. The Xianxia who appeared now was noble, cold, and could not be looked at directly. It was as if she was looking down on everything. Even Luin felt a chill in his heart when he saw those eyes. Although they looked the same, they were two completely different people. Red Hero coughed out blood and looked at Xianxia who walked out of the void. He knelt down. Your subordinate is useless. Please come out. Xianxia's gaze was cold. She did not even look at Red Hero. Who hurt you so badly? This is the clear Skylock Earth formation? Red Hero panted. It was those people on the other side. They almost killed me. Xianxia's gaze swept past Ji and looked at Luin with disgust. You again. Luin looked at her. Who are you? What does it have to do with Xianxia? Xianxia's lips curled up in disdain and coldness. Don't mention that name, you're not worthy. After saying that, he glanced at the old man and frowned slightly. He's from Jiolei, the ferryman of the River of Time. The old man shook his body and exclaimed, really, we've attracted an incredible existence. Luin slowly clenched his fists, recognizing the old man with a single glance. He then thought back to Red Hero's words. There really was an invisible darkness in the Battle of 9 Bases, and the information about Patriarch Shan's armor flashed through his mind. Let's go. Xianxia coldly glanced at the crowd again and was about to leave with Red Hero. How could Luin agree? No matter what kind of existence Xianxia was, he had to kill Red Hero as soon as possible. Stop. Red Hero glared at Luin viciously with a sneer in his eyes. Xianxia looked at him again, her eyes filled with disgust. You dare to stop me? Luin was just about to say something when the old man's voice rang out, let them go. Luin looked over. The old man was extremely serious. Listen to me, let them go. You can't afford to offend this existence for the time being. Who is she? Luin asked. Xianxia's gaze was cold. You don't deserve to know. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. She raised her jade-white palm and waved it at Luin and the rest. There was nothing, but at that moment, Luin felt an extreme sense of danger, as if he was about to be devoured by an invisible monster. He immediately teleported to Ji's side and disappeared with him. In front of the old man, the gray timelines twisted and extended, but they were also broken. Destiny of the heavens, when it revolves, it will be destroyed. These words were like the whispers of the universe. They did not come from Xianxia, but at that moment, Luin, Ji, and the rest heard them. Destiny of the heavens? Luin instantly teleported far away, but the feeling of being devoured by a monster did not disappear. It was like a shadow. Teleportation was not omnipotent, but at least he had to see a way to break it. At that moment, nothing could be seen. There were only those words. Suddenly, from an unknown distance away, a deep darkness engulfed the universe and the stars. It was as if an invisible monster had descended. The feeling of being stared at Luin disappeared in a blink. Darkness was no longer a color. Instead, it was the result of life being stripped away. It was the final destination of all living things. A deep voice descended from the darkness, bringing with it an indescribable power. You've overstepped your boundaries. Luin looked in the direction of the darkness, the direction of the death universe. There was no need to guess, this voice belonged to the legendary ruler of the death universe, the Death Lord. The existence that created the death universe. Even the eternal realm regarded him as a terrifying creature. The Death Lord had actually appeared. This war had suddenly changed. No, it could have been, because he had never truly seen the war between the unknown and the death universe, whether it was this time or the last time. Xianxia ignored Luin and the rest, her gaze fixed on the darkness. She was no longer arrogant, but serious. What's the boundary? Who set the boundary for you? We are the boundary. The voice in the darkness mocked. Arrogant as always. Perhaps it's because of your personality that you won't end up like me. Xianxia was cold and arrogant. You should have stayed put after your power declined so much. Aren't you afraid that your death will be your own ending? Looks like your appearance was unexpected. What do you mean? He has already lit incense for me. Surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but she didn't care. Well, you can't go back anyway. This gap needs to be filled. Boom. A streak of white light flashed from an unknown distance away, illuminating the entire area. This was a shock that Luin had never seen before. His face was illuminated by the white light, his eyes flickering with disbelief. What kind of power could cover the entire distance that his mirroring technique could see? This white light really did illuminate the entire area. An even more shocking scene appeared. Luin felt his body's injuries rapidly recover, and so did Red Hero and the countless creatures in the universe. It seemed that this white light had brought salvation. Countless creatures knelt down in worship. Following that, a torrential river stretched across the area, stretching endlessly. It was the Master's River of Time. Luin looked up. This was an enormous Master's River of Time that he had never seen before. What he had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. Even the Master's River of Time's decay could not compare to this. This was the true Master's River of Time's power that could cover the entire area. With the appearance of the River of Time, a gray mist descended and scattered across the area. Time was messed up. Luin was shocked. How could this be? Why would the River of Time mess up the time in this area? There was a creature controlling it. And that white light. Karmic binding? Ji was shocked. Luin lowered his head and looked at the Avatar's wrist. His eyes trembled. This was a karmic binding, the same as the Avatar's wrist. Why? It was clearly not immortal, so why would there be a karmic binding? He suddenly thought of something and looked into the distance. He saw that in a universe, there were karmic bindings in various parts of their bodies. Regardless of whether they were immortal or not, they were bound by karmic binding. The Master's Force. This was the Master's Force descending. The area covered all living beings, and it could even be said that it was the origin of all objective knowledge. For example, even if time stopped in the Tianyuan universe's mirage domain, as long as one's body changed, there would be changes in time. The changes in time came from the Master's River of Time, from the Master's River of Time that covered the entire area. It was an unchangeable power of time. For example, the area was boundless, and that was space. For example, everything had a cause and effect, and that was the Master's Force's karma. Any power that could cover the entire area was the Master's Force. They could cultivate karma, time, and other powers. The Master's Force could also be cultivated by living beings, and those who could control the Master's Force were the true masters of the area. No one had told Luin about this, but he had guessed it. The more he understood the area, the more he saw some untouchable truths. He had once wondered if everything he did was being watched by an invisible existence. He could not see it, but it could see him. Even if it was close, he could not see that existence. That existence was called the Master's Force. He used the power of time to fight his enemies, and this time, he could be watched by the Master's Force, who watched him through time. Whether it was time, karma, space, or even life and death, they were all watched by the Master's Force. He had always been watched. It was just that he had not expected the Master's Force to descend in a physical form. The Master's River of Time, the White Light, and the Lovesickness Rain all belonged to the Master's Force. Even the Death Lord belonged to it. The deep darkness represented death. The entire area was in chaos. Time, karma, life, death, and even fate. It was as if the world was no longer the same world. At this moment, even Luin did not care about killing Red Hero. As for the battle between the unknown and the dead universe, it seemed insignificant in the face of this unforeseen event. You all want to force me. No matter how weak I am, who dares to fight me? The Death Lord's voice was loud, and the death he brought was like a withered leaf. No matter how arrogant you all are or how much you want to control this universe, I will never be able to jump over the threshold. I'll give this place to you. If anyone is willing to fight, come find me." With that, the deep darkness quickly retreated into the distance. Luin looked at the darkness that disappeared in the blink of an eye from his mirroring technique. This was the Death Lord's speed. How was it different from teleportation? As she watched the darkness leave, Xianxia said arrogantly, "Even if you escape with the Death Universe, where can you go?" She then turned to Luin, her gaze once again haughty. "She gave you good luck and allowed you to save your civilization, but the universe is fair. Where there's good luck, there's bad luck. Humans once tried to resist and failed. You're not even a seed." With that, she disappeared. Red Hero also disappeared. Before Red Hero left, he exchanged a glance with Luin. That glance brought him back to the time when he had betrayed humanity and joined the unknown. To him, it was the glory of escaping death. He actually ignored Luin. Human civilization should not be left behind. Only Luin, the old man, and Ji were left. Luin looked at the old man. "What's going on? I can't explain what happened to Ninth Base. Go back. The core is in complete chaos. No one knows what will happen to this region." The old man chuckled. Then he pulled out a portal. "Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't ever try to fight against the power of the Lord. Everything you cultivate comes from them." With that, he stepped through the portal and vanished. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Around him, time and space were in chaos and constantly changing. The clear sky lock array was shattering. In the distance, the universe he had seen before was also in chaos. The creatures were sometimes old and sometimes young. Space was constantly changing, leaving scars. Countless creatures died, and the fear brought about by the karmic shackles was like heavenly might. Some creatures were heavily injured but were healed by the white light. It was as if death was a luxury to them. At this moment, the core was incomparably unfamiliar. Luin. He looked at Ji. "You're coming with me?" Ji spoke in a low voice. "I want to go to the Death Universe. Send me to the nearest abyss. Maybe I can be taken away." "Senior, you. I have my responsibilities. No one knows what will happen in the end. Lu family's kid, live well." Luin looked at Ji deeply and did not delay any further. He teleported with him and quickly approached the abyss where he had once controlled the samsara. That place now belonged to Ji. Ji had already been there before participating in this battle and could use the death shift. After sending Ji off, Luin teleported back to the three universes. At this moment, the three universes were in chaos. Time, space, karma, and life were all in chaos. No one knew what had happened. Even Master Green Grass, Lord Green Lotus, and the others could not explain it. They tried their best to stabilize the three universes, but the chaos caused by the Master Taoist's power was too much for them to handle. All objective existences in the universe originated from the power of the Lord. The power of time, which was clearly seen, could also become a sharp weapon to kill the eternal life realm at this moment. Azure Lotus Defense wanted to stop the karmic chaos, but he ended up vomiting blood. Mr. Mu wanted to suppress the tributary of the long river of time, but he had inexplicably aged a lot. Even he himself could not stop it. Ba Rong jumped up and down, but space seemed to be playing a joke on him, shifting his position to an unbelievable angle. The Hui Jin civilization's technological weapons continued to explode. Space was being squeezed. No one could escape. From afar, the three universes were being pulled apart. The mother tree of the Tianyuan universe could shatter at any moment. Under the unfamiliar starry sky, everything was also thrown into chaos by the power of the Lord. Wang Wen and the art of 1,000 trickeries. They stood facing each other, watching calmly. "I haven't played enough yet. What a pity." The art of 1,000 trickeries looked at Wang Wen and stared at him. Wang Wen shrugged. "Don't look at me. I didn't expect it to be so fast. There must have been an unforeseen event in this battle. In my prediction, the Lord of Death should not appear so soon. It seems that something else has lured him out in advance." The art of 1,000 trickeries looked in the direction of the Death Universe. In this battle, the purpose of the Death Universe was to consume the unknown and buy time. No one knew the meaning of this time except for it and the creatures of the Death Universe. Even the Death Sea's nether pressure was not clear. The unknown's purpose was the Lord of Death from the beginning to the end. They were also consuming the power of the Death Universe, striving for a decisive battle, and looking for an opportunity to let the power of the Lord of Death descend into the Death Universe. The art of 1,000 trickeries originally thought that the unknown would not be so easy to achieve. However, it underestimated the determination of the Lord of Death to descend, and it also overestimated the consequences of the Lord of Death's battle at Ninth Base. Its wrong judgment led to the change of the situation at this moment. Compared to this, the battle between the unknown and the abyss of the Death Universe and who lived and who died was really not that important. However, Wang Wen would not lie. His layout had never been wrong. This meant that there was indeed an unexpected change in this battle, which caused the Lord of Death to appear in advance. What was this change? Alright, we have to go too. No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with us. There's no place for you and me in this vast space. Let's go back. Wang Wen stretched his back and looked into the distance with a smile. What a pity, Your Highness chess piece, you won't have the chance to take revenge on me anymore. The art of 1,000 trickeries felt that it was a pity that it had not won yet. However, Qin was placed in the abyss, so it was fine. The Lord of Death leaving with the Death Universe would also bring the 7 Abyss with him. This was also the reason why it did not allow Qin to leave the abyss in the beginning. Since it was a bet, how could there not be a winner? The Lord of Death would not be defeated so easily, and Qin would not die so easily either. There would be a day when they would meet again. At that time, if Qin could really successfully merge the two powers, it would win. Thinking of this, it looked at Wang Wen, and the corner of its mouth curled up into a smile. Wang Wen looked at it. Your smile is making me uncomfortable. What are you holding back? The art of 1,000 trickeries did not speak. It put its hands behind its back, and its body gradually disappeared. Wang Wen retracted his gaze, and its body gradually disappeared as well. Everything was over. In the end, it still could not find Hong Shuang. Forget it. Since you've taken that path, I'll wait for you at the end. That's when you'll see what true despair is. Lu Yin returned to the 3 universes. His consciousness swept through them, and just like the outside world, the entire 3 universes were changing. Every minute, every second, there were countless people and creatures dying tragically. There were also countless creatures encountering unforeseen events. Cultivators could no longer control their own cultivation and control their own bodies. Mortals could no longer see the world clearly. The elderly instantly became young, and the young instantly became old. There were even people whose bodies were torn apart as they walked. The entire universe had changed. The tributary of the River of Time was boiling and moving towards the main River of Time. Zhao Ran tried her best to steer the boat, trying to suppress the pulling force. Lu Yin looked on blankly, feeling a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. Even when the 3 universe disasters and those absolute powerhouses had attacked him, he at least had the ability to resist. Even if he died, he could drag one of them away. However, at this moment, he did not even know where the enemy was. This was a backlash that originated from the power itself. Humans were born from the heavens and earth. They would be taken back. He heard countless people calling for him, calling for Master Lu, begging him to take action. In their minds, Lu Yin was omnipotent. However, Lu Yin really did not know what to do. Suddenly, an incense stick appeared outside the 3 universes and was ignited. Lu Yin stared at the incense stick in a daze. What was that? A figure walked out from behind the incense stick. He could not see its form, but it flickered with a gentle white light, just like the white light that illuminated the entire area. I'll burn an incense stick for you. You must not extinguish it. It was a simple sentence, but Lu Yin was instantly enlightened from his ignorance. This sentence was not said to him, nor was it said to the 3 universes. Instead, it was said to the surroundings, to the area that was affected by the power of the Tao of Time. Some kind of existence was burning incense and worshipping the universe. Why was it worshipping? Only when one died would one be worshipped. As long as the incense stick was not extinguished, one's life would not die. This white light brought about vitality. However, this vitality was not targeted at life itself, but at the area. Life could be extinguished, but the area would not. Why did this incense stick appear here? This was the bad luck brought about by the lovesickness rain. How could the three universes be protected? He saw the universes in the distance disappearing one after another. The universes still existed, and everything within them seemed to have been restarted. Even if all life was enveloped by this white light and cured of their chronic ailments, they would soon be swallowed up by time. Even if they missed time, there would still be karma, fate, and everything that could decide their fate. These signs would soon spread to the three universes. If not for the many eternal realms obstructing the three universes, they would have already fallen to the same state as those universes. Was there any way to protect the three universes? What should he do? What should he do? Lu Yin's gaze was crazed as he looked at the boundless starry sky. This spreading power had created life, but it was also taking away life. Human civilization should not be taken away. Lu Yin realized that this was the truth behind the War of Jiulei. What allowed civilizations to interact with each other? What was a great threat to other civilizations? These were all fake. At most, these were the triggers for war. They were resentment that had accumulated over countless years, just like how Jiulei had threatened other civilizations by killing the ten-eyed crow. These were not the true reasons for war. The true reasons had to be related to the power of the Tao of Time. That was why the old man had reminded him. Countless scenes flashed through Lu Yin's mind. These were his experiences since the beginning of his cultivation. Thousands of years passed in a flash, and one scene after another appeared. Finally, it stopped at the scene of Red Hero kneeling in front of Xianxia and Wang Wen's mysterious smile. Perhaps Jiulei had also encountered a similar situation. However, while Jiulei had been able to resist, the three universes had been unable to do so. Patriarch Shan had mentioned in the armor fragment that the War of Jiulei was a battle for the power of the Tao of Time. This should be the current situation, but Jiulei had not been so passive. They had been able to fight for it, but the three universes had not been able to retaliate at all. Jiulei, Jiulei. Lu Yin suddenly teleported away and reappeared outside Xiang City. Here, the stone golems were panicking. The more powerful a creature was, the more despair it felt. The more they gained in the universe, the more they would be robbed. Mortals only had their lives, but eternal realms had their cultivation and comprehension of the universe. The stone golems were like that. Lu Yin stepped into Xiang City. Since Jiulei had resisted, Xiang City was also known as the strongest city. If it could defend against turbid treasures, then Lu Yin would use Xiang City to try and defend it. He wanted to see if Xiang City could protect the three universes. Within Xiang City, Lu Yin appeared. His face had long since become a god, and there were statues of him everywhere. It was Tuolin who had molded him into this appearance. When he had broken through to immortality, he could have controlled Xiang City, but he had been in a hurry to fight the Samsara Master and the other powerful enemies. He had also been wary of Yu Che, which had led to the delay. Now, it was time for him to take control. The statues glowed brightly and shot into the sky before finally converging on Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down at Xiang City from above. In this city of mortals, he was the only one who had a cultivation base. Everyone within Xiang City knelt down in worship. Tuolin was moved. Master. Yan Ryu swayed continuously. Lu Yin's gaze constantly changed as he appeared within each statue. Finally, his body descended, and the moment he stepped onto the ground of Xiang City, he felt a sense of control. He could control Xiang City now. Lu Yin didn't have much time to think. He stepped out once more, turned around, and raised a hand. The giant Xiang City gradually shrank until it fell into his palm. At the same time, he threw the stone golem into the city and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in the three universes. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Xiang City, I hope you can truly protect the three universes. The next moment, countless people saw a shocking scene. A city wall stood tall in the universe. Earth appeared beneath his feet. A street cut across the universe, heading towards the heart of space. This was an extremely spectacular scene. There were 3 universes, not just one. Although the spiritualized universe did not need to be taken away because it had been rebooted, it was closer to the Tianyuan universe. If one wanted to take away the 9 heavens universe, they would have to pass through the spiritualized universe. Regardless of whether it was the 2 universes or the 3 universes, the distance was the same. The 3 universes. At his current level, they were not that big. Even without teleportation, he could reach them quickly, and his attacks could reach even further. He might not be any weaker than Red Hero and the others. However, that was only possible with his own strength or attacks. Xianxia was different, it was a turbid treasure, not his own strength. Lu Ying controlled Xianxia to expand infinitely, wanting to cover all 3 universes. This seemed impossible, as Lu Ying hadn't been in control of Xianxia for very long. Controlling Xianxia required not only consciousness and the city's acknowledgement, but also a certain amount of heart force. Fortunately, Lu Ying just so happened to possess heart force, which he had obtained from Yuche. There was a heart force star in the void of his heart. Qing Lianyu and the others couldn't even take care of themselves at this moment. They had no ability to help him at all. They couldn't even ask for answers. Their powers were in chaos. Lu Ying used his true body's full strength to attack, and it spread throughout Xianxia. The karmic restraints on his wrist slowly increased, and he finally used his final chance to attack. He hoped that after this attack, the 3 universes would be safely separated. After Xianxia enveloped the Tianyuan cosmos, it expanded outwards, but it didn't take long for it to stop. Lu Yin's eyes moved, and his heart force star slowly rotated as it surged towards Xianxia. Xianxia expanded once again. Behind Lu Yin, the Divine Seal catalog appeared, and his consciousness surged out as he headed towards Xianxia. In the continent of the 9 clouds, some people saw the city walls and were astonished. After all, Xianxia covered 3 universes. The distance between the 3 universes was very far. It would take an ordinary eternal life realm expert a year to reach there. At the very least, Lu Yin had never seen such a large city before. He wondered how big 9th base used to be. Xianxia was still the same Xianxia. The streets, shops, and people inside overlapped with the 3 universes. The people in the 3 universes could see the people inside. The people on the surface couldn't see the people from the 3 universes. When Xianxia completely covered the 9 firmaments universe and the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin's face paled, and he couldn't help but look at his wrist. The karmic binding was still increasing, but it was no longer enough to kill powerhouses on the same level. Was this the end of his road? He couldn't do what 9th base had failed to do. You've finally taken control of Xianxia. A familiar voice entered his ears. Lu Yin's body shook, but he didn't seem surprised. You really didn't die, Yuche. This voice belonged to Yuche. This was someone who should have died, but hadn't. Yuche was astonished. How do you know I'm not dead? That shouldn't be. My body died in the war with the Death Universe, and my heart force died at your hands. How can you be sure that I'm not dead? Lu Yin looked at the situation inside Xianxia. As Xianxia enveloped the 2 universes, the people of the 9 firmaments universe and the Tianyuan universe calmed down. Xianxia could indeed resist the changes in the outside world. This further proved that during 9th base's era, humanity's greatest enemy wasn't the various civilizations, but rather the existence of the master path. During the war with the Death Universe, trickery and the Toad didn't make a move. Only Liku alone wasn't enough to kill you. You intentionally sought death. Your goal was to numb me so that I could take control of Xianxia, and your other goal was to escape the unknown. Yuche smiled. Smart, but there's one thing you're wrong about. I'll never be able to escape the unknown. Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction of Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had expanded to cover 3 universes, it hadn't increased the number of people or the number of streets. Instead, the original number of streets and shops had been expanded infinitely. Every shop far surpassed heaven above heaven, and every person was like an indomitable giant. 3 universes. The people here could choose to see or not see it. In fact, they were like ants living in a huge city. Luin didn't know how Xianxia's turbid treasures had been born, but it was very strange. He looked in the direction of Xianxia's river bridge, where Yuwu had once been. Now, there was a new water plant there that looked exactly like Yuwu in Xianxia. It wasn't Yuwu, but Yu Che. The one who had spoken was Yu Che. Luin was confused. Yuwu really did exist, and he had walked out of Xianxia. What had happened with Yuwu wasn't wrong, but why had Yuwu taken the form of Yu Che in Xianxia? Was this how Yu Che had wanted to see Xianxia? Yu Che, you used the heart exchange sex technique to let me confirm your death, but you refused to tell me how you seized Xianxia. It must have something to do with Senior Yuwu, right? I, Yu Che, am the most talented person in the history of the Fifth Stronghold. I can't compare to anyone in my generation. Aside from the formless sky technique and a series of mental techniques, I also created a mental technique. Although it's not an invincible technique, it surpasses invincible techniques. Everything in the world has an endless inverse law that uses reversals as a medium. The more things develop in accordance with the law, the more the inverse law will appear. Why do you think Yuwu was able to survive until then and still talk to you? Why do you think MT Dongshu showed you the past? You're wrong. Mental techniques are born from the heart. What is the heart? No one can give you an answer, not even the Fifth Stronghold. The heart moves as it pleases, and the heart manifests itself in actions. It can be both positive and negative. With this mental technique, the more Yuwu acknowledges you and the more his heart leans toward you, the more the inverse law will appear. Yes, it will appear. I have placed it in Xianxia. I'm dead. Be it my physical body or my heart force, they're all dead. But this inverse law has become another me. This is a height that even the Fifth Stronghold has never reached. I don't care about this invincible technique at all. I have my own invincible techniques, and all I care about is Xianxia. Only by obtaining Xianxia can I continue moving forward. Luin, you're the only key to my success. For this, I won't give up even if I'm in real danger of death. In the end, I still won. You can't control Xianxia. This heart force still belongs to me. With that, Yu Che was about to seize the heart force constellation. Xianxia became unstable at this moment, and Lu Yin's statues started cracking. Luin said in a low voice, "You can see Xianxia if you want, but look outside first." After a moment of silence, Yu Che was shocked. Why is that incense stick here? Luin sneered. Not only that, but this area is in complete chaos. Time is in chaos, space is in chaos, karma is in chaos, and even fate is in chaos. A person's life is no longer in control, and death is unpredictable. The Master Path's power. That's right. Why else do you think I'd still control Xianxia when I guessed that you weren't dead? I want to ensure the safety of the three universes. Yu Che had not expected things to turn out this way. His plan had almost succeeded, but it had happened at this moment. Luin wanted to laugh. Yu Che, you're smart and patient, but so what if I give you Xianxia? Are you going to face that Master Path's power alone? Do you think you can leave without my teleportation? Xianxia shook. The chaotic energy within the area was converging towards the incense stick. The incense stick seemed to be. It was the source of all chaos. The yearning rain had brought misfortune to human civilization, and it had begun with this incense stick. The greatest change in the square-inch distance would be with the three universes as the center. Yu Che was shocked. Luin, leave immediately. You can't fight it head-on. Xianxia won't be able to hold on either. I know. The Master Path's power is beyond my understanding, but I've been targeted. Teleportation isn't omnipotent. Luin said solemnly. Outside Xianxia, the figure with the incense stick appeared once more. It had been lured over by Xianxia. Luin could teleport away with Xianxia and the three universes. A universe was a concept of range, and Luin didn't know how it could move, but it definitely had something to do with the mother tree. Even if he didn't take the mother tree with him, he could still take everything in this space with him. Xianxia could do it. However, it was very difficult for him to leave right now. That figure was still watching him. That's the Master Path's power of life. Don't fight with it. It's undying, Yuche reminded him. Luin frowned. It's watching me. I can't run. Yuche said, it's trying to find a way to sever your lifeline. Use your own power to strengthen it so that it can't sever it. The Master Path's power seems mysterious, but even Jiu Lei was trying to find a way to break it. This is a way to resist life drain. Luin didn't understand what a lifeline was, but he could only trust Yuche. Yuche had experienced the war of Jiu Lei, so he must have come into contact with the Master Path's power. Vitality surged like the clouds of the 9 heavens. Luin raised a hand, and a huge force rumbled through the void. Wish swept out, and karma filled the entire city. At the same time, he opened his celestial eye, and purple light bloomed around his body like a lotus. Released force. Quantity was disappearing, as if there was an invisible mouth devouring him. Luin immediately used green light to scan his surroundings, and the feeling of being devoured finally subsided. Outside Xiang City, the white figure continued to stare at Luin without doing anything. However, Luin felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if another pair of eyes were staring at his life, and he felt as if he was losing control of his own fate. Was this the power of a master? Was this life deprivation? The chaos within the core space came from all external forces, and life was one of them. No matter how much power he had, if he didn't even have the right to fight, then what was the point? You can become a master of a life sequence. Civilizations are born and destroyed, so don't worry too much about it. The white figure's voice came from outside Xiang City. Luin stared at the figure, not intending to waste his breath. He could argue with Red Hero because Red Hero was a human after all. However, the white figure gave him the feeling that it was not a human, nor a living creature. There was no need to argue with such a thing. However, he remembered the words life sequence. Just holding on isn't enough. How do I leave? Luin asked. Yuche said, teleport and take Xiang City away. That's the only way to fight it head-on. Luin didn't hesitate and stepped out of Xiang City. He raised a hand, and the city began to shrink. This was something that had never happened before. The universe was shrinking, and the endless world was shrinking. Everything within it was shrinking. However, the beings within Xiang City couldn't sense themselves shrinking. Their cognition was still within their own universe. Help! You don't have enough heart force. Luin barked. Yuche didn't move. Luin gritted his teeth. I won't abandon the 3 universes. At worst, we'll all die here, and you won't live either. Is this what you want? Yuche give up, Luin. Jiu Lei gave up back then. I'll take Xiang City, but I promise I won't do anything to you. You can live. Do you think I'll give up, Sir Yu? Luin retorted. Yuche was helpless. This was what humans were like. It had been in human civilization for too long and understood them all too well. Some people could betray without hesitation, while others could face death with equanimity. Thus, its persuasion had been lacking in confidence. Lu Yin's heart force star spun faster and faster, and Yuche acted. It didn't actually have heart force, but Lu Yin's heart force was its own. Luin opened his mind and allowed it to move. Suddenly, Xiang City shrunk to half its original size, which was much faster than an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator. Luin watched Xiang City shrink with complex emotions. At this moment, no matter how many Eternal Realm cultivators there were in the human civilization, none of them were qualified to face this power. This was the power of the Master Path. He turned around to look at the white figure. The white figure seemed to have been staring at him all this time, and that chill had never subsided. It had been attacking him all this time, but it hadn't succeeded. He couldn't see the lifeline that Yuche had mentioned, but it could. Once his lifeline snapped, he would die as well. Life originated from the universe, and the universe could also take away life. However, taking away was taking away, and one could not help but resist. At that moment, Luin looked at his wrist. The karmic bind was nearing completion. It had been added when he was resisting the white figure, and as expected, this was the strangest and most dangerous battle that Luin had fought so far. The incense burned slowly, rising vertically. Xiang City was in his hands. On the spot, the 9 firmaments universe mother tree collapsed. This mother tree had already collapsed, but it was later lifted up again. Rise. The mother tree of the universe tree of Tianyuan was so eye-catching. Luyin looked at the mother tree and silently closed his eyes. Becoming the master of the life sequence is the dream of countless beings, and they are willing to give up everything for it. Are you not willing? The white figure asked again, its tone filled with curiosity. Luyin looked over. I'm willing as long as my civilization can live. The white figure was puzzled. Life is just a process, and so is civilization. It will eventually be destroyed, and no one can stop it. It's fine as long as you can live forever. Why do you have to bring your civilization with you? Aren't you tired? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. As expected, there was no need to argue. The survival and destruction of a civilization was just a matter of tiredness. Lu Yin suddenly teleported away, fleeing with Xianxia. He had taken everything but the mother tree with him. He could have taken the mother tree with him, but that would have been the same as breaking off from the mother tree that covered the entire area. It probably wouldn't be able to survive, so he could only let it go. When the 5th mainland's mother tree had been moved to the 7th mainland, they had merely bent the mother tree's branch and shifted it in a certain direction. Humans were too insignificant to notice, but things were different now. He teleported away and then reappeared. At the same distance, the white figure also appeared, but the incense stick was not there. Lu Yin teleported away again. When he reappeared, the white figure was still there. He teleported again and again, reappearing again and again. You won't be able to shake it off unless you leave this area, Yu-Che said. Lu Yin didn't understand. Why can't I shake it off? It's not teleporting, nor is it moving. It's just appearing. Yu-Che explained, as long as there's life, it can appear. As long as it's willing, it can appear anywhere. Where is it? Anywhere? I understand. Lu Yin teleported in a certain direction, which led to the Death Universe. The Death Lord had left with the Death Universe, which could also be considered an escape. Lu Yin was now chasing after the Death Universe. Life and death were opposites, and they were both part of the Death Lord's power. The closer one was to death, the less likely it was for life to appear. Lu Yin continued to teleport, exceeding the furthest distance he had traveled in the past, and he was still teleporting. Looking at the entire area of the mother tree, he was now moving from one branch to another. If the other branch was not far enough, he would go to the other end of the mother tree and teleport around the entire mother tree. He didn't believe that he couldn't shake off the white figure. However, no matter how much he teleported, he still couldn't get close to the Death Universe. The Death Universe and the 7 Great Abyss were both colossal entities within the Death Universe, but the Death Lord's speed was incomparable to Lu Yin's. Even the aura of death had almost disappeared. There was no way Lu Yin could catch up. At that moment, the Death Lord's river of time surged and extended above his head. Lu Yin looked up, and his heart sank as he was targeted by another power. He teleported again, and a burning incense stick appeared in front of him. Not good, your incense has been lit. Yu-Che was shocked. Lu Yin was uneasy. What is this incense stick? It's hard to explain, but it's related to life. You have to leave immediately, or it'll be troublesome, Yu-Che reminded him. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The Death Universe was like a cage that prevented him from escaping. Unless he could teleport to an absolute distance in an instant, so far that he didn't even know where he was. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. He entered Xianxia and looked for Qingyun. Pulsing vision. He had actually forgotten about this innate gift. Qingyun had pulsing vision. She could use an object as a springboard to make her vision jump to the same object. The same object could be very close or very far away. Ever since he started cultivating the mirroring technique, Lu Yin had stopped using pulsing vision to prevent himself from being unable to return if he was too far away. What he needed now was distance. Lu Yin instantly appeared at the startled sparrow terrace. Startled Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face pale. His entire body was suffering from the backlash of various powers, making it difficult for him to move. Fortunately, Xianxia protected the 3 universes, or else they would all be in trouble. The stronger they were, the more miserable they would be. Qingyan stood guard beside him. Startled Xiangyu opened his eyes when he saw Luyin arrive. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I can't help you with anything." Luyin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and a useless item fell out. He tapped it again, and 3 more. Startled Xiangyu and Qingyan looked on in confusion, not understanding what Luyin was trying to do. Finally, on the 4th roll, Luyin placed a hand on Qingyan's shoulder. Qingyan was stunned, but then she understood. "Mr. Lu, you want pulsing vision?" Luyin nodded. "Whether or not I can survive depends on this." With that, he walked out of Xiang City and used Enhance to move vision. He then chose an object and teleported away. Reappear, eh? Right where he was? Not only was Luyin stunned, but the white figure was also clearly stunned. It had appeared a bit slower than before, and it had not expected Luyin to teleport to the same spot. Again. Luyin continued to look for Qingyun. Suddenly, a chill descended as he released his power of will. The white figure had attacked again. Luyin had no time to worry about the karmic restraints, so he had to escape. First. After rolling the die several times, he finally rolled Enhance. He continued. Fortunately, breaking through immortality allowed him to roll the die infinitely. Otherwise, he could only roll it 5 times, and he would have had to flee with Xiang City for 10 days. This was just one of the main life forces. If all the other forces appeared, it would have been over. He had not teleported very far this time, and he was really unlucky. Could it be that bad luck was targeting him? Luyin entered Xiang City and rolled the die while throwing Qianshu out. He glared at him. "Did you write the word luck?" More than 2,000 years had passed since the 3 universes' calamities, and Qianshu had written the word luck in that battle. If he had written it back then, it would have been there. Qianshu nodded blankly. "There are 2. Luyin picked up the luck character and ignored it. Xiangxiu had already brought him bad luck, so he was not afraid of more bad luck. There was no need to think about anything else at this time. Grabbing the luck character, he happened to see the pulsing line of sight. Luyin stepped out of Xiang City and started again. He randomly searched for a substance and looked into the distance. The universe in Luyin's vision constantly changed, going further and further. At the same time, the luck character in his hand burned. A pair of eyes looked over from the darkness. They were beautiful but cold, and they looked down on him from above. They were Xiangxiu's eyes. Luyin did not hesitate and teleported away. Suddenly, space collapsed and he was isolated from the starry sky. Teleportation had failed. Luyin was horrified. The main life force had dealt with teleportation like it was child's play, and he could not escape. At this moment, his entire body was cold, even colder than when his white bone clone had been crushed by the Stygian prison bone. The entire sky was pressing down on him, and his power was flowing away. Karma was increasing, and his life force felt weak. Time, space, everything was changing. He was like a doll in the palm of an invisible giant. There was only a pair of eyes. They looked at him with mockery, and he saw those eyes as well. Xiangxiu's eyes were beautiful, so beautiful that they didn't seem to belong to the human world. Luyin could still see beyond his jumping vision and his surroundings, but he couldn't look away. He only needed one step. This step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. An invitation from the master sequence. If you refuse, it will be seen as disrespect, and your civilization's power will be stripped away. You deserve to die, the white figure spoke slowly. Xiangxiu's mocking gaze grew colder and colder as she looked away, as if she didn't want to see Luyin anymore. Even if it was just a glance, it would be a gift to Luyin. Luyin tried his best to move, but he couldn't. This space wasn't in charge of him. Even if he couldn't move, he should have thrown Xiang City as far away as possible. How could human civilization be destroyed so easily? Grabbing Xiang City, Luyin threw it out. Space collapsed once more, and no matter how powerful the force was, it dissipated into nothingness. This dissipation was far more powerful than the clear skylock array, which instantly sucked away all power. It was as if power didn't exist in this universe. Despair swallowed Luyin's heart. Was this really the end? Looking back, he'd done many things in the past. He'd plotted, schemed, found opportunities, risked his life, and done many more things, but they were all useless against this power. How could he be so powerless? He'd already stepped into eternal life, but even if he lost his life, he wouldn't be able to release his strongest power like Ancestor Xian. I'm already very strong, right? Luin lowered his arm and stared blankly at the dark sky. Xianxia's gaze completely left. This human was too stupid. He'd tried to use the word luck to change his own misfortune, but he didn't know that doing so would only cause him to become the embodiment of fate. If it wasn't for this, he might have had a chance to escape. But now, it was absolutely impossible. After so long, he'd finally had to take back the space around him. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Xianxia shook. Luin looked at Xianxia, where a tributary of the river of time flowed between the heaven's origin universe and Nina firmaments. Universe. Luin had taken this tributary along with Zhao Ran and the Mirage Domain. The Mirage Domain was the embankment of the river of time. At this moment, the rumble came from one of the forbidden zones. Luin hadn't fully explored these forbidden zones. He'd only explored the Karma Forbidden Zone and the one where Hong Shuang had left. There were a few others that he hadn't explored. The voice came from one of the forbidden areas. A beam of light shot out from the forbidden land, piercing through the Mirage Domain, the heaven's origin universe, Xianxia, and into the starry sky. Following that, rays of light shot out from the other forbidden lands. From Xianxia to Starfall, the rays of light continued to move until they formed a sourcebox array. Luin stared at the sourcebox array in a daze. What was this? With the appearance of the sourcebox array, Luin was able to move again. Space, time, strength, and everything else was restored. At the same time, gray time flowed out of the sourcebox array and floated towards Luin. Luin raised a hand and touched the gray time. All of a sudden, as if he was traveling through time, he saw a pair of eyes from an unknown period of time open and look at him. It was still a pair of eyes. But unlike Xianxia, this pair of eyes was filled with wisdom and kindness. Looking at him, it was as if there were thousands of words that couldn't be spoken. The scene changed again, and Luin saw a group of people step into outer space as if they were fleeing death. In the end, it entered a universe. When that group of people entered the universe, several invisible light beams entered at the same time and entered the forbidden land of the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin's body trembled, and his vision returned. He was still looking out of his field of vision while observing his surroundings. What he had seen should have only been an instant, but it felt like an eternity. Time was completely messed up. He saw the white figure retreat a lot, as it had been forced away by the sourcebox array. He saw Xianxia's eyes turn back to him, and for the first time, she revealed a look of shock, followed by a monstrous killing intent. It's you. Lu Yin's thoughts spun, and he grabbed Xianxia and teleported away. Luin disappeared from where he had been standing. The white figure was still there. Xianxia walked out of the void. She had only taken one look at him, but it had been difficult for Luin to escape. Now, she was here. She stared into the distance and muttered to herself, "Did you leave a backup plan behind? Did you see the present, or did you calculate the present? If you were that intelligent, then 9 bases wouldn't have been defeated. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. Let's see what those humans can do. You're all rats." She then vanished. Elsewhere, Tracer returned one by one. All of them were in their true bodies. 8 Color's voice rang out. Let's wait a little longer. Those who can't wait will perish on their own. Right now, only Tracer is safe. Hee, how terrifying. The old man swayed as he spoke. Demao felt uneasy. What's going on? What happened? If you don't know what happened, why did you return to Tracer? The old man asked. Demao panted heavily. Of course he had to return. He had been fighting with the Death Universe, but suddenly, the entire core space had changed, and he felt as if he had been swallowed up. The only safe place he could think of was Tracer, which was why he had come. He hadn't expected to hear 8 Color say something like this. 8 Color definitely knew something. 8 Color, what's going on? Demao asked. Eight Color slowly said, "It's just collecting a debt." "Tracer, it's time to move." Even further away, the celestial plume tree danced in the air and teleported away. In the Mudwater Kingdom built a bridge and continued to move further and further away, occasionally glancing back. Disaster. At this moment, even the Mudwater Kingdom could sense a disaster approaching. They could not stay here any longer. All living beings had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster, but at this moment, how many could truly escape? Some civilizations had long since escaped, while others would never be able to. Bang! Bang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. This was a wild planet. Luin had used the pulse of light to teleport here. After confirming that the white figure had not followed him, he began to recuperate. His karmic restraints had been perfected, and his cultivation was constantly weakening. This was probably what Patriarch Xian had felt in the past. His weakened cultivation meant that he could only restrain his aura, and there was nothing else he could do. In order to prevent the Prime's power from descending again, he did not release Xianxia and instead waited quietly. At the same time, he used Qing Yun's pulse of light to allow Qianshu to continue writing the luck character. Even if he was targeted again, he would not give up and would escape if he could. Perhaps it really was far enough. In any case, Luin did not know how far away he was from the three universes. The Prime's power had yet to descend. Instead, it had led to a war on this wild planet. On this planet, it was obvious that two races were fighting, and the cause was him. These two races had discovered him at the same time and wanted to snatch him away. To Luin, these races were meaningless to him. They were like ants to him, and he did not even want to talk to them. He simply allowed them to fight over him. Luin retracted his aura, but his physical defenses were still as high as ever. After the two races probed each other, an even more intense battle broke out, all for the sake of snatching him away. The battle lasted for several months. Eventually, one side won and surrounded Luin. Luin calmly looked at the creatures from that race. They were a type of monkey with a sharp mouth and cheeks, but they had developed their own civilization and could cultivate. The strongest one had reached the progenitor realm, which was quite good and even more powerful than the fifth mainland. Back then, the strongest powerhouse in the fifth mainland had only been a half-progenitor. Although this race had won and surrounded Luin, they were not disrespectful. On the contrary, they were very respectful. Perhaps this was because no matter how they tried, they could not harm Luin. That's right, they had tried. Luin did not evade and instead allowed them to attack. It was like ants trying to bite a shoe. They could not bite through it, and Luin did not feel anything. Lu Yin's karmic restraints had been perfected, and he did not want to move. He had only been here to test whether the Prime's power would follow him. From the looks of it, it would not. In this area, the Prime's power had not been disturbed at all. However, there were some things that he could not describe. In any case, this area was different from the one he had been in before. Esteemed being, please accept our humble request and grant us enough time. The progenitor in the lead knelt down, and behind him, all the other races knelt down in front of Luin. Only then did Lu Yin's thoughts turn to this side. Although he did not know how far away he was from before, since he was here, and the Prime's power had not followed him. There were some things that he could do now that the Prime's power had not followed him. The only troublesome thing was that his karmic restraints had been perfected. Not only was his main body unable to attack, but his cultivation was also constantly weakening. If he was forced to attack again, he would fall directly to the eternal realm and become like Patriarch Xian. His power level would constantly weaken until he died in battle. In this unfamiliar area, he should not encounter such a situation for the time being. At the very least, he did not see any powerful civilizations around him with his mirroring technique. This universe's overall power level was only at the progenitor realm, and he occasionally saw a cosmic civilization within his mirroring technique's range. Their cultivation levels did not seem very high. Luin looked at the race creatures that were kneeling before him. When? The progenitor said respectfully, any time is fine, as long as it can be offered to the divine palace. If the esteemed powerhouse has any needs, our race will do our best to fulfill them. Divine palace? Lu Yin's eyes moved. This was interesting. The more barbaric a place was, the more they cared about the gods. The word God represented omnipotence, but it also represented their ignorance. Because of their ignorance, they felt that the gods were omnipotent. To this race, perhaps a cultivator at the level of a sequence law was already a god. Not long after, Luin learned a little about the surrounding area through this race. He was very surprised. He was indeed surprised that a universe that only had progenitors knew about the surrounding area. They could even communicate with the creatures of other universes, exchange cultivation resources, and so on. All of this originated from the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace had gods. Gods were not high and mighty in the traditional sense, but they were engaged in communication, education, transportation, combat, and other similar jobs that could reduce the distance. That's right, it was a job. A tool. Luin had not expected this. The so-called Divine Palace was a behemoth that bestowed the position of God. Every creature that wanted to become a god had to be recognized and blessed by the Divine Palace before they could have the means of a god. Gods were divided into God of War, God of Enlightenment, God of Teleportation, God of Spiritual Communication, and so on. Here, although the word God was high and mighty, it had lost the aura of omnipotence. Even a mortal could command a god to do something as long as they could pay the price. Here, the price a god needed the most was time. Every living being had their own time, and so did mortals. Time was quantified. Luin looked at the deep starry sky. Energy quantified time required time. This reminded him of the Lord's river of time's chaos on his square inch. It was also harvesting time. At the same time, he also thought of Wang Wen's words. The square inch they were in was very chaotic. Even a fishing civilization like the divine world had failed and left. It was completely different from here. It seemed that he had to take a closer look. Luin promised to give them time and let them wait around. This group didn't suspect anything, as they didn't have the right to do so. This was especially true when they saw Luin take a step forward, vanish, and then reappear with another step. They deeply understood that it wasn't them who had surrounded this creature, but rather that this creature hadn't left. The initiative was in Lu Yin's hands from the beginning. Seeing the creatures leave, Luin raised his hand. Xianxia was in his palm. It was so small that it was almost invisible. Who would have thought that such a small thing could take away 2 universes, the distance that an ordinary eternal realm could travel in a year? Even a tributary of the Moonflow River could be taken away? Luin entered Xianxia and looked for Qinglian Shengyu and the others. Only now did he see the Tianyuan universe and Jiuxiao universe clearly. These 2 universes had completely changed because of the chaos caused by the Lord's power. Whether it was the creatures or the geographical structure, even time and space had changed. Countless people had more or less changed. Some were old, some were young, some had lost their power, and some were directly reduced to mortals. Even more were buried in the ground. No one could avoid it. This calamity was a natural disaster for cultivators. All the eternal realms gathered together. I never thought that I would be so unfamiliar with my power. At that moment, it was as if my power had a spirit and wanted to leave my body. Mr. Mu sighed. Imperial Blue Lotus's expression turned solemn. Karma is completely out of control. The karma celestial phenomenon has disappeared. Luin raised his eyebrows. Senior, your karma is gone? Lord Blue Lotus nodded. Luin clenched his fists. This was truly a terrifying method. In a confrontation with the Lord's power, he wasn't facing an enemy, but rather a sovereign. This was the source of the sovereign's cultivation power, and it could be taken away at will. How could anyone resist? The Grass Grandmaster sighed. This is the existence that the ancestors of the 9 Bases division faced. Now that we are facing it, we will be defeated at the first touch. The ancient god said in a deep voice, that's because we don't know anything about this power. I believe that given enough time, we will definitely be able to resist it. After saying this, he added, at least it won't be that bad. The wine master took a sip of wine and asked, how much strength do you have left? Qing Lianyu said, less than 10%. Mr. Mu replied, more or less. Chang Tian and Jingmin Shengyu looked at each other and nodded. We're about the same. There's no loss. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not all powers originate from the Lord, or rather, they are all taken away by the Lord. Some powers can undergo changes after being born from the Lord's power, such as Senior Chang Tianzai power. This might be a way to resist the Lord's power. Chu Songyan asked, Master, what about your karma binding? At this point, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin's wrist. This was the greatest loss of the three universes. Lu Yin's main body's karma binding had reached perfection. Everyone suddenly felt a heavy pressure on their heads. Even if an expert like the wine master joined in and had the weapons of Hui Jin's technological civilization, it couldn't make up for the perfection of Lu Yin's karma binding. This was originally the trump card of the human civilization. Lu Yin raised his wrist. I can't move it for the time being, but I will definitely find a way to consume the karma binding. Lu Yin had created countless miracles, but this miracle was too rare. Many living beings had been seeking to break through the karma binding for many years, but they had all failed. Lu Yin looked at everyone. Everyone, don't forget that although the Lord's power is taking away, or to put it bluntly, it's still considered attacking. Many living beings have died because of him. Are they not bound by karma? Everyone was enlightened. Yes, why was the existence of the Lord's power not afraid of karma binding? Everyone looked at each other. Inside Lu Yin's body, Yu Chei's voice sounded. Jiu Lei also considered this point, but I don't know what he considered and why he started the war. The only thing I'm sure of is that the Lord's power is not bound by karma binding. Lu Yin said, is it possible that this karma binding originated from the Lord's karma? He deliberately used the karma binding to control the square-inch distance, and it doesn't originate from the universe itself. He represents the universe itself, Yu Chei said, but the outside world couldn't hear his words. After talking for a while, Lu Yin let Qing Lianyu and the others recover their strength. He first walked outside to observe the situation in the square-inch distance. The one walking outside was not his main body, but his avatar with divine power. The karma binding of his main body had reached perfection, so it was better to stay in Xiang City. The avatar with divine power was not affected. Like his vision power, his divine power was not stripped away. With the avatar's combat strength, there was no need for him to be afraid of anything. Yu Chei was currently in the form of Yuwu seaweed form in Xiang City. He was staying under the bridge in Xiang City. No matter who it was, he could talk to them as long as he wanted to. It didn't have to be his main body. His main body was no different from the others now since his heart power had been depleted. Do you still want to take over Xiang City? Lu Yin asked. He sat on the desolate planet and looked into the distance, searching for a cosmic civilization. Yu Chei's voice rang out. Of course I do, but it's very difficult. With my heart power completely gone, if I want to take control of Xiang City, the most straightforward way is to replace all your statues in the city with mine. That little disciple of yours is too ruthless. She made the people in the city respect you so much that it's almost like faith. Lu Yin, how did you get such a disciple? She's filial, innocent, and doesn't get tired. Thinking of Tuo Lin, Lu Yin smiled. Isn't she very similar to you back then? Yu Chei fell silent. Lu Yin had seen Yu Chei's past. In the beginning, Yu Chei was very similar to Tuo Lin. It was only when he became young Master Chei that he changed. However, the responsibility for this change lay partly with him and partly with the other disciples of the fifth stronghold. Because of him. Lu Yin asked, why do you say you'll never be able to break free from the unknowns? Yu Chei sighed. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. I've been plotting for so long, but I didn't expect that when you took control of Xiang City, the Master's power would descend upon us. Consider me unlucky. How much do you know about the Master's power? Almost nothing, Lu Yin said bluntly. Yu Chei smiled bitterly. I don't know much either, but I do know that Jiu Lei's greatest opponent back then was not the various civilizations but the Master's power. The unknowns are the representatives of the Master's power. The Master's power exists in the mother trees. Main trunk. We all live in the branches, so they need a representative in the branches. That's how the unknowns were born. So unless you destroy the Master's power, you'll never be able to break free from the unknowns. Lu Yin understood. But why is the divine power not affected by the master's power? This divine power should also originate from the master's power, right? Perhaps it was created by some existence. I'm not sure, but the great Tao is simple. The source of all power lies in the mother tree's main trunk. If you want to surpass the master's power and not be affected by it, you'll have to enter the main trunk. Did Jiu Lei think the same way back then? I don't know. With my level and status, Jiu Lei wouldn't let me know too much. It's just like how I didn't know that the Tianyuan universe's mirage actually hid Jiu Lei's trump card and helped you escape. Speaking of this, Luin recalled the scene he had seen and that pair of wise eyes. These words overlapped with the words that Patriarch Xian had left behind in one of the pieces of armor. Patriarch Xian admired 3 things in his life. The first was the omnipresent. His name was unknown, and his body could not be seen. The stars rose and fell, and he could see the stars as if they were mere inches away. The second was the war god of Jiu Lei, Pan. The third was a wise man. Pan Songhai's wisdom was as great as a plate. To be able to earn Patriarch Xian's admiration, one could see how high his wisdom was. That pair of eyes reminded Lu Yin of that existence. Who was the one who set up that trump card? Lu Yin asked. Yu Che thought about it. I can only think of one person in Jiu Lei who could see so far. Mr. Unfettered. Mr. Zizai? Lu Yin felt like he was an immortal when he heard this name. Yu Che did not seem to want to recall, but he still said, Mr. Zizai is from the first stronghold, but he travels around Jiu Lei all year round. His favorite thing to do is. He paused for a moment before continuing, teach. Lu Yin was puzzled. Teach cultivation? Yu Che said, not exactly. A more accurate description would be to find fault with someone. Mr. Zizai is known as the smartest person in Jiu Lei. He dabbles in all aspects. No matter what you cultivate, as long as he sees it, he can always find something wrong with your cultivation. Isn't that good? Lu Yin was even more certain that Mr. Zizai was the one who set up the mirage. Yu Che sighed. But no one wants to face him because the way he looks at you makes you feel like an idiot. Lu Yin recalled that pair of wise eyes again. Was that so? That gaze was very kind. Could it be that Mr. Zizai had set up a trump card? You can't understand that feeling without facing him. I was known as young Master Che, and I was one of the most talented people in my generation. But in Mr. Zizai's eyes, I was no different from an idiot. He casually pointed out the shortcomings in my cultivation, even though he did not insult me. But he did. That gaze made me feel like he was looking at a pet. It was as if even a pet could stand and walk. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. You can see it so clearly with just one look? Yu Che said, trust me, no matter how talented you are, no matter how smart you are, or how scheming you are, it's like you've never studied in front of him. He'll point out your mistakes and then teach you in a very insulting way to help you correct them. I'd rather continue cultivating in the wrong way if that's the case. Lu Yin frowned. Apart from that, what else is so outstanding about this Mr. Zizai? Yu Che said, in ninth base, if you encounter something you don't understand, ask him. This is common sense. Lu Yin understood now. Common sense? Who was the one who kept an eye on Patriarch Death Mountain? Lu Yin asked again. Why do you think I should tell you everything? Yu Che asked in return. Lu Yin did not answer. Yu Che said, there are some things I'll tell you and some I won't. There are also some things I don't know. Lu Yin, if you're willing to give Xiang City to me, I'll answer whatever you ask. Xiang City concerns the fate of human civilization. How can I give it to you? As long as you help human civilization settle down. Why do you insist on Xiang City? Lu Yin was curious. Yu Che said calmly, that's what Xianxia promised me. He only promised to bring you in. But he didn't do it. Yu Che got agitated and was no longer as polite. What he promised me was also what the humans promised me. Since they couldn't do it, I'll take control of Xiang City myself. You can think of it as my suffering and my persistence. Even if I have to destroy Xiang City, I won't leave it to the humans. Lu Yin did not say anything else. Yu Che's persistence originated from when it was young. At that time, it was encouraged by Xianxia like all the other children and was allowed to enter Xiang City. But in the end, it did not get in. Go. Who was to blame? Xianxia? From Lu Yin's perspective, Xianxia was not wrong. After all, Yuche was not a human. But Xianxia had agreed. Since it agreed to it, it should keep its promise. Lu Yin could not defend Xianxia, nor did he need to. It was a fact that Yuche had colluded with the Taiqing to deal with the fifth stronghold, and it was also a fact that it wanted to see Xiang City. It was an enemy. I'm going to sleep for a while. Think about it. Sometimes, awareness is more important than combat strength. Xiang City can't be of much help. After that, Yuche's voice. Lu Yin looked around and saw the creatures waiting respectfully. If he wanted to understand the surrounding area, he could not rely on these creatures alone. They were too weak. They were not even in the eternal life realm. Only those in the eternal life realm could clearly see the situation. The best way was to roll the die and use the 6 pips on the die to enter the powerful creature's body and read its memories. But looking at the power that I have cultivated, how am I supposed to shake the die? The power that these creatures cultivated was completely different from his. Their own power might not be integrated into their surroundings when they rolled the die. It was better to cultivate their powers. With his ability, he would be able to cultivate it very quickly. The dice must be shaken in person. Left with no other choice, he could only step out with his true body. You want time to offer to the Divine Palace? Lu Yin asked the group. The leader of the progenitors hurriedly knelt down. Yes. How can I give it to you? Contact the god of teleportation and ask him to collect the time. All right, here you go. Thank you, my lord. The group of creatures knelt down and bowed. They felt that the battle had been worth it. This was an opportunity that their clan had risked everything to obtain. Perhaps it could change the fate of their clan. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the clan's residence. After all, he's a writer. Ming. The architecture was quite particular, and it had the unique culture of this civilization. Among them, the most conspicuous was the tall altar. The progenitor came to the altar to worship. Lu Yin looked at it quietly, his eyes flickering. This altar was somewhat similar to the one left behind by Han Ji in the Tianyuan universe, but the pattern was different. He looked at every inch of the altar and found that it was indeed very similar. However, Han Ji's altar had the pattern of itself, while this altar had the pattern of the Divine Palace. As he was thinking, the altar shone brightly, and a blurry figure appeared. Its appearance was strange, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a beast or a plant. It floated above the altar as an illusory shadow and looked down coldly. What do you want? The progenitor bowed respectfully. The Lu Jin clan is here to offer time. The illusory figure opened its eyes wide and looked down with admiration. Offering time so soon? Very good, Lu Jin clan. The Divine Palace will be very happy. Thank you for your praise, my lord. The progenitor looked back at Lu Yin and bowed deeply, making an inviting gesture. Lu Yin walked step by step to the other side of the altar. At the same time, the illusory figure on the altar looked at him. It was just an illusory figure, and Lu Yin could not see its cultivation level, but he estimated that it was not very strong. At most, it was at the level of crossing calamity. According to his understanding of the Lu Jin clan, there were many such teleportation deities. Even crossing calamity was an overestimation. He stood calmly on one side of the altar. The illusory figure on the altar moved. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and slowly looked up. It was clearly just a shadow and not the real body. He did not even know where the real body was. How could it take away his time from such a long distance? Sure enough, this was the power of the Lord's River of Time, because only the Lord's power could span the entire space and cover everything. Rather than saying that this teleportation deity was harvesting his time, it was better to say that it was a key. The one who was truly harvesting his time was the Lord's River of Time. Lu Yin frowned. If time was harvested, would the Lord's power target him again? He almost retreated. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he could be targeted like this, then no matter what he did in the future, he would be targeted. Because the Lord's power was everywhere. Soon, there was a hazy gray between heaven and earth. One side descended towards Luin, while the other side disappeared into the starry sky. The Lu Jin clan definitely could not see it, but Luin could see it clearly. The other side was connected to the torrential river. It must be the river of time, but he did not know if it was the Lord's river of time or a tributary of it. Before this, the progenitor realm creature had said that the time of worship was 10,000 years. They had to worship it every once in a while. 10,000 years was not a lot, but it was also not a small amount. At least, it was worth their war. But to Luin, 10,000 years? What was the point? He was an immortal realm. As long as he did not attack, he would be immortal. When the gray color descended around him, Luin heard the surging of the river. Suddenly, the illusory figure on the altar exclaimed, "Immortal life?" Luin raised his eyebrows. He could see it. All the creatures of the Lu Jin clan were shocked. Immortal life? How could it be? They actually saw immortal life? On the altar, the illusory figure faced Luin and bowed slowly. "Honorable immortal life, please forgive my rudeness. I deserve to die, I deserve to die, I deserve to die." Luin said lightly, "It's not your fault. I volunteered." Continue. The illusory figure said bitterly, "The time of immortal life is not something we can touch. If the honorable powerhouse wants to bestow time, please go to the palace." At this moment, all the creatures of the Lu Jin clan were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Luin looked at them and then at the illusory figure on the altar. He thought of something. "Have you seen me before?" The illusory figure was stunned for a moment. "I don't understand." "Honorable immortal life, have you seen me before? I mean, have you seen a creature in my form?" Luin asked. The illusory figure said, "No." Luin waved his hand. "Okay, go." "Yes." The illusory figure hurriedly disappeared. It seemed that it did not want to communicate with Luin too much. Its fear of immortal life came from the bottom of its heart. This made Luin more and more curious about the surrounding area. It seemed that the feeling of immortal life here was similar to the feeling he had when he first came in contact with a grass master. After that, the more he walked in the area, the more he felt that immortal life was too ordinary. Here, these teleportation gods knew the surrounding area very well and treated him with such an attitude. Could it be that there were very few immortal life here? Luin asked this question. The progenitor of the Lu Jin clan gave a simple answer. He had only heard of immortal life but had never seen it. It only existed in the palace. In the palace, immortal life had the highest status. It was normal to have a high status. No matter where it was, immortal life was a high status. As for the Lu Jin clan's answer, it was meaningless. Their status was too low. Luin wanted to understand the surrounding area. He still needed to use 6 pips on the die to find a powerful cultivator to read their memory. Then, he needed to cultivate. He asked about the cultivation method of the Lu Jin clan. Lu Jin clan, the progenitor of the Lu Jin clan, replied respectfully, "We cultivate the power of mountains from the palace. According to the order of the palace, if you want to cultivate, you need to join the palace, register, and pay a tribute. Only then can you be approved to cultivate the power of mountains. You can't teach it to outsiders without permission." Extermination. Luin looked at the progenitor. Was it the power of mountains? He looked at it deeply and then looked at the starry sky. So that was how it was. The so-called power of mountains was just instilling some kind of power into the mountains. The mountains absorbed it and gradually became stronger. At his level, he could understand the cultivation method just by looking at it. It was easy to cultivate, so there was no need to ask more questions. The power of mountains that you cultivate is very simple. Look. Luin said and raised his hand. On the barren planet, the mountains trembled. Then, power visible to the naked eye rose into the sky and gradually gathered towards him. He casually pinched and turned it over in his palm. The Lu Jin clan was stunned by this scene. They tried their best to cultivate, but they couldn't do what Luin did. The power of mountains felt like extremely sticky glue that was peeled off from the mountains. It was very difficult to peel it off. But in the hands of this immortal life, it was like a toy. They worshipped him again. Only the power of mountains can be cultivated? Luin was curious. The progenitor respectfully said, legend has it that the divine palace bestows the power of cultivation. It is called the mountain moon illuminates the sunset, and the tide returns to the empty plain. This represents 10 powers that can be cultivated. We can only cultivate up to the power of mountains. Only when we reach the perfection of the power of mountains can we cultivate the power of the next level, and so on. If you can cultivate up to the power of retrospection, you can really join the divine palace. It's not as simple as just being registered. You can get some cultivation resources through the divine palace. And a higher level of cultivation. After a pause, it continued, when you cultivate to the tidal force, you can apply to become an enlightened god. When you cultivate to the tidal force, you can apply to become a war god. And when you cultivate to the return force, you can enter the god palace and be granted an audience. When you cultivate to the void force, you can become an oracle, and the oracle will have eternal life. Finally, when you cultivate to this level, you can enter the god palace and try to break through to eternal life with the help of the god palace. Once you succeed, you can become an oracle. Luin was surprised. How do you know so much? This is common knowledge. All the civilizations under the God Palace know this. The God Palace encourages living beings to cultivate, the progenitor replied. Louis nodded. It was normal. However, this place was really different from the square inch where he was before. The previous square inch was because there was no communication between civilizations. Once they encountered a civilization, it was likely to be a massacre and a reboot of the universe. However, there was a cultivation system here. That was strange. Won't your civilization be destroyed? Yes, if the offerings do not meet the requirements of the God Palace, they will be destroyed. Are there many? Very many. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that it was not a complete cultivation system, but a selective one. Offerings were time. When he thought about the square inch before the arrival of the Lord's power, the situation became clear. Previously, the square inch was a dead universe, and the Lord's power had been left alone for too long. The harvesting of various powers there was violent and coercive. And this square inch had long been controlled by the Lord's power, harvesting the Lord's power in an orderly manner. If time was like this, then karma, fate, life, and so on should also be like this. It should all be like this. This God Palace should be the spokesperson of the Lord's river of time, harvesting time for him. Looking at Luin, the progenitor said respectfully, now that the God Palace has confirmed the existence of eternal life, they will definitely send an invitation. The Lu Jin clan congratulates the new oracle on your arrival. Congratulations on your arrival, oracle. Congratulations. Luin looked at the Lu Jin clan members sprawled on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he strengthened their physiques and then teleported away. Invite him into the God Palace? That would not do. At least, he should not enter the God Palace in person. Otherwise, when the God Palace saw that the karma binding was complete, something would happen. He wanted to understand the God Palace with his clone. He wanted to see what kind of existence the Lord's spokesperson. In particular, what was the echelon theory? Being able to invite him into the life sequence meant that others could also be invited. Perhaps the representatives of the Lord's power were the sequences. Now that he had left the previous space, everything around him was unfamiliar. He didn't know where the death universe was. For the time being, the white bone clone could not be used. It could only continue to sleep in the seclusion grounds. One by one, the enemies disappeared. The country of mud and water, the civilization of the divine world, and the immortal plume. He didn't know how long it would be before he encountered them again. What would the situation be like next time? He was really looking forward to it. Once he was far away from the Floor-Cheek tribe, Lu Yin summoned his avatar and looked around. The divine palace used the altar to summon the gods to solve the problems of the civilizations. Those gods couldn't all be in the divine palace. They were too far away. No matter how magical the altar was, it couldn't be that powerful. Those gods were most likely scattered in space. The psychic god, teleportation god, and enlightenment god were the closest gods to each civilization. The altar might be able to get them there quickly. It could reach a certain location, but there was a limit to the distance, and every time it was used, it would consume resources. He was lucky enough to find one of them. He teleported close to that god and then headed towards it. In the distance, not too far away, a figure was sitting cross-legged on an altar. It distorted the void and pretended to be mysterious. Luin approached and coughed. The figure on the altar was shocked. Who is it? It didn't sense a creature approaching at all. Luin greeted, hello. The figure suddenly looked at Luin. It was a strange creature that looked a little like a starfish. However, it had a round head that bulged out. It looked uncomfortable. However, its cultivation was not bad. It had reached the level of Dooku. Who are you? The creature was alert. Luin smiled. Don't be nervous. I just happened to pass by. You must be one of the gods in the Divine Palace. I want to join the Divine Palace to train. The creature stared at Luin. Where are you from? A civilization that hasn't been discovered and doesn't want to be discovered, Luin said. Although the Divine Palace controlled the surrounding space, it still couldn't see the starry sky clearly. Any universe was very small compared to the starry sky. Luin learned from the Floor-Cheek tribe that the Divine Palace was constantly discovering new civilizations. The creature was relieved. If your civilization doesn't want to be discovered, why did you come out? Luin was helpless. My cultivation has reached the peak. I want to change. The cultivation method of the Divine Palace is said to be able to reach eternal life. I want to try it. You want to change your cultivation method now? My cultivation will never reach eternal life. There's no other way. The creature said, okay, register. As it spoke, it spread out a roll of cloth-like thing in front of it. Luin came over. When the roll of cloth approached Luin, it suddenly swept across. Luin didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He stepped aside. What's the meaning of this? The creature rushed out of the altar with a strange weapon in its hand. It didn't stab or slash. Instead, it charged horizontally. Its weapon became heavier with every step it took. It kept rushing towards Luin. Its whole body seemed to be surrounded by a tide, moving forward with an indomitable momentum. The void was pushed aside. Luin looked on calmly. This guy was very weak. How should he put it? Placed in the three universes, it was only a very ordinary combat strength at the crossing Ku adversity level. Although this tide-like power was endless, no matter how endless it was, if it didn't reach a certain height, it wouldn't be able to cause any harm to a powerful enemy. Luin raised his finger. Bang! There was a soft sound. The strange weapon paused. The creature looked on in horror. How was it possible that Luin had blocked its full-powered attack with just one finger? With a crack, the strange weapon cracked from the point of contact. It gradually expanded until the entire weapon shattered and fell to the ground. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you still want to fight? The creature was powerless and looked at Luin in horror. Who are you? Luin shrugged. I'm strong. Your attack was ineffective. Now, let's talk. Why did you attack me? The creature was nervous and hurriedly knelt down to worship. I'm sorry, respected powerhouse. I've offended you. Luin was speechless. Was kneeling popular here? No matter what, it was a god. Did it have no dignity at all? Why did you attack me? I'm a Divine Palace Ascension god. If I can find a new civilization, it'll be a great merit. It'll be possible for me to enter the Divine Palace and cultivate again. With the help of the Divine Palace's resources, I can try a higher level of cultivation and reach the level of a battle god. Luin was amused. Then you won't. Do you think you'll lose? I can approach you silently. Can't you see that? The creature crouched down. Maybe it's some kind of aura concealment technique. Luin shook his head. The mountains and moon illuminate the sunset, and the tides return to the plains. You've cultivated tidal force. Then, you should know how to cultivate the powers before tidal force. Tell me. If he could meet creatures who cultivated these powers, he would be able to tell at a glance. But that would be a waste of time. He might as well ask this creature. The creature was troubled. Respected powerhouse, these powers can only be cultivated in the divine palace. They need to be registered. Lu Yin sneered. Believe it or not, I can kill you with a single finger. The creature hurriedly said, mountain force cultivates with the mountain. I know that. Moon force cultivates with the moon. It cultivates the brilliance of the moon. Sunset force cultivates the power of darkness, but it's not. Reversal force cultivates the power of stopping. Tidal force cultivates the power of the endless ocean. Lu Yin listened quietly. No matter how he listened, these powers sounded very ordinary. Was he standing too high? Back then, the astral source power cultivated by the fifth mainland came from the progenitor. At that time, the progenitor was not yet an eternal life realm. These powers were not inferior to astral source power. Some were even stronger. It could only be said that his vision was too high. He looked down on these cultivation powers that were deliberately released by ordinary eternal life realms to some civilizations. Don't underestimate the power of the moon. The power of the tides was related to the moon and the sea. The moon and the sea here didn't refer to a single planet, but to the entire area within the divine palace. This was a very large area. Only an eternal life realm could do it. Cultivating these powers was just an advancement. It was a test of the cultivator's talent. Climb up. Only by reaching returning force could one enter the divine palace for an audience. You must be the enlightenment deity. Yes. Help me register. The enlightenment deity heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was willing to register. It could not wait to help Lu Yin register. It was still the same cloth scroll, but this time, it stopped in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin needed to imprint his form on it. Lu Yin thought about it and imprinted a form. It was fog. It was similar to the black airflow in the Death universe. However, this was fog, and it also covered his body. The human form was a little eye-catching. Although he did not know if there was anything special about the surrounding space in the human form. It was not easy to get rid of the situation of being watched by various civilizations. He did not want to experience it again. Apart from that, there was another point. It was not his main body or divine power clone that was registered, but another clone. A clone that had not cultivated any power and only had its own physical abilities. Although this clone had not cultivated any power, it had a power, the growth power of the immortal master. The immortal master had the green growth power. That power had a different growth characteristic from other powers. Lu Yin had obtained some back then and kept it in the starry sky in his heart. Now, he had placed it in this clone and constantly nourished it with this power. Growth was a process that living creatures could not avoid. Patriarch Lu Yuan could produce teleportation with a similar power. Perhaps this power could bring about different surprises in the future. Looking at the form on it, the enlightenment deity was shocked. Respected powerhouse, it must be your own form. Fog surged out of Lu Yin's body. Am I not? The enlightenment deity looked at the registration form and then looked at Lu Yin, not daring to refute. He put away the cloth scroll and bowed. The registration has been completed. Lu Yin grunted and waved his hand. The enlightenment deity fell to the ground and died. This fellow would definitely tell the divine palace what had happened today. He could not leave this disaster alive. Moreover, it was not a kind person. It wanted to find out the civilization behind him and submit it to him. As for the Floor-Cheek tribe, Lu Yin was already in human form when he teleported over. There was nothing he could do about it. The next step was to cultivate. His consciousness entered his main body, and he teleported away with his avatar. Since his main body was cultivating, he needed to roll his die. Since his avatar was cultivating, he could successfully enter the god's palace. As for whether he would enter the god's palace in the end, he would think about it later. Being registered was just a backup plan. He continued to teleport, and he found various cultivation grounds. He started with the power of mountains, and he easily mastered the power of the moonlit mountain. Finally, he stood at the edge of the ocean and flicked his finger, causing the waves to crash against the shore, but they were all split apart by his finger. He looked at the tidal force and the power of his finger that formed a bow. He had also completed tidal force. It was too easy. Since the reforming god had cultivated tidal force, the following powers would not be difficult for Luin. He just did not know where to cultivate. To him, cultivating power was simple. The difficult part was where to cultivate it. Now that he had mastered tidal force, it was time to roll his die. Luin found a secluded place and raised his hand. The die appeared, and he tapped it. 1 point. A useless item fell out. 3 points. He needed to upgrade something, and it was the ore vein of raw materials on the butterfly ancestor's back. It should be able to be upgraded with myriad metal chi. He stored those materials in his cosmic ring. However, there was no need to waste time now. He did not know when he would meet Tai Ching. Continue. 6 points. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It was here. In the dark space, balls of light appeared one after another, densely packed together. Were these all cultivators who had cultivated tidal force? There were quite a few of them. Luin found the brightest ball of light and merged with it. It was said to be the brightest, but that was only relative to the surroundings. To him, it was almost dim. Great reforming god, why is it that you are still unable to cultivate sunset force? The world that is neither dark nor dark is here. This lowly one has been cultivating for many years. A creature covered in long hair knelt down and asked respectfully. Luin opened his eyes. Memories flooded in, and he did not bother to reply. He saw the reforming god's experience and finally began to understand the area around him. Below the altar, the creature covered in long hair knelt down. Seeing that the reforming god had not spoken, he carefully raised his head. The great god of education? Luin rolled his eyes and looked at the creature, dark but not peaceful. It represents both the environment and the state of mind. Mental state? That creature was shocked. Had it already risen to such a height? Luin withdrew from the fusion. He had already seen all of the valuable memories of this reforming deity, but in general, they were all worthless. After all, this reforming deity was only a reforming deity and did not have the qualifications to enter the god's palace. His cultivation was only at the periphery of the divine palace. Only by mastering the power of return could one truly enter the divine palace. He felt like he was back in the abyss when Lugu wanted to enter the castle. The enlightenment deity could only teach him common sense. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body and he continued to roll the die. Soon, he rolled 6 pips again. Once again, he fused into the body of another enlightened deity. It was still common sense. Again. After a period of time, Luin had fused with no less than 7 Reformation deities, and the contents of their memories were similar. The only difference was that each Reformation deity had faced a different civilization. Luin had never seen any humans in the memories of these enlightened deities. No, only the war god or someone of an even higher level would be able to obtain valuable memories. However, in order to cultivate the power of rivers, one had to find the battle god or enter the outer regions of the divine palace. He can't right now. Only by understanding more about the divine palace could he come into contact with it. The divine palace was beyond the range of the mirroring technique. This range was quite large. The mirroring technique could cover the distance of an ordinary eternal realm in 200 years. Even the red coat civilization below the stars from the 3 universes was only 300 years. He did not know how large the divine palace's range of control was. Although he had fused with a few Reformation deities, these Reformation deities themselves did not understand the surrounding area. After all, they were only at the level of crossing the bitter disaster. If they did not have the means of the divine palace, they would still be in the area of the divine palace. Perhaps they would die before they could even find a civilization. If he had guessed correctly before, the divine palace was the spokesperson of the master path of time in the area of the divine palace. Then, unlike the area where he was, there was no existence that could resist it. Perhaps this was the reason why Wanwen had once said that only the losers had to leave their area of the divine palace. The 3 universes were located in the area of the divine palace. Various civilizations fought each other, and the power of the master path was not affected. But now, the area of the divine palace was affected by the power of the master path. Whoever controlled the master path was the ruler, and this divine palace was naturally the spokesperson under the ruler. Perhaps even the fishing civilization would find it difficult to resist. The range was naturally extremely large. Was that why there was such a thing as territory? But if that was really the case, then even the eternal realm would find it difficult to have freedom. Thus, only the losers would leave their area of the divine palace. That place might be one of the few places in the universe where freedom was rare. With these guesses in mind, Luin rolled the die again. He rolled 6 pips again and fused it with the Reformation deity. He wanted to find the coordinates of the divine palace as much as possible. Only then could he find existences above the Reformation deity within the range of the divine palace. Of course, powerful civilizations would do as well. Not long after, Luin fused with a few more Reformation deities and obtained the cultivation method of the force of river from the memories of one of them. This enlightenment deity was promoted through relationships, and its relationship was with a senior of the same race in the divine palace who cultivated the power of space. The senior of the same race was apprenticed to the divine envoy, which was the eternal life realm, and had some status in the divine palace. An exception was made to tell this Reformation deity how to cultivate the force of river. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, he could become a battle god. At that time, he could use his connections to transfer into the god palace and enjoy the rich resources and cultivation environment. He would not be like other battle gods who were really fighting everywhere. On the battlefield, he would just go through the motions. That's right, the divine palace needed to go on expeditions against civilizations and existences that this Reformation deity did not know about. The Reformation deities that Luin had fused with before did not have any memories of this, or perhaps their memories were too vast and he just happened to not have seen it. Did the divine palace also have targets to go on expeditions against? That was why there were war deities. Luin did not know what the divine palace was fighting against. If it was a civilization, it would definitely be a fishing civilization. It was good to have connections. Others who wanted to become war deities had to go on the battlefield and conquer civilizations, but this Reformation deity did not need to. It only needed to go through the motions to be transferred into the divine palace and have a high status. This also benefited Luin, as he learned how to cultivate the force of river. The so-called force of river was just a name. Its power was not limited to the mountains, the moon, or the earth, and it was not as simple as an eternal realm cultivator casually instilling power into other creatures to cultivate. It needed to be comprehended. It needed to be comprehended from the 6 types of power that had been cultivated before, and with the 6 types of power as a form, it could be cultivated into a spirit. That spirit was the force of river. Thus, if one did not cultivate the first 6 types of power, they would not be able to cultivate the force of river. There were all sorts of powers in the universe, and the force of river was not very strong. However, the divine palace only recognized the force of river and the 10 types of power. After learning the method, Luin easily cultivated the force of river. Did he need to comprehend it? There was no need for that. In fact, after cultivating the first 6 types of power, he had been able to deduce quite a few powers, and one of them was the force of river. It was too easy. If he had to cultivate it from the beginning, these powers would definitely not be as easy to cultivate as astral sources. In fact, they were much more difficult to cultivate because he would still have to search for them. After cultivating the force of river, Luin only needed to cultivate it for a while before it became very majestic. Next, he used it to roll his die. A few days later, Luin rolled 6 pips, and the force of river quickly depleted. His consciousness appeared in a dark space. What entered his eyes were balls of light that were quietly resting. Luin found a ball of light and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, blood and fire filled the sky. Under the starry sky, all sorts of creatures were slaughtering each other. There were those who cultivated civilizations, and there were also those who developed technology. However, their level of technology was limited, and they were comparable to the limitless empire. The god of battle that Luin had merged with was a ferocious creature wearing armor. It coldly stared at the sky, surrounded by creatures that protected it, making it seem high and mighty. This god of battle was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter calamity, and it was about to restart this universe. The god of battle's job was to fight, and the order to restart this universe had come from an even stronger god of battle that had already been given a territory. This god of battle had submitted to the god of battle and had listened to its orders for a long time. This was the final battle that would allow the various civilizations in this universe to slaughter each other. This was the other side of the god of battle. This universe had handed over enough time, but it still could not escape destruction. This was because the god of battle that had given the order needed to restart a civilization. The meaning behind this was simple: some of the creatures in the god of battle could attempt to break through to immortality. Through this god of battle, Luin learned that there were currently 13 divine envoys in the god of battle. To be honest, there were too few of them. Luin had not expected that there would be so few of them. They were only comparable to a fishing civilization. There should not be so few of them. How many gods of battle were there in the god of battle? Every once in a while, a civilization would be restarted. No matter how small the probability was, there should be more than 13 immortal realms after countless years. Furthermore, the god of battle had its own power of time, so breaking through to immortality was much easier than ordinary people. There were many things that they knew, unlike the people of the Fifth Mainland who had found it difficult to break through to the progenitor realm because they did not know anything. Under such circumstances, why were there only 13 gods? There were quite a few who had survived the bitter calamity. Luin continued to read through the memories. There were frequent battles in the surroundings, and creatures ambushed it, but they were all dealt with by the guards. It was not that this civilization did not have any intelligent people. Some creatures had seen through it, but they were powerless. In the end, they were still not strong enough. Memories continued to pour in. The system of the god of battle was unfathomable. Gods of battle that had reached the peak of the bitter calamity and were close to perfect perfection could still be spoken to by mortals through altars. They were clearly high and mighty, but in the face of civilizations that did not need to be exterminated, they would still answer their questions as long as there was a sufficient price. Cultivation did not separate the humans from the gods. Instead, it closed the distance between them. This was rarely seen in the previous square-inch distance. The stronger the cultivator, the more they looked down on mortals, and they would unconsciously distance themselves from each other. Mortals who had reached perfect perfection in the bitter calamity realm could not even meet them, let alone ask them questions. This was a cultivation world with a system. The previous common sense of distance did not apply here. This battle god's deepest memories were of the battlefield. The killing on the battlefield had brought it close to death many times. As for who the enemy was, it did not know because there were too many. There were all kinds of civilizations and all kinds of creatures. They were like tools. No one told them where the enemy came from or what their goal was. They just brought them to the battlefield and killed them. Every battle god longed to leave the battlefield with battle merits. This was similar to the battlefield on the other side of the Fifth Mainland's astral tree domain. The battle that it had the deepest impression of was related to an eternal being. An eternal being had been seriously injured and fallen, and it happened to be very close to it. At that moment, the battle god's inner conflict was the deepest in its life. It wanted to kill that eternal being and obtain a huge amount of battle merits, but it was also afraid of being killed by that eternal being. After a moment of hesitation, that eternal being left without even looking at the battle god. It was glad that it had not attacked, or it would have died without a doubt. Luin withdrew from the fusion. A battle god's time was very long, and he could not see everything. He could only search for the important points. Next, he continued the fusion. He tapped out a finger and rolled the die. This feeling was too comfortable. There was no limit to the number of times he could roll. No matter how bad his luck was, he could always roll the number he needed. 6. He looked at the balls of light, but there was no point in choosing them. They were all dim. Luin randomly chose one and fused with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the dark rock walls were smooth, and the pungent smell of blood wafted over. This was a blood-stained rock wall. This was a battlefield. Luin fused with a battle god's body on the battlefield, and memories continuously surged in. The earth trembled as if some huge creature was approaching. This battle god was hiding from its pursuers, and it had encountered a strong enemy on the battlefield. This was because it was a huge creature with all kinds of tentacles that was searching for it. Luine saw one battle after another, and almost all of it was hiding from its pursuers. This battle god's power was extremely weak, and it had only managed to cultivate the power of the creek because of a bit of enlightenment. It had thought that it would be able to obtain rich cultivation resources, and it had indeed obtained the resources, but it had also been sent to the battlefield. It was meaningless. He withdrew from his consciousness and continued rolling the die. After rolling the die again and again, Luine continued to fuse with the battle god's body. He fused with the battle gods on the battlefield 3 times in a row. Many of these battle gods who had cultivated the power of the creek were on the battlefield, and this was a path that they had to take. It was like elimination. If you lived, you could leave, but if you died, you died. Aside from the battle god, there were more progenitor realm cultivators on the battlefield. There were even cultivators at the half-progenitor realm or lower. The battle god was already considered an expert on the battlefield, even though he still did not have the ability to protect himself. Regardless of whether one had mastered the force of river, force of return, force of void, or force of origin, they were all called battle gods. However, because of their cultivation realms, they were divided into battle gods of river, battle gods of return, battle gods of void, and battle gods of origin. The Sichuan realm battle god was the type that he was constantly integrating into. It was not as good as the top, but it was better than the bottom. If he was lucky enough to leave the battlefield, he would be able to join some strong cultivators. If he had connections, he would be transferred to the divine palace and enjoy life for the rest of his life, as long as he did not seek death. The true realm god of war could obtain a territory. Of course, every once in a while, he would have to hand over the rebooted civilization. Worship was a matter of time. The time of worship of the Lu Jin tribe was also collected by the various gods in the region instead of directly sending it into the river of time. This was something that Luine had later assimilated into the bodies of the enlightened gods. Only then did any know. The river of time that deprived life of time was only a tributary. However, it gave Luine a feeling that it was much larger than the tributaries of the river of time in the ordinary universe. It should be a tributary of the river of time that ruled over a region. A region had more than one universe. Generally speaking, the true realm battle gods were powerhouses who had completed the bitter disaster stage. If they went one step further and comprehended the power of the void, they would be able to become a void realm battle god. Then, they would be given a territory and be apprenticed to a divine envoy. This type of battle god was a high-level existence even in the divine palace. The highest level of battle god was the origin realm battle god. The top powerhouses of these battle gods had a unified name in the divine palace, the divine palace sequence. The meaning of this type of battle god sequence was to wait for the divine palace to arrange for them to attempt to break through to immortality. They had left the region and the battlefield, and they could enter and leave the divine palace at will. They also did not need to hand over worship. It could be said that they were the most free creatures in the divine palace. Their mission was to find a way to break through to immortality, and that was all. Among the few battle gods that Luine had integrated into, his highest goal was to become an origin realm battle god. However, this goal was relatively far away. Currently, there were not many origin realm battle gods in the divine palace. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to comprehend power. Luine thought about it as he continued to roll the die. This was interesting. The battle god that Luine had integrated into this time was called Dusk. This battle god was the same as the other battle gods. It had cultivated the power of a river, obtained cultivation resources, and entered the battlefield. It had fought its way out, relying on a bit of luck and scheming to succeed. Moreover, it had met a battle god called Yanzhong on the battlefield. After leaving, it had taken the opportunity to climb up the ranks of Yanzhong's father, Yanzhong. Yanzhong was a void realm battle god, a disciple of a divine envoy, and had some status in the divine palace. Not long after leaving the battlefield, Yanzhong had comprehended the power of returnance and obtained a territory. Dusk had followed him and completed the task of restarting civilization for him. Interestingly, Dusk was a traitor from another battle god that did not get along with Yanzhong. It was called Xianxia, and that battle god had long since made arrangements for Dusk to approach Yanzhong on the battlefield. Only Xianxia and Dusk knew about this, no one else knew. Now, there was Luine. Lu Ying kept going through Dusk's memories. There was nothing else of value, but this was rather interesting. Perhaps he could use this to climb up the ranks of Yanzhong and use him as a cover to enter the Divine Palace. Then, he would have to cultivate the power of Returnance and Void. Unfortunately, if he could capture a Returnance Realm or Void Realm battle god, he would not have to go through so much trouble. The problem now was how to find this person. The Divine Palace was too vast, and it was not easy to find Yanzhong's territory. He might be able to see it with his mirroring technique, but he could not tell where Yanzhong was. Lu Ying continued to roll the die and merged with the battle god's body again and again. After a few months, he finally found it. He found traces of the Lu Jing clan in the memories of one of the battle gods and confirmed that the battle god was near the Lu Jing clan. It just so happened that the battle god knew Dusk, which meant that he could use it to find Yanzhong's territory. Not only that, but he could also use it to find the Returnance Realm battle god that was one level above it. Lu Ying teleported back to the location where the Lu Jing clan had discovered him. He suddenly looked in a certain direction. There were traces of time, and they were not ordinary traces of time. It seemed that the Divine Palace had taken the initiative to contact this place. 1. Even the Divine Palace had to be wary of an eternal realm existence. He followed the battle god's memories and looked into the starry sky from the Lu Jing clan to find that battle god. That battle god was a subordinate of the battle god of Returnance in this area, and it took Lu Ying some time to find him. He teleported behind the battle god and continued to check the battle god's memories. Then, he looked in another direction and teleported away. On the ground, the wind blew from one direction to another, back and forth. A thin green creature stood in the grass that was taller than it, looking at the wind. Every once in a while, it would look back as if it was thinking about the wind's path. Lu Ying suddenly teleported and his consciousness appeared in the divine avatar. The thin green creature saw Lu Ying suddenly appear and attacked subconsciously. However, Lu Ying easily caught it and pressed it to the ground. It had completed the Ku Adversity Crossing realm and cultivated the power of Returnance. So what? In Lu Yin's opinion, its combat power was not even as good as a powerhouse who had completed the Ku Adversity Crossing realm in the Xianxia universe. Even an ordinary powerhouse who had completed the Ku Adversity Crossing realm would be able to suppress it, let alone Night Lord. Who are you? The thin green creature was terrified. It knew something was wrong from the moment Lu Ying appeared, but it did not expect that it would not even have the power to fight back. Lu Ying grabbed the creature's neck and exerted a little force. There was a sharp pain, and the thin green creature wailed, "Spare me. How do you cultivate the power of Returnance? Coming and going is Returnance. All power has a source and a place to return. If you can see clearly, you can cultivate the power of Returnance." Lu Ying listened quietly. The more he listened, the more he felt that it was close to karma. It seemed that this eternal life realm who created the power of Returnance might have comprehended karma. This power of Returnance was more like the knock of karma. Unfortunately, knocking on the door with this was tantamount to knocking on the door with a feather. Even the sound could not be heard. He could see that it was because he had comprehended karma. A gust of wind blew, coming from one side and going to the other. Lu Ying raised his hand, and in his palm, a familiar power appeared in front of the thin green creature. It was shocked. The power of Returnance? How could it be so fast? This creature did not belong to the Divine Palace, but it wanted to cultivate the power of Returnance to join the Divine Palace. It must have not cultivated before. It meant that it had just told him, and he had already cultivated it? What kind of powerhouse was he? Honorable. The thin green creature was dealt with by Lu Ying before it could speak. Pity? It did not exist. The universe was like that. It had destroyed many civilizations. After cultivating the power of Returnance, there was no need to cultivate through Yanzhong. Lu Ying was not in a hurry to find Yanzhong and continued to roll his die. Perhaps he could fuse the power of Returnance into his battle theology to understand the power of space. In that case, he would not even need to find Yanzhong. No, he still needed to find Yanzhong. He needed a guide. Otherwise, he would attract attention if he rashly entered the Divine Palace. A Returnance battle god was not ordinary. Luin fused into the body of a returnance battle god and saw the divine palace for the first time. The divine palace was grand and huge. It was filled with a gray color, just like the color of time. It was majestic and heavy. In the memories of this returnance battle god, he saw several oracles in the divine palace. They were all eternal beings. He saw the competition in the divine palace and also saw the higher-level battlefield. There were still various civilizations. He still did not know the reason for the war. Compared to the Sichuan battle god, he knew more about the divine palace. Luin continued to roll his die and fused again and again. He gradually understood the divine palace more and more. One of the returnance battle gods was lucky. He inadvertently heard a secret. There was more than one divine palace. The enemies on the battlefield might have come from other divine palaces. This surprised Luin. There were actually other divine palaces? Could it be that every inch of space he was in was a divine palace? Were the representatives of the Lord's power also divine palaces? But even so, why did the divine palaces kill each other? He suddenly thought of the fishing civilization that constantly fished to destroy cosmic civilizations. Once civilizations encountered each other, it was also the universal law of war. Perhaps this was a different kind of law. It skipped the stage of discovering and fishing civilizations and tied civilizations to the Lord's power. They killed each other to consume the power of civilizations. Could it be like this? Luin was only guessing. In fact, compared to the square meter where he was fishing or discovering civilizations by luck, the discovery of civilizations, education, war, and purposeful destruction of civilizations here was much more orderly and ruthless. It was like the fog of war had been cleared. All enemies could see each other and could destroy whoever they wanted. And the area where he used to be was still shrouded in the dark starry sky. He continued to roll the die. He couldn't rely on guessing everything. As more and more true realm battle gods fused with him, Luin learned more. A battle god could be lucky enough to know a secret. With so many battle gods, Luin knew more secrets. For example, who among the 13 divine emissaries was at odds with each other and who had schemed against each other. For example, where the ruler of the divine palace had appeared. For example, there were thousands of tributaries of the river of time hidden in the divine palace. Luin retracted his consciousness and was shocked. Thousands? Was this for real? Back then, the Death Universe had spent so much time and countless years of understanding of civilizations, but they had only collected 100 tributaries of the river of time. It was already very spectacular. There were thousands of tributaries in this divine palace? Was it that exaggerated? Luin looked deeply at the starry sky. Actually, if the area here had a lot of understanding of civilizations, it might not be impossible. There were many cosmic civilizations in a region where the battle god was conferred. A cosmic civilization had a tributary of the river of time, and there were many in total. And the tributaries of the river of time seemed to be more than that. The gods of those regions could use the time taken by the tributaries of the river of time to form new tributaries of the river of time. Could the thousands of tributaries of the river of time be the offerings that the divine palace gave to the Lord of the river of time? The divine palace also needed offerings. Luin thought of the old man. That old man pitifully collected the tributaries of the river of time one by one. If he knew that there were so many in this divine palace, wouldn't his eyes turn red with greed? Even Luin was envious. He also wanted to cultivate the power of the Lord so that when he faced the power of the Lord again in the future, he would be able to fight back. Time was one of them. If he could resist the river of time in the Tao of time, that would be enough. However, the amount of time power required was incomparably exaggerated. There seemed to be a ready-made one right now. The divine palace was not to be trifled with. It wasn't easy to obtain these tributaries of the river of time. He still had to go to the divine palace. Luin looked in a certain direction, his gaze traversing a long distance until he saw a resplendent building that was Yanzhong. The battle god he had fused with had seen pyrolite before. Once he found the battle god, he could use it as a coordinate to determine pyrolite's location. That way, he could determine Yanzhong's location. Luin teleported away. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at an unfamiliar starry sky. In the distance, he was where Yan was, and right now, he was where Yan was. Position. This man was sitting on an altar, answering a question from a civilized being. Luin randomly found a civilization's altar, and the creature controlling that civilization began to communicate with Thundering Thunder. Sure, Yan was familiar with the usage of the soul altar since he had fused it with many god bodies. This altar could be teleported, similar to the unknown portal. The unknown portal moved in the river of time, and the teleportation of this altar was also in the river of time, but it was a tributary of the river of time. Every region had its own altar. The altar could be moved at any time in its own region. If one wanted to go to another region, they had to ask for permission. Every time the altar was used to move, the cost was not small. Even a battle god could not bear it. Most of the time, a realization battle god had to pay the price with a region. Below the altar, a creature knelt on the ground devoutly. On the altar, a figure appeared. It was Pyrolite. "What do you want?" Pyrolite asked. The creature below the altar prostrated deeply. "I don't want anything. I just want to admire God's face." Pyrolite's eyes widened. This sentence was a signal from the battle god. The plan could begin. It could finally begin. Pyrolite had been valued by the battle god since it was weak. It was promoted step by step and was allowed to enter the battlefield to get close to Yanzhong. Its final goal was to attack Yanzhong. As long as it dealt with Yanzhong, it would be able to return to the battle god's command. At that time, it would obtain cultivation resources. The battle god had promised that he would let it comprehend the power of realization and obtain a region. It would be able to raise its head in the divine palace like Yanzhong. "Yanzhong, do you really think that I will submit to you forever? If it weren't for me on the battlefield, you would have died long ago." It was time for this day to come. Creatures constantly entered and exited the magnificent palace. There were giant plates filled with food. As creatures entered and left, the food on the plates turned into scraps. More creatures cleaned the surroundings to ensure that the palace was clean. Pyrolite arrived and glanced at the ground in disgust. There, a piece of bone that had not been gnawed clean was stuck to the ground. Two creatures hurried over to sweep the bone away and bowed respectfully to Pyrolite. Pyrolite ignored them and walked towards the palace. Entering the palace, creatures entered and exited everywhere. The aroma of food filled the air. "Greetings, Supreme God." Pyrolite bowed respectfully. The disgust in its eyes had been replaced by humility the moment it stepped into the palace. In front of it, a huge golden table was filled with food. A short white creature that was only a meter tall was burying its head in a bone and sucking the marrow. This white creature looked like a mouse. Its head was round and looked somewhat festive. It was Yanzhong. Hearing Pyrolite's voice, Yanzhong raised his head. There were still shreds of flesh on his head. "Why are you back? The cost of using the altar once is not small." After that, it continued to bury its head in the bone and gnaw. Pyrolite said respectfully, "Because I received news about the third sequence of the Divine Palace, I couldn't wait to find you." The bone shattered. Yanzhong rushed out and came to Pyrolite. Its small eyes stared at it excitedly. "What? You found news about the third sequence of the Divine Palace? Is it true?" Pyrolite said, "I wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Although I'm not absolutely sure, I have a rough idea." "Where is it?" "It's not far from here. It's sealed by Supreme God Qianling." Yanzhong pondered. "Supreme God Qianling? That's not to be trifled with. If it hears the news, it will definitely stop us." Pyrolite's tone was cold. "As long as we awaken the third sequence, that Supreme God Qianling is just a void realm combat god. What can she do?" Yanzhong nodded. "The third sequence is my father's sworn brother. He's my uncle, but he suddenly disappeared. Rumor has it that there was a problem with his cultivation. No one knows where he's sleeping. Because of the disappearance of the third sequence, my father is being targeted in the Divine Palace. The opponents of the third sequence have been trying to find ways to deal with my father. If we can bring it back to the third sequence, everything will be fine. And if my father wants to go further, the third sequence is crucial." Thinking of this, it made up its mind. Let's go. Without letting Qianling know, we'll sneak into its sealed territory. Pyrolite was troubled. If we don't let Supreme God Qianling know, how can we walk in such a large space? Even if we know where it is, it'll take a long time to get there. It's not something we can cross. Then let my father find a way to lure Qianling away. Yan Zhong's eyes were fierce. No one could stop them from bringing the third sequence back. The sequence in the Divine Palace was a powerhouse who could try to break through to eternal life. The third sequence was ranked third in the entire Divine Palace. There were only 2 places in front of it to try, and it did not mean that they would definitely try. It was just that they could be the first to choose whether to go or not every time a universe was rebooted. They had prepared for the third sequence a long time ago. The rebooted cosmic civilization just happened to correspond to the third sequence's cultivation environment. As long as the third sequence was ready, they could start. Although it was impossible to be 100% sure, it was still possible to increase the chances by 30% on the original basis. This was already very exaggerated. This was the opportunity their race had been waiting for countless years. That was because the third sequence had befriended their race for this. The time had come, but the third sequence had disappeared. Their efforts could not be wasted. In the distance, Luyin had been watching. In his eyes, Yan Zhong and Pyrolite's movements were not hidden at all. After a period of time, they began to move, leading through the altars. Luyin suddenly looked in one direction. Because he had merged with Pyrolite's body, he knew the location of Yan Zhong's sealed domain through its memories. He also knew the direction of the altar that led to the Qianling sealed domain. They continued to move. Luyin teleported closer again and stared at them until they entered the Qianling sealed domain. After waiting for a while, he used the Qianling sealed domain's altar to start moving. Luyin did not know the location of the altar, but he knew where Pyrolite wanted to lure Yan Zhong to. To be precise, it was not luring Yan Zhong, but using Yan Zhong to lure Yan Zhong over. This was the battle god's goal. It wanted to use Yan Zhong to lure Yan Zhong out and kill him in one fell swoop to eliminate any hidden dangers. This kind of thing was common in the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was not like the Unknowns, and there were no rules against killing each other. Here, no one cared if one died. Even the oracle who had taken Yan Zhong in as a disciple would not ask about it. This was the rule of the Divine Palace. If others could scheme against you, you had to have the ability to scheme against others in return. If you did not have the ability, you did not have the right to survive. Unless they were blood-related and had feelings for each other, even a master and disciple would not seek justice. This was also why the Divine Palace dared to scheme against Yan Zhong. Otherwise, if it offended the oracle behind Yan Zhong, no one would be able to protect it if the oracle came looking for trouble. At the same time, in a place far away from the Divine Palace. In the area where the stones were placed, Yan Zhong suddenly opened his eyes. He felt inexplicably uneasy, but he did not know what the problem was. End of chapter 46-23. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.